you mean how do you test the width
Oh,
of
you're talking about
Venus, or what are you?
what you do is you take an angle measurement to the sun. You don't have to assume nothing. You just take a measurement, get an angle, okay, and then do the math and calculate your distance. Then verify your distance, okay. And
So so
that's why I've made my formula.
that
And
still relies on
and
about
you can
20
double check it
assumptions.
against reality without making any assumptions.
That still relies on about 20 assumptions. That one of them is that light's traveling straight. Because if you're measuring the sun and you are based on the assumption that light's traveling straight,
Hold on a second,
then if
HL.
light doesn't
Hold on.
travel, he's muted
Brian,
again.
was that Brian? Oh, all right. Go ahead. My bad.
I think he was done. Eggshells, are you saying there's
Sorry.
a certain amount of assumptions that is allowed? Is this like
No.
an official site, or you're just coming up on
No.
the top of your head?
I'm just saying, to live your life, including to do science, but also to do your washing, you've got to make assumptions. Just if you want to live a life where you believe more true things than untrue things, you will test those assumptions. So yes,
you
you've
go
got
to
to,
tie
if you're
your
making a
shoes in the
measurement of
morning.
anything optically, you're going to have to make the assumption that light's traveling straight. But then you can go back and test that assumption, and you might need to adjust your model or whatever you came out with after those tests if it turns out the assumptions were wrong. Indeed, you might need to throw the whole thing out. But you've got to make assumptions.
But okay, Brian made a few assumptions, and you said that he made too many assumptions. So I'm asking you, is there such thing
No, I
as?
didn't say he made too many assumptions. I said he made about 40. 40 could be a good number. 4,000 could be a good number. I'm not putting a good number on making assumptions. I was just pointing out, he was saying I'm not making any assumptions. I'm measuring things. For one thing, any measurement assumes that a measurement is the same in one place as it is in another. Now, it's a fairly safe assumption to make that, but it's still an assumption that this ruler hasn't grown in length when I traveled from here to there for some reason. Be it
No,
a logical
I hear
reason,
what you're
like it's
saying.
made out of wood and it got the moisture in the atmosphere actually made it slightly longer, to atoms expand in different parts of our reality, and the same size isn't valid everywhere. We already know that weights don't all weigh the same across the earth, don't we?
Yeah, that it changed with relative to the medium. So, but how you said it after he was done with
Relative
his
to
quote.
but it also weights also change relative to latitude.
Yeah. Okay. So when he finished talking and you made it, so when it came out, you gave me the impression that because he's made too many assumptions, his conclusions is somehow faulty.
No, his conclusion could still be valid. All I was responding to is he said I didn't make any assumptions, and then he described a 4-step process that had 1,000 assumptions in it. All I was saying, it could still be a accurate result, but it had assumptions. It doesn't make sense to go, I didn't make any assumptions, then I went and measured things. Measuring things requires assumptions.
But yeah, my whole thing is that it seems like before he spoke, you were saying that we need a certain level of assumptions, right? Which I agree with you 100% on that. And then when he made his assumptions, you say, "Oh, there was way too many assumptions." So you kind of agreed with the assumptions, and then you gave the implication that he's probably wrong because he had too many. I don't know if anybody else caught that.
But I didn't say that. That was in your head matrix. I cannot be held responsible for what's going on inside your head. I can only be held responsible for what I said, and I didn't say that.
He said when after Brian said that, he said there's still about 20 or whatever assumptions in what Brian said. That's all.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Hold on.
Not that
That's what he
makes his
said.
conclusion invalid. Not that it's bad. Not that I'm right.
That was
and he's
the
wrong.
implication that you gave. I don't know if I caught it wrong.
You implied wrong. I can't help you with that, man. Like, all I can do is say the words I'm saying, and then you need to do your own, challenge these assumptions too. These are the worst assumptions that get people the most. And that is, we think we know what the other person means and we don't test it. And now you've tested it. You've asked me what I meant. I've repeated to you repeatedly what I meant, and you're still sticking to the broken assumption that I was in some way suggesting that he was wrong for making assumptions right after saying we have to make assumptions.
Contradiction, doublespeak.
Where was the contradiction?
Because
if anybody has a recording for the show, can you give me whenever it's done? Can you give me a link to it so I could go back and maybe clip it out or something?
Sure, it's live now. You can just scrub back in the live stream. What were you asking? What were you saying,
I-
Trit?
Left
Hold
lane. You
on,
sound like
left
shit.
lane.
Left lane.
Yeah, left lane, you're lagging, bro.
Yeah, you're roboting, Howard. Oh, Matrix. Yeah. So on the Earth Awakenings YouTube channel, there'll be it's called Earth Awakenings Live Show #1. That's the 2-hour show, and then now we're in the after show. So yeah, those are both on the channel.
Well, like what the contradiction or the assumption, right? When someone says, "Hey, I'm a flat earther," and someone assumes they're talking about space pizza in a heliocentric model.
I don't know what that relates to. Is that related to my point about assumptions?
Yeah.
Sure, that's an assumption.
And earlier in the show, people talked about
It would
labels,
just be
right?
a good idea to test it.
Yeah, but to test your assumptions.
My assumptions. What are my assumptions? How would
Yeah.
you know what I'm assuming?
Like when someone says flat Earth, what do you assume?
I assume a variety of things. Why did you assume that I assume space pizza?
That was the
Did I
very
s-
beginning of the show why people don't want to use the label flat earther anymore because the government has layered on so many propaganda type craziness to make it seem that if someone says flat earther, it means conspiracy theory. It means space pizza. It
Those
means
are-
science denier. It
Sure.
means caveman. No, that's not. Those are assumptions.
Sure, they're assumptions. It'd be a good idea to test them. I don't understand
Nope.
what's.
Your assumptions. You're not, the goal isn't to test
Hang on,
other
hang on.
people.
Hold up. Why are you assuming what I'm assuming? That's like a double assumption now. Why? Like, go
Oh, I
ahead.
get
Tell
it.
me
So
what
when I
think.
say your assumptions, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the individual. It's important for the
Well,
individual
not-
to test
you-
their own assumptions, not
Yeah.
test other people's assumptions.
I don't know why you're just saying, telling me what I assume.
mean,
It's
it
just
was,
a bit weird.
Howard, you're still roboting. I'm a little lost in
thank
where you guys are exactly. Maybe some summary needs to be had. I feel like we're like in an assumption salad right now. It's a
Yeah,
lot
yeah,
of-
Matrix-
It was just. It was
Matrix was
just
talking about the number of assumptions. Like, is there a point where you would control assumptions with controlled variables? Like, eventually you'd say, hey, this is a assumption, and I'm going to work it into my scientific method as a controlled variable. So even if my assumption's wrong or it's faulty, it still has been controlled for, so at least I'll get a repeatable result. And Eggshells was like, no, you can't tie your shoes then.
No, that's not what happened. That's just such a. I mean, everybody else was here. Maybe other people heard that too. Did anybody else hear anything close to what Chris just
I
said?
did not. I think that was a gross misrepresentation.
So was that a lie or a misrepresentation or a bad assumption?
I'll give him that much. It was a gross misrepresentation. I'll go that high.
Yeah, I would say it's what was wildly inaccurate. We started off with talking about
Well, I
assumptions.
mean, to be fair,
all I
everybody
said-
does kind of filter things through their own, mind
Sure.
and psyche and understanding. I mean, obviously,
Yeah.
like it's good not to purposely misrepresent someone. However, that might have been what he was seeing at the time. So, I mean, what did you want to clarify? What?
Yeah, I can
Sure.
clarify it. Because he had
No.
said without an assumption you wouldn't be able to tie your shoes, they would disintegrate in your hands.
No, I didn't. I would say you can't know that they won't. All I was saying was somebody, I forget even who it was, had made the point like that relies on a bunch of assumptions, and all I'd said is science relies on assumptions. Everything relies on assumptions. And to do anything, we must make assumptions. It's just a good idea to test them.
Do you have to though? I mean, that's actually an interesting point. Do you have to make that initial? Because, like, are you familiar with Zeteticism?
Zeteticism is this idea of you must test things for yourself before you can believe they're true. Is that the idea?
Well, I mean, essentially, it's an approach to observing, analyzing, testing, measuring. But what you do is you actually don't necessarily hold any pre-assumptions or pre-models or anything like that. You actually just and I'm summarizing, of course, but the general sense of it is where you actually just go out into the world and do direct observations, direct measurements, tests, whatever they may be, and then just acquire that knowledge directly or that data directly from the environment, and then get it ideally to a level of a proof where you have actually gotten to a definitive, conclusive, result that is just coming from reality directly. Whereas I think what a lot of this kind of mainstream quote unquote science does, and in different ways, is they've completely flipped that, where now they've made this kind of loophole in the system, in my opinion, where now they say, okay, we're going to assume that something is the case, and then we're going to go try to prove it or disprove it. So it gets us all into this game of prove or disprove from a theory. Instead of just prove from reality, it's prove or disprove from a theory. And the fact that you bring in the prove or disprove, I think it leaves a huge amount of potential for deception, for all kinds of different components that come in once you set it up that way. And you can kind of get into this thing where you haven't really proven anything, and you haven't really disproven anything, but you're using that as kind of a manipulation leverage.
So even if you are going to go out and measure things, that requires assumptions. That's where it'd come from. If you're going to go out and measure something, like a test of a laser over water, what you're assuming when you are using the laser is that laser is traveling straight. Right? You're also assuming a bunch of other things which are much safer assumptions, like when this light hits here, it is the same light that is shot by the laser. What I'm testing, and you must make an assumption as well about the model, otherwise you don't know when you've not found curvature, right? You need to go, right, these people have told me that the Earth is a radius of 3959. I need to assume that that's right. I need to assume that I didn't just happen to find, 50 wrong websites that all told me that, and in fact it's 300,000 miles across. Everything relies on assumptions, and that's what you do. That's what science is. That's what testing is it goes, I'm going to build an assumption and then I'm going to test it.
But the assumption has to come from some sort of observation first. They can't just make something up and call it an assumption, right? Like what I try to say about the size of Venus correlated with the size of the Earth. What would lead somebody to say, hey man, I'm gonna pick that thing in the sky and I'm gonna assume that for some reason it's the same size as the Earth, and I'm gonna start making what led to the person assuming that Venus and Earth are somehow related in size?
So that's fine. I mean, I think you can assume whatever you want and you'll test it. And if you test it and it fails, if you test it in a proper way and it fails, then it was a bad assumption to make. I don't think that means you shouldn't make the assumption in the first place.
What's it based on?
Whatever you want. You can dream it up if you want. You can lie in bed at night and decide that the world's wrong and they don't understand the way water boils. All I would encourage that person to do is test that assumption.
It can be a faulty assumption.
Well, you won't know it's faulty until you test it, but yeah, it will probably be a faulty assumption. Many of them are.
And after we test it, we know it's not an assumption anymore, right?
Well, you still will take that on and make assumptions. Like here's a question. Do you know, when you've gone out and done flat Earth tests, are you not assuming that the Earth is uniform? Or could you be testing flat spots on something that is still meets itself on the other side? So it isn't very spherical, but you're testing flat spots and finding them to be flat. Have you tested the whole thing? Or what have you done? Or what you've done perhaps, which is probably, again, a reasonable assumption, is go, if I don't find curvature of water here, then I'm going to assume that other water doesn't curve elsewhere.
No, we would check it elsewhere. Of course.
Have you checked it everywhere?
Yeah.
Have you checked it everywhere?
I haven't checked it anywhere.
Here, I got one for you. Like,
so it is based on assumptions, right? Unless you've checked it everywhere, and then you've got to make the assumption that it doesn't change over time.
Here, I've got one.
So you've
for
got to
you.
check it everywhere forever.
This one's really good. Yeah, because
This need assumptions.
Peyton Asachil said they assumed Venus was the same size based on a guess. So I'm going to assume their lucky guess was not lucky at all. It was complete fabrication.
No, it was lucky.
Right?
They guessed. He was right. It's
Yeah,
Venus is
I would say no.
96% of the size of Earth. He was
I would
lucky.
say that's not lucky.
That's
that is
lucky.
not.
You're
He
fine
had
to
to
assume
assume
that,
something.
Crit. I would
All
just
he
encourage
knew-
you to test it.
He had to assume something. All he knew was the diameter of the Earth. He assumed that Venus was the same. It was a very good guess.
A good guess now, not a lucky guess.
Yeah. Well, it was a good lucky guess, an accurate guess.
Yeah, I'm gonna call BS on that.
But
No,
okay,
that's
okay.
not what
I
he
will
did. He
assume
guessed.
Fine assumption to
fucking
make. Just test
guessed.
it.
I can even entertain that he made a good guess, right? I can entertain that,
He
right?
made a very good guess.
Yeah. Sure. I'm gonna give
Shield,
that to
don't
you.
take a nap.
I'm gonna
Hey,
I'm
you
gonna
asked the
entertain that.
question, and the answer is he fucking guessed. Guess
Yeah,
what?
Sure,
He
but
looked
hold on. You made your
accurately.
point. You made your point. Hold on, right? And we're gonna entertain it. Let's entertain the fact that he might have looked up in the sky and he guessed, and he was right. Let's entertain that idea, right? Now let's explore. Let's explore what led him to just guess. What did he do? Did he take a shit before he took a guess? Did he just finish eating? What led to him making that guess that he was so right?
He only knew the diameter of one planet, that of the Earth. He assumed that Venus was a planet, and therefore it had the same size as Earth. He was lucky. He was accurate. So what?
What if he would have chosen Mars to do this?
Well, he didn't though. He chose Venus because it's inside the orbit of Earth.
No problem. But this is what I'm asking question. Why Venus? Why not something else?
Because it was inside the orbit of Earth.
So do you think there's another reason why not Mars, Matrix?
I don't necessarily think of any reason or have proof for it. I'm just asking why Venus?
I'll tell you. Mercury and Venus are closer to the sun than us. Mars isn't. So Mars will never pass in front of the sun for us.
How is it that we know? You said because he measured the Earth, right?
We don't. We make assumptions. We test them.
But you understand. So the assumption that we measure the Earth, and then the assumption that the thing in the sky is the same size as the thing that we assume. Bro, you guys don't understand that
we've measured the Earth.
All of these things are just assumptions, and you guys are building upon these assumptions without even proving them.
Hold on a second. We've measured the size of the Earth accurately.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you something.
Ding ding.
It's impossible. It's impossible for at that time.
Nope.
For at that time, anyone to measure. Right now, at this moment in time, in the 20th century, there's a lot of private land that we cannot access. And if we cannot access it, we cannot. Hold on, I'm not done. If we cannot access this private land in the 20th century, that means we cannot measure it. There is a lot of private land and inaccessible land in the 20th century now. So how is it that back then, when he made that assumption, he somehow measured the Earth?
Because the Earth has been measured for a couple thousand years.
Well, Paige, let me ask you this. So if you're, we can go through it slowly and look at it. So what would you say if you feel like the Earth has been measured to be a sphere, and you seem to be very, very confident in the way you're saying that? So could you show us or present to us like your best one, the one that you think is the most solid, the one that's the most definitive? Could you share what that is?
The most definitive, that would be, he would immediately throw that one out. Why don't you do it yourself and do the Eratosthenes measurement? That's easily done.
I think the strongest one for me at the moment is latitude and longitude.
Latitude, longitude. So we have satellites up there that have measured the Earth to within, I believe, 5 centimeters.
I can understand doubting that, though.
Yeah.
Okay, so the best one you have is putting sticks into the ground and then looking where the sun's light hits them and where the shadow is on the ground?
That's the easiest one. You could verify it yourself if you chose to.
Well, for sake of going over everything that we've already heard, probably it's not even worth going there. But I mean, just in terms of if it even needs to be said again, but just you're assuming the distance of the sun, so it really doesn't prove anything about the shape.
No, I'm not assuming the distance of the sun.
It's assuming that what the sun is, the distance, and how the light travels through the.
No, not assuming what the sun is. It's not assuming the distance.
Through the vacuum.
We don't even have to assume that the way the sun travels. We can show that.
All right, listen. When you presuppose, that we're seeing reflections from all the stars and the sun, then you would get exactly what we would predict on a flat Earth. You'd see the sun appearing in all different spots when you do this. So there's our flat Earth prediction. Suck my dick. We presupposed what's going on. We presupposed how the sky worked. Hold on. We presuppose how the sky worked. It matched our prediction. What? It's Earth is flat.
Jeremy,
we've known Earth was flat for thousands of years now.
We've been told by your head flat earthers around that we can use the sky now to measure the shape of the Earth. The sextant. This is the year of the sextant.
I don't know who told you that. I don't know why they would say that.
Because this Earth Daddy thing, you were told to stop that multiple times.
Well, here's why I think that actually does work, because to measure it. Because if you have a globe and then you have all the stars in outer space, there is going to be a point on that globe for every star. There will be like a substellar point on the globe. I agree with that. And so,
we call it ground position, GP.
Yes. And then on a planar stationary Earth, if you also would have the same. You would have the positions, the GPs in the circle of equal altitudes. However, those won't like the circle of equal altitudes, they all interlink with each other. So if you do, these stars, those stars, basically you get all the GPs and you create circle of equal altitudes around all of them. And that, like, a circle is a planar surface, and then the GP is the center. So that thing is a plane, like the GP point at the middle of the circle and then going out into the circle of equal altitude, that is a plane. And so if the Earth is being a plane, all of those planar circle of equal altitudes will all interlink and intersect in a way that correlates with the coordinate system of the stars. If it's a globe, that will not exist because there will be
No, it will actually.
it's a different spatial layout. So it is
a different spatial layout, but you're right. The circles are planes. The planes intersect at a point.
Yes, they're all intersecting planes. So intersecting planes can't all intersect on a sphere.
Yes, they can.
Yes, they can. Because I mean, if you draw any circle on the surface of a sphere, and then you just took off everything on top of that, like you sort of cut around and made a lid, you would get a flat spot there. So yeah, sure, for the bigger the GP, the more the hump will be in the middle. But the line, the circular line, will still be a flat circle.
You can position yourself with an orange and a cup and a marker.
Yeah, and what's crucial about this is that it will show you that those lines of equal altitude. I mean, one of the interesting things is if you want to do that with a map, you need to do it on a globe, particularly if you're close to the poles, because the circles won't be circular, and you'll get your reading will be wrong. So you need to use a globe to trace that circle on it to find what those intersecting points. And they say that in the manual. Don't use a flat map for this. Use a globe.
I didn't want to spoil it, but I made this program where all you gotta do is type in the star, and you type in the elevation, and it'll make the circle of equal altitudes on different Earths, like different projections of the maps of the Earth.
Oh, that's very cool.
Yeah, that is cool because I mean it's interesting because I think that's where they've kind of cut away the map, in order to make it a globe. Like they've had to wrap that component. So I do think there's a proof in that. However, the thing, geometric proof. The thing is, though, when you've got the circle of equal altitudes and the GPs on a sphere model, trying to do the sextant on a spherical model, you have to create that horizontal, which often you guys call the astronomical horizon. That needs to be created. So you're basically, to me, it's an ad hoc system. So you're taking the horizontal plane on a globe, and then you're using that, and then there's actually a refraction calculation which uses an R radius, and then that's also
you don't need that though.
dip angle.
There's
a radius.
Gio, you don't need that at all. Gio, you can just do
into the Haverstein.
You know the reason why? You know what the reason why they use the horizon instead of straight up?
Easier.
Do you know the reason why they use the horizon instead of just straight up?
What do you mean straight up?
You don't need to use the horizon. You can just go straight up and get an angle to the star.
Yeah, you can do it with a plumb line.
What do you mean straight? I don't know what you mean straight up.
You mean
if you're at the GP?
A plumb line. You don't forget about the GP. The GP is something that we are assuming to be on a globe, and we are given an equivalence factor of 60 nautical miles per degree. We don't care about
zenith.
We don't use that zenith. We don't care about the horizon and all the correction factors. Do you know the reason why we don't care about them, or better yet, why we use them? Why do we use the horizon, a refraction correction, and a dip angle? Why do we use those three instead of straight up?
Easier on a ship.
There we go. Bingo. So all this talk about horizon, refraction, blah, blah, doesn't mean anything. It's all nonsense because all you need to do is hold it straight up if you wanted to really look what the sextant actually does.
And the other crucial thing is, like, nobody suggests our line of sight follows the ground, right? So, and that's what the thing is about, is curved, looking across a curved path. All of those observations, of those observations of like, laser observations, black swan and all of that, all of those rest on the assumption that you can see the horizon and you're seeing in a straight line to the horizon. That's the straight line we're using. We're not using the straight line of the waves in the ocean and putting our eyeball right down next to the water lapping at the shore and expecting our eye to go along that path. What we're doing is standing up off it. We did exactly as Zanuck said, you need to make a dip angle correction for that. And then looking to the horizon and calling that, well, once you've made the dip angle correction and refraction correction, if you need to, calling that horizontal.
And by the way, that error of the dip angle versus on a flat surface versus curved surface would be almost be minuscule, maybe a rounding error at best.
With the dip
Right?
angle.
For dip angle,
No,
dip angle is point.
no, it's about a minute per 5 feet or something like that.
Right, yeah, so 0.02 degrees.
Yeah.
It should be.
Yeah.
So the
You
dip,
should see
the
point
dip
zero one.
angle
You
is
should see
assumed
point.
to
Hold on,
exist
hold
because
on.
of.
1 second. You should see 0.04 degrees. But if you see 0.02 degrees, you're going to say, "Oh, well, the world must be flat." No. Then you look at those stars, and then you look at the change over 1 degree and see what happens. That's the answer.
And that's the crucial thing, right? We know that it is 1 degree per 69 miles or 60
Sure.
nautical miles.
And it's given.
No,
It's
you can
in the
test it.
box.
You can test this on land. You can get
Yeah,
yourself a sextant and test it on land.
Yeah,
then
but it's assumed because of curvature, though.
You see, yeah, you're
Well, no,
exactly. It's
So
in the
that's what
box.
we're testing. No. So put the curvature aside and go. Where can you
Hang on,
get
dip angle. What is
Forget
dip
about the dip
angle?
angle.
Forget,
It's in the
forget
box.
dip.
Picture there's a box, like a Cracker Jack box, and in with the sextant, there's a piece of paper, and it says, by the way, use this. All you need is one angle, and that angle equals 1 degree per 60 miles nautical. And that's it. And you're assuming, we are absolutely assuming a curved Earth. You know why? Because it works. That's what it works out to be.
Okay,
So
okay, but what happens if we're actually on a flat plane for a minute?
Then
and
it doesn't
when
work.
you look through your sextant and you're getting your horizontal to what you guys perceive as a geometric horizon point, what happens if it's actually a flat plane?
It doesn't work.
So you'd
It
be
doesn't
what you'd be
work.
doing.
You're about
What
twice.
you'd be, so
Sorry.
what you'd be doing there is you'd be dipping. You'd be seeing the horizon as it actually, where it actually is. Then you'd be dipping below
No,
that.
there's
but
still an apparent horizon on a flat Earth.
Okay,
It
fine,
doesn't matter.
fine.
It doesn't
You'd be
matter.
seeing the apparent horizon on the flat Earth. Then you'd be making a stable correction for that, which is like making it making a little bit higher than that. But still, that's the same. You're making that same calculation every time you do it. And what you find is there is a linear relationship. 1 degree every 69 miles is how it.
Okay.
How can you make I can show you if you want. I can share my screen and show you the what you're trying to do here. I'll do it actually.
Well, the point is,
Personal atmospheric dome follows us wherever we go. So it makes sense.
Hold on.
Do you have any evidence for that assumption?
An
Have you
extreme
tested
point.
that assumption?
All you have to do is call somebody.
It
If you're
doesn't
in
need to
Dallas,
be evidence.
guys,
You're assuming
guys,
that it's curved, therefore it can't exist.
Can
if
I?
it is
No, we
flat,
tested.
then
We
that is
tested.
what
Hold on 1 second,
answers
Zanuck.
the optical anomalies.
Sorry, say that again, Whitesworth. Just hold on 1 second, Zanuck, because just go ahead, Whitesworth, because I think Whites was responding.
Everywhere we go, we have the dome that follows us. And you say, do you have evidence for it? And
Yes.
I say, well, my answer to that is you only deny it because apparently it's curved. We
No,
say,
because I
where's
have
the
no
evidence
evidence for it. Because nobody's ever tested it. Nobody's ever tested for the dome. Nobody's ever shown me any compelling evidence for this personal. Not even
That's
the big
because
dome.
it's assumed
the
that the
personal.
effects are due to curvature.
Wait a
But
minute.
There's an
So
assumption of
so
curvature.
that's fine. But then, what wouldn't you want to test for and show that? Because we're testing for and showing curvature. If you're saying, well, this thing is actually this other thing that you've never seen or I've never shown you, don't you think it is then incumbent on you to show that that's the case?
But can I make a quick comment? It doesn't
But
matter.
they're already.
It doesn't matter if the atmosphere incorporates the stars and we're in a dome. It doesn't matter one bit. We have an object in the sky. We're looking at the same object. And if you take it at Dallas,
No.
Texas,
No,
and
you
look at
missed
it
the point.
Winnipeg, which is just let me finish, due north, then you'll see that there is enough angular change to accommodate only 600 miles on a flat surface, but we see 1,300 miles on a curved surface. So why is there a double the error in this equation?
So, and what you can do is like I've drawn it out. So there's a light in the sky. It's at whatever that Greek letter is high. We don't need to know that yet. All we need to know is it's not zero. And then what we are finding is angles from here. Now, if we're getting a degree per 69 miles, that will be linear. So there's going to be a point, if that is 90 degrees in the sky at one point, right? Then there's going to be a point where 90 gets down to zero, right? Because it's linear, that line continues. So here it's going to be 90 degrees in the sky. How far do we need to travel before it's at 0 degrees? We know that, right? If it's a linear relationship, we know that we just need to go 90 divided by 60.
So you're assuming there are no optical effects as you move.
So there could be, if you showed me any reason for that, for making that assumption. If you tested that
so are
assumption,
you
showed me
denying
the result of,
atmospheric optical effects?
am I denying them? I mean, I
Yeah,
don't
you're
know.
saying they don't exist?
So if you present to me what kind of effect you're talking about, I'll do the. I'll
No,
keep doing
any
this maths.
effect. You're
Well,
assuming there's none in this. I'm
no, it's not.
asking
It's
you, do you,
when any effect is the sky turning green, is me hallucinating. Describe the effect that you want me to test, and I'll answer you that. But I can't just go, oh, could you imagine something that makes my math work rather than yours? Tell me it, and I'll test it. And
How about
okay,
how
so
high can you go?
triangulation. Can
I don't
3
need to go
people
any higher. I'm
triangulate
walking
to the
along the
top
surface
of
here.
one tree?
So 90 times by 60. What was I doing? That was crazy. So, say again. Sorry, Whites.
Can 3 people at different locations, surrounding a tree, accurately triangulate to the top of the tree? Or would the top of the tree appear to be in a slightly different location to each of those observers, depending on their distance and maybe elevation?
This is
No.
questions. What you're saying is there could be optical effects. All I'm asking while I'm trying to do this math is describe the optical effects, and I'll punch them in here.
No, but
Wait, hold on. You're
you're
going down a rabbit
removing
hole.
it.
You're going down a rabbit. We're not trying to find the height of the tree. We're not trying to find the height of the stars, and that's what you would actually be finding out if your logic was
Yeah.
working here. We don't care
That's
about how high the
You're
we
taking
don't. Hold
away
on, hold on, hold on.
atmosphere
We
to
don't
move
care.
through.
We don't whites. We don't care about how high the star is. All we care about is one single angle, and we attach a distance to angle equivalence factor. And you can test this right now
Yes.
today. Anyone in the chat, listen to me.
Yes,
Anyone in
but
the
we
chat,
won't
listen to me for 1 second.
cause.
Hold
You're
on.
not
Right.
verifying
Listen,
the
you gotta
cause.
stop. You gotta stop for a second. Everyone in this chat are in different locations.
You missed my
Anyone
point.
can see the sky. We can all find the same celestial body and find the angle from zenith to that object. And then we know how far we are from each other because we have maps. We know the distances. And you will find
Yeah.
that it will not comport with a flat surface. It will not at all comport
This is
with a flat surface.
This is the thing. We can use it reliably to navigate. So if these lights are moving based on where we are, that's like having a dot on your GPS or a map on your GPS that moves based on where you are. It's not going to tell you where you are. What you need is the map to stay still and the dot to move. What you're describing is a map that moves with no evidence for it. If you present evidence for it, that's fine, but I want to continue with what I'm talking about. So if you get a degree of declination, if you get a degree of declination per nautical mile, then you just times 90 by 60 and you get 5,400 nautical miles until you can get that 90 degrees down to 0. 0 degrees means that the body that you're observing is now on the horizon. If you were on a flat surface, describe to me the distance you would need to go for that to get to 0, because it's not 5,400 nautical miles. The only way to get that angle to 0 is if that goes to 0. If the height goes to 0, but we know it's not 0 because we can stand under the sun or under a star or under anything we're observing, and we find that it doesn't.
So you're denying optical effects.
No,
even just drop.
ignoring.
You assume it's curved.
No, I'm not
No, we're
assuming
not.
it's curved. What I'm saying is what we can tell when we look at a light in the sky is that if we travel 1 nautical mile, it moves 1 degree in the sky. That's all I'm saying. What we find from that linear relationship is that you can get to a point where it goes to 0. What you'll find on this is you'll get an asymptote. You'll get it starting up here. If you're on a flat surface, it'll start at 90 degrees. It obviously can never get above 90 degrees because then it's just starting to go down the other way, right? And then it'll go down, but it won't ever get to 0 because the further and further away you get, the slighter and slighter that angle will be. But because this will still have some elevation, that angle will never get to 0. So if you have an optical effect,
you're
that can
assuming
make
that.
Well,
hold on,
that's
Riding. If
that's
you're showing
geometry.
your diagram, do you want me to show it on the live stream? Your diagram?
You can do if you want, sure.
Okay, so because I wasn't actually looking at it when you were describing that.
Okay, so I'll explain it again then if you've got it up. It's
up now.
Sure. So this height I've just marked as, is that theta? I don't know what that one is. I just put that symbol
It's
next to
theta.
it because
It'll be a theta. in that particular case.
awesome. So that height is theta. I don't care what it is, as long as it's not 0. So I'll put that somewhere up here. I will say theta is not equal to 0. And all we need to do to make that assumption is to go, the sun or the star is not on the ground. That's all we need to do. And I think we all agree with that. then what we are saying is we all should accept, if we have our brain on, that we get 1 degree of declination per nautical mile. That's how we get latitude and longitude. That's why latitude lines are parallel on that they are equidistant from one another all the way around their circumference. If we're on a flat surface, this angle will never get to 0. The only way to get that angle to 0 is if you view the Earth like it's a protractor.
Well, that's when the sun sets. The sun sets when that angle gets beyond.
Exactly.
That's exactly. Like basically what a sunset is on a planar stationary Earth with the sun above.
So what we would have done there to get from 90 degrees, if we're going to call that one the Polaris or the North Celestial Pole, Polaris being close enough to it that we'll call it Polaris for now, unless somebody's going to have a problem with that, and then I'll stop. That's 90 degrees. If I go round to 80, I know that I've traveled 60 times 10 nautical miles. I've traveled 600 nautical miles. I know that if I've done all the way around till I get to 0, I know what that is. That's the simple math I did before, 5,400 nautical miles.
Jesus.
Right? And now it's at 0. And what's interesting is that linear relationship.
You're doing full presentation.
That linear relationship gets to 0, and we've got no reason to assume it stops. So it could go below 0, which is interesting because that's exactly what you would get, right? If you're down here at 30 degrees south, sorry, that's not 30 degrees south. What is that?
Who would have thought?
You would be looking still straight up through the Earth. So you're going to be looking at a negative angle to your horizon there. And if you crunch the maths on that, and I mean, we can do it now if you want to. So at 5,400 nautical miles, we've walked around 1/4 of the Earth. We've walked from the North Pole to the equator, and now we're at 0 degrees. So all we need to do is double that, which is going to be 10,800, right?
Yep.
Oops, my God. Yes, 10,800.
So this is 180 degrees. You're saying is 10.
That would be 180 degrees. Would be down to there, right? And then that would be, we've now traveled the circumference of half of the Earth. And then if we just did pi r, if we go backwards to try to get pi from that, we'll find that roughly describes the shape of the Earth. I can do that maths if you want. So we know that we get declination. We go 90 degrees, which will take us from there to there. Times 60 nautical miles will give 5,400 nautical miles. 10,800 is going to be half of the thing. Then help me with the maths here. What do I do to that? I do divide that by pi to get r. Is that what I do? I think I do. Yeah.
This is quite painful, to be honest.
Oh, well, I mean,
it's some pretty simple math here. We're just trying to show that the relationship.
Am I doing it right though? I just want to double check I'm doing it right before I start punching things in. It's like, oh, you don't have pi. Divided by pi equals 3,437, and then 3,956. So pretty close.
Look
right?
at that. Perfect.
The radius. That's
exactly. You just calculated the distance between the planar stationary Earth and the sun.
No, the center of the Earth.
So let's do it. Let's do it for the sun.
You have to assume that one, Vanek.
We can
know,
right? we can keep punching in numbers to get. But what you will find with this angle here is that angle is going to be 90 degrees. That's going to be less than 90. That's going to be less than 90. But what you'll find is that 90 is the top of this graph, right? And then this is distance from it. It doesn't get to 0 at 5,400 nautical miles. What you'll find is it drops, but it never actually touches 0. It'll asymptote towards 0 because you can never have an angle that's 0 unless it is on the same line. That's what 0 would mean. It's on the same line. The only way.
Not even if there's a vanishing line in your perspective view.
If you showed me evidence for that, I would.
You're missing some person. So you can call somebody and say, "Is that sun right above you?" And that guy due west of you. Oh yeah, it's right above me. It's noon right now. You can call them, so you know from your perspective from your 0.
And anybody in a 69-mile area
hold
too,
on,
right? Then
hold on, hey Don, come on. All you do is call that person and say, "Yeah, it's right above my head," but I see it right at the sunset. It looks like 0 to me, but it's not because I can see it above my head where I sit. So what? How do you
Yeah.
rectify that?
An optical
It looks like
phenomenon.
hold on. It looks like 0 to you, but your buddy is looking like 90 from him. So how
Yeah,
do
you look
Right.
into
If it's
Mazda
if it's an optical phenomenon, you're just going to have to do a few things. You're just going to need to test the assumption, give us some sort of thing we could punch in here. But what it also need to do is show why it's so good at making it look like we're on a ball, because you can do this 1 degree per 69 miles, which almost all flat earthers should agree with, because it's at least what a lot of the big ones say. Most people agree with that.
We agree with it. Not because.
Right. So, but all you need to do, you don't need to know the numbers then. You just need to say that's a linear relationship.
May I ask a question, Roddy?
And then this is not.
It's not linear in the ball, though.
Yes, it is. It's absolutely linear.
As it gets towards the bottom, no, it changes.
It doesn't. It doesn't change at all as you get towards the bottom. I'll
But
show you
it's
what
an-
happens
well,
as you get
it's
towards the
actually-
bottom.
it's
The refraction close to the horizon would change it slightly.
No, because down here, if you're
Yes.
still trying to look to Polaris, you'd be looking straight down. You'd be looking. It's still a linear relationship all the way around.
Change it in
Because
the last few 69 increments. As it gets close to the horizon, it's not going to drop the same degree precisely every time.
Well, they get
That's
away
right.
with that on the
Refraction- yes,
globe model.
refraction
They have to get a. Sorry, let me jump in real quick. They have to what you just said, White, is correct, but they have to make the stars an infinite distance away, so that the angle between the actual star and the ground is virtually indistinct. Insignificant to the point to where they can then alter that geometry.
Well, also what White's is saying is correct. When you're measuring angles below 25 degrees declination, they recommend you do a refraction adjustment, and the refraction adjustment is dependent on the angle like below that you're looking. So yeah, the closer and closer it gets to 0, the refraction does play a part. But up until that point, it's linear, and with that correction, it remains linear. So I mean, if you've got, as you keep saying, if there's some sort of interesting optical effect at play, describe it to us and we can test it. But what we are seeing here is there is a linear relationship, and the way it works, the way that I finally started to understand the sextant business and lines of latitude and longitude is what they've basically done for lines of latitude is draw a compass at the Earth's center. And 90 degrees is at the top, so 90 degrees will be north and 90 degrees will be south, and 0 will be on the equator. And then for every line around here, if you're at 50 degrees, what they mean is from that line of 50 degrees, that will be 50 degrees, because that angle to there will be the same as that angle to there. These will be the same angle.
Well, why do you?
Because
real quick, this is getting kind of deep in the weeds. But what the thing is the original thing that you drew was a planar surface with the sun and the angles. That one.
This one.
That one. So that is the XYZ axis. You have a planar surface. You have the right angle up to the object in the sky. And then you have those angles going down. You then use that with the nautical mile claim with the 69, and then plugged in pi. But you really didn't do anything that indicated anything spherical. But what you did do is you measured a radius. However, did you measure the radius of the surface to the thing in the sky, or did you measure the radius of the surface of the Earth down to a presupposed globe?
The radius down to a presupposed globe, because
that's the presupposed word is the key one. What I'm saying is
you have
this is sort of like we started the show talking about the mathematical thing.
Hold on, Xan.
No, this is all done with a presupposition that it's round, because the number we have, this 60 nautical miles for the angle, is derived from what we measure. Has nothing to do with this measurement that he's putting there. That's saying if it was not spherical, like this picture depicts, then we would not be able to get those distances for 1 degree or for 69 miles or 60 nautical miles of movement. That would not work at all. We're not even close.
But the key factor here, this is like we started the show talking when Brian brought up, the 3 people go to the hotel, $10, and then they, that whole riddle, because this is exactly it. Like in real time in the heliocentric model, I think, because what you're doing there, okay, if you want to presuppose that you're on a sphere with a radius, and then you put the sun so far away, now you can claim that those angles are acquiring the radius of a sphere. I understand that idea. I understand.
You can put it anywhere you want.
Hold on, don't interrupt. Let me just finish. So I understand that geometry. Then the last part of it is that the thing is that if you're on a stationary planar surface and the sun is much more close and local, well, now you have a completely different set of geometries. And with that close local light source, you now are measuring the radius from the ground to the light source.
But that won't work. That still doesn't work. It
It
means
works. A sundial shows that. Real
quick,
let me just say my final thing, which is that a sundial shows that it's a planar surface, and then the shadow goes around the entire sundial, showing that as well. But yeah, I know I kind of interrupted you. Go ahead, Zanuck.
Yeah, I had one quick comment to make. That only works, Gio, is this if the sun moves position as you move. If it's stationary, that doesn't work at all, not even close. So you're right if the sun could move up and down as you move around the surface. But if it stays where it is, no, ain't gonna work. Not even close.
I mean, if you did have a model for the sun, because it appears that what would need to happen, I've been trying to manage on it, the sun needs to appear to drop in the sky depending on your distance away from it, such that when you get 5,400 nautical miles from it, it is at zero, which is which would work for as well explaining sunsets. It would struggle for boats and stuff like that, because boats are, well, no, actually it works fine for boats. That's all you'd need to do. So you've got the startings of what you'd need to do, the starting assumptions you would need to build a model to explain this kind of refraction, which is we know that it needs to replicate 1 degree every, not just 1 degree every nautical mile, but it needs to replicate the difference between this logarithmic, is that what you call it, or this asymptote, and that line. So it's something that's going to bring that to there up, and then that beyond there down, so that it can turn it into a line. So you've got the startings of what it would take to build a model. You just need to find a way to represent it in reality, to test it.
Well, I'm all for that idea. Yeah, absolutely. That's all. Yeah, we don't. There's a lot of pieces that would need to be put together to get all that. But it does sound like you are agreeing that these are just starting data points that are not definitive or conclusive yet.
Well, I find them definitive and conclusive because we use them to make latitude and longitude, and mariners, since time immemorial, since the sort of 1300s, arguably since the 500s, the sort of, beg your pardon, 2500 BC, the Egyptians were using stars to navigate.
Yeah, no, I'm not denying that it's definitive in terms of the measurements and all of that. What I'm saying is it's a non-definitive set of data points for deciphering the entire shape of the whole system.
Well, I find it definitive because I can take simple measurements and then backwards get to the radius of the Earth, pretty close to the radius of the Earth. So simple things like that tell me it is fairly reliable, and lines of latitude, you can also test that. Like, one of the simple ones is like, the other way to look at it is, if I wanted to keep the sun at 90 degrees, or whatever this celestial body is, don't call it the sun because the sun's going to scoot across the Earth pretty quickly. If I want to keep that at 90 degrees, and that's a fixed point, call it Polaris for now, I think we'd all agree I cannot move from that spot. But the thing you were saying before about lines of equal altitude is right. So if I wanted to keep it at whatever that degree is, which we'll call B.
Well, yeah, the line right under it is your GP, your ground
position. It's my GP.
Yep.
So I cannot move from it. Whereas this angle will be a certain size, right? And this would be true if this was a star, same as if this was a pole in a parking lot, a light on a pole in a parking lot. And if that angle B was a certain size, then you would get a small, you'd get a circle of line of equal altitude. What we'd also agree is, as these lines get bigger, these lines of equal altitude, as these angles get tighter,
the circle of equal altitude. Circle of
equal altitude, sure. The circle of equal altitude gets bigger. So as the body drops in the sky, the lines of equal altitude increase. What's interesting, and what you can verify for yourself if you want to go to the Southern Hemisphere, is that we use those same lines, so that we know this because this is a line of latitude across the Earth. So 90 would be a point, 80 would be a little circle like that, 70 would be a bigger circle like that, and you're going to keep going like that until you get to one that's the equator, and you cannot get any bigger than that, right? What you find as well, though, is as you go south, you don't even need to go below 60. So where's 60? We'll say all of 60 is out of bounds, not allowed to go down here. We'll accept that for the moment. You can test it on any one of these lines of latitude, and what you'll find is this 0 degrees is bigger, this 10 degrees is smaller, and they shrink in a linear way as you get south. And you can test this because a nautical mile due north will always be 1 degree of declination, but a nautical mile along one of these lines of equal altitude will be relative to the size of that line, the length of that line. So you don't need to even go around the whole line. You just test 1 degree of declination here and 1 degree of declination here, and you know that those you can test whether they are a nautical mile and they're not.
That's only 30 though, not 60.
Oh yeah, I probably got bits wrong, and I also just said a degree when I meant to say a degree is a nautical mile rather than 60 nautical miles. But yeah,
Get it right, eggshells. Fuck.
Gist of what I'm saying is that you can test this even on a small scale anywhere in the southern hemisphere, and what you'll find is the same as because this so far maps with flat Earth. The northern hemisphere maps with flat Earth, right? You've got a single point at the center and then radiating out larger points. The problem goes that when you cross back over, you'll find that they start to shrink again, which kind of puts paid to this whole thing of there could be missing ocean at sea because you can test that line is getting shorter.
Is that what you found when you've gone and sailed the world?
At the
actually getting
60th,
smaller.
and at the 60th, it's all ocean.
Yeah, so you're claiming that you have, thorough measurements of this that are validated in the southern regions to validate what you just said?
Yeah, they're called latitude and longitude. This is why latitude and longitude is measured in degrees. It's not a measurement of distance, it's a measurement of declination of the celestial pole.
I understand mathematically it would be, but what I'm saying is that if the Earth isn't what they have told us it is, and there is some sort of a differential in the map, whether it is something like the AE map or some other type of idea of projection, either way, and in this idea you're saying the southern region, which is larger, spread out, there would be a deception involved in that. It would be involved in the GPS system. It would be involved in all of that. So
I would be involved in a sextant.
I would say that you would have to. No, I've said all along that sextant measurements will give a lot. But what I'm saying is that do you have those actual sextant measurements, or are you just assuming that it is because the model tells you that it is?
No, so I haven't gone and tested these degrees myself. Here's the basis I'm basing it on. Sextants work. They help us find our position on Earth. Latitude, we get latitude and longitude from sextant measurements. That's how robust sextants are at finding your place on Earth, that we've come up with a grid system for it. I am going to go and test lines of latitude and longitude, and I am very confident that they will be accurate, just the same as they were accurate for my dad when he was using a sextant to navigate.
Well, I don't disagree with you. Sextants can be very accurate. It should be accurate in the South. I mean, that should be the case. I agree. But the question is it? So that really, meaning if you and I went out and we took a boat and we spent a couple of years going around to every position in the ocean that we possibly can. Granted, let's just say that they let us go to the 60-degree parallel south, that we can go to the 58th or 57th degree. Let's just say that we could do that freely without any, Coast Guard showing up or restricted maritime laws or anything. If we were able to do that, we were able to take detailed sextant measurements everywhere around the Earth ourselves. Like the way I've said to do it is if you were on, really the ultimate way to do it is to have about 3 vessels. And on each vessel, you would have like at least 10 or 15 people, depending on how large they are, but multiple people that would be doing all independent sextant measurements. So you have like multiple, cross validation. And then that group would be able to go around and take all these measurements. What I think would be the case, obviously I haven't done that in this lifetime, so I can't just tell you I've done that right now. But what I would say is that if that was done, I claim that will not correlate with the WGS 84 that we're given, and there will be the discrepancy there.
Yeah, I've made the perfect tool to test that, man. I've made exactly the tool. So instead of having to look it up in the book or anything, you could simply just measure the angle to whatever star you're going to use, and immediately it'll tell you the GP of that star and your distance from that GP. A bunch of people do this.
Yeah, and you could do your way, Geo, but what I'm saying about this is so robust and simple. You can just test any line you want, and you will find that they are shorter here. That a degree doesn't equal an east-west degree doesn't equal a nautical mile. Sorry, east-west, a degree doesn't equal 60 nautical miles, but it does at the equator, and it does north-south. But I want to borrow Kosho's program.
Yeah, sounds like you guys got a lot of work to do.
Well, not really. But eggshells. When me and Jeremy were talking about doing this test, I got a hold of a bunch of Australian dudes, and was just basically going to measure their suns, because you can do this tomorrow. You just take two people's sunsets from one person to the next person, and measure the time difference, and then measure the east to west distance between the two people, carefully without the north or south or whatever. So like the longitudinal distance or whatever, and you'll see that it conforms the movement of the sun across the longitudes moves at a consistent rate once per 24 hours, but the speed will determine the actual distance of those longitude lines.
And an interesting thing about it is I watched a doco on this the other night. Latitude they've been able to find since, like I said, the Ptolemaic dynasty in Egypt, like ages ago. People got this idea of how high Polaris is in the sky, or back in the Egyptians' time it was actually Thuban, but how high the North Star or the North Celestial Pole is in the sky gives you your latitude. But they struggled until like the 1600s, 1700s to get latitude, because for what Kosho's talking about, requires that you know exactly the correct time. Then you can know exactly where you are in terms of east-west on the planet. And because most clocks back again.
Then you have to have an almanac or some sort of catalog,
And because they didn't have, because most clocks were like large pendulum clocks that you needed to keep resetting, and because the boat would sway this way and that, the pendulums wouldn't stay at even, and so they had this like prize that was worth like about $1 million in today's money, where they said come up with a way for determining longitude, sorry, and who was it? Not Newton. One of these like famous astronomers was like laughing at the people coming up with clocks. They're like, "Oh, these people are idiots. They're tinkers. They're not proper scientists like I am." And they were determined to come up with this method where you could like do some measurement between the moon and where it was and the stars and all of this. But it was super complex, really hard to work out. Took 4 hours to work out, and they just found, if you came up with a good enough clock, you could do exactly what Kosho is talking about. If you get your noon sighting and you can see that it's noon sighting, but the clock that you set at the port that you left says 2 o'clock, you are 30 degrees around the globe from that point.
Don't you have a sextant, eggshells?
Yep. Yeah, I got one.
Because I ended up making I made a sextivis. It's like my version of a sextant. But yeah, I mean, you should try to use the bot that I made and try and take measurements of 3 stars and see if it doesn't give you your location.
Yeah, awesome. If you, is it like an online thing, or how do I use it?
It's in the bot, but it's not in the server.
Hey, he's just telling a story. Hey, he's talking about. Hey, you're talking about 1 degree. I know that was a mistake when you're talking about 1 nautical mile per degree. I know you meant 69 miles. But do you know how much the distance would be different in length between your globe and a flat plane? Yeah. Let's see if you really thought this through.
Flat plane. My assertion is, short of some optical effects that haven't been described to me, it would be
10 feet, bro. 10 feet.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when does the elevation?
My point is, just let me finish. My point is you're acting like this has been done. It's so easy. You fucking measure out a straight line. Find a place that you could even get a straight line, and that many times you've had to have to change the measurements. It'd be outside of the margin of error. If you think if it was that simple, don't you think we'd have already done this, man? You're really like putting us like kind of, I don't know, like thinking of us like retards. Like, bro, you got to look into this shit.
Can you explain the 10 feet? Because I didn't. I'm struggling to understand anything you're saying right now. What
That'd be the difference in distance. So you said you could measure 1 degree to a star, travel 69 miles, and it'll be exactly, you know, like you could differentiate between a globe and a flat plane. The difference is only 10 damn feet, so you couldn't prove it either way.
So the question I've been asking is, when will this angle get to 0 on a flat plane? My math says to me that unless that is 0, it will never get to 0.
Dude,
absolutely.
Look dude, I got 2 refraction miles to get it to 0. It's going to take refraction.
It's going to take refraction to get it to 0. Okay.
Yeah.
Is it going to be a linear? Is it going to be a linear relationship up until then?
Yeah, it's listen. This is the formula I want you to use. Okay, just use 6 inches per mile squared, man. You could use terrestrial refraction.
Writing the makeup of the atmosphere is
6 inches per mile squared is just making the ground curved.
No, it's making the fucking sky a fucking dome.
For this.
Okay. Okay. Think about this, man.
What he's talking about? He's talking about they formulated the measure. You're saying, listen, you're giving false information,
refraction, and you just curved the Earth to do so.
No, I did not. I curved the dome. I curved the roof, bro. I curved the stars because that's when they mapped out. Wait. When they mapped out longitude and latitude, they mapped out the sky as a fucking as circular.
A shell.
It's everywhere around us, not the ground, bro. When they first originally did it, they were mapping out the fucking arc in the sky, the sky dome.
Unique spot.
The sky is a shell. They didn't map it out like it was fucking the depth of the sky when they first mapped it out. It was the surface of the sky. So think about.
I mean, you can do it either way. You just go, I see that light in the sky, I'm measuring the angle for it, and if I can go to a place, what we know is we can go to a place where, exactly as Kosho said, for every point on the ground, well, maybe not for everyone, there's probably some dark bits of sky, but for every point on the ground, there is a star in the sky that correlates with that.
Yeah, so every angle on a flat plane, whatever angle you're at, just say A over 90. Here's your formula. Where to get your true distance on a flat plane, go A over 90 times D times point A. Okay, and then
listen, man.
That formula, that's your distance.
Like, let me just get in a little bit, man. Like, for real. We all know the simple models of what can it be. We all know that for flat Earth, the Globers are going to say, well, what's the special model of the sky that's doing it? If you're not working on that shit, if you're not able to say, okay, let's think about a beach ball of the celestial sphere and then a tinier baseball inside the beach ball, and that's the globe model, right? Why, if you're not willing to be like, well, let's remove the baseball, keep the celestial sphere of the beach ball, and let's put a pizza inside the fucking beach ball. Well, now they're keeping their celestial sphere, but now we got to explain to them the special rules of why we're seeing like under the pizza, for instance. Like,
there's a lot of things you've got to explain.
Well, yeah, but that's the point. If you're not working on that, you ain't doing shit.
It's not a one-for-one relationship.
It doesn't matter if it's one-to-one, Kosho.
Yeah, it does matter. In reality,
listen, Kosho, no. You don't get to say what's in that realm, how the light is working. Maybe
in reality,
maybe you're inside a pizza.
You're going to base this off reality. In reality, there's a one-for-one.
Reality, it's 1-to-1 until you get to 45 degrees.
Then you could be seeing under the pizza to the bottom of the celestial sphere beach ball, but thinking you're looking straight. If that realm is acting in a different way, dude, then you don't know. And the point is, I'm getting at, is both of y'all need to come to the middle and work on this like this, or you ain't doing shit.
Okay, you said that. So every spot in the sky, every longitude and latitude or right ascension and declination in the sky has a position on the ground that corresponds to that same position. There's a one-for-one relationship.
That shit, you can only prove that shit within about 30 or 40 degrees before you start claiming refraction. Okay,
right, you're not looking at the whole beach ball at once.
No,
not on planet Earth.
So give me your what do you call it? Formula, Brian?
Actually, everybody.
A over 90.
All right, it's A. Okay, it's A over 90. So whatever angle you measure, let's say you're all right. Just for example, we're out at sea. We're trying to figure out our distance from Polaris. Okay, and we measure it, and we get 30 degrees.
30 degrees, right?
Okay, so we're gonna so instead of
90.
switching the longitude and the latitude, just say we measure 30 degrees. So subtract 30 from 90.
Of course, we know
subtract 30 from 90.
Yeah. So say 60. Okay.
So not 30 over 90.
Well, think about it. If you got a 30-degree angle to Polaris, you're gonna be fucking, you're gonna be way far away. So you're gonna have to use the distance as far as latitude goes as for 60 degrees. You see what I'm saying? The latitude. Just trust me one time. Okay. Now, so you got 60. Okay, 60 divided by 90.
60 divided by 90.
Yep, 60 divided by 90.
Why did you divide it by 90?
What is that? 0.66? What is that even number?
0.66 repeating.
0.66 repeating. Thank you. Yep. And what is that? What is that measured in now? Is that nautical miles or is that degrees?
Like you said, it's a degree.
That's a number. You divide degrees by degrees, you end up with a unitless number.
Yeah.
So triangulate the distance with a height of 3958 for Polaris. So go to your triangle calculator. Here, I'll do it for you.
How high is Polaris?
The height of Polaris is 3958. Okay.
How do you determine that?
So I need to get a triangle calculator, right? Just a second.
Part of the reification.
How do you determine the height of Polaris?
Right now it's a measured angle, man. That's all we got. Okay.
Why is there so much interruptions? Jeez.
Well, how do you determine the height of Polaris?
Because we triangulated it. It changed 1 degree for fucking 69 miles. That triangulates out to 3958.7, same as your fucking Earth's radius. What a coincidence!
So the elevation. The angle of
Polaris is constant.
Yeah. So the
okay, so 22. Listen, 2285. That's what the triangulation says. Okay, so that's what we're gonna work with. So you divide it.
I'm not just trying to do the maths. I'm also trying to understand the maths. So let's
okay, well, I'm gonna explain it. But first, I'll explain it. But first, get these couple numbers out of the way so I can drop these screens.
Okay.
Write down 2285 so I can forget it.
And what is that? Is that in miles?
That's the triangulated distance. Okay, with a Polaris 3958, which we triangulated before we left the shore. Okay.
We triangulated Polaris's. Is that its altitude? Is that how high it is in the sky?
Yes, at that particular spot.
We mean at that particular spot. It
Yeah,
varies.
Polaris doesn't move, dude. Dude, you're just complicating shit. You're waiting for anything to jump in. Okay, why don't you just stay out of it?
Is Polaris constant height? That's my
No,
question.
Polaris doesn't move, dude. Okay.
Oh, so okay, good.
It's a constant height. Okay.
So that's 3958. Okay, we're just gonna add that there. So
This
we don't get lost.
Calculation is like it's twice as far as it's. I mean, it's half as far as it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
No, hold on. No, dude, listen. Okay. No, it's not. Okay. It's 2285. We're using 60. We're using 60-degree latitude. Okay.
Oh, you said it's 30 degrees in the sky.
Okay, if you got a 30-degree angle to Polaris, okay, then you're then basically okay. So are you 2285 away at latitude 30? Or wait, at the 30th latitude? Are you
4140?
I mean at 60. Jesus Christ, dude. I'm gonna try this one more time, okay? Whether you want to use the fucking whether you want to use the adjacent, or whether you want to work it into latitude, whichever you want to use. This is how it triangulates, okay? And 30 degrees. If you picture a 30-degree angle from to Polaris, okay, you're not 2,285 miles away, right? You're like almost 5,000 miles away because of latitudes. Okay, so we're just doing it based on the latitude. So that's why I just subtracted it from 90 degrees right off the bat, so we don't confuse latitudes and angles and shit.
So
just say 60 degrees. Okay, is and anyway it works with every one of them. But until you get down closer to the horizon, and then it's then you have to apply.
So explain to me what we're doing here. We're at 30 degrees north. For some reason, we subtract that from 90, and so we're getting 60 degrees. And 60 divided by 90 is giving us 0.66 repeating. What are we doing with that 0.66 repeating?
What are you talking about? You got something else going on. You want to explain what you got going on?
I don't understand your formula. I'm trying to get you to explain your formula to me.
Okay.
We've divided 90 by 60.
Dude, you won't even triangulate nothing. I'm trying to walk you through it, and you just fucking. I don't know if you really don't understand this.
So walk me through it.
Okay. If I'm 1 degree, okay. Now, all right. What we're gonna do is subtract 30 from fucking 90 because because we're using the fucking hypotenuse, okay? Okay. We're using the is that good enough, dude? Fuck. For fuck's sake, dude. Anyway, what I'm saying is just for simplicity's sake, is just subtract 90 from 30, okay? And you get 60, okay? That's going to correlate latitudes with the angle in the long run, okay? Because if you've got 30 degrees to Polaris, you're not 2,285 miles away, bro. You're basically 4,000.
You're not walking me through it. You just keep diverting off and telling me where I'm not, and then saying, "Bro, it doesn't." None of this makes any fucking sense.
All right, well,
I don't even know what I'm calculating.
Is this dumbass trolling me?
No, I don't know, but no, it's all good. I think I understood what Brian said. Riding, I mean, essentially, it's building a circle of equal altitude around Polaris, and then essentially, getting that value of the distance, which would be like in a conception where if you have a planar Earth that's surrounded by a sphere or like a hemispherical dome in a sense, what he's essentially doing in my mind is creating a circle of equal altitude and then creating the radius of that sphere, the actual sphere that the plane is surrounded in that type of idea, rather than being on a sphere where you're going into a presupposed center of a globe.
I think what it appears to me is that putting a bunch of numbers together and getting the answer you want.
No, yeah, right, dude. Hey, that's funny. Wouldn't that be great? No,
there isn't
not even getting the angle I want.
I mean, I think it's a valid.
What I'm considering zero is an alligator's mouth with his fucking jaws closed. To me, that's zero. Okay, 1 to me. In this formula, you could call it using the fucking hypotenuse, but 1 to me is a tiny little low ass angle. Okay. So when I say 30 degrees, okay, when I say 30 degrees to Polaris, I'm picturing that the alligator's mouth is just open a little bit, okay? So you could say I'm using the hypotenuse, or I'm just using the latitude function, basically, because 30 degrees is going to be farther than 2,285 on either model, okay?
So 2,285 is the altitude of Polaris, correct?
No, 3958.
3958.
That's the triangulated. Reality.
So if we were 1 degree away from the equator, the tangent of 1 would equal 3959 divided by x, right? So 3959 divided by the tangent will give us the distance to the 1 degree above the equator. So let's see, the tangent of 1 is, let's see, 1, and trigonometry, tangent 0.017, okay.
So I'm still not getting the formula. I've got the whole.
Okay, you ready? Okay. Anyway, here we go. So the first thing we're doing, we triangulated Polaris before we left the shore. Okay, this is in reality. We got 3958 because we got 69 miles and 1 degree of exchange. Okay, so that 1 degree. So now we go out to sea, and we fucking measure a 30-degree angle. So we're gonna
Right.
subtract. So just call this step 1 in the formula, okay? If we can't get past it, so subtract 90 from 30.
30 from 90 or 90 from 30. One's going to give
Subtract
me
30
60.
from
One's
90.
going to
30
give
from
me
90.
Okay. Yep. Got 60.
Okay.
I'm getting 227,326 miles to the 1 degree
Wait, hold
above
on
the
a second.
equator.
If you are, it's fine. I can.
I need a minute.
Okay. Look. Okay. Here you go. So so what you're gonna do?
Then we've got.
Yeah. Hold on a second, man. Let me get this cord for her. But
Oh my god.
All right, man. All right. So she sees. First off, on your globe, we're never going to use that measurement. But
No, don't tell me what. No, don't go back into that shit, Brian. Seriously, don't go back into that shit. Just tell me the fucking formula.
Shut up,
Jesus,
dude.
shit.
I already told you the fucking
Tell me
formula.
the formula.
Now I'm
man.
walking you through it. Okay?
Don't talk about the globe.
Panicking, dude.
Tell me the
Don't
fucking
panic.
formula.
All right, guys.
Okay.
Jesus.
Okay. Don't panic. Don't panic.
Put on your
Okay,
globe.
now-
Thing.
So
Relax,
now-
dude.
Hang on. Anybody got a smoke? Just tell
You
me.
will survive this. Alternative
Fucking
points
true.
of view cause no harm. You
Okay,
will
so
Actually, they do. Actually,
At
they do.
the end of the day,
You'll survive it too, Crit.
Actually, they do.
at the end of the day,
Don't need
you
to trigger
will
and
be
spiral,
okay.
bro.
At the end of the
Don't
day,
trigger
you
and
will be okay.
Let's
You will
just
survive this.
spiral.
Well, let's
You
get
will.
it back on the
Great.
somewhere
So
on
can I
track.
please have the rest of the formula, Brian?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Now, so you subtracted. This is what it took to subtract 30 from fucking 90. Now we're right back where we were. You subtracted 30 from 90, right? Okay.
Yes, it's on the screen.
Okay. Let me check out your screen. Okay. Now, okay, hold on. Let me check out your screen. Okay. So now, so you got 60. So you're gonna say 60 times 2285 because that's what we no. What you came up with from the division. So divide 90 by 60. So
Right,
90 divided by
0.66.
I mean 60 divided by 90. I'm sorry. 60 divided by 90.
Which is getting a 0.66. Why are we doing that
Right,
step?
right. Because you're gonna find out when we're done. Let's just get past it. Then you can ask all the questions you want. Okay, so now times the distance we just triangulated, 2285.
So how do we get that distance?
I told you we'll go through all that. We're triangulating it. We just triangulate it. I told you right down
I'm just asking, where does
2285.
2285 come from? I don't have 2285 yet. I've got 0.666. You're saying 0.66 of the 3959?
Triangle
3958?
calculator. Triangle
So I've got a
calculator.
So I've got a triangle calculator up here, and what I've done is I've plugged in an angle of 30 and a side. So I've got this angle down here is 30, and this side up here is 3958. Is that what you want me to do?
Yeah, dude. Yeah. We already
Okay.
triangulated. We already triangulated.
So that's giving me size.
Your height, so hold on. So your height is 3959, correct?
Height
for A.
of side A of the triangle is 3958. Yes.
3958. Okay.
Yeah.
And for your angle, you're putting in
30 degrees.
30 degrees.
Yes.
Okay.
And then where's this 2285 coming from?
Okay. Hold on a second. Hold on. No, wait. Okay. You gotta check the angle for now check 60 degree.
Where's 60 degrees?
Dude, I'm gonna have to just listen. I'm gonna put a video up and I just walk you through it completely.
You mean
'Cause
60 degrees is in this
drive me
top
insane,
angle?
dude. It drives me absolutely insane. It's too simple.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm
for all
with
this
you, man.
to do
This
to
doesn't
me.
make any sense whatsoever.
It's simple shit, dude. Listen, it's simple shit. Very simple
Do
shit.
you want me to show you simple? I'll show you simple.
Yeah, listen.
I calculate the
I'll write
altitude
down
to
the
Polaris
formula
from there.
and
I
try and walk
calculate
you
it to
through
be
it,
50
man. It's
degrees,
driving
so
me
it's
nuts.
50 degrees. Another 1 degree will be another 60 nautical miles. Done. That's how easy it is.
I'm gonna post
No,
the video.
I'll tell you when we're
And
done
if
just
if you're
because.
interested, then watch it. Okay? If you're interested in watching the video, just watch it, bro.
No, I'm
It's driving
not.
me
This
nuts,
doesn't
bro.
make any sense.
You're
If it
trolling
made
me,
sense,
dude.
he would have explained it.
Dude, if it makes sense, I fucking walk you through it on the video. I'm not doing this, dude. You're a troll. You're trolling me, dude.
But you won't explain
I
why
feel like you guys are
I'm
getting, like,
doing
all,
any
like-
of the
like-
things that I'm
Hold
doing.
on. Hold on,
You
Ryan.
don't explain what 22 and 5 comes from.
Hold
You're
on.
not explaining why we're adding and
Hold on a
subtracting
second, you
things.
guys. Hold on. I had to mute you both for a second because this is getting very intense. So how do we, where do we go from here? Like, it sounds like you guys were almost completed through it. So I don't know who to unmute or what to do because if you guys are just getting more like activated at each other, so we got to figure something out here. How to move?
I'll give a second,
I'm happy
man.
to hear the end of it. I just think it's reasonable as somebody goes through a formula when somebody says divide that number by X to go Y. Right? If you said to me, we're going to take the angle of the top, and I said Y, I'd tell you. I wouldn't go, I'll tell you at the end when I'm done.
Yeah, dude. Do I have to explain every ratio to you, dude? As I fucking call out numbers? You're trolling me,
Brian,
dude.
I would like if you did it, Brian.
works.
If you knew how to do math, all I'd have to do is tell you the formula, and you'd work it
I
out.
disagree with you,
Tell
bro.
me the formula
I
then.
disagree.
Tell me the formula. That'll be an easier way of doing it.
Okay.
I'll ask you the Y's and the wherefores later.
Okay, you ready? You ready?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. A over 90 being the angle. A over 90 times D times 1% of the angle times the percentage of the angle. So point A. So one more time. A over 90 times D times point A. That's
Point
simple. That's your
08.
refracted amount. That's your
0.1.
refracted distance. So when you get that, you subtract that from the triangulated distance, and you have your actual distance.
What's with the
Simple
point eight,
stuff.
bro? What's with the
Yeah,
point eight?
boy,
Isn't point
that
eight
is you, man.
10%, bro?
Anyone trying
Because
to
it's a
make sense?
percentage. It's a percentage.
Anyone trying to make
It's
sense?
it's a percentage, man.
Crazy.
A
Well, let's
percentage
just let
of
him
an
finish.
angle.
All right, let's let Brian finish. Okay.
Oh, no, but isn't point eight 10%?
That's supposed to be
No,
1%.
no, no. It's just a percentage. It's basically the percentage of the angle, man. It's a ratio. Okay, it's a function of distance and angle. That's it. So it's ratioed out with 90 degrees. Okay?
You could also
in other
just
words,
say
in other words, the bigger your angle, the steeper your angle, the more refraction you're going to have.
But you could
So
al-
that's how
This is the
simple.
That's wrong.
you could also say A over 10.
That's totally wrong. The shallower your angle, the deeper, the more refraction you have.
Dude, I'm out, dude. I can't do this. I'll be
at
honest
90
with you.
degrees, you have
When I
zero
get time,
refraction.
man, I'm going to post a
Where's
video.
D?
So if anybody's
You are
interested,
totally
they can
wrong.
watch the video.
You don't, yeah, mate.
All
I
right,
don't-
thanks.
You are
Brian.
totally
None
wrong.
of this
Sorry.
makes any sense. Where is D? Where did D come from?
That's the distance.
Distance.
That's the
Ah,
39.59.
So really, it
Distance
means height.
up or the distance height? Okay,
I think it means height.
Yeah, that didn't make any sense, man. That's what I'm saying.
that doesn't make any sense at all. Not even a little bit.
No reason to use the complementary angle out of the 90 when you're looking at Polaris. The elevation angle is your latitude. So
So A over
Yes.
90 would be what? 30 divided by 90, which is times 39.58.
So what is A if
the angle.
D was the height, the angle, right?
Wait, no, A was over on the right there. That's the height.
That's
A
mine.
is the height.
That's mine. That's mine.
I think
Okay.
A is the angle.
Triangle calculator. In any case, with a triangle, you're not going to get a linear relationship. Why would we have? It's just this. It's as simple as this. Why would we have sine, cosine, and tan? Why would we have all of this complexity if you could just go the height is x times the angle? Like, did anybody find trig easy at school? No. Do you find it easier to times one thing by another thing? Yes. Ain't a linear relationship.
Trig got easy once you learned it.
Well,
Yeah.
you just accept the rules and memorize them. But what's difficult about trig is visually imagining why the rules are what they are.
Yeah.
Well, then
There's
if
a
you
cool
go on in
graphic
math, if you go on in math a couple years later, they actually derive these formulas. Pretty
No, yeah, and in trig, they a lot of the time they'll give you a rundown of that, but most people don't absorb that, and it's obvious that Brian doesn't know what these rules are. It's obvious that he doesn't whether he understands them is an entirely different question. He just doesn't even know what they are.
Well, here we go, man. All right, I'm not going to sit here and listen to that. So y'all check me out one time.
What's
subtracting anything. Forget subtracting anything. Okay, just if you want to do this, I'll walk you through it one time. Just save your questions to the end. I'm just going to go straight through it. Okay, so my model is based on a distance from the equator to the North Pole of 6,170 miles. Okay, I could have differed that, but that's, through my research, that's approximately what I got. Okay, so we triangulate Polaris right off the bat. 1 degree, 69 miles, we get 39.58. Okay, so now we go out to the water. Okay, we measure an angle of 30 degrees. Okay, so that's all we have now is a height that we triangulated before we left the shore of 39.58 and 30 degrees. Okay, so we do the triangulation. We get 2285 for a distance. Okay, now we want to figure out the refracted distance. Okay, so we're going to apply this formula, which is a function of distance and the ratio of the angle. Okay, so we're going to multiply. Okay, we're going to divide 30 by 90. Okay, then we're going to multiply that times the 2285 times 0.30. Okay, now that's the refracted amount right there. That's 228. So you're going to subtract 228 from the 2285, and that's your actual distance. So that what we came up with after the formula is the refracted amount, the amount that needs correction. So that's your refracted amount, and it's spot on. If you divide
30 divided by 90 times 2258 times 0.3.
6170 divided by 90 times 30. So if you want to figure out, what degree it works on a globe or whatever. So 6170 divided by 90 times the angle. So it comes out to 20. It's 20. It's fucking 2285 minus 228, whatever that is.
Oh, you did that too fast.
And so this is like an arbitrary distance at the equator?
No, that's your distance from Polaris at 30 degrees from a 30-degree measurement. That's your correct.
This is your physical distance away from Polaris.
Yeah, that's what you measured your angle to. You could do it to the sun, whatnot. There's a couple little small adjustments, and when you get down low, when you get down to about 25 degrees, really in the globe, they don't use a sextant past 30 degrees generally, except for generalizations. But when you get down to like 20 degrees, close to the equator, and the distances get extreme, then I have to use terrestrial refraction when it gets low to the horizon. And that's something I'm about to put out. I'm about to put out my terrestrial refraction.
So how do you know this math is correct?
Well, it matches reality.
Does it? So you've been to Polaris?
If y'all's maps are right, that's.
No, you. Unless I'm misunderstanding what you said, you're saying this is a way for you to calculate the physical straight line distance to Polaris.
Yeah, the substellar point.
Okay. Yeah. So the distance, the straight line distance that you would physically travel to physically touch and get to Polaris.
No. To get directly underneath Polaris. We've already triangulated Polaris before we left the shore, and it was 39.58. That's what it comes out to. Your radius down to your center of your Earth in reality, we get that? We triangulate 1 degree for 69 miles. That's what we get in reality. Not down to the center of the Earth, up to the fucking celestial dome. So there's a little dose of reality for you.
Okay. So how does this work?
Concave Earth formula, I think.
How does this work? How does this work for other distances?
Well, you got to measure your angle first. Like I said, I'm not just making up numbers like the globe just says 7/6R and makes up fucking arbitrary numbers. My shit goes off what you fucking measure in reality. So measure your angle at 60. So if you want to measure your angle, and you measure 60 degrees. Okay, so you go 60 divided by 90. Okay, and then you take 60 to the triangle calculator, and you triangulate it. Okay, and whatever number you get for your baseline distance, you multiply times 60 divided by 90 times 0.60, and that's your refracted amount.
60 divided by 90. So see, that's a different formula than you used at 30 degrees.
Right, man. It's a different angle.
0.6. No, so you take 60 divided by 90 times 2285
No. There is no more 2285.
Well, wait
That's
a minute. You
what we
said that's the height of
triangulated.
it. You said that's the.
No, that's what we triangulated for 30 degrees, bozo. So now you're gonna have a new distance. You got to do all the work. You know, this is no made up numbers. This is all fucking measurements we measure in reality.
So wait a minute. Hold on. 20. I'm trying. So what? When you say you triangulate, which triangulation did you use?
What are you talking about?
Well, hold on.
We're going for baseline distance. We're going for baseline distance to Polaris for the time being. So what you do is go to your triangle calculator, put in 3958, and then put in 60 degrees. That's all we got so far. 60 degrees for your theta. Okay. And now what you're gonna get? It says right here. It's hold on. Okay. This is where you got to do the subtraction. We're using the fucking the hypotenuse.
Are you using sine, cosine, tangent? What you using?
Is subtract fucking 90. Subtract 60 from 90. First off.
I thought you divided 60 by 90. You subtract 60 by 90?
Yeah, so first off, you're going to subtract 60 by 90 and put in 30 for your angle. So, you know what? To make this all simple, I'm just going to claim that we're using the hypotenuses basically instead of the baseline.
What? The cosine? When you say triangle, you mean? How do you know the hypotenuse distance?
I'm just trying to simplify this because, like I said, if you measure 30 degrees, in reality,
so I have 30 degrees, and I have the. That's all I got. Is 30 degrees. Oh, I have 3959.
Okay,
so,
wait. Yeah. So 30 degrees and 3959, you get 6855. So write down 6855.
What's 6855?
That's the triangulated amount.
What did you do? Tangent?
No. I subtracted 60 from 90, man, for latitude's sake. Jesus Christ, dude.
So
the first thing you're gonna do in this formula is whatever angle you measure is subtract it from 90 and triangulate that. So no matter what the explanation is, that's the formula. Is subtract whatever you measure from 90.
Okay.
So
and
then
I got 60.
take that to the triangle calculator. Now put in 3958 for your height, your opposite angle or side for your height, and then put in 60 for your angle.
Right.
And then write that down. 40.
Well, what?
I mean 30. I mean 30. My bad. We already did that one. Do 30. So subtract 30 from 90. And
so
and
is that the base? Is that the distance or is that the hypotenuse?
For God's sake, it doesn't matter right now.
Yes, it does actually.
Oh yeah, just for that is the angle. It's the fucking angle. What are you talking about? The base or the hypotenuse?
60 degrees is the angle.
Yeah, 60 is the angle, and
3958 is the height of the opposite.
Hold on. We're doing 60 degrees. So multiply 90. Subtract 60 from 90, bro.
Okay.
And then put in 30 for your angle, not 60.
Okay.
Put in 30. And then 3958 for your height. And then calculate.
Calculate for what? The hypotenuse or the distance?
Just hit calculate. You're calculating
Calculate
for
what?
The baseline distance.
The base, though. This is the baseline. So you're doing tangent.
There's a few different ways I could look at it, man. I'm trying to get you through the formula first, so you got that squared away, and then we can work on the explanations and shit. Seriously. So look, if you just go to the triangle calculator, all you got to do is put in the angle that we subtracted, and the 3958 for the height, and it comes out to let's see. It comes out to 6855. Okay, so now you're gonna say 60 divided by 90 times 6855 times 0.60. Okay, that's your refracted amount. So then you subtract that from the 6855, and that's your actual distance.
Subtract what?
Whatever you just came up with. When you 60 divided by 90 times 6855. we know we're not 6,855 miles away, right? We know that that's, so it's,
And subtract all that from 6855?
no, you divide 60 by 90
I got that.
times 6855
Got that.
times 0.60.
Yeah, that's 2,742.
Okay, now subtract that from 6855 because that's your refracted amount. So we're gonna
I
subtract your
honestly
refracted.
feel like there's going to be no end to this. This is like a
It's already
performance
over.
art
That's
where,
it.
like,
It's over.
every step
It's
is
over.
going to be
That's
like,
it. That was
now
the last thing,
subtract
bro.
again.
Laugh all you want. That was it. That's your fucking distance right there.
Okay, what's the distance?
All right, so sounds like everyone's in agreement.
No.
Paid and Brian, it's all good, right? You got it all.
No, it's not all good.
Well, you guys are getting along better than I've ever heard, so I'm thinking there's something good at the end of this tunnel right here.
Yeah, we've switched roles.
What was the amount? Hey, what was the amount?
I'm getting frustrated.
Hey, wait a minute. What was the amount?
We're gonna get to the conclusion here.
Yeah, what's the distance? What do we
No,
got?
what did you come up with? What was it? 27 what?
42.
Okay, so 6855 minus 2742 is 4113. Okay, so 4113 is our actual distance. So now, we're going to divide 6170 by 90 times 60. It's 4113 on the fucking dot, dude. Hell of a coincidence, ain't it?
I'm trying to figure out how you get the distances from the
They don't
calculator.
like that one, buddy. Trust me, they don't like that.
I'm hearing the triangle calculator. I've got one angle and one distance. That's insufficient data to solve anything.
You're right triangle. Right triangle.
It put an extra little 5 in one of the places for me. It was saying insufficient, but it was too many because I had it just put a 5 in the part C. So just check.
Yeah, that's hilarious. No, you go to use a right triangle. So then you have your two angles. Okay, because we're looking for the substellar point. So use a right triangle.
I still don't have enough.
Yeah, all you need. So you don't understand. You're telling me that your program doesn't understand. You only need one distance and one angle to go with any right triangle to get all the information.
No, you need two bits of information. So
You need one angle and one side to go with that 90 degrees. But guys, I got to go. I'll come back if I can, man. I appreciate it, brother.
4113.
Yep, sounds good, Brian. Yeah, talk to you later.
That's the distance. That's the distance to 60 degrees on working at 6170 from the equator to the North Pole. That's how I did all my model. Is 6,170 miles from the North Pole substellar point to the equator.
Hey Brian, real quick before you go, does that mean the Earth is flat?
That means the Earth is flat, and then they can't say that we have the sun in multiple places anymore because we're just going to use our little refraction and work it out like they do with their 7/6R.
Just use that formula. Got it.
So the actual distance
with their 7/6R, right? Ain't that what they do?
The actual distance is 4,588 miles to 60 degrees north from the equator.
No, it ain't. No, it ain't. 60. No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
Not on my model, it ain't.
Yeah, well, your model's wrong. That's the point.
Then you have to put in different numbers on the fucking to triangulate fucking what you call it.
It's one degree.
6170 is what I came up with in my model. You proved to me. So you're saying what? It's 6,500. So that's bigger than your fucking circumference, dude. So 6,500.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is, motherfuckers. What's 4 times 6,500?
24,000.
No, try 20.
You didn't say. No, you didn't say. You didn't say 4 times that distance is greater than the circumference. You said that distance is greater than the circumference.
So now you're digging deep to come up with anything. Now, don't we understand that? Don't we understand that from the equator to the North Pole is 1/4 of the way around your globe?
We didn't figure out anything.
If you said it's if he said it's 6,500, that means his new. That means I gotta go, man. I'm trying to hurry. That means his new circumference is 27,000 people. So he just extended the Earth by 3,000 miles. Gotta go later.
It doesn't make any sense.
What's the circumference? Wow.
That's a contradiction, like I talked about today. They'll tell you it's
Contradiction is
wrong.
that you don't understand what you're talking about.
There's another contradiction. I would, for the globe to be true, I cannot know what I'm talking about.
That's correct.
There it
I
is.
mean,
That's a contradiction.
No, it's not a contradiction because you
It
don't
is.
know what you're talking about.
Did you understand that formula, Crit?
I don't understand what his criticism was there.
So number one, that he can be, you don't follow it, and it's also wrong. That would be a contradiction.
I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm saying I can't follow it. I can't understand why he's when he's adding and
I think he
subtracting
did it differently
different
twice.
things.
To tell you the
It
truth,
didn't make sense to me, and when I asked why, he wouldn't tell me. So I've got no idea whether it's right or wrong. I don't even know what it's calculating.
Well, good. Go with that.
Yeah, we got a lot of
Does it
fucking
make sense
people
to
in
you?
it.
Yeah, I asked him at the start. I go, so are you telling me the Earth is flat? And he said, yeah.
Oh,
Made
that's all
sense
you
to me.
needed to confirm that it was accurate.
We got a lot of people in the house. I just want to say welcome back, everyone. Bob Dole, Paige, what up? We're back, bitches.
So you agree then, Crit,
Hello.
on height of Polaris?
No, I have no idea how far it is.
Oh, so you don't agree?
Yeah, the thing is, this is one of the best ones that really got me on Flat Earth to begin with. This guy told me that Polaris was 1 star. I'm like, well, I'm looking at the citation here that you sent me, and it's telling me it's 2 stars.
Oh, fuck
Maybe
off.
3.
1 star is visible.
So I'm like, why did you tell me Polaris is 1 star?
Because you only
You
see
tell
1
me-
star in your eye,
You can
moron.
relax. You can relax. Why would you send me, a citation that you know the distance to Polaris when you don't even know how many stars it is to
Distance
begin with?
Polaris does not matter. It's far enough away. The light comes in parallel. It's all that matters for this.
No, I'm telling you the story. This is the story I was talking about. The guy who told me he knew the
Well,
distance
just
to Polaris.
because, when you look at Polaris, how many stars do you see?
1.
Exactly. Thank you. Next.
So claim 3 or claim 1?
It's funny that
When
is
you look-
something that was compelling to you.
Lots of things are. The
when you-
contradictions.
When
They
you
also
See, this is
have
the thing.
eyes
People don't
with
even
your
read their own
branch,
citations.
hey, sit. With your bare eyes, look at Polaris. How many stars do you see?
I see
They also
1, so I
claim
would
that.
claim 1.
Would you see 1?
They also claim that Polaris is red shifting and blue shifting at the same time, right?
Another contradiction.
Is that because it's a binary star? I don't know. What's
Yes.
the claim with that? And it should be red shifting and blue shifting at the same time, right? Sometimes it's coming towards us, sometimes it's turning away and going away again.
Again, they don't understand that simple concept. But
Just reading your own links and your own model first would go a long way.
Did anybody understand that formula that we were given and how to calculate?
Well, yeah, I mean, what Brian was doing was
Not at all.
he was
I think he
essentially
did it differently
triangulating-
twice.
Well, he was just triangulating that position, essentially like a circle of equal altitude and a GP with Polaris and the distance on the Earth. I mean, of course, some of that would have to be validated and verified in terms of, those distances. I think he was admitting that it was somewhat of based on a model to some degree, because obviously, unless we're out in the ocean measuring every component of that. But it made sense to me in terms of that, kind of basic triangulation. And I've seen several of these other ones done. I mean, I know like the Globebusters guys and other channels have done various calculations and have come up with, believe it or not, something very close to that 3959, that number, in terms of how, this realm is functioning in terms of the sun and its position and the shadows and everything that is happening, which is interesting because there's these, you guys would want to change that into a globe model and claim that it's a globe. So it's like, I don't think there's necessarily denial that there is that calculation there, which is what Brian was showing. It's just a question of what that is actually showing. And in my viewpoint, it would be only an assumption to prove that it's the radius of a globe rather than the actual distance to the object.
I thought his whole point was just to find how far away a given location is from the equator.
Yep, by triangulating Polaris, essentially creating a circle of equal altitude around Polaris and then expanding that out in a model and modeling that outwards.
Calling this triangulation is an extremely generous way to phrase it.
Well, it's a mixture of triangulation and trilateration. Uses both. when you get the distances involved, it becomes trilateration. So, but it's basically it's triangulation and trilateration to create a geometry of the surface and how that correlates with that particular light in the sky.
See why you had to go through these complicated formulas. If we know the altitude of Polaris, we can calculate our distance simply by using tangent.
Get the fuck out of here, man. Know the altitude of Polaris.
That's what it's not my claim. It was the claim. Apparently, Polaris is 3959 miles above the North Pole. I didn't say that. That was your own fault.
That's what he fucking came up with at the end. So he doesn't say he knows that firsthand. He's saying if you know the other thing first, bro.
He was using that.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
All
he
right,
was using the other factors to try to come to a, like I said, he's not the only one that's done it. I mean, Globebusters guys have done it for quite some time, and others. And like I said, that 3959 number does.
Well, if the Earth is flat and we know the height of Polaris, we can do simple tangent to calculate our distance at any time. That'd be it. And that wouldn't work. And that would mean that the Earth is much bigger than it is. Because if you would go to like 1 degree, the tangent of 1 degree is like 0.017 or something, which means the Earth has to be like, I don't know, what's 3,000 miles long? I mean, it doesn't work.
Well, maybe just within that section, if that's what you're talking about. I mean, if you were only, let's say, 1,000 miles from Polaris versus 10,000 miles from Polaris, or 3,000, whatever that may be, those numbers are going to give different circles, different size circles of the latitudes. Just sort of like a dartboard, where you have the center, the bullseye, and then you've got all the different, the different kind of layers, like layers of an onion going out.
Okay.
So if you calculate it within one of those small inner layers, then yeah, if that's all the Earth is, then it would be small. But as you go larger, it continues to expand in some way. I think out from Polaris, out from the center.
Like the first error, saying that you're looking up, but claiming you're looking down. That'd be the first problem.
What?
That's like when I talked to you earlier, and you kept switching between downs.
Oh, be quiet.
Just down.
No, I'm not talking about that because I'm not talking to you because it took you 10 minutes to say yes.
Because you kept saying downs, and then would switch to down, and then switch back to.
No, be quiet. I'm not talking to you about that.
I talked to you like there's no flat earthers left,
you about
dude.
that.
I'm the only one that will talk to you.
I'm not talking to you about that because it took you 10 minutes to get to yes. You could have said yes right off the bat.
But your model says no.
My model says looks correct. My model says no.
That's a problem because now you've got different downs with
Yes.
this non-repeatable. So the experiment that I walked you through today that you conducted with dropping leaves would have different results if it's a globe. It doesn't.
No, actually it wouldn't because locally
You would not be able to. You would not be able to tell where you are on Earth
down is always
based on
down is always 90 degrees.
your observations.
Well, hey, by the way, speaking of that experiment, could you go back? Could we talk about that some more, maybe? I mean, the crit experiment.
Your experiment, not
no,
mine.
It's the crit experiment.
It's not mine. So you have a
It is,
problem right there.
You guided me through it. This is the crit experiment.
You did it. Not
this
me.
is the crit experiment.
All right, well, guys, let's try to have it not be as much personal. And
this is the crit experiment. In order to show the base,
okay, how about this? Factor me out of your experiment as a uncontrolled variable.
So this is a crit experiment. I go outside.
Consider me an uncontrolled variable.
I write down what I
see. Variables?
I question. And then
okay,
I can
here
make
it is.
a model or not, and then I have a conclusion.
Factor me out of your experiment. What do you have left?
You guys are talking at the same time. How about Paid? If there's something, if he doesn't want to call the crit experiment, I guess don't call it that. But if you want to just describe what it is, so we can hear it.
Oh, well, this is the experiment that I was told to do by someone unnamed, and so it's the unnamed flat earther experiment.
Okay, thank you.
This unnamed flat earther told me I needed to 1, go outside, 2, look, 3, write down what I see, 4, formulate a question, then 5 was optional. I could make a model or not, and then 6 I came to conclusion, and apparently this will prove the shape of the Earth according to this unnamed flat earther.
I mean, it doesn't sound like too bad of a method to start at. It kind of sounds similar to a zetetic method, going out, observing directly.
See, the thing is, he
Fine.
wanted to label it with somebody because he can go around and try to score social credit points because he's
No,
sick
no,
of being
it's
called
the
all
unnamed flat
kinds.
earther experiment. I won't name you on the experiment. I won't give you any credit.
See, that's the part. The easy part is with science, you can share experiments without labeling them people.
Well, usually you have names for these experiments. This is
No,
anyway.
you just would call it the observation, right? What would you, I said you could a better name for it is leaf, like the leaves falling observation.
So leaves
Experiment.
falling means the Earth is flat.
Because you saw
could
the
call it-
pattern, they covered the ground.
So
You
the
could
leaves.
call it.
You
You
came
could call
up.
it.
You said your version of it was concaver. And I said
That's
that's
true.
not the
I forgot it
same.
was concave.
Yeah, that's
I
not the
forgot.
same result I got.
Well, then
Spoiler,
obviously
but
you're
Your,
wrong because
your
I'm
result
correct.
and my results are different. So there was some
So
other
you're wrong.
variables in there.
I
You
want
must be wrong.
Howard, we need a voice of reason. Howard, what were you trying to say?
I think we should call it the leaves in a bowl debacle and get past it and talk about something else.
Oh, okay. Well, then if maybe you can help. See, I'm asking since I'm, don't know the shape of the Earth. I'm trying to learn. I've been asking flat earthers for an experiment to prove that the Earth was flat, and so far this unnamed flat earther experiment, and then there's the Jeremy where I have to go make a measurement, but he doesn't know the measurement I need to make. I was wondering if maybe Gio, if you have an experiment I could do.
Yeah, we've been brainstorming about them for several weeks. In particular, well, I mean, in the community for years, but in particular on this platform. So I don't. Yeah, there's. I don't know if White's Word is here, but yeah, there's White's Words. We've got at least 15 to 20 new ones in the hopper.
Is there any that can be done by an individual, or does this all some sort of mega structure?
Well, I mean, I think what I would say in general, in terms of measuring the shape of the Earth, in terms of the tools we have now, I think that in terms of like this sort of deception and the limited resources we have to be able to fully do it. So I think that to be able to do it ourselves is it's a task, to be able to really accomplish that. And of course, once it's done to a way that's independently verifiable by us, meaning not any government agency or not based on faith or believing anyone else, but actually ourselves, then the globe Earth no longer will exist. If that's, if it's
well, true. I mean, if you guys could come up with some scientific evidence that the Earth was definitely flat, then everyone, scientists would convert over tomorrow, or as soon as they read the paper and verified it.
That's what's going to happen. Yeah, I think that's how
Yeah.
this is going to unfold.
Okay, oh, great. So, I mean, do you have anything else? I mean, what did you do to determine the Earth was flat?
Are you asking me personally in terms of right now, or are you saying ideas of things that will be done in the future?
Well, how did you come to the conclusion? I mean, I would like to, maybe I could replicate your methodology and also determine the Earth is flat.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think right now, like until we have a definitive, verified physical measurement, because I don't claim that I have that. I can't tell you that I have an absolute 1,000% physical definitive measurement as of yet, or as of this moment. I'm not sure anyone can, unless, well, I guess I don't want to speak for anyone else, but to be able to have that. So I think at this moment in the history of humanity and everything that's considered, we have everything we do have: optical, lasers, long distance observations, the lack of any scientific proof for movement or rotation, the lack of any observable or measurable curvature, and many, many additional factors. But
that's all basically negating the globe. I was asking to prove the flat Earth. Do you understand the difference between those two?
Yeah, I got one. Environmental conditioning.
Which would be shifting the burden of proof, right? So you're looking to shift the burden of proof. Is that what you're doing?
No, I'm saying, I mean, this is proving the Earth is flat is different than saying the Earth isn't a globe. Does that mean, because the Earth could be a globe and not be flat too, right?
Because globe is the positive claim, so you're right.
No, globe is not the positive claim.
Refuting a positive claim is different than
You're making the positive claim that the Earth is flat.
Yep, I can do that.
It's not a
easily.
positive claim.
Not a positive claim?
Both are positive claims.
No, it's so being born onto the Earth, where I experience a stationary Earth where I observe a flat horizon, that's a default position. That's not a claim. That's just me
That's not
being
a claim.
born onto the earth.
Oh, so wait,
Me
okay.
being
So
born
you're
a
saying,
positive claim.
so you're saying the Earth looks flat.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
what we all observe. Doesn't mean
Okay.
it's true, but it means that that's what we observe, which means it's the
And
default position.
what was
So
your
me
second
being
default
born
position?
is not a positive claim, right?
Yeah, it doesn't work like that, bud. I'm
So
sorry.
what's the second one?
Yes, it
The Earth looks
does.
flat, and you said it. What else was it? Looked.
I said we experience an Earth that doesn't move.
Oh, no movement, right?
Unless you're on pills or alcohol or something, right?
Okay. Because you don't feel.
Okay,
it.
so that's a default position, right?
Oh, well, those are two actually positive claims, but
That's not a positive claim, dude.
not.
You're playing
The Earth
mind
looks flat.
games. You know the difference.
The Earth looks flat is not a positive claim.
I don't think it is.
You
No, I
can't be
think
serious
not
right
make a
now.
claim.
the default
Mountains exist.
observable.
I guess that's a positive claim, right? So if you said mountains don't exist, that's not a positive claim. It's man, come on,
You know,
man. It's what we experience.
I could say with a degree of honesty that according to my observations, by default, I'm on a rotating planet. So that's not a positive claim.
There'd be something wrong with you then, right? Because we all
Well,
experience a stationary Earth.
I've been to several places.
I would be
where
just
the-
arguing for the sake of arguing. You know the default position is a stationary Earth.
Okay, but
So
I have a
what
problem
makes-
with. I have a problem
what
with the Earth
makes a
looks
default
flat. Go ahead.
Actually,
go.
a better question would be, when you say a positive claim, can you clearly define what a positive claim is?
Right here, NASA records Jupiter's largest moon. It sounds like R2-D2. That would be a positive claim.
That's an example.
Prove
I
to
wanted
me
a
sound can
definition.
travel through a vacuum. Prove that it sounds like R2-D2.
So
Positive
I wanted
claim
a
It
is
says
definition.
something
in the best
contrary
one
to
too.
what we experience.
I asked for a
or
definition, not an
observe.
example.
Yeah, I mean, what I'll say, like I said before, I don't know of a 100% physical measurement of the Earth yet. Like I said, and if and when that happens, I won't even say if. I know it is coming. When that happens and it's independently verifiable, like I said, the globe model will be, ended. So it is a major thing to have. So to ask for it right now would be putting us ahead years into the future. However, even with that being said, that is what's coming, I think, in this whole kind of process and everything that's going down. But currently, I'll just say for myself, every long distance observation I've done, long distance laser tests, and long distance observations on multiple levels, the default, in my experience, is an extended planar surface that geometrically extends in a planar fashion. Now, the atmosphere, of course, is going to change how far it can see, and it's going to have those factors. But that's why, to me, it is default in terms of the geometry is planar. There is no a globular or a concave geometry that is directly observed.
But in their mind, you saying that there's no proof of their positive claim
Wait
of
a
curvature
minute.
is
Can
a
I
positive
comment
claim.
on that?
But it's not.
Can I comment on those three things I
It's
just
saying
heard?
there's no proof of of
I've
a
heard.
positive claim.
Okay, can I comment on three things I just heard? So first, it was Split, whatever his name is. He said something about we don't feel the Earth moving. Well, okay, that could be debatable. The second thing is we don't see any curvature whatsoever. We do. We can actually see mountains in distances that should be in line. The further mountain is well below the foreground mountain. I mean, that is discernible, measurable, optical, never seen without any question whatsoever. Never disputable, indisputable, right?
No, not right. So seeing a
Right.
mountain lower is you seeing curvature? Is that what you just said?
Yeah, something that but not seeing the mountain lower,
That's
but
completely
knowing
wrong.
they're
You know what
getting.
seeing a mountain lower
That's
is?
Hold on,
It's seeing a mountain lower.
hold on.
I believe that needs to be
Seeing
said.
the mount. Hold on. Knowing the distance to the mountain from you, knowing their elevation, and then seeing their position in your field of view. The further mountain that is twice as far away by just basic geometry, if the Earth is planar and is flat, will be in line with your view. In line in an angular, solid, singular angular position. And it's not. It's below. So that's one thing. That shows that there is curvature. That is a definitive, repeatable, measurable, quantifiable observation. without question.
That's not
As far as
observing
seeing,
curvature.
someone said about
You're dead wrong.
hearing sounds from Ganymede, whatever that moon is called.
I think you're
Jupiter.
embarrassing yourself, dude, by
Oh,
saying
no,
this.
we can just in a second. The second one is hearing sounds in space. That's not what's being said. They transform those radio signals into sounds. So they weren't measuring sounds; they were measuring electrical signals from gamma mean, not hearing things. Number 2. So yeah, sounds do not travel through the space. With
Well,
the
hold on,
back.
Zay. We can't have too much all at once here. We would have
That's
to go one
two
at a time.
things. You can't
The
do
one
things
you were
at
saying with the mountains, this is the basically the Blackpool Tower argument. It's also when Chaiki used to always bring up that the one with his red lines on it, and would just bring that up.
That's the one I bring up, and I bring it up several times.
Yeah, so I mean that, in my understanding, I'm not trying to contest you on it. I'm just, and you can present if you want to something about it. But as I've looked at all of these, what you have is perspective. Everything shrinks as it moves away and is aligning with your horizon line, and then the distance. The reason that those are at different levels of your viewpoint is because they're at different distances. So just like the sun sets over a planar surface, as it's moving away, it goes down, 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 as the angle is going down. Well, those mountaintops are basically setting as well. So if you were right in front of the mountain would be, you'd be looking way up at it. And then if you go a mile away, hold on, let me just finish. You're going a mile away, your angle's a little less. 10 miles away, angle a little less. So that it's like the mountain is setting, like the sun sets as you move away. So if you have different distances and different mountains, you're going to get
Nothing
different.
like that, Gio.
The perspective is going to be setting, and I feel like you're using that and reversing
No, I get
the
it.
same
No,
curvature.
you're absolutely, positively wrong. That's a horrible argument, but I understand where you're getting it from, and I'll explain it really easily. That things in distances, if they're above your level line, will approach the level line as the distance gets further away. We know this to be true, and it follows perspective laws, which are basically triangulation and geometry laws. These aren't in question. So we know when something is twice as far away, it will drop a certain angular position in the distance, in your field of view. And if you have two things that one is twice as far than the other, due to perspective, it will appear to be the exact same position in your field of view. Yet we do not see that in reality. We see things drop far, far below where they should be. And refraction would make that problem worse, by the way. Because in the same side of their mouth, you're going to say that, well, look at the black swan. Well, the black swan does show looming, does show that you see the horizon further away. It doesn't show it indefinitely further away, but it does show it rising up precipitously. In fact, someone mentioned concave Earth. Well, that would show concave Earth. That's the fourth point I was going to make because I heard that as well. So when you measure something that rises above eye level with distance, contrary to what you just said, Gio, it means the Earth is then concave. Does that make sense? So that's how perspective works.
That doesn't.
Well, it should. Look at the picture I put in the chat. What do you have a problem with what we see there? That's not things going farther away and dropping down in your field of view. It's going too far down in your field of view for how far it is away, because that has to follow trigonometry.
I didn't know you went concave, man. That's pretty cool.
He's very accepting.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, I've always talked about boats, and I used to watch it a lot.
There's your concave example.
What picture did you put in the chat? Is it Zanuck?
Yeah, he got his post is concave proof.
There's your concave proof. If you look
Good
at what
job,
you see,
man.
if you look at what you
Screenshot
see
that.
as if you look at what you see as absolute, then the Earth is concave, because we can see things that are at your height, your same observer height, maybe even higher, and they are still below further things in the distance, which are at your height. So that means the Earth.
Wow, I guess I was right. The unnamed flat earther experiment proved that the Earth was concave. I guess I was
Let
right.
me just respond. All he needs
You're
is
concave Earth right now. You got Battle Buddy now.
All he needs
Oh, I
is a
guess I'm a
proper
concave Earth.
P900, and he
You
can
are.
see the bottom of that second oil rig. That's all he needed, but he didn't have that, so it looks like it's going into the horizon.
No,
That's a double source.
See, that's where you're more flat Earth nonsense. As you zoom in, it does not change the angular position in your field of view.
But you can see the bottom. You can see the bottom.
That's one of the things I've noticed mostly in most of these discussions is everyone seems to forget that zooming doesn't change angular. It only changes angular size in the field of view, not angular size absolute. Meaning
Right
that
there.
in your field of view, 360 degrees all the way around you, the angular size of things do not change at all. Zooming in will make it
Here's
fill
the
your
question
field
for
of view.
Zanuck. Listen, Zanuck. What objects
You're not listening. So you're talking, you're not listening.
Right there.
Zanuck,
Earth is
Tell me when you're
concave.
finished. I have a question for you. Go ahead, finish up.
Okay. So when you zoom in, you do not change the angular size of an object. You will change its angular size in the field of view of the zoom, but its absolute angular size never changes. Its position in your field of view never changes. Does that make sense?
Okay, are you ready?
Okay, ready.
Do distant objects vanish into the horizon on a flat plane? Yes or no?
Pardon me?
Do distant objects vanish into the horizon on a flat plane? Yes or no?
Well, you're saying horizon. There wouldn't be a horizon, but there would be a delineation of what you can see and what you can't see. And that would all be at your eye level, yes.
Wonderful. We agree. Okay, continue.
So as things that are below your eye level get further away, they would rise up to that vanishing point. Call it vanishing point rather than the horizon. Things above your eye level will move downward angularly in your field of view to the vanishing point. But things will not change position, meaning that things that are above your eye level will not go below your eye level with distance, nor will things below eye level go above eye level with distance. However, we see that happening in the picture I show you here, Exhibit A, showing that things in the distance have now gone above eye level.
Nothing, according to perspective, nothing can ever go above eye level. How do you do that on a flat Earth?
So on a flat Earth, that says either the Earth is concave,
There's
or
concave. Gotcha.
there is or there is refraction that is causing things to loom up.
Well, the Earth is concave. I proved that today.
Or it's concave, yeah. I'll go with that. It's concave.
So now we've got three different shapes of Earth that we need to compare. Which one is the non-claim?
The problem with the concave Earth, here's the big problem. The big problem with the concave Earth is as you change, remember, everyone blabs about this scientific methodology. As you change independent variable A equaling elevation of observer, suddenly that position with regards to eye level changes, meaning there's a plot we can use to show that there is a deviation from where we expect that position to be to where it actually is as the observer height increases. So it's not consistent. So obviously you cannot say that the Earth is concave or flat or even curved at this level.
Okay, so now you know why they lie.
When you change the elevation, it then points to the Earth being curved. And that's all you change is one variable. You manipulate that one variable, the elevation of the observer, and suddenly we plot what the refraction value is. We see that the Earth then comports with a curved model, and that's that. Does not show flatness at all.
Which is concave. Good job.
Yeah, that's not what I said at the end, obviously.
Then why would you lie?
I didn't lie. I told you that he needs one measurement, it appears concave. Trusting your senses, example, on an airplane. For one minute, when you have a very smooth flight, you'll think you're stationary. Some flights are that smooth, you don't know you're moving. You can't look out the window. But if you do the observation, this test, for a period of half an hour, you'll feel bump, or you'll feel some movement. Oh, I am moving. So you got to change one variable. That's one, for example. There's many you can change. If you change variables and do experiments on this observation, you will see that the Earth will then show to be round. But you have to change something, and you got to do the test. You got to pay the dues here. You got to pay the piper. You got to do the experiment like experiments are to be done, where you change an independent variable and see the effect on the dependent variable, as QE always likes to talk about. So we play that game, and you'll see that the Earth is now round, because when you do this, that's what you see. Always, by the way.
Round, which is concave. As I can play the tape back and hear you say it again, but that's your words.
Okay.
I'm okay with it. That's the thing. Like, I can understand
you can
your
play
point
that
of
if you
view.
want, but it's okay. It's fun. We
I
think
wouldn't
it's
be
funny.
surprised, actually, Crit, if
I think it's fun.
you would be like anything but globe. I'll go conk. Concave. I'll go cell. I'll go anything but globe.
Yeah, you can be not surprised all you want. You do you. Whatever you want to do with you, you can do that.
Cool. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for me. For
Yeah,
your
and you
permission.
don't even need my permission. You had that right to begin with. That right was granted to you by God, the Creator.
This isn't productive. It's not productive.
In Australia, we say, whatever blows your hair back.
That's a
That's
good
the
one.
trumpet I'm used to.
Crit is
Whatever
right.
toots your
Crit's
horn.
right.
I like that. Whatever blows your hair back. That's the best one
I
I've heard
prefer
yet.
blows your hair back. Yeah, I haven't heard that one. I'm usually I like whatever. Blows
Whatever
your horn,
floats your
toots
boat is
trumpet.
too
Floats your
static.
boat. Yeah.
Yeah, but you're in that weird part of Australia, eggshells.
I'm in Sydney. You're in the weird part. You got a country town that they call a city.
So is everybody in Sydney is that like New York? Is everybody outside of Sydney is in the country?
No, like Melbourne's a big city.
Melbourne's a city. Okay,
Brisbane's
so,
a relatively big city, but Adelaide, I don't even think White's would disagree. And I know White's is in Adelaide. He's South Australia. I think somewhere outside Adelaide. But Adelaide straight up is a slightly overgrown country town.
Okay,
And for all of its good values as well.
I'm trying to get the politics down. It sounds like Sydney is like New York, and then you have Los Angeles and Chicago, and other than that, you got the country.
So yeah, Melbourne would more be like LA. Well, except that it's cold. So we've got the beaches and the beach culture, but they're much more like arty and like woo whatever. Whereas Sydney's a bit more like
So
business.
Sydney's New York it's New York with a beach.
New York,
Okay.
like get out of my way. I got some money to make over here.
Right. Okay.
Brisbane would probably be LA, really, wouldn't it?
Is it true that 90% of Australians live within 10 miles of the ocean or something?
I've heard 90% of the population lives on 10% of the mass, mass, land mass. I wouldn't be surprised if it's also near the coast as well, because like if you just look at a satellite view of Australia, it's sorry, I beg your pardon. Whatever of Australia, it's like mostly desert. We get up to the mountain ranges west of here, and then it gets real deserty.
The
What
main
kind of
thing
test
is like
can I do?
anything but heliocentric is really where I'm at. Because
Yeah.
there's no way it's
I was saying
heliocentric.
I wasn't being pejorative when I said it. I just was. I thought
No, I
about it for a
gotcha.
moment. I was like, I could see Crit being like, "What? Not heliocentrism? I'll have some."
Yeah, it's no way it's heliocentric. It doesn't work. Even the first people who said it, they said God did it. Newton. Newton said, "What's your hypothesis here?" It only could be done by a God. It's so full of glory and splendor that a creator could not be denied. Then later on,
it is pretty
how do you explain
amazing.
How do you explain all of Brahe's observations then?
and then Copernicus said that I look up there, I see things that are perfect circles. Perfect circle does not exist in nature.
That's correct,
Therefore,
ellipses.
supernatural. God did it. And I'm like, that doesn't.
Are they perfect circle? Because it seems some of your evidence, Crit, is like, I heard this other glober say something that's incorrect. Do you reckon you would hold the other side to the same standard, that every time a flat earther speaks, they've got to be saying something that is true and doesn't contradict other flat earthers, otherwise all of flat earth is wrong?
Or who has their money? Who has a gun to my head and a hand in my pocket? How about that? So somebody, if I know someone's wrong, I posted an article here that NASA now just says their rocket launches are going to cost billions more. Billions of dollars more. Billions. Yeah, I posted it.
Well, you still haven't explained how NASA's 33% of the budget either. So
Yeah, non-discretionary.
no, actually, it's still not.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's
Non-mandatory, non-discretionary.
non-mandatory is discretionary. Sorry.
No, you also have mandatory discretionary.
No.
Yes,
You don't.
you do.
There's no such thing as mandatory discretionary.
Yeah, because the value, you will spend that amount, just the value changes year to year.
Oh, but that's discretionary then.
That's mandatory discretionary.
No, mandatory and discretionary are like jumbo shrimp.
So right here, NASA SLS rocket just got $3.2 billion more expensive.
Wow, that's
Just like that. If
Yeah,
right now,
much money
if
do we
if
spend on defense?
33% of the non-mandatory discretional
You still
spending,
haven't showed me those statistics. You keep using those numbers.
if
You just
that's not
how
enough,
come you can just make shit up and but
look at
everybody
you're
else has
freaking out,
qualified?
dude.
No,
You're
I'm not
freaking
freaking
out.
out.
Yes, you
You
are.
have not showed me the figures that comes
You're
out to
not part of it.
33%. Please show me the numbers.
Yeah, you're not part of it, dude. You're just freaking out.
Now show me the numbers.
Yeah, you asked me, and
You
now
are
you're
lying
freaking
to
out.
us, Chris. You're lying to us.
Who's us?
Hey
How
guys,
many people?
this doesn't
Everybody.
seem productive
Everybody
right
who
now.
can hear you.
Hold on.
You are lying
It's
to
just,
them.
we got to shift it somehow from.
How many people do you have in the head of yours?
Everybody who can hear you, Crit, you have just lied to.
No, other people have got it.
All right, hold on. Something needs. Can you guys do it without me muting you, or can we move?
Yeah,
forward?
I'm good. So I can talk about this article now, right? So NASA's rocket just got 3.2 billion more expensive, and you have to dig for this information. This isn't stuff that they just post on, like nightly news. Like, check it out. Like, 3.2 billion is a lot of money, and it's not
Did you
like
post it?
yeah,
Where at? What chat did you post it?
like so like at 8:04, so 4 minutes after the hour. Live stream
okay,
one.
okay.
You're
Yeah, I
saying that
gotta
they're
scroll.
trying to get 3.2 extra billion on top of what they're already getting, or
Yeah.
or is this for like a particular project that they're doing that?
Yeah, supposedly this will be what they're going to go to the moon with, that they canceled too. There's
Oh,
no
fuck.
lunar mission because of no spacesuit, but yet they want another 3.2 billion for the rocket, just the vehicle.
Wow.
Oh, you didn't post a link. You posted a picture. Okay, I'll Google it.
Sounds like maybe that they're working that into the financial reset that they're trying to do. They can
Weapons. This is really Space Force. They're trying to gouge it in before people are like, whoa, Jack.
Yeah, except that the federal the defense budget is multiples of the NASA budget. Multiples.
Hang on,
Yeah,
but why
that
can't
doesn't
they
matter.
use the same ship they took in 1969? It was like perfect. It went there. There's no mistakes. There's nobody died.
They
'Cause
destroyed it.
That
They
module
destroyed that
was
technology,
perfect.
and they can't build it back again. It's gonna
They
take
can build
billions.
it back.
Well, that's what they're claiming. If
Why
you
would
believe
you
them,
rebuild if you had to build a car, would you build a 1969 car or would you build a
A
2021 car?
1969 car is better than the cars today. Yes, I
Oh,
would.
they are. Oh, okay.
Hell yeah. I'll take a 69 over any piece of shit that's out now.
Sure.
The stuff out now is plastic, 4-cylinder, horse shit.
right here, direct quote, Don Patet, the spokesman of all the astronauts. I'd go back to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we destroyed that technology, and it's going to be a painful process to build it back again.
That is correct.
Yeah, I agree with him.
That's 100% correct. So what?
I agree with him.
So defund it because
Wait,
that is not the role of government.
Are they saying because the computer chip to run that space shuttle was like an Atari 64? Is that what they're saying? Or are they saying that they really
To me, it's like-
destroyed it on purpose?
It was even worse than that.
Take it back?
It was even worse than that. The lunar lander had donuts that were hand wired. That was bleeding edge technology at the time, but had less memory than your watch.
Donuts that are hand wired. I don't know what that means. Is that in
The old fashioned, you know how hard memory works. It was basically a magnet with wires going in at different angles. You'd have to see it. That's basically the old fashioned memory, ones and zeros. No, fine. Let me look for it.
See, it's also too, Baldu, it's good that you go look it up because the last time I tried to just tell you something about, the building, 9/11, you're like, oh, Crit's lying, he's full of crap, he's making this stuff up, Bush never said that. And after like 5 or 6 people finally presented you the same thing I was saying,
I presented it, Crit. I looked it up. I presented it. I confirmed what you said was true. I do look things up, and that's why it's important, because you do have a track record of misrepresenting information. So I did look it up. You didn't post anything. You made a claim, and you made a big stink for about 20 minutes, and you didn't post anything. So I did do the research. And then I swallowed my pride, and on VC said, yes, Crit, in this particular instance, you were right. Here's the quote.
Well, I
Here's
must
the
have been
link.
gone when
Yes.
you did that. This is the
Oh, I
first time
don't
I've
think
ever
you
heard you
were.
say that you were wrong about it. Like,
You
matter of
just
fact,
don't.
the last
You
time you
just don't
said
have
you were
good
right
memory, man.
still.
No, because I think Eggshells was here too. Because I think we were talking about it in the context that me and Eggshells were 9/11 truthers, blah blah blah, way back in the day, whatever, and then we had never heard that. So I think we had disagreed with you, and then considering your track record, I did look it up, and then I swallowed my pride. You were here.
Fair enough.
What was it that Bush said?
Got to a conclusion.
It was something that someone said to Bush, and I think if I remember correctly, the conversation was something like, when was Bush
Oh, I remember
aware
now. Yep.
it was that the country was quote unquote under attack? And it was something like, was it in the limousine on the way to the school? Was it in the class, or was it afterwards? And I think me and Eggshells had a position that it was not in the classroom that he was aware of an attack. We thought it was just a plane had hit the building, and that's what that guy leans in to tell him.
Very good.
And then Crit's position was that guy was telling him more or less the country's under attack.
Yeah,
and that's what was the contention. And then we looked it up, and then
Direct
that's
quote.
when the guy did tell him in his ear and on the video the country's under attack or some shit like that.
And then Bush sat there. Because my thing was like, people they're talking about 9/11 is a conspiracy theory. It's silly to think that they weren't doing something nefarious that day. I'm like, well, sure. I just got a few questions,
Who's
right? Like,
they?
why would he sit there after he was told the nation was under attack?
Who is
In
they?
my mind, yeah, you can keep blurting, dude, but that's not going to get anything other than you blurting.
I'll provide a rational explanation.
Well, hold on. That's a separate topic. Why don't we let him finish and what he was saying? Just finish, Crit.
No, go ahead. Let's see what he has to add.
The rational explanation. The rational explanation here is that he's a human being, and he was just told that the country that he's president for is under attack. So it does take a moment to digest what that means, as well as not look like a big bitch and run out of the room in front of a bunch of kids. I think it's rational to think that if you get presented big news like that, you will sit there for a moment and digest it.
It's in fact somewhat supported by the new moderated idea of the the sympathetic nervous system, which they used to call fight or flight. Then they called freeze or fight or flight, and now they call freeze then fight or flight, which is what they find is people will and this is like even in like immediate danger, you'll quite often see it happen on crazy videos and stuff, is they'll just sit there doing nothing for
I'll
the first
say how do you
fortnight.
wait when you're on the trailer?
So a moment, right?
Are you talking to us? I think he's talking about trailers.
So
yeah, I can see some.
Well, that whole situation was very, like, his body language during that was very telling. It was pretty bizarre. Like to me, it looked like he knew that he was going to be in an event in which he was going to be like, I'm just saying the body language to me looks like he knew he was going to be in an event in which that was going to happen, and he had to act neutral. And I think there was even like a psyop component of it where, the president, they couldn't be behind it because the president is, talking to children. And then it was just so eerie the way that they kind of did all that. But like his body language, in my opinion, is very, very telling that he's basically just lying and kind of like basically trying to fake emotion as if he's sort of neutral and he's being given information. Like it's basically bad acting.
I don't think it is at all. I think that kind of reaction is on the level of hearing one of your family members died, where you're told that you don't immediately start bawling, or I mean, not normally anyway, in my experience. You don't immediately start bawling. You sit there and you digest it like no fucking way. And you instantly try to rationalize it or something. And then when it does hit you, that's when it hits you. But to sit there stonewalled, I think that's a completely normal reaction to tremendously bad news.
He's the president. What did you want him to do? Like jump up and immediately run out of the room or something?
Yeah, imagine the acting claims after that. Like he's told that, then he immediately stands up, looks left, looks right, runs out of the building. Come on, guys, we got to go. Come on. that'd be more fake than stonewalling for some moments.
Plus, he's the president. He's got his whole staff working on this.
I think if it was real, I think they would have immediately shut down that particular that little event they were doing. That he would have instantly been taken out of the room, and that would have been it.
Why? Why would that
How
happen?
long was it afterwards?
Well, because he's the president of the biggest country in the world. Well, one of, if not the biggest country in the world, that apparently just had 4 airplanes hijacked and flown into.
No, 4 planes were hijacked at that point.
The Pentagon.
The country's under attack. Wouldn't they think that the president might be next under
Well,
attack?
that's how come they took him out of the room within what? How long did afterwards?
11 minutes.
11 minutes?
Yeah.
That's funny you know that.
I don't know. I don't know this. I don't know all your conspiracy.
That's what I've been talking about. He said a moment.
I'm not a conspirator. This 9/11 conspiracy stuff amuses me even more than the flat Earth.
He actually finished the book, My Pet Goat. He's like, hold on, I know the nation's under attack, but he had just had to know the end of the story.
Yeah, Scary Movie makes fun of that. I can't remember the actor's name, but they make fun of it. He's like, no, sir, the country's under attack. And then the president's like, no, I have to see what happens to the duck. Hold on.
Yeah.
That's quite funny. I like that.
That is something that Bush Jr. guy would do too.
This is why this is a solid debunk too, because Nixon wanted war powers. He said, I want to be able to declare war on my own for a limited number of time. Because of the nuclear age, every second counts. I can't wait for
Wasn't a nuclear attack.
It wasn't a nuclear attack.
He said,
they had.
calm down, you will survive this. Okay, so he said, you calm down, you will survive it. So he says that I need to be able to declare war on my own and then verify it later if the Congress approves. Then later on, it's like the nation's under attack, and he could just sit there for 11 minutes.
Do you know?
Well, what is he going to do though?
If they did launch a nuke, if they did launch a nuke, they had a script for launching the nuke. The guy with the footballs nearby, they had a script for that. They didn't have a script for airplanes hitting the tower.
Well, just honestly think about it. Like if you're this person as presented, that you do have all this power, you're the most powerful person in probably the most powerful nation. You're told in your ear, perhaps you know about the first plane, then the second plane hits, and the guy tells you in your ear, the nation's under attack. What do you legitimately do? I understand the safety of the president. There's a high alert readiness for it. What do you honestly do? Because there's not a person or a country that you respond to. It's not like Russia dropped a bunch of planes and it's like, oh, that's Russia's fault. We'll do something to them. It was seemingly completely random with no bad actors. So what do you honestly do?
You say, excuse me, kids, I have to take care of something, and just leave.
This is Monday morning quarter.
Yeah, Monday morning quarterback has best for damn sure.
That's all this is you're second guessing what.
And if he had done that, 20 years later, you'd be saying, well, he shouldn't have done that. He should have done this.
He should have stayed calm.
He actually, can you believe that he actually stood up and ran out of the room and left all those kids wondering what the hell was going on?
No, just tell them. It's like, excuse me, kids, I must leave. Sorry, I can't finish the book. He sat there for...
The world's under attack.
You will be okay. You will survive this. He sat there for 11 minutes, and then Andy Card said they sat out there for another 14 minutes later. So 25 minutes.
What was going on? You don't just, I mean, they were in a secured location. The Secret Service had known about this for a long time and had vetted the area, had vetted the school. So that was a secured location. You don't just
America's under attack. America's under attack. America's under attack. You don't get the president to.
It was a terrorist
attack. I wouldn't
It
consider.
wasn't a military attack. It was a terrorist attack.
You're spiraling, bro. Relax.
No, you're
not.
The country's under.
Does anyone remember? Does anyone remember what the kids were reading off the whiteboard, or was it a blackboard?
I don't need to finish. It's not.
We should let. No, that is a good point too. But Jeremy, no, yeah, finish what you're saying. See, you guys. It seems like.
Oh, you guys.
Relax.
I know.
Listen,
This is
you
all
got the president. The president, the United States just got attacked on our own soil. We didn't get attacked.
NASA, shut the fuck up and let him finish. God damn.
Yeah, I mean, we clearly got attacked on our own. I don't know what you would call that, but to me, we got attacked, and
It's a terrorist attack. Yes, two
it's fine.
hijacked
America's
planes.
That's fine. America got attacked on its own soil. That's the first time that's even ever happened in a very long time, right? So,
Allegedly.
we get the president. We get the president in a fucking school, an elementary school or some shit, right?
Secure location.
Now they've
Secure
got
location.
all kinds of. Yeah, you call it a secure location. I don't think
It was a
there's
secure
nothing
location. He
secure.
was doing appearance there. By definition, it's a secured location. Go on.
Yeah, they go and they visit places and check like lines of egress, sight lines for snipers, send around sniffer dogs, vet the people there. I don't think the best course of action, if you realize you're under an attack, particularly an attack like that, is to start moving through or to unsecured locations.
Okay, but it need not go that far. Like, he doesn't need to leave the place. He needs to stop reading and get information, right?
Yeah, doesn't he need to like
he can
start
get
talking to
debriefed
his
in that secure location?
And
Yeah,
they
you would
pulled
immediately
him out
want to
once they
start.
had more information for him.
You would immediately want to start getting on the
What
phone with
could he have
people
done?
to your people that give you information. You're going to want to start gathering information, getting in contact with your people. You're definitely not going to want to sit there and read some stupid book to a bunch of little fourth graders or something.
I mean,
Nobody else was doing anything for that 10 minutes, right? The entire world stopped and it was staring at the TV watching Bush read to school children, right? Nobody at the Pentagon was working. No one at the FBI was working. Everyone just sat there for 10 more minutes, right?
No, that's not the issue. They were doing shit. He wasn't. He's the president, right? So he's supposed to be getting information, making decisions, so on and so forth.
What
and
decisions were?
it's like someone whispered to him, "Sir, we've been attacked," and then. Sorry, I said, "Sir, we've been attacked." I was just whispering. And then, he just sat there and he's like, "Okay, I'm gonna finish this book, though."
If he had gone out and run, 20 years later, you guys would say, "Oh, he got out and he ran the chicken shit."
Well, I don't think that conspiracy theorists would be criticizing him for that. I think he'd be sitting there thinking about it politically.
It's just Monday morning quarterbacking. That's all it is.
Yeah. I don't I find it myself when I chase some kids on a scooter on my bike. I saw them stealing a motorbike and then chased them down the street. And it was one bit where I could have reached out and grabbed them. Fuck me, the comments are just full because it's got nearly 1 million views. Comments are just full of people going, "Oh, I'll tell you what I would have done." And some of them are saying things like, "Oh, I would have grabbed his friend who was with him, who wasn't stealing a motorbike, and I would have beaten him up and forced him to tell me where they take the bikes, and then I would have gone there." I'm like, "Well, who do you think you are, Liam Neeson?"
Let's not forget Bush's.
If you're not in that situation, you just don't know what's going on. You're not able to say, "Here's what I'd do if I were leader of the free world and we were under attack."
No doubt.
How sure are we?
Let's
even
not
of
forget
what message he was told. What
Let's not
actually
forget
was whispered in his ear? We don't know that. It could have been.
Let's not forget the Bush's deep.
It's all going according to plan.
Let's not forget the Bush's deep family ties with the Osama family either. They're all buddy family friends and shit. That's pretty weird. You don't think so?
I mean,
Sort of.
Sure, but it's
And
a
I think
different
it was the
issue,
early
right, to
90s.
how somebody behaves. I think it would be weirder if he behaved that way and it was a attack. First of all, why would you be sitting in front of a primary school in front of a camera right when the crime you are perpetrating is being committed?
Because that was all
you
for
don't
us.
need an alibi for the planes. The people in the planes die. What you definitely don't want is to be filmed in case something goes wrong. What happens if they grab one of the guys and his
Because they wanted
CIA
their little
badge?
satanic
I just wouldn't be
ritual to
getting filmed in
be
the moment I was committing
read.
a crime.
They wanted their little satanic ritual to be read, that he had to finish the story so it goes into the narrative for the history.
Oh, okay.
Fuck.
In the land of conspiracy,
I see
everything and
that.
anything is possible. It's just, verify it, man.
Yeah, well, you can conspire on your side as well. It doesn't really matter.
Well, there was a
I did
conspiracy going on.
conspire. I did
What's the
conspire.
conspiracy going
I
on?
conspired. Hold on. I conspired 19 years ago, and then for about a year and a half, I did my conspiring.
Yeah, I did mine.
There was a conspiracy going on, but it was not a conspiracy of the government, of the American government. It was a conspiracy of a bunch of Saudis and led by Osama bin Laden.
So, Bio, I actually want to ask you something on that.
And also, you guys are using the word conspire wrong. They're the ones that conspired. You just researched it.
Okay.
Bio, I was going to ask you, like, okay, so many people obviously are, looking into a lot of these things, often experience that it's, an expansion towards truth, or, waking up to certain things that were going on and so on in terms of, so would you say for yourself that since you looked into things like that, questioned 9/11, and then have come back to the mainstream story, do you feel like you woke up from something that was false into the truth, which is the mainstream story?
No, I would never describe waking up. I really, really think that's the stupidest thing someone can say when obtaining knowledge. What I will say is that I did not recognize my own ignorance when I was 12, 13 years old. And I was led to believe certain things were true. As I grew older and learned more, particularly within physics, as I learned more, I could then recognize on my own, this particular thing is bullshit, that particular thing is bullshit, perhaps the entire thing, and I took another good look and said, all of these things are based on false premises. I can't subscribe to this anymore. And then when I re-looked at the official story, there's still things that are bullshit that I think are bullshit. But I remember how ignorant I was to believe dumbass things. And now I still recognize some ignorance. So I'm not fully there, but there's still some things I find bullshit about it. Obtaining knowledge is not waking up. You're just obtaining knowledge.
Oh, I do feel it's waking up, because for me, it was waking up to styles of thinking that will only reinforce themselves. So I started going, there is a way I can think and be using my critical faculties and be quote unquote researching, gaining more information, but feeding it through a filter and constructing it in my mind in such a way that it will lead to a wrong conclusion. And the conclusion would be like inversely, my confidence would almost be inversely proportional to how accurate I was. So for me, there were some things about waking up about going like, oh, I'm not as crash hot at reasoning as I thought I was.
You guys have to admit, though, the events surrounding 9/11 are so fucking weird and suspicious. Would you label them as suspicious?
Yes.
You can say that about any major event.
What I would say, though, is like, let's try to count the moving parts in 9/11. You've got pilots, you've got passengers, you've got people on the ground, you've got security cameras, you've got bricks, you've got mortar, you've got steel frames, you've got individuals on the ground with cameras, some without. Like, if I just picked for you an ordinary day and said, I'm not going to tell you what happened on this day, but what I will give you is some scant bits of information, you will find problems there. You'll go, why was that person heading that way when they work in that place?
Yeah, I know. So
some
this was the
stuff
one
won't
day
make
they were
sense,
doing.
particularly
So
like.
Go ahead, my bad.
Sorry. No,
my bad. No, I was cutting you off.
It's just I just think just like we expect it. We expect life to make sense. I'll finish quickly. We expect life to make sense. I think, like we were having this discussion before, or was it yesterday, about like, are we conditioned by media? I think we are. We're conditioned to think that things will make sense. Like every narrative in every movie, each person's behavior makes sense based on the previous scene that happened. If you ever watch like biopics of individuals' lives, you're constantly like, why is he still hanging out with that person? That person stole his shit or something. And you're like, oh yeah, life is confusing. Real life is confusing. Fictitious narratives are the ones that make sense.
So the one day we couldn't stop it because we just happened to be doing these war games.
Mm-hmm.
Is the day they decided to do this. Now, did they have inside knowledge that these war games were happening, or did they just get
games all the time?
Are they the luckiest fuckers in the world?
It's possible, Jeremy. But if
they're the luckiest fuckers in the world, and they
no, they weren't lucky. They were good. They were good. They managed to find weak spots in the screening process, because they would go not to the major, to board the major airplanes. They didn't go to that airport. They went to some little podunk airport and managed to sneak a bunch of razor blades on.
Jeremy is talking about the war games thing. I think the thing with
that
is this is one of the like
there's always war games.
All of it. Awakenings.
Okay, there's always
they're extremely good piloting skills too.
There's
They
always
didn't have a
Possibly, I mean,
communication
this
policy.
is going to turn into a gish gallop if we start getting
Yeah.
there. But
Hold
this is
on,
the
They didn't have
guys.
a
Let me
communication
address
policy.
the. Let me address the
This is
claim.
for
There's
waking
always
up.
war games going on. Hold on.
Yeah.
There's always war games. Was there war games going on the day before?
Yes. Are you talking
They were
about
doing-
the drill when you say war
They were
game?
doing war games. They were doing war
The
games
drill.
the day before that. You're saying?
Call it exercise. Call it exercises.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, they
yeah,
were
yeah.
doing an exercise the day before that.
Yeah, they were.
Yes.
They were.
Were they? Oh, what on?
Yeah. Most
What
exercises.
Fighter
exercise
jets
was
that are
going on?
supposed to
Tell me,
intercept
tell me,
that
tell
area
me
were
what
doing war
exercise
games.
was going on. What
Are you
exercise
sure
was going
about
on
that?
at 9/11?
Yeah, I'm fairly certain because exercises normally last more than 24 hours, especially to that scope. It's normally multiple days.
What exercise was going on 9/11? I'm not a conspirator.
No, NORAD was running radar exercises. I believe Langley was running something. I can't remember exactly because it's been a while. But there were exercises that were
Yeah, but
going
those had
on,
no
and
effect
there's
on.
communications. Sort of.
No,
sort
they
of.
didn't.
There was communications. There are radio communications in which they're saying that a plane has been hijacked, and it does take a moment for the receiver to say real world or something. Essentially saying, is this for real or is this part of the exercise?
Yeah,
And
is this real world exercise?
that delay is important.
And I can't find anything that says they were doing exercises on 9/10. You guys have anything?
Nothing happened on 9/10.
Well, we're trying to figure out if they were
Yeah,
doing
they took
exercises
the word
or.
gullible. They took the word gullible out of the dictionary, you fuckers.
Yeah,
We're just trying to figure out if they
Sammy,
were
let's
doing.
move forward.
Okay, so
Let's move
what? There's an
forward.
exercise going on. What would that have changed? There were still
Relax,
no
Asher.
fighter airplanes to do anything.
Relax. Let's go with the assumption that there was none. I don't think it's important to anything. So let's say none, and it was only on September 11th.
So that's pretty lucky for the guys that were perpetrating this, or they had inside knowledge. Either one.
What could be inside. I'm not
They
sure how
had
public.
inside knowledge, or they're the luckiest people on earth.
I'm not sure how public.
It had no effect
exercises
on the reaction of NORAD. 0, maybe 2 minutes.
So you're saying we wouldn't have stopped it if we weren't
No,
able to do
because
the
there
war
weren't
game?
any fighter
Nobody-
planes on alert.
Nobody was prepared to issue the order to shoot down a passenger jet over Manhattan. No one had
Yeah.
ever contemplated that before. That wasn't going to
wait.
happen in a matter of 6 minutes.
They only
Really?
found out 6 minutes. Go ahead, percent.
They didn't contemplate it, and yet on that exact day, they were going to have a simulated event where an aircraft would crash into one of the towers.
Nope. That's false. That's false.
That's not false, actually.
That is absolutely false.
Pretty sure that what that
Okay,
did is true.
search National Reconnaissance Office drill.
I am not
Good
going
luck.
to some conspiracy site. Good luck.
It's
No,
not. It's common knowledge, bro.
I'm pretty sure.
No, it's
true.
not.
Pretty
It's
sure NORAD-
common bullshit from
Give me a
9/11
citation
truthers.
for that. I've never heard this before. Citation.
You guys want a citation?
Want a citation?
Sure. Yeah.
I'm gonna
If you
look
could,
too.
can I say
Well,
my
I
bit on this as well? Because this
I
is
just
to
wanted
me
to ask
the
one
awakening
question.
for me on it, which is that what you need to look for if you're trying to spot patterns, so you're not doing the confirmation bias quite so badly. It's impossible to stop, but not quite so badly. Is deliberately go looking for misses. And what I'd realized I'd never done is gone, how many days pass between these events, these training events, right? How
This
many
is from
misses
you.
are there? Because if they're happening like once every 10 years and this one happens to fall on that day, that's kind of sus. But if they're happening
All right.
like once every couple of weeks and they last a couple of days, then the likelihood that it falls on the day that they're doing a training could be, roll of the dice kind of luck.
All
So
right,
it's suddenly not so compelling.
just to back up what percentage was saying. This is from UPI.com/defense news. On the morning of September 11th, the super secret National Reconnaissance Office was preparing to conduct an emergency drill with employees. The scenario: a small corporate jet has a mechanical problem, hits a tower in the $310 million headquarters building on its runway back to the Dallas airport, just 4 miles away. So it was similar. Right, they're going to have a
Similar, but a
plane
different-
crash. They were doing a drill where a plane
Different kind
crashes
of plane
into a
at a different
tower.
location. A different
I
plane,
know,
different
I'm just
location,
saying.
different city. Got it.
Yes, all different. Yeah, it's pretty similar to what actually happened, right?
Right. I mean,
That's weird that they're conducting a scenario where a plane crashes into a building on the day planes crash into buildings. I mean,
Yeah, but this is the
Yeah,
NRO.
it's kind
The
of.
NRO
I
is
mean,
has no control over the air defense. And what I'm saying is there were no airplanes on alert. Nobody had missiles. Nobody had bombs. Nobody.
Yeah,
could
it
go up
takes a
and do it.
while. It takes a while to get planes with live missiles up. Like even when I was deployed and we would run our exercises, if Iran decided to mount up and get in the air, we had about a 13-minute window, and that's with live missiles already placed on the planes, and that's with pilots on standby, ready to run, literally run. So we would get some type of order, and it would be, okay, go. Pilots would literally run to the plane. We'd drive out. We would take all the pins out, run the jet up, and then they'd get up. And we would have a 13-minute window. Now
Okay, quick.
add a pilot that's not ready and not dressed. Add the missiles not being installed on planes, and add fuel not being on the planes because they're not scheduled to fly. Add all those things. There's
All
a
right.
lot of time between something happening and getting planes ready.
I got you. Quick question.
and
Quick question.
also
Hold
add-
on a
okay.
second after Bio's monologue, please, and then you're next. Well, I have a quick question though. How long before the first tower and the second tower got hit?
18 minutes.
That's it.
That's it.
So how
Yeah,
long does it take to
took a
get a
long
fighter
time.
jet? How long does it
I
take to
just
get a
told
fighter
you.
jet in there? We're
A
never
lot longer
prepared
than
to
that.
Yeah,
A
we're
lot
never
longer
prepared
than
to
that.
They were not sitting alert. They hadn't sat alert for 20 years, 10 years.
So
at
we're
that
never
time?
prepared to defend our borders at any moment.
we are now.
Just from crash.
There
We
were
are
a
now.
handful of planes. There were like 8 planes in all of North America that were on alert. Okay, those planes weren't prepared to scramble against civilian airliners. No one had ever practiced this. No one had ever thought about this before. No one had ever issued the order to intentionally shoot down a civilian airliner over a U.S. city. How did
What a
the order get
coincidence.
issued?
What a coincidence, right?
There's a lot of complacency as well. Especially if you're a pilot, you may practice for something like this, but when's the last time America was invaded in any way, let alone a terrorist or conventional invasion? You
Well,
get complacent at
terrorists.
your job. You get complacent at your job, and then something like this happens. There is that first initial, wait, is this real or whatever? You have delays in the process, and then especially you don't have jets that are in Manhattan. I think the closest jets would have been F-15s in New Jersey, and then even still, that's the flight time as well as loading the plane, fueling the plane, pilot being ready. There's time. There is time that it takes.
The only terrorists were the government that pulled that false flag operation.
The only time a civilian jetliner had been shot down intentionally up to that point that I'm aware of is the Korean airliner that was shot down by the Soviets during the Cold War, and that was because they had a plane right on its tail, and they issued the order.
I also thought it was an RC-135.
Exactly.
So what was the time between the first plane hitting anything and then the last plane hitting something? Like the
sure.
Pentagon, the towers, we'll forget the one in the field.
Like an hour and 20 minutes, maybe.
Was the Pentagon the last one?
Well, there
Yeah,
was,
the
there
Pentagon.
was a
Well,
fourth plane
yeah, it was the
crash.
third one.
Pennsylvania was the last, but that didn't hit
Shanksville,
just the ground.
Which was that's very suspicious too. We can get into that after. So they had an hour and some change to scramble some
There
fighter
was no
jets.
scramble. There was no jets to be scrambled, Jeremy. How many times?
We
do
didn't
I
have
tell
any
you
jets.
this?
We have no
We have
jets.
jets. Do you know any idea how long it takes to generate a jet with live ammo?
No
Yeah,
defense.
how long does it take to get a jet ready to go? We're totally
6 hours.
unprepared. Don't we have like National Guard or something?
No,
I
not
just
on
spent
alert.
I just spent like 5 minutes explaining it. Were you not?
Don't we
listening?
have like
He wasn't paying attention.
Don't we have
No,
like the
the National Guard has
Guard?
not. The National Guard had not been on alert for I think 10 years at that point. The
Could I
guys were
explain
calling
this?
numbers that had been disconnected and a long time ago. They were going in the old books looking. No, all the
So it was
all
the
the fighters
perfect
that were
storm,
prepared for
right?
the Soviets had been
Perfect
off alert for
storm.
years.
Yeah, perfect storm, man. What a coincidence, eh?
Not
What,
a
10 years?
coincidence.
Like,
These guys weren't the stupid camel jockeys you think they were. They found a weakness in the system and exploited it quite well.
and flew planes better than most pilots.
Yeah,
What was that?
so gullible.
They did some very impressive maneuvers in those
They did
planes.
nothing at all impressive.
No,
Even the
they
mainstream
stayed
media
in
was
level and do
reporting.
what they told you.
No.
Even the mainstream media was reporting how impressive these maneuvers were that
No,
they did.
That's not
bad
true.
maneuvers.
That is true, actually.
That's not true.
No.
They flew straight and
I do
level.
remember a report saying it was some pretty extreme maneuvers, but what I later
The
found
like
out
corkscrew
was
turn.
No.
Yeah,
there,
was that it was
there
not
is
that.
a flight guy, a FAA radar operator that said it was impressive because they thought it was it was not a safe maneuver. That's why he said that, because if you read his entire quote, he says we were all kind of shocked about this because it's not safe. Well, someone whose
They
intention
had
is to
simulator
crash.
time. They had bought simulator time. They had simulator time
And
under
that
their
was only
belt.
about the Pentagon strike.
Yes, that was my understanding about it, that somebody had initially come out and said something like this was an extreme maneuver or this was not a safe maneuver because I think the rate of the turn was quite steep for an aircraft of that size, was much closer to the smaller aircraft they've been using, like a more normal corkscrew for a Cessna to keep a landing, like exactly what you should do, look over your shoulder and keep that landing point in your view. And then that had been mistakenly garbled into it's impossible for a plane of this size to do such maneuvers, which if you ever watch them doing the testing of those planes, wow, they do some impressive stuff.
So does anyone have like a diagram or a picture or something of the path that the plane took right before it hit?
Yeah, there's some simulations using the
Which
black
plane?
box, and it's just big giant corkscrew.
Whatever one had the most impressive maneuvers, I don't know.
That'd be the one at the Pentagon.
Which we have almost no video. Would we get 4 frames of a video clip or something? Like we got like almost no footage of this, right?
Yeah, as far as publicly released, I'd be in the camp of there's a lot of video, but they're not presenting it.
Why?
Just because it's a Pentagon. There's so many gas stations and buildings, and it's the Pentagon. I would assume that there must be dozens of cameras fixated around the area. But it's also 2001 too, so it's how many security cameras are there really?
That's fine. What about the impact it left on the building? It looked like the wings. There was no wings on the plane. Very awkward. It looked very awkward.
Which building are we talking about?
On the Pentagon. Also, it crashed into the spot where they had the only files that they had just lost $3 trillion.
That's not true either. That's not true.
All right, I heard that.
That's
but
absolutely
however,
not true.
That's fine. However, the impact site on the building didn't look right to me.
It looks like a missile. It's just a yeah. There's no like wings, and there's no there's none of the wreckage and all the aluminum and everything that would be there. Yeah, it's very strange. It looks pretty.
Same thing with the.
I've seen comparisons of that with like missile hits, and they're very, very similar.
Have you seen comparisons between that and other concrete reinforced buildings? Do you have a comparison of that, or is it your intuition rather than evidential?
Geo,
so comparisons of buildings that have been hit with missile with the Pentagon.
No, I know, but also reinforced concrete buildings that have been hit by planes. Have you compared those to what happened to the Pentagon? Have you attempted?
Do we have any other video, photos of that or anything?
Well, that's what I'm saying, because if you're saying it doesn't look like a plane hit it, what you're unintentionally saying is compared to other times that we know one has hit a building like that, they look different. That's what you're unintentionally saying.
It's not what you would intuitively expect to see. Now, how about the one that crash landed into the field? That definitely did not look. I've seen planes crashing into fields before, and that did not look like what you would expect to see either.
No, yeah. See, that's
you're
where
expert in plane crashes now.
That's where I kind of disconnect as well. So, like, again, with the whole mainstream story, this would be one of the disconnects I have is the Pennsylvania thing. And there are eyewitnesses that were outside. They say they heard a plane. They say they saw a plane. There are those witnesses. But outside of that, I can't connect a plane to that crash site.
It definitely looks like a plane did not. I'm glad you agreed with that. That was oh my God.
So why are all the airplane parts there?
As a caveat, just to make it very clear, I am consciously aware that I could be wrong on my assessment, but that's my personal ignorant assessment.
Yes, that's fine. But at least we both agree it does not look like the plane crashed in the field right there.
What a true American. Okay, I'm going to post an image in chat. Tell me if a plane crashed here or not.
Would a true American patriot be proud that their country was attacked by some dickheads and
Is that a plane crash? I just posted a photo.
Is that a 757, 747?
Or would a true patriot
plane crash is the first question.
Question whether or not their government is actually acting for the people.
Carlos, your mic is.
It could be
a little quiet, muffled.
Hold on, guys. Yeah, sorry, Carlos. Your mic's a little loud. I talked over you a little bit there. Now that could be a plane crash. There, that's a very bad photo, first of
Yeah.
all, and
Okay.
Zoom out.
at least there's a lot of big chunks there. So that could be a plane crash. It might not be, but it could be because there's some.
Okay. It's flight 427 that crashed near Pittsburgh about 10 years before 9/11.
All right, there's some big chunks there. That could definitely be a plane crash. Yeah.
It hit the ground at about 150 miles an hour.
That's fine. There's some big chunks there. That's what you would expect to see.
Whereas the plane that crashed in Shanksville hit at about 500 miles an hour.
Well, is this after it's all been cleaned up, though?
Nope.
Wait, you're telling me this is just a minute after it hit?
This is next day.
Next day when they went in and cleared it all up.
Next day when a lot of shit burned.
Next day when the sun came up, it crashed at night.
After the scavengers.
It looks like there was a bad fire and a lot of stuff got burnt up. Yeah, I mean, we saw the Shanksville one seconds, minutes after it happened.
This is what we call
very different.
false
And
analogy.
and also in
Either way.
in Shanksville, it crashed into a mine reclamation site, so it was soft ground.
Either way, Steel City, at least the one you posted has some big chunks to it. I mean, it's a pretty bad picture, but at least it has some big chunks to it to where, okay, there could be an engine over here, the body of the plane over here. It looks like there's a piece of a wing there. Like there's some nice chunks, some big chunks it looks like. So, we didn't see really much of that in the field there.
Yeah, and this shit burned all night long.
Yeah. I mean, you got to admit it didn't look like a plane crash in the field.
Yeah, so right? If you're also going with like no plane crash in the field, how does that then line up with the rest of the whole event? Because if that was fake or not a real airplane, doesn't that kind of pull the rug out from the entire thing in terms of the mainstream story? Because at that point, why are they psyoping one of the crashes? And then it's like, are the other ones psyops? It just starts to bring a lot. It's like the whole house of cards comes down, is what I think.
I know what you're saying, but that's where we differ. Is that I'm not taking the stance that it was fake. But my stance, my honest opinion is, based on the ignorance of not knowing what plane crashes look like, that doesn't intuitively look like a plane crash there. I also recognize that I could be wrong about that, and I don't then snowball into everything else. And now I'm a diehard one position person. It's still just an ignorant opinion.
Do you trust your government 100%?
No, it's irrelevant.
Do you actually trust your government? Like,
I mean, it's fine. No, of course not. Of course not. No.
Your life in their hands.
At a time I did. That's why I signed my life away. Today, no, not 100%, obviously.
So is there a plane crash at this site or not?
Yeah, there was. It was flight 427 in Pittsburgh.
No, the one I posted. Is there a plane crash at the site or not?
Take away the tail. It'd be hard to say.
It looks to me like there was a plane crash at this site. I mean, there's this big ass piece of airplane there.
What, the bottom one, the last one?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see the tail of the plane. You can see where the fuselage was burning.
Yeah,
You can see it's
That's
obvious
Shanksville.
a plane crash there.
That's
What's
Shanksville.
that?
Thank you very much. That's Shanksville. Thank you.
That's one where it was all little tiny pieces.
That's the Shanksville site.
Is that
Yeah, well, I'm a little bit. I mean, I'm a little bit different than you guys because I'm not so patriotic to America like you guys are. No matter which side you're on. But I mean, from my point of view, I don't have any investment whether or not the American government is to be dealt
What you posted is Shanksville after the cleanup.
Yeah, somebody posted a picture. Is that it, Gio? The Shanksville site?
Whose isn't
Yeah.
Shanksville? It sounded like NASA was saying his is Shanksville. And which one were you responding to when you were saying it's not Shanksville, Steel City?
That's a bad picture too, though.
NASA's picture is not Shanksville. That's something else. The one above it is Shanksville, where I posted Flight 93, and there's a government exhibit sticker on it.
Who was just trying to speak and just got cut off and then muted?
Yeah, I don't know. I must have had a bad mic. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, so like, I mean, I'm from the outside. I'm not an American patriot. I'm not from America, but from my point of view, I don't have an investment in whether or not the government is lying to the people. But it's very clear to me to look at both sides of the story, and something's really fishy. I mean, for me, I mean, would you put your life in the hands of your government right now? Do you trust your government?
I trust them enough for my life because I understand that they make money the longer I'm alive and paying taxes. So for that reason, yes.
This
They
thing
don't
looks
make
like a
they don't
little
make money
Hollywood.
if I'm dead.
This one right here looks like a little Hollywood setup. I call this complete BS right here. It
What's
looks
that,
like they
Gio?
brought the. It looks like they brought the tail in, and they just plopped the tail there. They did some like black, like burning little stuff in here. This is just fake AF right here. This is not an airplane. If an airplane
That's
crashed,
not Flight
here,
93.
you would see it smashed into the ground and spread out. It would
No.
dig into the ground, you know. It would dig. This thing is just placed there, just like the moon lander is just placed there with no actual disturbance.
You're
of the
saying
land.
there's no crater.
Is that Gio? Is that supposed to be Shanksville right there? That one? That last one you posted?
That's
not
Shanksville.
Shanksville.
The same one as the one NASA posted, and it's
it's not Shanksville.
Often misconceived or represented as Shanksville, but it's not.
It
I don't know what it's from.
Search for it somehow.
It's United Airlines. This claims it's United Airlines Flight 93, Boeing 757.
It's not though.
It's not. I'm not sure where that photos came from, but it's not.
As passengers attempted to subdue the hijackers, the aircraft crashed into a field in Stony Creek Township near Shanksville, Pennsylvania. So I mean, that is one of the official ones that whatever.
No. This is something
Hollywood. Whenever what they're doing, the other ones I posted are claimed to be as well. So
no, that's I don't know what the Crystal Fire Department is, but that's not Flight 93. Whoever posted this is an idiot.
all of these are the ones I posted are from the Post Journal. These are just the first couple things that come up on Google.
Well, it's a false link or someone's posting bullshit because it's simply not true.
Yeah, that last one you posted does look fake as fuck though, Gio. I don't know where that's from, but right? Does everyone agree that looks fake?
No, it looks like they've compiled all the remnants and then they set it up for the conclusion of an investigation. That's what it looks like to me.
Okay. Yeah.
Looks like a plane skidded off the runway and crashed.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. I posted something false. Yeah, this is a Russian crash.
I posted it too because you posted it, and that one was a different angle, and I felt like it pointed out how fake it looked, so I wanted to post it because
this is an airplane crash, this is an airplane crash, but it's a Russian crash, and it did come up under Flight 93. I apologize. I posted it false.
Do we have any good close-up? I remember watching it live. I remember watching this live when it happened, and I feel like I saw a lot of like close-up shots of the field, like really good camera shots of the field of Shanksville. How come we can't find any good pictures?
We can. It's just the pictures are going to come from sources that you don't like. Just because it's 2001 in bumfuck Pennsylvania, I don't think there's anybody with an iPhone going out there, right after it's happened.
No, but the camera crews.
The majority that you're going to get is from a distance from the media, and then close-ups. Perhaps after a little bit of cleanup. I think that's all we'll find.
Oh,
there's some close-ups.
There's some
look fake as fuck.
Well, the one that I posted is in, I'd say, a good third of the searches. That's interesting.
Why are the ones you posted fake as fuck?
Yeah, it is. Well, actually, it's according to what I can find out. If you look into it, it's a Russian flight.
Yeah, no, I understand that one. I'm talking about what percentage I just posted. He's claiming
percentage.
That his photos are fake as fuck.
They look like they're placed there. That doesn't look like something that just crashed down, and you'd expect that there'd be more kind of like dirt, debris, not these just big pieces, and that's it.
Well, this is a kind of a framed shot, right, for an intentional purpose, right?
I'm saying, are those the biggest pieces? Those don't look like very big pieces. I mean, I realize that's two windows
on
on
a big airplane, two windows, and that looks like the flight. That's the flight recorder. They were looking for that.
Where's like the engines and shit?
And
those wouldn't disintegrate, would they?
That piece is maybe what?
The engines were dug out of the ground.
They were.
Sure, they were.
Sure, they weren't. Right?
Burn
let's
of proof,
see this.
positive claim.
Listen, when this
No, but the
happened, they
thing
had
about
all
it
the
is most-
camera crews. Hold on, Paige. When this happened, they had all the camera crews were out there. Like, we should have tons of video of this shit. So if there's engines embedded in the ground, if there's engines embedded in the ground, we should definitely hold on, dude.
Yeah, but
if there's engines embedded in the ground, we would clearly be able to see that. And there was tons of video footage of this that day.
they had to be dug out of the ground. Here's an image.
Picture incoming. Or you probably got it, but I have one incoming too.
Most of the plane crashes you guys see are low speed landing type accidents where the airplane is basically intact. This thing hit the ground at a high angle and high speed, if I remember correctly, and basically impacted the ground and sort of buried itself.
Yeah, but if that was the case, it would hit the ground and like it's like a big boat, like a big submarine, because those things are pretty bendy. Like they're not very strong. It's not like a submarine, that has a really, really
well, it had a
heavy
lot of
metal structure. So when those things,
about
if it would
500
hit
miles
the
an
ground,
hour. It's just
it would just like a rubber thing hitting the ground. Yeah, it would just smash, and then parts of it would break off a little bit, but it would just be like, and you would see all
it had a lot of momentum going
chairs
forward.
and the people and all of the you'd see all the air vents, and you'd be able to have all that.
It wouldn't blow up. It wouldn't blow up like a bottle hitting a rock. It would and the ground looks fairly soft. I mean, it looks like it buried itself. I haven't looked in years.
It was a mine. It was a strip mine that had been dug out and buried back over, right? So it was soft ground, and in that 427 flight, there were no large pieces, just like in Flight 93.
That doesn't look like soft ground when they're digging out
it's soft
engine.
ground.
It looks like it's like pretty firm, dense soil.
It
wouldn't
was
be able
a strip
to,
mine.
well, my only guess for either side of whether it was tough ground or not would be how the earth piles up around it. I would expect to get close to vertical edges and overhangs if the ground's tough, whereas there, what
It's
I see
all
is closer to a
rocky.
pile of sand.
Look at all the rocks.
What's the given
Look at all the rocks.
impact speed? Are we given
I don't know.
impact speed?
And if it was so soft and the impact was so strong, it would be pushing out this really soft soil. It wouldn't just be like burying burying underneath it only. It would be create a crater and be pushed, and that thing would be kind of maybe half buried, but it would be, it would be visible.
The airplane that crashed in the Everglades, they never found it either. They found little pieces of it too.
Hey, Pei, do you think that the reason that you found that other one that is the Russian one, do you think that it's possible that that's actually purposely done that way? So because there isn't really any footage of that Shanksville plane, like everyone knows it, there's just not shit, that just happened to be in there of a different one that also looks fake.
Well, I don't know. I apologize. I posted something false, but I saw, more than one, and they look to be trustworthy websites too. That's what bothers me.
That's crazy.
Makes
I thought
you
they were
think,
coming
hey?
from.
The fact that there were multiple websites and they weren't crazy ones. They were decent websites too.
It's crazy that they look like good websites and they gave you this false information. You'd expect some of these people to be giving you, some real deal shit, to do their research on it.
Have you looked back on them websites and seen whether they're actually talking about the Russian one or not?
Remember when the one lady reported? I don't know if it was a lady or a guy, but they reported that the second tower got hit before it even happened.
No, I think you mean that they
No,
building
that
7
happened.
had fallen down.
That happened, bro. They
No,
reported on it before.
You're thinking about building 7.
I think you
No,
are.
I don't think so.
I guarantee it. Because building 7.
Yeah, I never in my whole time as being a truther heard anything about the second plane being reported before it was hit, but I definitely saw something about the building 7 falling down, or there has been another building collapse while the building 7 is still standing in the background of the photo.
Well, hold on. Before we go into Building 7, let me just, I was on the last topic. I wanted to just post that. So that's just a little airplane crash, like a little Cessna. That is what I would expect to see. Like, you know, the wings broken off a little bit. You know, maybe the nose is cracked a little bit, but you would have the whole plane would still be there.
How fast was that Cessna going?
Probably 40 miles an hour.
How fast was flight?
Yeah, it doesn't
93
really look like
going?
a fast crash, to be honest. Like it's hit one of the top of the trees and then lost its.
And it's
So
easier
they
for a
did
small
report.
plane like that to have pretty good rigidity. Like you can see when a big plane clips its wing on something, the wing pretty much turns to paper. Whereas when a small plane clips its wing on something, it spins the plane around.
So at first glance, it looks like this BBC reporter did report that Building 7 collapsed before it actually happened.
Yes, that's correct. Building 7.
Yeah. So they reported a building collapse before it even collapsed. It's weird.
Yeah, because the fire department predicted it would collapse and warned the media and everyone to stay back.
Yeah, but the BBC didn't say, "Oh, we've had to destroy
Yeah,
Building 7." They said, "Oh, Building 7's, you know,
and
fallen as well."
when Ronald Reagan was shot, remember, they also announced that his press secretary had died. And then they came back on 12 minutes later and say, oops, sorry, Brady's still alive. Our bad.
How bad of a reporter do you have to be to say the building's down when it's not down? How bad of a reporting team do you have to be?
I agree
They may
with
have
that.
not even been
It's just,
looking.
I think
got
that
the story
people
wrong.
They may not have even been in New York. They probably, you know, CNN is based in Atlanta. Who knows?
But the point is, they're a team now.
DC.
But it's breaking information. You try to break this information as soon as possible. If you know,
It's
you ever
about
worked
as
in a
bad,
newsroom?
it's about as bad as announcing that the press secretary had died when in fact he was still alive. That's how bad it was.
Or reporting, or following what Reddit said about the Boston bomber and saying we know who he is. He's this chap, and this poor little fucking Indian chap's like, no, it's not.
I'm just posting this as well. Hold on, just as one other thing. See, this is another airplane that crashed. See, the whole thing is still there. I mean, yeah, the wings bent up. The wings bent up a little bit. Maybe there's a fire.
Here's what I'm going to guess, though, Gio.
The whole thing
That
is still
plane
there.
crashed.
It doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't just vanish when it hits the ground.
But that plane, I don't think that plane would have even crashed. I reckon that plane ran long of the runway. They deployed those slides. People got out via the slides to escape a fire in the cabin. I don't think that plane inverted in the air and plowed into the ground.
Right.
Plus an animation of the
And
crash.
on the same token of that, Gio, we can find car crashes that are little fender benders. We can also find car crashes where a semi seems to have pulverized a tiny little car. We can find different effects to different variables of the situation.
Well, I would just expect that all the material would still be there, even though it would be a little bit banged up.
It's in thousands and thousands of pieces, yes.
You're right. It was an easy on the airplane that skid off the runway at Hiroshima, or Hiroshima, however you want to say it.
I'm going to post a video of an F-4 Phantom striking a reinforced concrete wall at 500 miles an hour. Tell me the biggest pieces of the Phantom you see after the impact. That's a military aircraft. Nothing's left of it.
I do think we're just super ignorant about it, and we're not. I mean, how much experience does anybody in here have on this area? It's all just my intuition tells me this, but that's all it is. Personal intuition.
I actually have a little bit.
Did anyone even
more
say
than
that? I didn't remember anyone even saying about intuition.
No, Jeremy did when we agreed to the Pennsylvania incident. He said it's his intuition. I said I 100% agree. My personal opinion and my intuition says this. We use that word explicitly.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I use my intuition all the time. I wasn't saying that. It just sounded like you were trying to make. At least in this recent time, I didn't hear anyone say it. But yeah, maybe from before.
So okay, maybe the reporting thing was another freak coincidence of the day. We'll chalk that up on the list of unusual things that happen. Weird things totally surrounding this whole event. Our list is pretty long of weird shit. I mean, come on.
Yeah, but I think Eggshells brought up a good point. Eggshells, I thought, said it very well. You could do the level of scrutiny that you're doing for 9/11 at almost any event, and you will have a long list of what seem like weird shit by itself. You do it with any event.
I mean, if you're going to do another conspiracy like JFK or something, or yeah, you'll have a long list
Pearl
of weird
Harbor
shit.
too. Pearl Harbor, you had all
Pearl
kind of weird
Harbor,
shit going on.
yeah.
But
Absolutely.
because that's any
Pearl
event.
Harbor's a conspiracy.
All right,
There's a
any big
conspiracy
event.
surrounding it.
Yes, it was. It was a conspiracy among the Japanese. I agree with you.
No, there's a conspiracy theory. Go ahead,
Here's an
Kyle.
exercise. Just take a mundane event. Take a mundane event and then put the level of scrutiny into it. The things that I've seen people do is scrutinize basketball and suggest that it's 100% rigged and the rims are magnetic because sometimes they see a basketball go through the air kind of weird. If you apply the level of scrutiny to something mundane, you're going to possibly find weird shit all the time.
Bio, you're funny. Dude, Steel City, this video that you posted is insane, man. I've never seen anything like this. How fast is this thing going? It's basically like you know how they do like crash tests for cars, but this is a crash test with an airplane
Yeah.
really fast.
Yeah, the purpose of the test was to determine if the concrete walls of a nuclear reactor could withstand a plane crash. So they took an F-4 Phantom as is. They put water in the tanks instead of fuel, and I think it was like 500 miles an hour.
Yeah, I found the wiki for that plane picture you uploaded. It's a San Fran crash of Asiana 214. And exactly as I said, it was on, I said maybe on takeoff. It turns out it was on landing, but that's comparable speeds, pretty darn slow. And it clipped the seawall and spun around and caught fire.
Well, that's what would always be.
Most of the crew survived is another important thing. There were only 3, maybe 4 fatalities. 3 died, sorry. So it's a very, very different crash than a plane hitting almost perpendicular at a much, much faster speed. What is playing me music? I thought somebody else was.
Might be one of the videos that were posted.
Oh my God, it was 93 was playing the whole time.
So the list of weird events goes on and on. We'd be here all month trying to do this. You know what I mean? Wasn't George Bush's wasn't Bush's brother or brother-in-law or some shit head of security at least one of the buildings now?
False. That was just a false news report. Bush's brother was on the board of directors. I'll do it quick. So Bush's brother was on a board of directors for a security contractor for the Port Authority, and he left that company, that board, before Bush was even nominated for president.
Okay. You sure?
Either nominated or elected. I don't remember which.
Yeah, no doubt. I won't hold you to that. I mean.
But yeah, it was Marvin Bush, 9/11. You can read all about it.
I think just pick any other day of the year on which nothing happened, and see if you can't find as many confusing things happening.
September 10th, 2001.
Right. Have you researched all of the flight paths and everything that was going on in the world that day?
No.
There you go. That's the thing. We look at a specific day, expect it to make sense, and then we look for bits that don't make sense and go, this is proof of this alternate theory.
So we've got the link with the Bushes and the Osama and the Bin Ladens, right? Longtime family friends, the Bin Ladens and the Bushes, right?
I'm not sure about family friends, but they certainly did business together because the Bush family is pretty extensive. I mean, Bush's father or grandfather did business with the robber barons of Germany that supported Hitler in the early 1930s.
I think another big conflict of interest, you guys might not agree, but either Bush or his father, one of them sat on the board of Lockheed Martin, and they would stand to make a substantial amount with their stocks in that company, right?
They actually would have lost money. airline stock plummeted after 9/11.
That's another thing we need to look at is you always got to follow the money. Now, there was a lot of shorts on airline stocks that day, like an abnormal amount. They keep track of this shit meticulously.
Yeah. I think the total amount was like $12 million. There you go.
That's it.
Yeah, very very small amount.
But there was way more than average.
Yeah, the average amount was 2.
Yeah, so somebody knew.
Somebody knew that somebody was trying to make that extra $10 million on this $1 billion conspiracy.
Did we ever follow any leads up on that or follow the money? Whose accounts
It was investigated by the FBI, and they said there was no link.
Well, what were the companies that did it?
What were the companies? I think it was individual investors.
I don't just believe the FBI. You just believe the FBI?
I don't believe it either, but it's a minuscule amount of money.
Well, $10 million is $10 million.
Yeah, well, I think anybody that was involved in a conspiracy this grand wouldn't be worried about chump change on shorting airline stocks.
They could have been wanting a birthday present for their
there you go.
Or something.
Well, Steel City, you know why I think they do it? I don't think they do it because they need the money. I think they do it because they have to it's a financial reset built into the PSYOP, is how I see it. So, for example, the Titanic is a great example of that, where they did they swapped the 2 boats, the Olympic and the Titanic, and then they sunk the one with a huge insurance scam. So something like that, when it's a huge, one of the most expensive boats in the world, and that just sinks. What kind of effect does that have on the insurance system? The entire system is going to sag, and that's when they then will do a takeover. With that sag, they'll try to get more power, give us less freedoms, etc.
Yeah, let's not forget $10 million after the stock market crashed that day, or in the following days to come, bought you a lot of fucking stock.
There was a lot more money to be made in other ways that, like,
I know, and they made it.
Well, if you had taken all your savings and put it in Halliburton stock on November 10th, you would have made
Bush had tons of stock
tons more money.
Yeah, Bush had tons of stock in Lockheed Martin, like something like that.
He would have lost money. Lockheed Martin dropped and kept dropping for quite a while. Maybe after the war on terror, they came back, but there was no short to be made there.
They didn't make a ton of money supplying defense to America in a time of war.
It certainly wasn't a quick gain. It certainly wasn't anything like doing a stock short.
I mean, I feel like if you own all this stock in a company and now all of a sudden they're making a shit ton of money, you'd probably be doing good, no?
Yeah, people with money find ways of making money. It's a bitch, isn't it?
Okay, how about the insurance policy that the guy took out?
Lucky Larry.
Silverstein, yep.
Lucky Larry, yeah. He bought the lease for the towers 6 weeks before 9/11.
That's pretty big. We're gonna put that in the list of freak shit that happened that day.
And then
were those buildings also scheduled to be have asbestos removal done throughout them?
There was asbestos abatement going on at the World Trade Centers for 20 years.
And there was a lot more due to come. There was a lot more due to come because there was a timeline. There was a timeline was coming up.
No. There was very, very, very little asbestos in the towers. The asbestos was in the other Port Authority stuff. I mean, you'll hear a lot about the Port Authority and asbestos, and people think it's the towers. The towers were built in 69, 70, and they stopped using asbestos as the buildings were being built. So there was very little asbestos in the upper floors. In fact, that's one of the conspiracies as to why the buildings failed so quickly, is because they didn't have asbestos.
So this guy Silverstein, this guy sounds like the luckiest guy in the fucking world. He hit the jackpot on this.
Well, not really. Yeah, he actually lost a lot of money initially, at least.
Actually, didn't he get the contractors out that cleared it all up as well? So he also got paid for that.
I'm not sure if he got that or not, but I know that he got the lease, and he owned Building 7. He owned some of the other properties nearby, and he obviously had insurance on the properties because they were financed, and the insurance included a terrorist provision because the buildings had been attacked in
That
1993.
rubble. I remember that they tried to
1993.
they tried to drive a van into the parking garage, but that site was the biggest. That was the biggest crime scene in American history, pretty much, right? And they fucking just they should have had people going over this shit meticulously for fucking years. They should still be going through this rubble.
Lucky Larry decided
Why?
to get a
What would they
haircut.
prove, Jeremy? What would they prove?
Sorry,
I
can I
don't
just
know.
ask a quick question? It might mean nothing, but I think it was an Aussie in here who was saying, what was Bush reading out at the time on the TV, and what were the kids reading out? What was written on the board?
Pet
I
goat.
don't know if he knew what
My
was
pet
said.
goat, wasn't it?
My pet goat.
Ah, Satanism confirmed.
Let's not forget the picture they found,
You
the
said
painting
it.
they found. Let's not forget the painting they found in Epstein's place where that had Bush sitting on the floor, throwing paper airplanes made of money into, what was that painting? You guys see that?
into like blocks, like toy blocks.
That
Was
were
it
all
seriously?
crashing
My
over.
pet goat.
Goat too.
Oh my god.
And I'm sure that painting was post 9/11 as well, by the way.
Could have been.
And Lucky Larry also got his hair cut that morning that he's never done before. He always got his hair cut at
He
the
never
tower.
got his hair cut before. That's pretty cool. I
No, I
wonder.
think he meant at that time.
I wonder who made that claim.
At
I
the
think he meant
tower.
it. I
He
think he
always
meant at that
cut
time.
there.
I don't know whether this is a rumor or not, but apparently, was there not asbestos in the towers? So they needed to be redone anyway.
No, very little asbestos was in the towers. During the construction, the builders were cited for using asbestos because that was right about the time when OSHA was coming out. And so the top halves of both towers had no asbestos whatsoever. And again, that's one of the theories as to why the buildings failed so quickly, because of the thermal insulation for the steel wasn't as good as it could have been.
And he never got his hair cut outside of the towers till that day.
He only had he only had the towers for 6 weeks.
What
And he
records
worked
do we
there.
have about this guy's haircuts, and what does it show?
And he worked there prior to.
No, he didn't. He didn't work in the towers prior to.
But I'm just
He
curious
did all
about like
kinds of
Building
stuff.
7.
whose haircuts always had their haircuts where?
In the tower.
It's one of the conspiracy theories things. They say Larry wasn't in his office that day because he was getting his hair cut.
A hair
And he
appointment.
always got his hair cut inside the tower. So that he changed his hairdresser
His hair,
is
yeah. He changed his hairdresser the day.
My personal favorite story of all this conspiratard stuff is this one guy came back from his honeymoon the previous evening, and his wife cooked him breakfast. He worked on like the right where one of the planes hit. Anyway, his wife cooked him like a burrito, and he ate it just like a good husband would. He even asked for seconds. So he gets on the subway, and he feels this pressure in his gut, and he's looking for a bathroom. If you've ever been in the New York subway, there are no bathrooms. So anyway, he ends up shitting himself in the middle of the subway in the car, gets out, takes a cab home, cleans himself off, puts everything up, and watches the airplane hit where he's supposed to be working.
one of my favorites
burritos,
was the guy whose wife called him and said, "My
Yeah,
God,
that one
honey, are
too.
you okay?" And he's like, "Yeah, I'm fine." And she's like, "Where are you?" And he's like,
What,
"I'm in at the
one of my
office."
favorites is that
And
we
she's
went
like,
to the
"No,
moon.
you're fucking not.
Yeah,
Your
yeah,
office
because
is
he just got
dust."
hit.
And
Yeah,
he
Was
was
he
banging
cheating on
his
his?
yeah,
banging
he was
his
out there.
mistress.
He was out there
Did you
banging
hear
his
about
mistress.
the guy Did you hear about the guy in Australia got caught during the lockdown? There was people being quarantined in a hotel room, and they caught like the security guard banging a
Bang.
chick or something.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah,
something.
she'd been banging a
one of the
security
chicks.
guard for a while, and then like he was giving her special privileges. She was like, "I want to go out," and so he was like turning a blind eye and letting her go out. And
Oh,
a lot
yeah.
of the right wing picked up on that, because when they were like, what rules did you use to choose these security guards? They're like, they weren't actually security guards, and we gave them like a pamphlet on like hygiene and all of this stuff about like contagiousness of things, but we made them sit through 2 days of cultural sensitivity training. So the only training they got was totally irrelevant to the job they were doing, but was just all sort of cushy lefty stuff.
How about the photo of Where's Waldo? And it's supposed to be this guy that's up on the tower or up on one of the towers, observation with the photo of the plane approaching in the background.
What's
And
funny is all
posted it.
these stories though are more believable than us going to the moon.
Well, guess it depends on your point of view on that. I think it's entirely possible we went to the moon.
And then destroyed that technology.
Well, you know,
Yeah,
actually,
sadly, that bit's
I
shit.
actually think that 9/11 was a good thing in the end because those buildings were severely ugly, and the building replaced it looks a lot better.
Was there a good website that has like a list of the weird events surrounding 9/11? Like I can't remember them all. This was so long
Yeah,
I
there
went through
used to
this.
be one. And there used to be another like partner website, like sort of competing website that was like, here's the answers to all of them. So it'd like link you to like,
Yeah, that's right. I
here's-
remember that.
and that was the one I used when I started coming out of it. I was like, okay, so
Well, how
this and
about the
this is
past?
wrong.
Here's
But how
one.
could
I
that
got
be
one.
wrong? And then I'd search it up and be like, oh, okay.
I
What
got
about
one.
this then?
Was that Mark Roberts or something from the JREF forum?
Hold on, I got one.
Got to be somewhere.
I got one. What about the passports they found intact on the ground of the hijackers? That's
should
fucking
happen?
weird.
What should
Or
happen to
they
passports?
find the black boxes and the black boxes disappear.
No. Hold on. The passports. They flew out of the hijackers' pockets or off the plane and just happened to land safely on the ground. Didn't go into the building and burn up or anything.
I think that was one of the initial claims. I'm pretty sure that's not true anymore. But
No,
that was one of the
that's
initial.
true. One passport was found on the ground of one of the hijackers and turned over to like a New York detective who turned it into the FBI or something like that. But you know, it's not like a passport can't survive a plane crash. But yeah,
I mean,
was a
indeed,
little.
it is
Yeah,
surprising.
it is. It's kind of fishy, but
Did they all survive though? Because that's what the claim grew into. And then I remember when I dug it up, it was
Just
like, no,
one.
it was just one
Yeah.
perfectly intact passport from one person.
And it's not perfect. I mean, there's a photo of it somewhere, and it's you can tell it's
got scorch marks on it.
Yeah, it's pretty dirty and beat up and everything, and it just becomes this perfectly intact. Yeah, okay.
More intact than the black
box. There we go. The black box. What happened with these black boxes? They found them and then lost them.
They never found them at ground zero. There was rumors that they were found.
And then they disappeared.
They were never found.
This is the biggest crime scene on American soil in the history of America, pretty much. How do you not? Like I said, they should have fucking still been going through that shit. Like you go through that shit till you find everything.
The first thing that you have to do is search for survivors, and that's the first thing.
I know where
they
those
did.
black boxes are. They're on the moon.
They went back in time.
You find survivors, yes, and then what do? You find the black box. What else are you looking to look for?
Looking for everything.
Yes, and you don't stop until you find them black.
They carted all the debris into a landfill. It's called Fresh Kills on somewhere in New Jersey, and then they had hundreds and hundreds of people going through that stuff for like 18 months.
So these black boxes are claimed to be got burnt up, or like what happened to them?
They just never found them. Draw whatever conclusion you will. They found the black boxes for Flight 93, and they found the black boxes for the Pentagon. They did not find them at ground zero.
Can a black box burn up?
But hang on, Crit, you were saying they found the black boxes and then they didn't.
Then they
and then
disappeared.
They went missing.
Yeah.
Is it possible for them to burn up?
Yeah. Yes. It's possible. Yes.
Okay.
Burn or be pulverized, or I don't know.
Yeah, they're not designed. They're not designed to be burnt up when you put a notebook of paper on fire next to it. It's not designed for that. But yes, in a plane crash where there's fuel that's continuously burning, and you have all these different materials burning for hours and hours and perhaps days. Yes, it's possible.
No doubt. Okay.
And I posted a photo of a bunch of passports from a plane crash in the guy's hands there. but that is not from 9/11. That's one of the, I think it's like the Ethiopian plane that crashed and wherever
Yeah,
it was.
paper, especially books. It's very common for them to survive fires.
Yep.
Just because there's no oxygen to circulate through the materials, and that's why a lot of religious people, especially, will claim some type of act of God because like a hotel will burn down, but all the Bibles survive. That's just it. Books generally survive.
Except for the Library of Alexandria. Those books didn't make it.
Sure thing, man.
I'm just saying, right?
No, there's a lot of really strange shit, and there's a lot of shit that hasn't been answered concerning 9/11. You know, there's no doubt, but
Very suspicious. Very suspicious. You can see why some people think it's. You can see why some people. Yeah.
My current conspiracy theory is that is somewhat intentional. The U.S. government somewhat likes, particularly the intelligence apparatus and the military, somewhat likes that the rest of the world thinks that maybe they punched themselves in the face. Just because it makes them powerful, it makes them like terrifying. Like would like if you were planning in a, you know, because what's interesting is if you poll people in the Muslim world, like Saudi Arabians, most of them think it was an inside job. I think it's like 80% or something. It's based on scant memory, though. I could be getting that wrong, but many of them think that it was America did it to itself.
well, there's very good evidence that Saudi was very, very involved in this. There's actually a very good lawsuit going on where the 9/11 families are suing the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in federal court, and they've actually propelled a lot of documents getting released, and they're trying to get some Saudis deposed, but they're all hiding under diplomatic immunity or.
So which country did we immediately invade after that? Was that Afghanistan?
Yeah.
And just sold more weapons to Saudi. Yeah.
Was it Afghanistan though we invaded?
Yeah, which is terrible. I mean, I think that stuff
so listen, was Afghanistan using the current monetary system that the rest of the world was on? No.
They had just left. Said no, thank you.
Yeah, so that's pretty suspicious right there alone, you know. Just so happens that the country that's not using our monetary system, we go invade, and then what are they using it now?
No.
They're still not using it?
Taliban, I doubt it.
Okay.
I don't know. Probably.
All right.
After what, 20 years of occupation, they didn't switch.
I don't think the Taliban is functioning. There's all kind of problems with their finances. The U.S. has their banks tied up, but there are a couple other countries that don't follow the same monetary system. North Korea is one of them.
The axis of evil, as Bush called it.
The few on the list without the IMF, right?
We've been systematically attacking those countries throughout the years, haven't we? Though the countries that don't use the monetary system.
We've been attacking some countries that do. Iraq did.
Did they?
No, I don't think Iraq did either.
He was getting paid by for his oil by U.S. dollars.
I know, but was their country? Hold on, was their country using the all the people and stuff? Were they using the monetary system that the rest of the world uses?
I don't know. I'm pretty sure they did. It's part of all of OPEC does. Iran does now. They might be trying to move away from it, but I mean, the price of oil was set in U.S. dollars.
I can't find any good websites for this 9/11 thing. I forgot tons of stuff. I forgot about this.
There's so much information. It's just like it goes on and on.
Yeah. It's a rabbit hole, that's for sure.
So, yeah, I mean, where do we go from here?
Where we go from here is that I asked the room if you guys know Linux commands to mount a USB and to pull a file from that USB and put it in a specific folder on the Linux computer. Does anybody know off the top of their head?
How can that be hard?
I would say
I've never
just
used Linux, but wow.
Been there, done that.
You got to add some atmospheric refraction.
Yeah, fuck Linux. It's at work. It's a calibration file for something, and I can't remember off the top of my head how to take it from a USB and put it in a folder. Because again, fuck Linux.
And just Control C, Control V
Gravity?
won't work. Control C, Control V won't work. Drag and drop won't work.
That's YouTube that junk, or Google it. They probably got an answer on one of those. Oh,
I'm sure they do. Yeah, I just haven't Googled it because I thought that was a good time to insert that.
It's always easier if someone tells you, though.
Yeah, 100%. But it's all good.
I was at work trying to figure out how I could find a VCR. I work at a corporate 500, of course, and we don't have any VCRs in the company apparently any longer.
They stopped making them like, I don't know, 5 years ago, maybe more.
I know, but we still have VCR tapes.
I know.
We haven't converted everything. I wanted to look at these things to see if we needed to convert them. So I got to dig one out of my basement now.
So Steel City, you questioned some of the things about 9/11, as you've said before. What about the Earth? Do you question the Earth at all, or do you question outer space at all, or do you think it's all legitimate, or like where do you stand in general on that?
I guess I pretty much follow the globe model. I'm not a physics guy, so I just kind of like to hear what both sides have to say.
Right on. Fair enough. Yeah, I do too.
Keeps me interested.
Were you into like JFK before this, or were you like debating evolution or something? Anything? What were you doing before this?
Before this was probably 9/11 conspiracy theories, and before that, I don't know if I was ever really into JFK. I mean, I did a report on JFK in college,
That's
just because that was one of the, you know.
Yeah. You always about the moon landings, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's actually a big science presence in the Steel City. We have one of the oldest observatories in the country, just outside the city.
Pittsburgh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I go to Pennsylvania every year. We go to Poconos.
Yeah, it's a nice place.
Yeah. I wouldn't even think about going to fucking Pittsburgh. We're trying to go to get away from shit.
So Steel City, you basically, you go with the globe model, but do you feel like you've ever questioned the globe model, or have you always thought that it's just correct? Like, have you ever kind of questioned, thought, well, maybe it's not that, or?
Not really. I've never really heard any good flat Earth arguments. I mean, I hear what you guys talk about here, but I don't think it stands up. And you know what? I guess one of the questions I would have, if you want to talk about this, is how did the conspiracy start in your view? I mean, at what point was our society strong enough that some shadow government took over every government in the world and instilled its will on the scientific community and the governments?
Probably
when did
the
it
same
start
time.
and how?
Same
Yeah.
time that you called it a conspiracy theory when it wasn't. Whoever brainwashed you into thinking X was not X.
You are not answering my question right now.
Yes, it
Okay.
is.
No,
Who
you're not.
told you a conspiracy theory to begin with?
Is it a theory about a conspiracy?
I would say who was ever to get you to deny science right there, that would have been the time it
I'm
happened.
not denying science. I'm denying your interpretation of science,
Which you call conspiracy theory. Your problem.
which I call wrong. Call whatever you want, but I want to know, in your view, when did it start and how?
Right there. When opposing
that's
people,
not an answer. It didn't start with me.
right there.
No, it didn't.
When they were able to get
You're not
people
answering
to
me
think,
at all. This is not an answer.
there's another one. When answers are not answers.
Yeah, he won't name.
What are you asking? Are you asking when did this particular lineage of this massive worldwide conspiratorial control matrix begin?
Yeah, when and how?
Well, it's a very deep and good question. I mean, that goes back into a whole conversation about the origin of who we are and who this other group is or this other kind of entity as well, and how long this has been going on. So yeah, those are all good questions, but it's quite established at this point. In terms of, I'm not saying what I'm saying is that they are established in their operation more now than ever.
Which isn't an answer to my question.
Still not an answer.
Okay, so maybe I kind of meandered there, but what was the main thing you're asking? You're saying when? Okay, if there's a group of, if there's a group of controllers, whatever name we want to use, that are, whether it's secret societies, Jesuits, no matter what, just Freemasons, all of that. You're saying if that group is in control in the way that they are financially, the governments and so on, and doing all of this stuff, lying to us about the earth and medical mafia and all the stuff they're doing and the GMO foods and everything. But you're just saying, when did that particular cycle begin? Like when did they get that into that position?
Yes. When did flat Earth? When did the globe Earth? Take over flat Earth? The knowledge. When did the conspiracy start and how? And how has it stayed in power?
Well, I have some thoughts, but I also don't want to hog the mic because I've been talking a lot. So yeah, does anyone else want to?
No, go for it. Let's see if you can even take the answer as an answer.
I feel like they've been had this power. Like it didn't. I mean, they slowly gained it over time, and eventually now they're so powerful.
Like a specific date or what?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like hundreds of years at least.
Hey, Bob, how's it going?
Hey, what's the guy's name that asked that question?
Steel City.
Steel City. Steel City. Do you believe in God?
Okay, I'm not here to be questioned. I asked the question.
No.
You are not going to answer this question by asking me questions.
It directly relates to what you're asking. I promise.
No.
You don't?
Go with him, dude. Go with him. Bob's a cool guy. He'll walk you through. You'll definitely learn something.
I'm not here to answer your questions. I asked a question. If you can't answer, that's fine.
I am answering. I promise. I absolutely.
You cannot answer the question by asking me questions.
Yes, I'm going to answer your question.
No, you're not. Okay.
Yes, I am.
Well, still, maybe just let him try.
All I did was ask him one question. He obviously doesn't want to have a real conversation.
No, because I've been down this road before, and I'm not here to answer your questions. I asked the question.
You're not here to have a real conversation. You just want to talk nonsense. I got it.
No, I want to hear your answer.
Well, hold on.
You don't want to have a real conversation. I get it.
How about you?
Hold on. I don't think he's trying to go into a whole discussion about atheism or creator stuff. I think my sense of it is that he's just asking that as a preface for the way he wants to answer your inquiry. So will you entertain him enough to just go through the process, see where it's going, where it leads?
I'm not going through the process. No, I'm not going through his process.
Okay, so what you're asking?
If you want to have a real conversation, it's
Sorry,
probably
you can have the real conversation. I'm not the subject of the conversation.
Like I said, he doesn't want to have a real conversation. It's probably better off if you just ignore him to not waste time.
Wait, hold on. But what he's asking is, like, when did a load of rich people decide to, use their power and their persuasion over the rest of the people? Like, doesn't that always happen?
Yeah, like forever. That's what I mean. This has been going on for, I mean, at least hundreds, if not thousands of years.
Yeah, that was day one.
Yeah, we already asked if he was looking for a specific year, and he didn't answer. See, he doesn't seem to actually care about what your answer is. He just wants to toss out a question and doesn't actually care about the result, it seems like.
No. He was hoping that we would all say we don't know.
He just wants
That's
to
what
talk
he was
about
hoping for.
to waste your time. That's what it
It's
seems
bait.
like.
It was a troll bait.
How come nobody will answer the question? That's what I want to know.
I did.
Yeah, I'm trying to, but
People have
Thousands of
answered.
years.
As
Thousands of years, dude.
Now, Jeremy, five
Jeremy's
people have answered.
Hold on, that's a good point that Howard said. So, okay, Bob, do you want to answer his question in a different way, maybe, or what are your thoughts?
Well, here I'll give you an example. If somebody wants to know how to answer a math problem, it's very reasonable for me to ask them first, do you understand addition and subtraction? But apparently he doesn't want to answer that question, so I know where to start from or how to go about it. If he doesn't want to answer a simple question like, do you know addition and subtraction? He doesn't want to have a real conversation. He just wants to waste time.
What I think
no one else says it's claimed I'm wasting time. So
that's what you wanted, really, isn't it, Steel City? Someone to say we don't know. That's what you are.
I wanted an answer. I wanted to know what your beliefs.
What the answer would look like. Give me an example of what the answer would be.
No, stop asking him another question. We're trying to answer the question. I already have tried to answer the question. Was it good enough for you, or do you feel like I didn't answer it?
I'm not sure if I heard the answer.
So, how long have rich, powerful people been using their powers of persuasion over the rest of the people? It's been going on for thousands of years. So,
sure.
Be specific. What are you saying? When did what start? When did rich people get rich?
I thought the question I answered was pretty simple. We're talking
Thousands
about
of years, dude. Thousands of years they've been doing this for, ever since people were wealthy.
So thousands of years ago, somebody somewhere decided, hey, even though the Earth is flat, we're going to tell everybody it's round, and we can control them that way.
Yes, because there used to be a huge war. Religion and science used to be at war in the ancient times, and this church used to have the sway over the people. So of course the government wants to sway over the people. So if the Earth is flat, that's pretty hard to say that a creator didn't do that. You're gonna have tons of even more people flocking to the church, and you're not gonna ever get the power. Now, if you tell them it's a globe, you can get rid of this religion thing, or at least chip away at it a little bit, so you can get some of the power.
Boom. That's
Is that an answer?
No, it's good.
Hold on, let's see. Is it an answer for Steel City?
It's the start. It's a start. Yes.
So still not an answer.
You really didn't give me any specifics.
It doesn't matter, man. It's all good. Well, okay.
You didn't give me any specifics, so.
Yeah, but you got to admit that resonated, right? That resonated with me.
No, it's the start. Okay, so paint me a picture. So was it during the where to start in Rome?
Ancient Rome, or even maybe before that. Maybe before that.
Ancient Greece, but ancient Rome didn't have control over the entire world.
But
there was all those battles back then. The big war against science and religion. Massive battles.
Huge.
All the scientists on one side and all the priests on the other.
Yeah, no. They had pitchforks and torches. Fucking guys. No, but seriously, they would want to. We've always been striving to gain more power. Rich people in powerful positions, they always want to get more power. Right now, they know if you come out and say, "Look, guys, the fucking Earth's flat," the church is going to get they're going to keep the power or gain more. Like, that's not going to help the other people that are trying to gain power at all, right?
Yeah, and I think is actually foundational in how they've even gotten this level of control over people's minds. It all is rooted in that, like the atheism, evolution, this entire cosmology that they've, I think, essentially brainwashed humanity is what happened. Like, I think they've used MK Ultra type techniques, but not in the actual MK Ultra program, but things like that. Just that terminology, basically trauma-based mind control, along with a lot of trauma and trauma-based mind control and other catastrophes that burned a lot of cities and just literally changed the face of the earth. And then they started pushing. I think there was a transition from the old world that actually had free energy, was very spiritual. They didn't have any money at all. They just lived with an abundance because they had free energy technologies to build like architecture and all these different
When
things.
was this?
Well, I mean, there's different ideas. Yeah, there's different ideas around history. Like, I mean, for myself, obviously, I was born, 40 years ago. So it's like I was not living before any of these times. So like how do any of us? That's a whole question in and of itself. Even know these things for sure. But I think there was actually a much more recent reset than perhaps a lot of people, where they did this entire takedown thing where they like took people off the land and did all these anyways, I don't know how deep to go on it right now, but yeah, they basically like rechanged the face of the earth with military style kind of breaking up the people and then like rebreeding people with different parents and then all the whole foster children. Like there's a whole process that they went through and like completely brainwashed humanity within like a couple decades and like changed the whole face of the earth and then put people back into the new system and started pushing the globe and removing the ether, removing the free energy, removing the flat earth, all of that, and replacing it all with and then the fake history and the fake cosmology and everything they're doing now. So I think it was much more recent, in my viewpoint.
Well, that's a good example of an answer, Gio. Thank you.
Finally. So now he can never say again that person's never answered that question. Mark the date on the calendar.
I'm not convinced that I have an answer.
December.
I don't think I have an answer yet. I mean, it was a good start. It was a good start.
Ruffling debunked you. He says a perfect example of an answer.
No, I said a good. I didn't say perfect.
Okay, a good answer. So this is why I know the Earth is flat. The contradictions. You'll hear two globalists hear the same answer. One will say not an answer.
Earthers contradict each other all the time. What the hell are you talking about?
I mean, I'll share this as well. Steel City. I'll share this just in terms of another component to this. On the spirit level, like, see, to me, the physical level is actually like the spirit world precedes this physical world. So everything that exists in this physical world is actually like an octave down from the spirit world. So the spirit world contains all of the physical in that sense, and it precedes it. So to me, ultimately, the roots of this current, this current really just like a demonic parasite that is feasting off humanity with what they're doing right now. But in particular, that comes from a demonic entity in the spirit world. And that's a particular demonic energy that is coming through these individuals to carry this out. So to me, on the ultimate level, where's the roots of it? It's actually in the actual spirit world itself. That it's the actual demonic energy that's playing itself through these different components in the world to carry this out.
So go ahead.
Still City, sorry.
No,
this is a serious question, but I just going off with that because Jeremy, he kind of scared me with that whole history thing. But then you said, Gio, you said there's people with these technologies, and that's compelling, the technologies in the past thing, and then also the spiritual war. So I got to ask, like, what side were the good people on? Were they on the religious side of the war or the science side? It was like religious versus science. It seems like the technology was on the science side, and the spirit people were on the religious side. So, which side is a good side?
Well, I definitely agree that there's been some major fracturings because I think before the technology was in one with the spirituality, and that's why they had so much harmony and were able to develop these technologies. But so yeah, I think there's been a lot of fracturing, specifically like removing the ether in cosmology, replacing it the entire globe, like. Yeah, that's just in that, let alone like the financial and the medical and all these different kind of layers.
Kosho, here's what I think happened. I think the science / government people, they saw that the church was winning. They infiltrated it because you have these Jesuit priests and stuff coming up with like black hole and all this globe shit. So I think they infiltrated because that's what they would do. You'd want to get in there and make some changes happen for your benefit. So I think they were on both sides pretty much. The best way to control an opposition is to lead it.
So they're both bad. All right, that's all. Sorry, Still City, go ahead.
Well, this is interesting. So the Jesuits infiltrated the Catholic Church, and how about the other? I mean, there was never a time when we were all one religion. So how did you get? How did the Islam?
These government, I know these
yeah,
government, these government
'cause-
people. Hold on, I'm gonna tell you. These government people and the scientists, right? They infiltrate these religious organizations, right? To try to, because the best way to, control an opposition is to lead it. So you get your peoples in there, and you do your thing. You have them start coming up with black hole theories and all kinds of crazy shit.
You'd have to have a one world government to do that, and we don't have a one world government. We certainly didn't have one going back to the roots.
Well, all you needed was a group of elite people.
Globe.
You need one group of elite people that wanted to control shit.
But there wasn't one group. There was a group of elite people in England that were fighting the group of elite people in France, and there was a group of elite people in the Ottoman Empire fighting elite people in Persia.
I agree. There's multiple. Even to this day, there probably is still multiple groups of elite people vying for power because.
And they aren't going to support each other in anything. They aren't going to support each other in, hey, let's infiltrate.
Well, hold on. Have you ever heard the phrase "the enemy of my enemy"? So they had the enemy, the other elites. So you're these elite people, right? Warring with each other sometimes over different things. You also have you also both have a common enemy, which would be just, the poor peasant plebs, right? That you want to control. So you're gonna.
There are a whole lot of places where going back 500 years, they had complete control over their.
I understand that, and you want to keep the control. Yes, you always want to keep it. Like I said, the people that have power and control, they don't stop and be like, "Oh, I got enough." They keep trying for more and more power.
If I'm the Pharaoh of Egypt and I have complete control over my people, why do I care about supporting somebody else's idea? That hey, we got to push the globe theory.
Because even the Pharaoh, they would have pitched it to him like, "Hey, we can't have this. If we got this globe shit, the people are flocking to the churches. The churches have sway over our people. If you don't go with this globe shit, and they find out it's a flat Earth, eventually the people are going to flock to the religions in your country too, and you're going to end up losing power." So who knows how they pitched it, man? I don't know. I wasn't there.
When did all this start? I mean, there's time periods where you couldn't speak to each other day to day. There are unknown areas, and yet somehow as everything gets discovered, it gets converted.
Well, like I said, I don't have an exact date on when it started or exactly how it happened. Like, this obviously was a very, ongoing process.
When it happened.
It's a very
It sounds like it's all theory. You don't have any evidence to support any of this other than I think it happened.
Well, it makes logical sense. I mean, obviously, if you did have
makes logical sense.
Yeah, if you have a group of elite or groups of elite people, they're going to want to keep control, right? I mean, you could take it step by step, and
some of those groups want to take control over the other groups of elite. That's why the Nazis fought, the Soviet Union and France and England, right? Because
I think
they didn't have a common goal.
I think the Nazis were bucking the system, and they weren't about to play ball with the rest of the elite. And that's what happens when you don't play ball. You end up like Epstein, or one of Clinton's enemies end up with 2 in the back of the head as a suicide. So,
Wasn't the aggressor?
Look what we let Idi Amin do. We let that guy run wild with it, right? He was playing ball with him though. You play ball, and you get to slide, and you can do whatever you want. You buck the system, and that's when they're on your ass.
No, nobody cared about that part of Africa in those decades. People turned a blind eye.
Was Idi Amin
It was
taking
racist.
over other nations? I thought he was just fucking over his own people, not like spreading out and conquering all of Africa.
Yeah, Hitler was literally going to other countries.
It is interesting to think
take
about
them.
it's interesting to think about all these like factions and sub factions within these groups, and I'm sure there are factions and probably always have been. I think that whatever the ruling families, I'm sure they have various contentions between them to But what I will say is that in the recent history of like World War I changed the Earth profoundly, the whole world, and then the sinking of the Titanic happened, where just like how like with 9/11 where a bunch of weird stuff happened the morning where people didn't go to work and stuff. Well, JP Morgan, he paid to have the Titanic built and the Olympic and the third one, the Britannica. So he was a multi, JP Morgan, like one of the wealthiest men in the world. And he was scheduled to travel when the Titanic sunk. He was scheduled to travel that day on that voyage. And the morning of, he canceled. And when the Titanic sunk, there were a bunch of people on it, very wealthy people who were in opposition to establishing the Federal Reserve. So once the Titanic sunk and those people died, within that year, they established the Federal Reserve. And then boom, now they had way more control because now they have this privatized bank. So whoever owns it, whoever they are, now they're congealed enough to where that bank is literally running the world. And then World War II, and then of course the Great Depression happened, and then World War II, and then that was the big shifter. So coming out of that, I mean, there may be factions in their group, but they are clearly, in my viewpoint, quite united in their efforts, and I think it's pretty clear to see at this point.
America was not a world power when the Titanic sank. We were second world. We were not considered powerful by any means. No one feared us other than some third-rate countries like Spain.
It's not about America. It's about the people who died on the Titanic who were opposing the Federal Reserve.
Yeah, but that's all about America. Though I mean, the Federal Reserve was.
They had to move it over to the United States.
It's U.S.
The central.
It says. Hold on, Gio. It says 18. Hold on, Gio, real quick. It says 1898 was the birth of the superpower known as America. That's all.
Yeah. Steel City, it's a good point that back then the United States was not built up to what it is now. I agree. What I see happening, my understanding of it, is that the power center of the Earth has always been in Europe. Well, in terms of this group that's doing it, but financially they weren't. They moved it to the United States, and that was part of that moving process. And now the U.S. is the central financially, but Europe is still the central in terms of power. Did I say Europe is what I meant? Yeah. United States is the center of the money, and that's when they moved it over. Yeah, and the sinking, it's literally like symbolic. They like sunk the boat, the people died, then they created the Federal Reserve, and then started shifting massive amounts of resources from Europe into the United States to build it into what their whole vision for it and what they're doing now with it.
I actually just found another one that says it would happen after World War II.
Like Steel City's mic, is it a lot of?
I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. I did find another citation that said it didn't happen until after World War II. So this is in contention.
Oh, it's pretty clear. I mean, I agree with Gio more than anybody else. I don't think the Earth's flat at all, but it is clear that there was a secret faction of people, and actually, it's not that secret. These governments were consolidating for the past 300-400 years, and there was royal families in all of Europe, and they had a control over the government or whatever. But then there was the banks that owned all the central banks in Europe by the end of the 1800s, and World War I was the culmination of the end of the old guard and the first big consolidation of.
I mean, bro, you got the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, the Bilderberg Group, the fucking Bohemian Grove motherfuckers, the Freemasons. Like, they're just powerful people and organizations here. You know what I'm saying? Of course, they're going to be trying to control shit.
Yeah,
World
I
War
agree with
One
all that
also,
stuff. I just
World War
don't
One
think that
also
they can.
brought the Soviets out, which was very anti-West and threatened the system. Soviets are the enemy of capitalism, and all the Western banks and U.S. were kind of freaked out about that.
Well,
And
there's people who think that it was actually British and Western dudes who basically orchestrated the revolution. I don't know if that's true or not. It is true that there was British people trying to kill Rasputin and the royal family, but who knows? I think it was all a consolidation attempt. I mean, not attempt, but planned by everybody involved. And I don't think they're working together like everybody thinks they are. I think everyone's wanting to be a top dog when it's all said and done. And actually, if you look at everything after World War II, there's a big consolidation. The Cold War was a big consolidation. That's why you have all these proxy wars. The Cold War is ending. Then you have, U.S. and the Western nations trying to take out all the last kind of rebel, not rebel, but like fringe societies who aren't really, not really big powers, but they're not really under our umbrella, and that's why you have them trying to take down these like 6 or 7, countries that aren't really aligned with our interest, and it's not really worked out very well. So who knows what's gonna happen? I think people are sleeping on India, dude. I think India's gonna be the top dog.
Kosho, just on that alone, doesn't it, like, was it possible in your mind that you could link that same group would also just have this false cosmology as their kind of core state religion that they're pushing?
Sure, it's possible that they're wrong about the shape of the Earth, but probably not. Probably not that important to them. But regardless, I mean, this is a natural progression. Like,
Could I
top
ask you,
dog
Gio,
sort of thing.
if the world comes to a realization that the Earth is flat, would that definitely or possibly or probably bring down these controllers?
Absolutely. Yep.
Why would they propagate a lie that they knew could destroy them? That the exposure
These
of that
people
lie
will
would
never let
destroy
that
them?
happen. They will crash society before they let that happen.
But what I'm saying is, because you can't know how you're going to win in a battle like that. It's like somebody telling a lie really big, really obvious, that the exposure of that lie would destroy them.
I know they
when
can't
could
lose though.
just
They
not
will.
lie.
They will crash. They will crash society though. You don't understand. If this ever came to light, they're not going to let us. They're not going to be like, "Oh, you got us." They're going to fucking stop sending food to the city. Society's going to collapse, and we'll be in a state of disarray for who knows how long until they crawl out of their bunkers and regain control.
Right? Wouldn't that be pretty bad for them too? Because at the moment they're on super yachts and in control of the world's governments, and if the world's governments crash, they're at sticks and stones with the rest of us.
Yes, but I don't think that they had an option because they couldn't do this level of power control takeover without it. So yes, of course, the exposing of this will take down their entire system, which is why I think they're racing towards, basically a fake alien invasion with the whole outer space stuff, and obviously what's going on right now the last 2 years, like this cycle was part of it. But I think that the whole like Agenda 2030, I think that they're trying to get to a point where the lies, in my opinion, they're trying to get to a point where the lies lasted long enough that they could get their new world order essentially, and they know that if we wake up to it and realize all of their lies, they will completely fail and be dissolved. But without, like, they had to do it because there is no other way to control people to this level other than what they've done. You see what I'm saying? So like, yes, exposing it will destroy them, but otherwise they wouldn't have ever even had a chance. So that's why they've kind of
See, I don't
See, I
think it'll
get that.
just.
I get
I
that
don't.
both.
Hold on, HLs. I personally, I don't think it'll destroy them. I think they will, like I said, crawl into their bunkers, hunker down. They'll have control of of massive amounts of wealth, gold, silver, weapons, shit like that. People that they have these people have massive underground bunkers, and they're gonna pop up after we've killed ourselves and starved to death. They're gonna pop out and regain control.
Well, I hear
just
you on
like
that.
they did before.
I mean, I do hear you on that, but I think what
They
I'm
already have control though.
I'm referring to like a dissolving of their entire power structure. I'm not necessarily just going and saying like, killing people or anything violent. I'm just saying that if as an entire human race or whatever, with whatever other entities are here as well, if we are able to regain, like get our sovereignty back, get our freedom back, and if they are hiding free energy, we get that back. If they have a full map of the entire stationary planar Earth, we get that. We get all the military, everything that they've done. And if that happens, then they will be like dissolved of their power. And who knows how that, I mean, the way that could actually go down would be, but nonetheless, if they're dissolved of that position, like what I'm saying is I think it's possible to cleanse a parasite and do it in a way that is actually healing for, like there doesn't have to be any negative repercussions for it. Only on their side, their karma, but meaning that like we can move through it and resolve the situation without violence. Like I think there's a way to disable this power structure and get our sovereignty back without having any kind of war or anything.
I don't think they'll let their power slip away without I think they would crash the whole system. Because think about it, if they just give it up, they just give up and say, "Oh, you got us." They have like little to no chance of ever regaining power. Whereas if they crash society and hunker down in their bunkers, pop out, take control, they still have a chance to regain power in the future. You know what I'm saying? And these are the people. These people have no empathy. They don't give a fuck. They crave power. They crave power and control over everything. What do men with power do? They crave more power.
But it reminds me of like the dude in the Wizard of Oz behind the curtain, and once he's exposed, like he's nothing, like, because that's the way these guys are. I mean, they're very, very evil, very toxic, and there's not that many of them. So if the rest of humanity wins out in a sense over what they've been doing and like this position that we're in right now, then they don't have any pull anymore. They don't have.
They stop shipping food into the cities and they shut the water and the electricity off. These people are in control of the whole infrastructure. Don't forget, they control the money system, the food system, the water system, the electrical grid, everything. So I mean, what do you think they're gonna do? Just keep the shit on and keep it going?
Well, I guess it just depends on how this would be done. If it could be done in a way that doesn't have to go there. I mean, I think one thing people have talked about there, who's in control of the military. I think, because it's one thing to have control over these certain governments, these families, these wealthy families, but it's all like a house of cards on one level. And the military is the ones that have the ultimate physical authority, as it were. So it really does come down to
the government's in control of the military. Who's controlling the government? These elite people.
I want to point out one thing, the school system, because at the age of 12 or something, the human brain is kind of locked what he has learned until that. So the basic of learning from age to 6 to 12, something like that, that's the most important thing to make people believe things that they will believe in the rest of their life if they are kind of locked into the system. So that is very powerful way to control and manipulate the whole what it's called the whole populations. Yes.
Hi, are you new here? Whoever just
There's
talked?
water below, man.
Yeah,
Professor Waterball's been around for ages, but I'm not sure if I've seen you in here before, Professor Waterball.
Never heard of him. Nice to meet you.
We've had a fucking steam bath with him last year, dude. Me, you, Waterbolo. Yeah, man.
I've been here now and then, but I'm quiet. But sometimes I talk. Sometimes I even talk.
Oh, I remember your name. I think I saw you at Brandon's. Did you used to go to Brandon's?
Where's the steam
It
bath?
might be. I'm from Finland and I go naked into the sauna.
All right, I feel
Yeah,
that.
I remember
feel
that.
That's how you roll right there. All right, I bet.
Exactly. That's the way it is.
But yeah,
So,
my opinion is that if you have things set into the minds of young people into the school system, then they are locked in those. Let's say the evolution is one of those things they want to put in the heads of the young people, and they will believe the evolution in the rest of their life, even though there is no any evidence, any monkey turning into the human. So it's just imagination. One example of those.
No giraffes turning into mice, frogs turning into princes.
I mean, according to your story, 50 million years ago, after the dinosaurs got wiped out, the largest mammal was the size of a fucking hedgehog or some shit, or a rat or something. And out of that, here we are. Come on, bro.
I gotta be honest with you, dude. I made that up.
There's this one.
I want to see if you believe it.
There's this one video of like evolution where they talk about like a horse being about the size of a small dog, and
Oh, yeah.
spiders being the size of a horse.
My,
So it says, in this world, spiders eat horses. Dun dun.
You've never been to Australia, clearly.
My sister did a really quite cool podcast on the evolution of horses, and yeah, it was pretty cool. Yeah, there were some that were tiny, some that were like getting big like giraffes.
Then you have that era. What was that era called? I think it began with a B, where just tons of shit popped up. You guys know
Yes,
what I'm
there's
talking about.
is it the Cambrian something explosion?
C.
Cambrian
Yeah. That's fishy.
That's fishy, literally. No pun intended.
That's fishy, bro. That's
That's when a lot of the life was expanding and evolving, and people were doing courageous things like walking on land for the first time and stuff like that. And there was what was it? I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh yeah, that's right. The oxygen back then was so much more abundant at times. You said the thing about the spiders. You gotta remember, some of these creatures, they actually breathe through their skin. Okay, that means that if there's more abundant oxygen, then they actually have the ability, because of the surface area of their bodies, they have the ability to sustain, a large mass. It's kind of scary, but that's what bugs were able to get fucking huge as fuck back then. When there's more oxygen.
You also had the small-faced bear. Was it called back then? Whatever it was. There was bears were huge. Yeah, I heard the whole
Is there
story.
some kind of, like bear thing that had like armor like inside its body?
I think it was called like short-faced bears or small-faced bears or something.
Short-faced bear.
Yeah.
American short-faced bear.
Which would have been where they crossed the ice path to get into America. You know that whole Clovis First thing got thrown out, right? Like that's not even they don't even believe that shit anymore. You know the Clovis First theory they have?
Never heard of that.
It's the populating of the Americas. These
Yeah,
one people
that's
they had
still
a
true, man.
No, that's not. They've totally disregarded. They know that's not true now. There was these people they made this special spear tip called the Clovis spear, so they just named these people the Clovis people, and they were thought to have crossed the ice bridge from Russia into yeah, when it was covered in ice.
Dude, but how is that disproven whenever they've checking people's DNA and they can clearly
even
see?
mainstream. Kosho, even mainstream all knows that this is not a fact anymore. It's not true. The guy that was looking in the Bluefish Caves, Jack St. Mars, exposed this like 80 years ago. He's like, yo, you guys are way off. He's like, there's people here way before these Clovis people. And guess what happened to him? He got blackballed. No grants. He didn't work. I don't think he worked in that field for the rest of his life. He was totally outcast and blackballed because he went against the main narrative. And come to find out, he was actually, before he died, they actually acknowledged him that they're like, yo, you were right, our bad.
Our bad, dude. First of all, that's
I don't
not a
think they
wrong.
said that, but I mean,
Yeah, it's not a wrong theory or whatever. That the people that started out from Asia and went over the Bering Strait when there was a land bridge, that they can see by the DNA from what do you call that, the Human Genome Project.
listen, A, they know that there was people. Okay, listen, A, they know there was people here before those people, and B, the DNA goes against you because the lineage doesn't follow into South America. The DNA is not. The DNA goes against you. I don't even know why you'd bring that up. I was saving that for a gotcha for later.
I'm telling you, I think you might be talking about the wrong DNA, dude. Because as far as I know, from the Human Genome Project, confirmed that people that they confirmed the entire path of human expansion.
Then why was there people
Even
here before the
fucking
Clovis people?
subspecies.
Why was there people here
I don't
before the
know.
Clovis people?
I don't know. Were there?
Yeah,
There's
there
a
was.
pure-
Oh, the Clovis first thing is out because they weren't the first. Dude,
There's
this is mainstream shit. This isn't like fringe or anything. This is mainstream science. I'm going to use that word very crazy, but this is mainstream science right here.
Well, I don't know about the Clovis if they were the first, but I know that the first people came from the Bering Strait. Yeah. How else would they have gotten there?
That was not the people. Dude, there's evidence that they had boats because of the DNA doesn't match up. The DNA doesn't match up all the way into South America.
I think it does though, but
it doesn't, dude. The DNA. Go ahead, my bad.
There's evidence that it just happened much, much longer ago than we thought it did. Happened about 20,000 years earlier than we originally thought it did. And then it happened again, 15,000 years later. Or 20,000 years later.
So we're in an ice age 20,000 years ago. Was there even an ice age then?
The ice age is very long.
There wasn't even an ice age 20,000 years before that. How'd they cross the bridge with no ice age?
The ice ages, I think, are like 100,000 years.
That's what I mean. It couldn't have happened. It couldn't have
some
happened.
basic research. Jeremy, I did some basic research, and they're suggesting about 25,000 years ago is the migration from Asian people across the Bering Strait, and then the Clovis people are about 13 BC, about 15,000 years ago. The timeline's line up.
Should the Clovis people happen when?
Just basic research showing 13,000 to 11,000 BC, so about 15,000 years ago. So the timeline.
And they have people 25,000 years ago in America.
That's what it's suggesting. The migration across the Bering Strait from Asia into North America, and then obviously further south. They're saying it was around that time.
Yeah, that's not those Clovis people though. That's different people. So the Clovis first people. Yeah.
No, but that's what I'm saying is that happened before where they're dating the Clovis people. That's what I'm saying.
No. These Clovis people were at this time of 13,000 years ago. They're saying it wasn't these. You're saying it's still those people just earlier.
Right. What I'm saying, I'll summarize. 25,000 years ago, give or take, people from Asia across the Bering Strait into North America. Then time goes on. Then 15,000 years ago, there's a people that we named the Clovis people. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, quick question. How do they cross the Bering Strait 25,000 years ago? We're not even in an ice age.
Do you know that for sure? Because I'll do some more
ice core samples. Ice core samples suggest it. Plus, the younger dry or meltwater pulse 1b happened 11,000 years ago, or 11,000 BC maybe, or something, right around then. Right. So 25. There couldn't have been an ice age 25,000 years ago.
I'll do a little bit more basic research.
Maybe we could have been in the same ice age. I don't know. How long did that ice age last?
The ice age that lasts is like 100,000 years long.
Jeremy, we are still in the ice age, technically.
Yeah, I think we're like in a warm intermediate area in the ice age.
No doubt.
We are still in the same ice age, even.
It ended at that time. Like that was when that portion of it ended or whatever, 10,000 years ago. But I think it was going on for a long period before that. It's a very long period.
Did you say that we're technically still in an ice age?
Yes, because we still have polar ice caps.
Well, what's all this global warming bullshit then?
It's happening way too fucking fast. The temperature is changing too fast. Humans arose during the ice age. We evolved to live during the ice age. So it's bad if it gets hot.
Yeah, because isn't my understanding is like the majority during an ice age, the majority of life on Earth exists near the equator, and then during non-ice ages, whatever they call those, the equator gets too hot for lots of things, and they get cooked off that bit. Is that right? Or like big things and things that aren't good enough at giving off heat die or something? I thought virtually nothing survives near the equator during a non-ice age.
Antarctica was possibly what's that place called?
Eden.
No, not Eden. The other place, the island.
Atlantis.
Atlantis. There you go. That's the one. It's possible. I mean, honestly, it's possible that at a different time, you know, Antarctica was the Mecca. The Mecca licka high, Mecca hiney ho. Or just, you know, a very much more appropriate place to live at a different time.
We needed you in here the other day, Chronic.
Did I hear my name?
We were talking about the motion of stars the other day.
You don't need me for that.
What do we need?
Research skills.
Well, failing research skills, can't we just demand that a PhD explain it to us repeatedly?
It's not like he's going to be brainwashed by the upper elite universities.
Maybe I already am. Who knows?
He's the highest on the shield chain.
Yeah, but Chronic's still my little buddy. You know why? Because it was Christmas time just after Hanukkah, and this guy, he was so hungry to make a bet with everybody. He made a bet with me. He lost the bet, $150. But you know, I'm not gonna make this guy pay me during the holidays for that kind of thing. So he's probably there living large in that money.
Oh, nice of you.
Of
I'll go double or nothing.
Working that peer-reviewed paper.
Double or nothing. Okay.
Hey, if it launches on Christmas, does it still count?
I thought they were deliberately waiting till after the Christmas period to get it a bit of PR.
Right now, it's scheduled for 7:20 a.m. Christmas Day.
Yeah, have you not been seeing all the you haven't been seeing all the PR for it, Eggshells?
I saw
It's
some.
everywhere.
I just saw a brief headline saying they were considering delaying it after Christmas. I thought even after New Year's because they didn't want it to clash.
Oh no, I've definitely. You might be reading fake news, maybe.
Probably.
No,
What's
it's
the launch? What's the
it's
launch
Christmas
window?
Christmas window. It's only like a 30-minute window or something, or a
So-
1 hour window.
And they tested all the clamp damage or clamp mishap and found that there was no damage.
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah. It's Christmas morning, 7:30 a.m. Eastern U.S.
Oh my man, I got news
Yeah.
for you, dude.
I'll be up.
I'll do double or nothing. Oh yeah. I mean,
We'll have to do a stream for it.
Oh, I'll
Live
be
stream the James Webb.
So doing a watch party?
I'll be with friends and family. I'm not spending it with Discord people. No offense to you guys, but
Hey,
what's
we're
wrong
not
with
friends?
Jesus?
I'm not. Just kidding. No, it would be cool to have it. It would be cool to actually live stream it, but I'll be busy at the time.
what are you getting for Christmas?
Hopefully, a successful telescope launch.
Don't count it. Don't count on that, dude. What's your second thing? I guess second place. I know what I'm getting. I'm getting an Oculus Rift. Quest 2.
Nice.
Oh yeah, I've got one of those. We'll have to find one another on it and play games. And by play
Alright,
games,
no
I mean
sexual
play
stuff,
shooting
though.
games and then jack one another off in virtual reality, because that's pretty
Okay.
much
Is
what
that like
several
a?
people do immediately.
All right. Yeah, I was gonna say, is that like a? It's like a passage, rite of passage, I guess.
Yeah.
I'll do what I have to.
What else would you want an Oculus for?
Well, I already have an Oculus DK2. It just doesn't work with anything anymore. Even though it's only 8, it's like 6 or 7 years old, but it feels like it's like from the 80s or something. Actually, we're probably gonna be building like a space, like a virtual, space, kind of like Discord. We're thinking about making like a whole world, and then we'll have like little areas for like Geo server, Gem server. They'll just have their own area, so we can all be in the same world, and we could possibly do experiments in there and shit like that.
Be in the same world, Kosho.
What?
No, Jeremy, you're in a very different world from us.
Yeah, we're in 2 different worlds, man. That's the whole point of this debate.
I was thinking, Jeremy, with your surface test, you could do it with this Latin long if you want to test it again over a greater area.
A virtual world sounds fucking very sad. Very, very fucking sad.
What do you want to do, Eggshells?
Where are you existing right now? Are you having conversations and having a good time in a virtual world? Unbelievable.
Yeah, but I don't need to put goggles on and go into a room and like high five you and fucking have the same conversation. That's the sad part.
He's missing the irony. He's missing the irony.
Don't put people down that want to elevate their experience online.
It's like, yeah, it's
Hey,
basically
I'm
the
allowed to
same
say it
thing.
sounds fucking sad. It sounds fucking sad to me. I'm allowed to say that. I did not put them down.
As sad as putting
We're not
10
saying
hours
you're
into
not allowed to
Discord.
say it.
Take a chill pill, mate.
If we had virtual goggles on and we're all in the same room,
You're the one yelling.
First thing I'm doing is rugby tackling Kosho.
Tried to set up a real event for the end of summer this year. Not one globalist.
Yeah, I'll never
I'll
happen.
put you through
Wouldn't
a
even do it.
virtual wall.
You know how much money? You know how much money Jeremy probably owes me from every bet that we've made on all of his hypothetical experiments not actually ever happening. It's so many.
No,
You've
we
proposed
have
how
always
many? You've proposed over 20 different weird types
Yeah.
of experiments that have never happened and will never happen.
Bro, I'm the idea man. Listen, I have ideas. If other
Well,
people can,
who's your actual do it man? Get us in touch
Kosho.
with the guy.
Kosho, kind of. It's kind of
We gotta
Kosho.
You always
man.
fucking ask me this, man.
Well, Coach,
Kosho's
if it is
he's
Kosho, he has a
Kosho's-
pretty bad. He has a pretty bad record. Also, I think he's done one.
Hey, whoa, dude. I
Kosho's
finished
highly
the Sextivist
unreliable.
today, dude. Did you guys not hear about that? I finished the Sextivist, dude. That means that right now, if you wanted to, if you want to know where you were right now because you didn't know, you could look at the stars, find 3 of them that you like, guess the elevation basically, or use a sextant, and then type it in to the fucking bot that I made, right? And it will tell you where you are right now.
Bro, you told us the Sextivus was happening at your girlfriend's house before Festivus.
Dude,
Yeah. The device is there, yeah.
You know where that's useful, Kosho? If someone kidnaps me and drops me off somewhere in the world, but I have my phone and I can only get on Discord, that's where it's fucking useful.
Yeah, bro. Forget the GPS and all that.
Other than that, I know where I am. Like, always.
Yeah, I'm not trying to save anyone's life, man.
I think it's quite cool to be able to cross-reference your map, like what your map on your phone tells you with the elevation of stars. Like I'm highly confident that it will match up because I think that's why mariners use it. If it didn't work, they wouldn't use it.
They don't use it anymore because there's no point basically anymore. But
I still think many of them have training in it should their systems fry.
Yeah. all that stuff, they all have what do you call those? Like the almanacs and all the different catalogs. Because some of them don't even like to use the electrical. They don't like electrical shit because even the books and shit like that. They say like if those go overboard or something like that, then you're kind of fucked. But yeah, they don't trust electronics that they have to fix or
The other
might
thing I
not
quite
work.
often do is have a small sextant and almanac packed in a life raft. So if you deploy your life raft and everybody jumps in the water, what you should have in there is an EPIRB and a sextant, like a really simple, it's like a Mark II or something, sextant and an almanac.
I've asked Jeremy this question. I want to ask him again real quick. Jeremy, if there was like a flat Earth, globe Earth community cruise, and there was like 2,000 people, but there's only 2 boats left, and you see all the head honchos of flat Earth get into it, then you see all the globe Earth honchos get in the other one. Which boat are you getting in to make sure you get back to civilization safely?
We have no GPS or anything.
How about this? Both boats have sextants, but the globe Earth side has an almanac. The flat Earth doesn't, for obvious reasons. Which boat do you get in?
Well, hold on. We see that's not really fair because we know GPs. We have GPs.
Oh, I know.
Why can't we have GPs on a flat Earth?
Yeah, that's why I'm asking. Which boat do you get in? Do you get in the flat Earth with only a sextant, or do you get in the globe Earth one with a sextant and almanac?
Well, why don't we have the almanac? We have GP positions on flat Earth.
Because you guys don't trust mainstream science.
The almanac is globe based. The almanacs are globe based. Show me a flat Earth almanac, please.
As far as the GPs, listen. As far as the GPs go, that could happen on a flat or a globe. As far as the GPs go, that can happen on a flat or a globe.
So you can, yes. So Jeremy, you're right. You can have GPs on a flat plane, but that's why I'm suggesting. Like, I mean, I would love to show it to you, but what you'll find is that that 1 degree per 69 nautical, the 60 nautical miles. That thing people keep saying is a linear function.
Yes.
Linear function wouldn't work on flat. So everywhere you find a GP, the distance from it won't be linear. It would be some sort of like what do you call it?
Trigonometric function. Yeah.
My question is,
it'll be trigonometric.
Which group of people do you think both groups of people or the flat earthers would continue to try to use Polaris the entire time?
Drop them in the southern. Take the cruise in the southern hemisphere, and then they'll spend 12 hours going, "Where the fuck is Polaris?"
Yeah, there is this very obvious south celestial pole, and they're like, "No, it doesn't exist. Stop looking at it."
There's no star at the pole. What do we do?
You could actually navigate using just the sun. It's just easy to use the stars too.
Yeah, well, the sun and the time. You need the time for the sun.
Well, you need the time for the stars as well.
Oh, that's true. If you're trying to get longitude.
It's just with the stars, you got a lot more opportunity.
Yeah.
But the sun is more consistent, or it's more obvious, like its movements and stuff. It's easier to.
Yeah,
you don't
the
need an
flat
almanac
earthers
for the
will
sun, basically.
have no problem looking at the sun constantly, right? A lot of them. The sun gazers.
More like sun geezers.
There's some guy
because I want to finish my little training video, learning how to use the sextant, so I can come back and give a presentation on it.
There you go. Good luck, eggshells.
Thank you. That's a little bit.
I think an Indian man just broke world record, Guinness World Record for longest duration staring at the sun.
Why?
Because he could. I don't know.
How do they know he was staring at it and not like a little bit off?
I mean, staring. How I don't know. Indian man sets a record for staring at the sun without blinking. A 70-year-old Indian man. Okay. I don't know. They had some Guinness, like they probably had judges there or something. Oh my God, there's a screenshot of him.
How long was he doing it for?
Hold find it. Look at this. Hold on, can I post images?
You had 5 days?
Yeah, that's a screenshot of it.
5 days.
No, not
Okay.
5 days. Hold on. No, it's
So, dude, he's like cheating half the time.
No, hold on. A little over 10 minutes straight.
I could do that shit easy.
Yeah, I could do that. I wouldn't, but
I don't think he has his safety squints on. I don't think it counts.
Oh wait, however, there is no recognized category in the Guinness Book of World Records for staring at the sun for an extended period of time.
Self-harm is not allowed. Yeah.
Okay.
You're not allowed to set a Guinness World Record for self-harm.
Damn.
If I was a blind guy, I would show up there and say, I'm going to set the new record. I'm at it for like hours. And they'd be like, the fuck is up with
You
this?
could still get eye cancer.
That's true. Wait, 60 minutes. Never mind, 60 minutes. Holy crap. He sat back in a chair for an astonishing 60 minutes. Wow. In front of an audience of reporters, doctors, and some dignitaries.
Did they
Wow.
give him the reward? Did he get it, or did they not?
No, there's
did they
no.
not?
That's not a category because it's self-harm.
My record when I was a dumbass kid was like 6 seconds. And then it fucking hurt.
That I think that beats Trump. Trump during the eclipse, he looked at it for
I love that fucking picture.
for a couple seconds.
Nice. Probably why I have glasses and he doesn't.
True. Yeah, it kind of looks like he's faking it in that screenshot. Jerry might be right. You can't really tell if he's like directly looking at it or not.
Oh geez, that link is awful. Sorry.
You'll think he'll be president again?
Yeah.
No.
Or do you think he'll try to run again?
What do you mean? He's president right now. The reptilian politicians are keeping it from him.
It's just Joe Biden. It's just Trump in a costume.
Yeah, did you guys get the most recent Q drop? It's got all the updates.
Hit up with it, dude.
Gay or not.
Should have called it Q-tips.
I thought they stopped with the Q messages. I thought that stopped a while ago.
They just finally gave up and were like, all right, fine, it wasn't real. Move on.
Yeah.
Dude, there's people in fucking. They're in Dallas right now.
They're
Are they
still
still
saying
camped
that
out?
Trump is president. I actually liked one of those narratives, though. It was pretty cool, like at that time, where the idea, that Trump was actually, like, when he was in office, he went into the like documentation and what's it called, like dissolve the corporation of the United States of America, so that he went into like the legal stuff and actually dissolved the corporation so that it was actually just the republic, back to what it originally was, the actual republic. And that he also has had control over the military, or had some kind of deep connections in there, and that they're like that whole narrative, and that they were gonna pull it off, and Trump was gonna come through.
Have you guys seen that? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Coach.
Well, I was just saying, in January there were actual factions of the government that were basically announcing that. I forget exactly what group it was. It was like I think it was like he's under the Secretary of Defense, but it was like I think it's the person who's in charge of like the intelligence agencies or whatever like that. So like undersecretary. So it's somebody underneath the Secretary of Defense, but he basically made a speech saying something like that, and so I was like, that's why for a second it looked like there was something to it, but nothing ever came of that.
Have you guys seen this this picture of this pickup truck that's you can't, it's so ambiguous what message the person's trying to get through on this truck. It could be
That's my favorite.
yeah,
That's my favorite sub on Reddit.
yeah. It's like it could be so many different things, like it could be fuck comma Trump Biden 2024. Like, are they gonna collab?
I don't know what kind of
it seems like it's probably fuck Trump, Biden 2024. Like that's
I don't know, man. I don't know.
It could also be fuck Biden, Trump 2024.
I've never seen a Biden supporter with a flag in the back of their truck before.
Well, okay, Andy,
just
you're
have
being
a Trump.
serious about it.
I know, but
You could change it to rainbow flag, and then it's fuck Trump Biden 2024.
Yeah.
It
No,
is. It kind of seems like the fucking Biden are a bit more on the left, so it kind of makes me want to think that they're going with that.
But it's
Like,
why is the fuck only in one color and the rest are different? I don't.
Homeschooling.
My favorite
ran
one
out
is
of red
just
paint.
my favorite one is the Trump Biden ticket together. So it's like fuck Trump Biden 2024.
The
Has
fuck
anyone?
looks like it was added later. So it's like someone like pranked them and put like a fuck on there.
So before it was just Biden Trump 2024. That's stupid.
And then someone came in and erased whatever was there, and then
Sure.
still fuck.
Yeah.
Has anyone made a rainbow flag out of the United States flag, like their logo?
Yes.
Because that.
Yeah.
Ah, okay. I've never seen it, but it would make sense for someone to do that. Well, not make sense, but like.
You can buy one for $35.
Doable.
But it's not like the normal LGBT rainbow flag. It's different.
Because I've seen the black and white flag. I don't know what that means, but I've seen that.
That
There's
one's
a new
usually
rainbow.
cops. I posted it because I don't have fucking picture rights.
The new rainbow flag.
Black and white might be military, either injured or POW, something like that. The blue one would be the cops, the thin blue line one.
Stripe, yeah. Usually the rest of it's black and white, though.
The new flag has a triangle in it.
What new flag are you talking about?
The LGBT.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
I have a new flag.
Yeah, but is it a triangle if you were to bend the flag? Is it
I
still
hear they're adding the letter P to it pretty soon.
For PJ.
That was good.
Might be.
He's in his own category.
I'm not sure why, but it's the letter P. I don't know where they're going with that.
Pansexual.
Oh.
There's too many.
Yeah, there were rumors.
We're running out of alphabet. We need
I
to
think
take it
one of
longer.
those colors already stands for pansexual. I don't know which one.
Someone on this message board thought it was for pedophile. What the fuck, dude?
Well, they're adding a B too. What's the B stand for?
There's already a B in there, dude.
No, adding a B, not.
It's going to be B squared.
Yeah, it's going to be an
Base.
added B. That's bestiality, maybe. PB LBTD DT. Super fast.
It's interesting.
GT.
In Netherlands, there's actually a WAS. I don't know if it still is, but a pedophile political party. Don't know if it still exists.
God, Jesus Christ. Why wouldn't they have been burnt out of society by now?
Yeah.
Same reason you haven't been burnt out of the society.
Not the same reason, Slick.
On another server, they want you to do your pronouns and all your identities. And one of them was like, I was just going through it, all the different choices, like 26 of them. One of them was person, like PURR, like
Who's that
SON.
comedian that was like Martin something?
Martin Lawrence. Steve Martin.
Dimitri Martin.
Oh, yeah.
Martin Short. Dimitri Demetrius Martin, huh?
Dimitri
Google
Martin.
that. Demetrian. Thank
I just don't understand the whole gender game.
Well, it's all about look at me, I need attention. Don't call me that, call me
Well,
this. Why are you staring at me? Well, you're dressed up like a clown. Oh.
it's like over here,
Most
there
of them
is
dress like
sort
normal
of,
people.
yeah. But over here,
Yeah.
we don't sort of have a gender. It's not a thing here. We just go with sex.
I can see
That's
the
not
top
even,
of Grim's head. And his
that's not
ceiling.
even a word.
Great.
No, you can't.
There's not even a word here for gender.
Crazy.
Someone came up with social sex, which would be gender over here, like in Finnish.
All I got to say about the pronoun stuff is when someone mispronounces or deliberately uses a different word just for your handle online, it's almost always corrected. And that's just your handle online. There's a big difference between that and then your personal life. I don't think it's a big deal.
We don't even have gendered pronouns here, so that's easy. You just talk normally to everyone.
No matter who them are. Sorry.
They
I
will
messed
be
it up.
they.
Yeah.
We have
On
sort
the,
of,
on the same token, I don't want anyone to tell me how to speak. So I live in both camps.
I feel that. Yeah.
but over here we have sort of singular they and them that we use all the time. It's like him and her, but in the same word.
Yeah,
Or
it's so
he, she.
common. So common. You know, there always was a singular them. It just wasn't common for a while.
You'd be
Yeah.
curious how these people talk about they don't recognize identities and go to the college campus and say that. He's escorting you out faster than your head would spin.
But what's that say about a college campus?
A lot. It says that if you don't recognize a safe space for learning, you will be removed, like post haste. Campus security. All they gotta do is just snap, and campus security would be on you, quick.
It's crazy. A place that used to teach free speech and all this other stuff is now, it's all free except for those ones. And
Well,
that one.
yeah, it's because Crit
To
doesn't
say
know what
that
he's talking about.
fucking clown shit.
You can free speech. People still come on college campuses and preach about bullshit all the time.
Not that I'm equating it to bullshit, but Steven Crowder quite often goes to college campuses and he spends hours and hours on those campuses.
Just blathering.
Yeah, people try to remove him, but then
Rebel rousing.
there's security that says that yes, he's so allowed to be here.
I
For the
think
event,
there was a couple times he was removed, but it was due to a lack of research on his part of where it was actually like free, not free.
Where he was allowed to be, not be a student on campus.
But now they do put in that due diligence, and they can exist for hours and hours.
Exist.
I think some of those changed my mind. Things are quite interesting.
Yeah, it's telling when one side is calm and perhaps provides data, and then the other side is just takes the emotional argument as if it has any bearing. Whether I agree with Crowder's position or not, it's fascinating to see that develop.
Yep. Oh God, I gotta do the Christmas shopping today. Fuck me.
Today.
It would be okay to do it by myself, but I have to do it with my girlfriend, so. She always goes mental.
My condolences.
Yeah.
Hmm? 12. And
Fuck, I looked at
but
the account, dude, and I swear my wife just thinks she's Oprah fucking Winfrey, just buying people's shit this year. It's crazy. I just fucking had a heart attack a few minutes ago about it.
what's the Birdman's paradox?
So there's if you try to draw a chord and there's a inscribed triangle, equilateral triangle, what is the probability that the chord is shorter or longer, it doesn't really matter, than the side length of that triangle? And there's several different ways to do it, and you arrive at three different answers. But you can also, it depends on how you define how you draw the chord. So if you draw, let's say you choose 2 random points on the circle, on the outside of the circle, the chance is 1/3. If you choose a random point as a midpoint of the chord in the circle, it's I believe 25%. And if you just if you draw a radius and choose a random point on that radius, the chance is 1/2.
Might have to pause the video.
I just noticed I still have paint all over the back of my hand.
I think you can call nail polish paint, but
Oh yeah, I'm really good at polishing my nails, as you can see. I'm the best.
Graham, I was gonna say, for your money problem with your wife, it's talk to Jeremy. He knows a way to increase your income by $10 a month while also increasing your electricity bill.
By $14 a month.
Well, he
I don't
hasn't
know.
calculated how much he's increased his bill, but both my original statements are true.
I know. I've talked to Jeremy.
we had a like a 30% hike on our electricity bills over here in Denmark. The prices went up.
But you know what? It could be worse. I mean, you could have a Warcraft habit or something instead. So it's like a video game that he actually makes a little money on. It's all good.
What's up, Grim? What is going on with your hand, man?
Oh, I've been painting some of the rental units.
Oh,
And this, yeah, I just
so
didn't wash
normal.
my hands. Normal shit.
You know,
Working
there's
man's hands.
these things that people call gloves.
Spraying today.
To be fair, when I painted our walls, there was some paint on my hands too.
I've painted about 30 houses with these fucking pants.
I mean, gloves are like I can't use gloves because you can't do work with gloves on.
I don't use
Like,
gloves, man. Yeah.
yeah, even when I'm working, I mean, you can't. It's much easier to do it without.
Yeah, my best friend is like a big contractor, and he gets all these he gets way in over his head, and he bids, schedules too many jobs and stuff, and he's like, I know you're a painter, man. Can you, and then he like just pays way more than you're supposed to get paid for just painting the dim. You know what I mean? So it makes it so worth my while. I love this dude. But yeah, so I've kind of been painting a lot lately in between time.
people who don't believe in globe, are they more or less intelligent than other people, you know?
Yes, correct.
I wouldn't say less intelligent. I would just say brought down a different path of understanding. So I really wouldn't say less intelligent.
They're
though.
definitely more or less intelligent. Yes.
It was a double question, more or less.
That's a
And you
fair
answered
assessment.
yes. Okay. So, which one and why?
Depends on the person. A lot of them are just conspiracy-minded people.
I would say on the whole, less intelligent. If I hand someone a basketball and they tell me it's a cube, yes, I will deem in my eyes I would deem them less intelligent. Yes.
Yes, because my experience is that most of people that I know personally that are so-called flat earthers, they are like at least in average or a little bit above. If you think about thinking capabilities, or I'm not directly talking about intelligence, but maybe the way people or person can think themselves without automatically believing that has been told. Because the measurement of intelligence shouldn't be that the person can learn and repeat something without thinking themselves.
I like where you're going with that.
I think it goes into the definition of intelligence and what it means to be intelligent or not.
As I said, if I hand someone a basketball and they tell me it's a cube, if I hand someone bro,
Wow, you're roboting.
That they're
have you ever handed someone a basketball and they told you it was a cube though?
I bet I could do it with
You
lemon.
keep using the experience, as an example, but I think you're just
Well, actually, I've sort of done it.
hyperbolic.
I mean, people sort of have done it because QE takes the Google Earth and says that look, same elevation every shore, so it's flat.
And I hope I don't break up again.
No,
but if I hand someone reciprocal zenith angles, fuck.
Give it a second.
Yeah, I think QE is in that in the camp where sphere is flat.
So I would say, actually I know somebody who I know is incredibly intelligent, and he believes the Earth is flat. But I think it's believing in dumb things and being intelligent are not mutually exclusive.
Right. Matter of fact, they actually might go hand in hand when you start actually looking at the statistics, right? A lot of really intelligent people have something dumb in their closet that they believe in, right?
Or it's really like they're so focused on their thing, they don't need to worry about the other stuff. And so we shouldn't expect them to, like, even the correct scientists are so focused on these little things, they are missing a lot of common sense or social skills or other things because they're so focused on their particle accelerator or whatever.
And I don't know, like sort of denial of evidence or ad hocing shows like low intelligence.
Ad hocking.
Yeah, like 1 degree of 69 miles. Well, it's the ether causing a toroidal field effect.
I agree with you.
I didn't catch that.
I agree with you. I don't know, like, who, like the correlation of, like, okay, are people always gullible because they're intelligent in ways, or is it like you're gonna find some range who is just open or some range who is just naive?
So there is a thing where if you're more intelligent, you also tend to notice and see patterns more. So you have people like cliche. He's probably super intelligent, but he sees patterns that aren't there because
He sees too many patterns.
He
But
sees
look,
too many patterns. Exactly.
I'm big on the patterns, and I just, guys, whatever. It's my broken record. But if you look at the pattern of documentation of exploration and use of video cameras and use of broadcasting, like there's a pattern break when they start going up high into space, guys. Just wake up.
But it's sort of weird. Like I heard earlier, I was driving my girlfriend to work, so Jeremy was talking about the GP. Yeah, show me some geometric evidence of the girlfriend.
Yeah.
But Jeremy was talking about the GPs of the stars, and it's like if you use your intelligence and logical thinking, then you can sort of map those GPs and the distances between those everywhere on Earth. If you do that, you can kind of come up with a shape.
What gets weird to me though is like we take for granted the consistency of this celestial sphere until it's only like halfway on the Earth. And I'm not saying that I think there's any inconsistency. I just think it's a lot of this taken for granted stance when that topic is taken for granted when that topic is brought up rather than kind of like literally go, hey, the Africa guy sees this picture in the sky, the other guy sees this picture in the sky. Like you gotta be able to throw it in people's face, like when you're gonna ask them to be even ad hocing alternative ideas, like.
And if you go by the GPs, I mean, we know the GP of the sun. We can like take those measurements.
That's the best one, yeah. The sun, I think sun's the best one.
Okay. Or the southern celestial pole, pick any star over there, take the GP, and check the distance from 3 locations in the south.
So check this out. If the blue sky blocks out a lot of stuff, like stars, like right, like shouldn't the moon be out? Shouldn't the moon, if it's outside, like shouldn't it really be blocked up a little bit more? Like how's it got that many like how's it that reflective? That
The
is
moon is a lot harder to see during the day, isn't it?
well, we can see the moon during the day though.
But it is harder to see during the day. And the sky is blue because of the light from the sun lighting it up and reflecting.
Yeah, I'm just trying to be like, yo, the moon be looking straight up in the atmosphere a lot, man. Like it just does. It just really does, man. So does the sun. Just looks to me, it looks like it's in our atmosphere.
Why?
Well, here's what I would say why. Because at least, how about this? I wouldn't make the claim that I think it's in the atmosphere, but I can make the claim that, and we all, I'm sure, would agree with the pattern of it's different than the stars. It's not blocked out by the blue sky, whereas the stars are.
Well, it is.
We can't see the dark side of the moon during the day, right? That's why a lot of flat earthers say it's transparent. But at night, you can absolutely see the dark side of the moon.
Oh my God. Why don't do us like this right now? You know you're on some weird. That's not even right.
Well, there's 2 different ideas of dark side of the moon.
Brenda, I'm not talking about the back of the moon. I'm talking about the side that is dark at any given moment. So if it's a a half moon, you can see the dark side of the moon.
Yeah.
Yeah, the unlit half.
Yeah, Brenda, that's not what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I get it. Okay. But it still stands to reckon that like during the day, all the stars go away.
when I see the sorry.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you, Brenda.
And when I see the moon in the daytime, it has like a bluish hue on it.
Sometimes, usually, yeah, but it'll be more blue on the dark side, and then sometimes
Sure.
it's kind of full on the light side. Like, and that should be high in the sky, bro. That should be high as fuck. The sun be over on one horizon, the moon's over on the, even still like 30 degrees up in the air.
It's interesting that I can look at the moon right now and see like where the sun would be, and eventually it'll rise from the direction that the moon is lit from.
Are you sure that you cannot see stars on a daytime? Because I recall that at least some planets can be seen with the telescope in the daytime, but I'm not sure. I remember seeing a video about some stars or wandering star or actually planet, what you want to call them, to be seen with the telescope at the daytime.
Mm-hmm. Brenda, what worries me is when it'd have to be it'd have to be a module in the sky, Brenda. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why you'd have to include ours. Like it seems like you want to use like, or we might want to use like the Earth mass to give little balances to everything or something. But I don't know why you couldn't just remass everything to pattern their little. Well, I mean, I know you're talking about the pad, but we're over here, we're over there, and I mean, there's ways that I'm sure you could just be like eliminate the Earth as a variable and reconcile. It just. My finger's slipping. Wow, I'm sorry. It sucks. I look down, I see that full blue. I'm like, bullshit. Anyway, I know that it's primitive, or it might be like if there's a new answer to how you take the Earth variable out and keep those retrograde motions in the sky pattern and everything. I'm sure it's solvable and with alternatives, but it's gonna probably like the usual. It's gonna create more problems than it solves, in other areas or something. But I'm sure you're just asking, oh, how is there this pattern? Like that doesn't really mean anything to you, Brenda. It's just like the best it can. Yeah, but that doesn't mean it doesn't mean it's over and done with. See, that's what gets weird. No, that's where no, I don't think a lot of people on your side would agree with you. That's where I think we could have an honest disagreement.
I don't think Brenda's right. Oh, okay. I think he was talking more in general.
Right. You can't in one motion say it's our best answer and then in the next breath say, oh, and it's done.
Oh, that one thing is done.
Okay. Very weird, but okay. So, yeah, I mean, we're on the same page. But that doesn't mean that there wouldn't be more moving forward. That doesn't mean that we don't send real probes out to space, figure out it's liquid, figure out there's different electricities going out there, figuring out they've been giving us lies to children to dumb it down, safety for the public, like Santa Claus. And doesn't mean that we can't go past into a new thing. It ain't got to be backwards. Every science is constantly moving forward, and I'm glad you got a person to set. Who is this? My man up in here, motherfucking Andy. I think it was Andy gave you a second on your this topic is done with. But I still don't agree, bro. You guys have, delusions of grandeur of your amount of data that you have in your verification. It's just authority based, dude. All right. Well, you are you're making a lot of big claims there, Brenda. Show me, what's the highest rocket that's ever been straight up? What's the highest altitude been reached by anything that left Earth, Brenda? Prove it. Prove it. Prove it. Okay, prove it. If you Google escape velocity, you're gonna weep. You're gonna weep. Google escape footage. You're gonna cry, bro.
Why do we need footage of this escape?
No, you just need proof of it.
Oh, we do have proof of it.
Oh, I'm sorry that you're delusional. Prove it that you've sent them there. Prove it. Show me evidence that you sent it there. Show me. Show it. Your job is to keep it to yourself, and you haven't. You're just full of shit. You're full of shit. You are full of shit. You're a liar or delusional. Okay,
What's
I don't
the problem
believe
with the escape velocity?
I'd like to see more scientific evidence of that. And then I'll believe when I see repeatable experiments falsifying that space is liquid, then I'll believe it. You just have stories. When kids in the classroom do repeatable experiments falsifying space being liquid, then you can claim it like you know it 100%.
How would a kid in the classroom do an experiment proving space is liquid?
When their classroom is in space, you genius.
Why?
Got him! You guys don't think ahead. He just bit his tongue. No. You literally heard him bite his tongue. I mean, come on. Not the only way. It's one way. You're closed-minded again. I mean, I just got you again. You overexaggerated my words, saying it's the only way. No, that's one way.
You can't debunk shallow Earth, though.
Sure, fine. The Earth might be shallow.
Yeah, no, actually, yeah, I would not say shallow. I would say that there's no bottom to the oceans because you can't prove it.
Sure, maybe. Maybe. You're right, maybe.
No,
wait a minute. Hold on. Let me get you a second. Let me get the mic. You're right. They haven't done continuous video footage showing something continually going down to the bottom uncut. You're right.
No,
you can't prove it.
No, but no one's been to every point on the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah, that's exactly. You're right. So we could keep looking for more bottoms, but you know what? We could maybe map that shit a lot more, like how we've mapped out all America. And you can zoom in. You know,
yeah,
you can zoom in everywhere and Google Maps it. You could do that on the ocean.
But you haven't done it. No one's done it.
Fine. So shallow Earth it up. Where's Baudu at? Where is he at?
Yeah. Submarine schools.
School bus. The answer will be the magic school bus.
you just have to rule in space being liquid before I can rule it out.
You know what? It's just dishonest to pretend that you should have to 100% think that it's a done deal. You could be way more fair to science if you keep your mind open. You could be way more fair to actually to the powers that be. You know, you guys sometimes look at it from the angle of the paranoid schizophrenic who doesn't trust the powers that be and thinks they're out to get them. But you could also look at the same time like I trust the powers that be to do what they're going to do. I trust them to be the smartest. That's why they are the powers that be. I trust them to give lies to children because why would you give information for nothing? You don't just give information. It's just not what you do. It's you retain value. So I trust the powers that be could be smart and be wanting to do it for their own good, for whoever's good, and Brenda, you're really low, so I do want to let you interrupt me, but turn the mic. Yeah, you're low. You're low. And I'm serious. I'm serious. I don't mind yielding when but you're low, so it's hard for me to hear when you're coming in. But anyway,
the science. Do you mean just knowledge, or do you mean the flat Earth type science?
To me, like science always just meant like the repeatability, man. That's just all it ever meant.
Does that change the volume?
Oh yeah, good job.
Yep.
You're a little too loud now.
And
it's too much. This is good.
That's great.
This is good. Yep.
Das ist gut? Ja?
Ja, es ist gut.
Ja, jawohl. You know, my grandparents, my grandmother and grandfather would talk German when they didn't want us kids to know what they were talking about.
And you always knew.
I did not, because I never learned German. It's one thing I regret is not having learned German. When my aunts and uncles were all German speaking from the amount of colonies.
I studied German for 9 years.
Anyway, Don, are you okay? Because your voice sounds really hoarse. And I was kind of worried. Are you okay?
No. I need to get it. It's been a couple weeks, man. I mean,
did you stress out your voice, or maybe?
I did.
Oh, okay.
The thing is that I've been fighting rather than fighting.
So the school system seeks to teach children, not to put information into them. That's not what education does. It teaches children. It doesn't indoctrinate them.
Okay, well, are you familiar? Yeah, but I agree with you. Okay, we know that there's good. Most communities are good. Okay, or for whatever freaking moral compass. But sometimes I feel like this, like we half step, we do this baby, like just this baby thing where it's like only some percentage of whatever situational people are going to rise as the cream of the crop, whereas only certain people are going to rise cream of the crop, whereas you see other societies or models where like, okay, when in the Expanse, everybody on Mars is in the army, literally everybody. There's no excuses. You need to step up your game. No half stepping. Get your butt in order. Whereas here in America, we have lies to children. It's a designed system to, let the kids learn at a certain pace and not have to worry about the deeper picture. Just get a simple understanding. But what can happen is those people can be caught. They're going to be caught in that middle. If everybody's not pressed to make sure they get to the end and learn it all eventually, then it's like there's all this middle bullshit. And then people go, oh, well, you're flat earth because you're middle bullshit. It's like, it's just weak ass.
I don't understand
I
We
know
don't
you want
have
to
anybody.
explain, but
We
we
don't have
need to
anybody
stop
on Mars.
bullshitting. We need to present the data, the instruments used to collect the data, and the phenomenon. Stop all
We
this
do that.
philosophical bullshit. I'm telling you, not in this. This is fucking clickbait philosophy, constant from mainstream science. $10 billion for the James Webb Telescope. $10 billion to keep looking. What? Are you fucking shitting me? Have fun.
Well, so when I was in school, in my physics class, we worked with Kepler's original data, his original observations, and used them to construct the orbit of Earth. So I don't know what you're talking about being fed data. We used the original published data put out by Kepler in what, the 1600s, 15, I don't remember when, right? And we used that, and
When I was in school,
we
yeah,
built the orbit of the Earth. We did it ourselves.
when I was in school, you know what I'm saying? I murdered other little neighboring tribes so that my school could protect its food and have food.
I
Then
don't
work
know what you're talking
You know what
about.
I'm saying? You don't know what I'm talking about. That's the
No, I
point.
don't.
You
What are
don't.
you talking about? Neighboring tribes.
Sound like a schizophrenic.
What are you talking about? Neighboring tribes. Where were you in Africa?
Okay, the point we're talking about is a $10 billion telescope that you wanted to jump on immediately, and then because you wanted to point out what your experiments said, because I made a point. There is no, bro. They're not teaching the fucking the particle accelerators to kids in elementary school. They're drawing little pictures of atoms, and they're telling them that the atom has a little electron going around it like this. And blah, blah.
Don, can you watch the video that I sent you, please?
Don, what is this about having to kill other tribes? I mean, you're being facetious, right? You're being a little bit exaggerating because you didn't have to do that, did you? We had, in my day, we had to kill the neighboring kids in order to save our supplies for the winter so that we didn't starve before we went to school every day. What? Well, come on. Stop with that nonsense.
It's not nonsense, bro.
What are you talking about? You're exaggerating, of course, right?
No, you are all bitches. You're bitches.
Well, explain it to me because I don't understand. That doesn't make any sense to me.
You let people tell you what to do. You've given up your birthright, and now you listen to the stories.
No, I can question what people tell me, and I can check it for myself. Right? Like Sly Sparkane did a thing where he had people come in with observations, and he used that to calculate the distance to the moon. Dr. Bob and Blue Marble Science got together and made observations and determined the circumference of the Earth using Eratosthenes' method. They did it themselves.
Yo, you know I respect that. You know I respect data collection. You know I respect consistency. And it's a two different thing. This is what gets weird. It's like you pretend that type of thing. Jesus button. You pretend that type of consistency exists in. It does not exist out there in that realm. You're listening to.
I don't know what you're talking about because these people did that.
Okay, whatever you say. Whatever
They
you say.
did it.
Again, I respect what them people did, what you're talking. But we started this topic talking about space being water and all that.
Space isn't water.
Why
should I think it's water?
You don't have repeatable, consistent data in that realm like you do with measuring that thing.
But we do. We made several trips to the moon. We have several craft landing on Mars. We have craft that have gone to meteors and brought back samples from meteors, from comets. We've sent craft out to Jupiter and Saturn and out past the solar system, and they send back data by radio. So I don't know what you're talking about. We don't have data. We do have data.
I think you are just repeating what you have been told. Because I know all the things that you just said, but I don't believe any of those.
You're right. I am relying on people to tell me many of these things. The thing is that what they tell me goes along with other things, and they're consistent. And what flat earthers tell me is not consistent.
Now that's kind of like you double dragging in it, man. You know, like just because you cut down on those people doesn't mean that you get to uphold really possible fake Mars people.
What are fake Mars? I don't know what you mean by fake Mars people. What are you talking about?
When it comes to repeatable science, you have a million instances of X, a million instances of Y, 1,000 students doing ABC. You have one Mars thing, or three, or five.
One.
Listen to me. Let me. You have. I got you up to five. Okay. The point is, the pattern ain't the same, and you need to respect that in the scientific realm.
I just don't understand. I just don't understand.
Let's take one example. There is this rover in Mars. I'm not remember which one, or is it a Curiosity?
It's Perseverance. Perseverance is there now.
Yeah.
Insight was there in 2018. Curiosity in 2012. Phoenix in 2008. Spirit and Opportunity in 2004. Pathfinder in 1997. Vikings 1 and 2 in 1976. And the Soviet Union in 1971 and 73. How many people do we need sending stuff to Mars before you believe that we sent stuff to Mars?
I mean, I was talking about the battery life. So if they could build a battery that will last so long, we would have those in our cell phones.
You know what the problem is that they're nuclear batteries.
They use plutonium. Yeah. They use plutonium.
Okay, why we don't have them on cars?
Because
they use plutonium.
Because they're radioactive and they would kill you or give you cancer.
But they don't kill when they are building those in the lab.
There's nobody there. Oh, there's nobody on Mars.
I mean, in the labs where they are building
so in the labs, people who work with these materials have a limited amount of time that they're allowed to work with them, and they carefully monitor how much radiation exposure they get. Once they reach their radiation exposure limit, they're no longer allowed to work with them.
Okay. I'm just wondering, we have such a technology in other planets that we don't use here in Earth. That makes no sense. I mean,
yeah, you're not going to like put like nuclear powered cars everywhere.
Yeah, that would be bad.
There's a car crash, and now there's like a bunch of people with like exposure to like deadly amounts of radiation.
Well, the thing is though, the moon landing and many of these things, we do get spin-offs from that. New technology is developed, and then it is used here on Earth. Many things that were developed for the space program, landing on the moon, were in fact later to become products that were used here in the United States.
Yeah, I have seen that list. It's amazing that we wouldn't have a Nike shoes without those. Or baby this chalk, or what is the replacing the milk and stuff like that.
Tang.
And something like a vacuum cleaner, portable. It's amazing things that they invent because of just. I mean, people couldn't use their vacuum cleaners without our trip into the moon.
Well, the money that the government spent was put into research, and then the companies that did that research turned those products into um, commercial things suitable for people here, right? So that's how it happens, because the government funds research, and that's a good thing. And then that research is used to create products for sale, and that's the same is true for drugs. A lot of drugs and medicine is based on university research, research universities that conduct fundamental research, and that's paid for by the U.S. tax dollar. And then we benefit from that by having vaccines and antibiotics and all kinds of things. MRIs are a big thing. Yeah, all those things are good.
Yeah. The thing is that I don't believe that. It's nonsense to me, and you believe it. That's just the difference.
Okay.
It doesn't make you or me better or worse person, but we are just in a different religion.
No, that part is wrong. So you can deny science all you like, but you're just a science denier. Science is not a religion.
I like science. I use
No,
it
you
all
just said
day.
you don't. You just said you don't.
I
You reject
I
it.
have been, I've been using working with computers like 25 years for work, and I used them 10 years before that. And those are based on very good science, I think. The most popular science is microchips and so on. You know, I mean, almost everyone uses some kind of semiconductors at
Yeah.
these
Yeah, you're right.
worlds, and I know a bit about them because I've been working with them.
Yeah.
So I don't deny that the computer doesn't
Right.
use silicon or whatever.
So flat earthers like to use their cell phones, which work partly by GPS, even while they deny GPS.
No, the cell
Satellites.
phone actually doesn't work with
It actually does.
GPS.
It actually does.
Okay, okay, you're right.
I know, I am.
What were you saying about GPS, Brenda? That the phone uses it?
It couldn't work. It couldn't work on a flat Earth.
Really? And that's something you're pretty sure of, or?
Yeah, because you can't have satellites on a flat Earth.
So you think there's no way that communication devices could be communicating with our devices and sending that information on a planar stationary surface?
Correct. You cannot have satellites on a flat Earth, and they wouldn't work because GPS uses relativity, to calculate your position, and that won't work on a flat Earth because you can't have satellites in orbit because you can't have an orbit.
That's spazzy but cute.
Is it possible to fly another way than the spinning around the ball? Because that basically the satellites are kind of dropping around the ball or circling the ball or the globe. So is there any possibility that we could build another, perhaps an airplane, a balloon or something like that could fly? Or do you know that we used to fly with airplanes in this world?
Yeah, there was a system people had before satellite, before GPS, but it was less accurate.
Do you remember that name?
I don't remember.
Okay, because in World War II, we used here in Finland, because we fight with Russian, we used just two radios, just the two towers to calculate the enemy radio. So only 2 towers needed to calculate enemy radio from hundreds of kilometers away. So we don't need any GPS for anything, locating things. And that's an old, like 60-year-old technology back into the World War II. So I think you're a little bit wrong with your GPSs.
So no. So you have hundreds of millions of people who use GPS every day, all around the world, and you're not going to do that with 2 towers and with radio. You have to have satellites in orbit, right? Beaming their coordinates to you by satellite.
Okay, so then maybe the history about the World War II was wrong. So maybe I
Oh
don't
no,
believe in
it
you.
was
I'm wrong.
probably correct. You're probably correct, but that was a very limited use case, right?
Yeah, the point
Yeah.
you missed the point. The point was that we could calculate or measure the other things in this Earth with radio towers in the ground. We don't need anything flying above. Just a little more, bit more towers around.
Where are all those towers?
Have you have you ever driven anywhere? Yeah, all around.
Out in the middle of the ocean? You can get GPS out in the ocean. Where are the towers?
I think they sent radio waves over to Atlantic like over 100 years ago. Maybe you should learn about a little bit radio things. I'm not sure.
100 years ago? So
Yeah, something like that they send
yeah.
about. I'm not
Sure, sure. You can communicate with radio over long distances. Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't work in a globe. You can
It does.
send.
Yeah, it does.
Okay, I'm not talking with you anymore because you don't seem to understand radio waves at all. So
radio waves bounce between the surface of the Earth and the ionosphere.
no, they don't.
Yes, they do.
That's what we've been told, but they don't actually
that's just
do
a fact. That's just a fact, and you
No,
can
but
know that. You can know that because the ionosphere can sometimes raise and lower during a broadcast, and your communication with the other end can come in and go out because the ionosphere is raising and lowering. That can happen in real time. That happens.
Okay, the thing is wrong because you can have the communication between 2 towers in the middle of that so-called bounce or whatever they told us. You can have, let's say, 100 kilometers, 200, 500, and 1,000 kilometers, and even more, and all between those so-called bounce things will communicate. So that's one point that destroys the bouncing ionosphere theory that is just a fairy tale.
It's not a fairy tale. How did you determine it's a fairy tale?
Because it doesn't work like that.
How did you decide that?
I'm not going to repeat myself, but you can communicate between, if you have the point, let's say it's 2,000 kilometers away from you, and that bounces from the ionosphere, and you communicate because it bounces from there, and then you go back into 1,500 kilometers, and you have a different angle. You should have a different angle to bounce from the ionosphere. That's why it doesn't work. Otherwise, the ionosphere should spread your radio signal to, let's say, 45 degrees. And the thing that if the radio waves don't bounce any soft surfaces, they only bounce from hard surfaces, so the ionosphere is just a fairy tale.
The ionosphere is
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the premise of the debate is or the discussion you're having, but like I was reading about this submarine using long wave radio signals, and the same as just the general long wave radios can penetrate through the ocean. They can penetrate through mountains.
Yeah. Okay. The discussion is about the fact that your cell phone makes use of GPS to determine where you are.
Yeah, what I was trying to get at is because, like, in my point of view, if these long wave radio signals can penetrate through mountains and they can penetrate through oceans, then what's to say that the calculations are wrong when you're considering that they're bouncing off the ionosphere and the ocean, and where all those deviations come from, especially with you got mountains in the way, your calculations are going to be somewhat warped.
Well, there aren't any mountains in the way of the GPS satellites, and your cell phone isn't designed to use the same frequency of radio waves that submarines, military submarines, are using. We don't use that frequency in cell phones, and they couldn't. They're not designed for it.
Yeah, it's more of a microwave technology, isn't it?
I don't know anything about military uses of radio to communicate with submarines. I'm just saying that cell phones are not designed to use that kind of frequency, whatever it is. They are designed to use the GPS satellites to determine your location. That's why if I look up my location on my cell phone right now, it will tell me exactly where I am.
I was reading like this tech magazine online. I can't remember what it's called. It's a Chinese one because I read Chinese. But anyway, they've got this new phone, which is basically the main part of the phone is a walkie-talkie, so long distance radio, and you can change the frequency, and you've got the same as that you can get if you're a boatie, or a ham radio operator, whatever, all the frequencies that you want, and it's free. Yeah, it's
What is
totally
this
free.
called?
But then
What is this called?
um, I don't know how to say it in English. It's a walkie-talkie mobile phone. So basically, the whole data, all the services are free. It's really expensive to buy the phone, and you have to pay a yearly subscription. But you're essentially all the services after you've paid that are just using the
Oh,
existing
these are
system.
specially designed phones. This is not my cell phone. This is specially designed walkie-talkie phones, right?
Yeah, yeah. It's not like a phone with a walkie-talkie function. It's a walkie-talkie with a phone function. So you can still have an iPhone, basically all the features of an iPhone, but the main idea is it's a walkie-talkie. And then if the power went out or whatever, um, walkie-talkies don't need any stations. They just go between each other. Right? If I'm in the middle of the forest with a friend and he gets lost, well, we've got walkie-talkies, right? We don't need any anything to be our intermediary, you know. So that's the really good thing is if you can get, even if you could just get walkie-talkies for keeping your bug out bag, especially good quality ones.
I don't have a bug out bag because I'm not paranoid. So these use 3G and 4G and Wi-Fi networks to communicate. So
Yeah,
they're not actually using the standard walkie-talkie frequencies. They're using
yeah.
it
I'm not sure
in
what
that
they
same
call it.
mode.
It was something like a VPN or something like that. It was like whatever that means. Is that a virtual this like channel that utilizes
It's an
the existing
Android app. It's an Android app. I put a link to it. It's called Push to Talk.
push to talk?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can do that just like how's that working?
It uses 3G and 4G and Wi-Fi networks to communicate directly with another phone.
But
Oh wow.
you're not tied down to some like company that can control you and switch it off, right? That's the main thing.
Wow.
I don't know.
Oh.
So you don't need a data connection. It's just using the same radio as your ordinary phone outside of coverage.
I guess so.
Yeah,
I don't.
outside of
I
coverage.
just.
My mum's looking at getting Starlink. Hey, it's going to cost her $1,000, and then she has to pay $130 month
Well,
as
that's for
well.
internet. That's for internet access.
Yeah, she's in the middle of nowhere, so
Yeah, good for her.
that's all she can
It's
get.
pretty
Actually,
expensive. That's pretty
it
expensive.
is. Yeah.
Once you've launched the app, XTalk allows you to follow a discussion or directions without needing to hold your phone. Speaking could be similar. At the touch of a button, it's over to you. The new cross-call smartphones are equipped with. Well, that sounds like you need a special phone.
Yeah, well, that the one I was talking about, they were advertising it as a spy phone. It's like that's like the James Bond thing. You know, they've got this craze with James Bond over there, and this is just one of those devices. You can be free of the system.
Well, yeah, this device, they're both holding the same camera, and it's got their logo on the back of it, on the one you've posted, Brenda.
Yeah, I just Googled it. I don't know anything about it. So it says you can turn your smartphone into a walkie-talkie, which would be useful in certain cases, but I would never need it because
Well, first of all, it's good if you've got the ability to be without control of anyone over your communications, and that's one thing that's really portable. Without taking a suitcase of ham radio gear and a battery, you take that and you can communicate all over the world as long as the world hasn't blown up. And
I don't. The world isn't going to blow up, and I'm not afraid. See, I'm not afraid of these things. They don't worry me. I'm not worried by this. I don't think the world is going to blow up. I don't have a bug out bag, right? I don't worry about these things.
So
the world
there
might
are
not
apps
blow
about
up. I
what you're
mean, I'm not
talking about.
suggesting that at all. I'm just saying. I mean, if you want to change the topic a little bit, I mean, I think that basically bad things happen. It doesn't mean it's going to be the end of the world, but you've got to be ready for some instances.
Yeah, the bad thing that's going to happen this winter is the Omicron variant is going to find pretty much everybody. And if you're not vaccinated, you're going to have a bad time.
Oh my god.
Guys, we're on live stream. Remember the thingy.
Yeah, you are right. You are right there. I agree on that totally. Whether or not that is something that needs to happen. I just posted a vid in
It doesn't need to
live.
happen. If people would get vaccinated, it wouldn't happen.
I posted a video in live chat one back. I can't remember what time. Not long ago. It was called "Were Humans Genetically Modified to Follow Orders from Government?"
Yeah, we weren't.
Thousands of
That's
years
not
ago.
true. That's not true.
It's the Channel Leak project. Have you heard of that? It's pretty cool. And
Yeah,
he just
it
did it.
sounds like
He just posted it.
nonsense. Nobody knew
It's
about genetic
absolutely.
engineering. Nobody knew about genetic engineering 1,000 years ago. Nobody did.
You sure about that?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure about that. Yeah, pretty
Were
sure.
you there?
Well, I don't have to be there. That's just not true. You know, you don't have to be there to know things. And people didn't know in the year 1000, people didn't know anything about genetics.
They were
They
pretty
barely
stupid
knew.
people, right?
They barely knew
They
how
had
to.
no idea how to manipulate massive
Well,
monoliths.
1,000 years ago, they were all dying of the bubonic plague. So no, they didn't know anything about genetics.
Who told you that?
Who told me what?
The information that you're portraying about this deadly virus.
It's in the history books. And the fact is, people back then were scraping away a living every single day. They're barely making it. It was really rough.
Sad times, man. I mean, whoever told that story is a really good story writer.
No, it's not a story. It's history.
Yeah?
Yeah. It's history.
It's quite an interesting topic, how some people sort of think that we've been lied to about our history. It's quite a big topic in some corners of the internet.
One thing in common that I found in flat earthers is that they don't believe anymore the lies so often. So they can criticize things more than a so-called normal people that believe that things
You have to assume that they're lies, though.
Yeah, but the thing is that there are so many lies. Let's say the simplest thing I talk with the so-called normies is that, okay, will the politician lie when it gets into the power? They say, yeah, they might. Do they do that often? The answer is yes. The politicians will lie when they get higher into the food chain. Okay, then I ask them another question. Does the government lie? The answer is no. The government is good. Why would they lie to us? And they don't make the conclusion from that, or the thing between that the politicians actually might be the government. They don't
Do
understand that.
politicians always lie?
Not always, but 90% or something like that.
How
Almost
do you
every.
know it's 90%?
I know that almost every politician that I've been following, they are turning their backs forth and back. They are saying things, and after year they are saying absolutely opposite things. Most
See,
of them.
the thing
Not
is that
most.
you're just assuming beforehand that everybody lies, all politicians lie, and all governments lie.
I didn't say everybody. We can roll back this from the tape, and I said
Yeah,
most of them.
You're saying most. I
Yeah.
understand. I understand. And I don't believe that.
Okay, that's your religion.
No, it's not a religion. It's not a religion. You can't just label everything you don't like a religion.
It's not about me. It's we could make a poll, a vote from 1,000 people, and everybody, almost everybody, I'm correcting myself, will say that most of the politicians will lie when they get power. They don't lie when they are in a going in the bottom of the
So
food
you're
chain.
just assuming this. You're just assuming this without any evidence. So the fact is that governments need truth and facts. So they have facts like about how much the economy is doing, how much of this and that, how many people it has, where they are, how are they doing, what are the sales, what are the goods and services that are being traded and sold in the market. All of these things are facts, and all governments keep records. And based on those records, we know what happened in the past.
Okay, there we go again with another road, because my road is that those facts that are given to the politicians are biased. Sorry, but that's what I think.
I don't care what you think. I care what you can prove. So the fact is, we even know what people were doing during the times of Egypt 12,000 years ago. They were harvesting grain. They were selling goods and services in markets. Who was in charge? Who was doing this? What were they building at the time? How many people were involved in building such and such pyramid and all those things? And the same in other places, in Greece, in Turkey, in France back in the Middle Ages. We know who was in charge of this city, what they did, because everybody kept records.
Yeah, but those records must be in line with others as well, so it doesn't work if some records are not in line with the others.
Also, people kept diaries. They wrote books that told about what was going on. And those people were not all in on a secret society. People write about things that happened. They wrote letters to each other. They wrote all kinds of things, right? And they talked with each other, and they kept records of what they said and did with other people. So all of this is history. History isn't lies.
Let's put one example from Finland. One famous or so-called famous person was in this club of older man, let's say that, and he was revealing that most of our priests in our church, our national church in Finland, or many of those, were in that same club of elder man that go into these meetings, and they talk about sometimes about power, sometimes about money, and sometimes about politics, even though they are not politicians. Anyway, so this man was revealing this thing, and he tried to contact his priests to get away from that club. And after that, 2 weeks after that was aired or come from television, he was killed by his own four-wheeler getting hit by in a forest. So he kind of they send a message that you don't reveal anything in public.
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about or what events they're unfamiliar to me.
Yeah, that's why you say that you cannot keep secrets, and I say
how do you know that? How do you know that this happened? Somebody wrote about it, didn't they? Otherwise, you wouldn't even know about this happening. So the very fact that you can talk about it proves that it wasn't kept secret, doesn't it?
Again, you didn't get the point. He was revealing.
I've never heard of this.
Neither have I. I don't know the people. I don't know the people involved.
What's the name of the priest? Because I've never heard.
Julian.
Who?
Wait a second. Julian.
Julian? I've never heard about this, and this happened in Finland.
Yeah, I will get the interview.
Oh, cheers.
I'm now looking up these network mesh apps because we're just about to go off to a trip to the high country, and me and the missus sometimes will get separated and there'll be no way to contact one another. They do keep going down at an annoying rate. You've got to root your phone, which I'm not doing with my brand new phone. It also seems that, what's it called? Fire Chat was a really quite good one that's been disconnected.
It'd be really cool to use your sextant in like a massive 6,000 square foot like warehouse with shitloads of light bulbs that were like LED and so tiny that you could sort of like make an orientation course, and every light bulb would have its ground position, and you could sort of just use it as a practice course for using your sextant. I don't know how you would establish the horizon, though. That might be a bit difficult.
Well, and also,
Carlos, that would be cool if it was like in like a huge like warehouse planetarium, something like that. That'd be cool.
I think a challenge would be that you wouldn't have a linear relationship between how far you are from the light and the angle the light is, whereas you've got a very simple one because it's a linear relationship with stars for the sextant.
A linear relationship. I mean, you would have it to scale sort of in such a way that would allow you to use. You could even name those light bulbs like the North Star and Polaris and fucking. I mean, when you're navigating, how many stars are there that you can actually rely on? Is there just a handful, or are they just thousands?
There's loads.
Thousands,
like
right?
You could technically use any star. If you look at the Almanac app that Kosho's made, He's
Yeah,
got a
yeah.
list of maybe 100. And then you can also use the moon, but you do need to. All of the other ones you treat as infinite. You don't.
But if you wanted to
do-
sail around the world and
Mhm.
you had not very good eyesight, you'd have to just rely on pretty much a handful of stars, maybe 10. You could do it, right? Like on just a small amount. It's all you
Yeah,
need.
you can use a smaller number of stars. I mean, I don't know about 10. Like maybe, but I think that's showing a GPS satellite on thingy now. Like maybe you could, but I don't know. You'd need quite a few, I think, because you generally don't want to sight above 70 degrees, because when it's getting closer to 90 degrees, it's kind of hard to tell which way is the closest point to the horizon. So its elevation angle is really hard to tell, and also you
Yeah,
don't want
but
to shoot
normally, like
too
in
low because
my
of
understanding,
terrestrial refraction.
so yeah, my understanding of using a sextant is that you're traveling so slow across the ocean, and the amount of time that you actually get to visibly see the stars, um, due to your slow moving pace, is not really, it's not a big deal. I think the sun itself is probably when you get the most travel anyway during the daytime. So actually needing to navigate by the stars is kind of like a secondary backup, because you're not really, I mean, you're drifting most of the time anyway at night. You're not wide awake, one guy going around the globe.
I don't understand what you mean.
Well, I'm saying that most of your navigation is done during the day with the sun. When you're navigating at night, it's just because you're so slow anyway. It's not going to make a big difference to need it.
Well, the difference is if you wait till nighttime, you can, in a short space of time, like if you want to know where you are, you can, within a short tight space of time, sight 3 stars or 5 stars if you want, as many as you want, and you'll find exactly where you are. Whereas if you're using the sun, the challenge is you have to wait a reasonable number of hours for it to move its position in the sky, so it's got a new GP for you to draw a second line of visual
Yeah.
altitude.
Well, what I heard from someone on this channel, I thought they were saying that you don't get a lot of winds at night. You don't get to travel actually as far as you do during the day because you have way more winds during the day. So you get more ground covered during the day anyway. So at night it's just slow and dreary, and kind of the stars are there just to make sure you're sort of on the same course as what you were reckoning during the day. So I mean, try to get the horizon at night time anyway. In some cases, especially when there's no
Night, you
moon.
can do it.
When there's no moon.
Yeah, I mean, it might be slightly more difficult, but it can be done.
Yeah, the top 10 stories on the internet. I was just looking at the stuff about this new variant, and everyone's shutting down, and new restrictions and all that sort of stuff.
Why though?
Because they're scared.
But it's already been shown to be less deadly than any other variant.
That's right.
So why do the shutdown?
Because people's immune systems are worse off because they've already had 2 jabs, and now this new variant comes along, they'll be fucked.
Well, actually, a lot of people nowadays have had the 3 jabs.
And their theory is that it boosts your immune system. It's an immune system booster. But I beg to differ. I actually would suggest it's probably the opposite.
Well, at this point in humanity, we've actually decided it's not really a booster at all. It's just part of nature at this point, isn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of like that placebo effect, eh? As long as you keep taking it, you'll be good.
I agree with you, Carlos. I think ultimately they are making people's immune systems weaker and even more susceptible to these bioweapon diseases that they're
It's
concocting.
mind control, man. They've
Can-
already got you wearing all of these fucking face diapers, and they've got you social distancing, and they've got you scared about each other. And now that they're pulling this off, people are just like in constant fear, and they have to have the next one, otherwise, you know, the first one didn't work. You know? It's just going to go on forever until their minds are just so fucking stagnant.
Well, I mean, can I ask why you think, like, whoever that guy was that just made that little short, quick quirk just now? I'm not sure who that was.
It's me.
Not you. I was talking to you. Somebody else
Oh,
said it.
Gio, you're talking to the host.
Oh, Gio. All right. Why? What would be the benefit of fucking with? I'm sorry, jacking with everyone else's immune systems, but the people that are the elite that know what is all about.
Geo's not in the government, so he can't answer that. You're gonna have to ask someone else.
I wasn't asking you.
Well, that would be the logical answer, wouldn't it?
But I wasn't asking you.
Go ahead, Geo. Repeat what I
That's
just
so
said.
funny. Gio's probably making a
So
cup of
now
tea.
you're a mouthpiece. Okay.
Just
What's the main thing you're asking? How could the jabs make people's immune systems weaker?
No, that's
No,
not
he's
what
saying
I'm.
what's the benefit?
And that's not. Yeah, I'm asking what is the purpose or the benefit to the elite to tell everyone to lower their immune systems unwillingly.
Okay, I got you. Well, yeah, I mean, like Jerry said, I'm not them, so obviously I can't like tell you precisely exactly what their motivation
I
is.
get that. I was just asking
However,
your opinion.
yeah, I for sure. I think it's to create a dependence on this new medical system that they're rolling out, based upon all the fear and these different illnesses that are being kind of spread around, as it were. Like they're creating the problem, and then they want people to be, more or less completely dependent, and in a way even addicted to this new type of medicine of getting these regular kinds of injections right to the
You
bloodstream.
want to check out the
Okay,
video?
so if I can ask, what is the as you said, new medical system that they're putting out?
Well, I mean, I've referred to the mainstream medical mafia system as a controlled death matrix. What I mean by that is that it's a system designed to actually control the death of humans, the timing, the amount of money they get from you, the treatments, all of that that come with a lot of these medical treatments. So I think that part of that system is just being accelerated to kind of the next stage of it that they're rolling out, where it's like it's a new form of of like medicine and of treatment, and ultimately of managing people's deaths. So on the darkest side, they're basically just upping their systems and their ability to manage, when
It's
people
just
die.
I mean, Gio, I think it's just a new form of warfare. It's like chemical warfare. It's
Yeah.
an invisible war.
I mean, Ed, if I may, as a blanket statement, I can understand what you're talking about, but what you're referring to would mean that every doctor is trying to only prolong the health of a person just to the benefit of how much money they can make. And I can't see that with, I mean, 90% of the doctors I know, which is quite a few actually.
Yeah, but whether or
I,
not
not to say that I do know a couple that are only in it for the money. So
yeah, but I mean, whatever the case, their position as a doctor in the workplace that they are, they have a certain like a pyramid protocol with documents that they sign that allows them to actually stay in that position. So if they veer from that position at any level, they wouldn't exist there anymore. So they just wouldn't want to compromise their position, I think.
That's a bold statement to make. And
I'm
you know
not.
it, right?
I'm not following you on what you just said here. That there's documents that they sign. Continue.
So, Slayers, what he is essentially saying, without saying it, is that doctors have to follow a certain protocol, and if they veer away from what the people above him tell him to do, then he loses his job and salary and all these things. So, to ensure a happy lifestyle, a doctor mindlessly listens to the people above him. Would that be accurate?
And they have associations with drug companies and sponsors, and they always promote particular brands. It's just so obvious that it's all about the numbers.
Well, granted, I understand about that second part that you said, but when it comes to saving people's lives, the Hippocratic Oath goes far beyond any contracts that they do. I
Yeah, but
mean, I don't.
doctors exist
Oh, you're
within a
super quiet. I'm
system which
sorry.
is
I'm sorry,
flawed.
Basil. I'm sorry, Fe. You're super quiet. Give me a second.
Yeah, I know. I got a bad mic.
All right, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So what I was going to say is essentially, I'd say 95% of doctors are probably good folk, but they exist and are trained to exist within a flawed system. And there's so
Spot
much of good health. There's so much of good health that's not taught to doctors. They're only taught symptom diagnosis, drug. That's it. They're not taught about nutrition. They're not taught about general well-being or holistic wellness. And so, as well-intentioned as they may be, they end up doing a disservice to their patient, even though they're not trying to, because what they've been taught and led to believe, and all the journals that they continue to update themselves with, are all actually not as good as they could be for a patient outcome.
Well, no, I disagree with you because what their position is not for longevity of the lifespan of a human being, and what you regards as nutrition and such. It's to help with emergency situations, so like surgery needs and things like that. There's different, as you would well understand, there's different professions and different areas of the medical field. So what you're requiring of a surgeon is just a completely different field than what they are actually needed to know. And what you're requiring of someone who is diagnosing you of an illness and being able to get you over a virus is something that is a completely different field and different.
No, hang on. A doctor, as far as in Australia, I don't know what it's like in America. Every to become a surgeon, first of all, you have to do your basic 6 or 7 years of medicine, where every doctor undergoes the same 6 or 7 years of basic medical training, beyond which they then choose to or not to specialize in a particular area of medicine.
Correct.
So yes, you may want to become a kidney specialist or an ear, nose, and throat specialist. But in that first 6 or 7 years, if you just want to be a general practitioner, you do the same training as somebody who wants to be an eye surgeon. So in that first 6 or 7 years, they all walk out of the tertiary education facility with the same training and or lack of training in certain areas. So, for example, if you go to a general practitioner or your local doctor with a child who has chronic ear infections, your doctor will prescribe you antibiotics, and if the infections continue, they will probably suggest a surgical procedure like grommets or something. We call them grommets. I assume you do over there as well. Now, chances are, if you take your child off of all dairy products, cheese, yogurt, cow's milk, chances are those ear infections will probably disappear. But the doctor doesn't even know that. So he can't tell you that basic information because he's not taught that. If you go to a nutritionist or if you go to a naturopath, They will tell you that, and you will be better off and your child won't need surgery. So these are the kind of things where I'm saying the system is flawed because doctors don't get the simple, natural kind of remedies that can help their patients, which I'm sure they would like to tell them because they do care for their patients.
Of course, some of them do. There are a lot of doctors that have also studied other modalities as well, and the genuine ones that want to help people would give as much off-the-cards advice as possible. But across the board, the way that the system is fraught is basically allowing this this Bill Gates jab to be spread around without any question.
Doctors are aware about dairy. By the way, I posted a link for pediatricians. They will test it. If they have a dairy allergy, then they'll recommend cutting it. So they are aware.
See,
Yeah,
I know two doctors. I know two doctors here who have been struck off. Literally, I know them personally. Have been struck off the medical register because they offer advice to their patients, which is outside of the quote unquote acceptable guidelines for treatments for certain conditions. One of them, for example, was injecting high doses of one of the vitamin B group for her patients who had Alzheimer's and early onset Alzheimer's and getting phenomenal results, but she was struck off the register because that's not an acceptable treatment. So the system is flawed, guys. It just is. You can't argue it.
Was it a private care or was it a public hospital?
No, a private doctor, like just in her own local practice, local surgery.
Like it was her owned, or she was under someone else.
No, it's her own. And I know another male doctor who was struck off for 2 years because he was prescribing certain hormones and certain supplements that the AMA, the Australian Medical Association, weren't happy with, and so he got struck. He's still struck off at this point, but for 2 years they suspended him.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to look more into that.
Also, I was going to ask, was that vitamin B12 that they were doing that with by any chance? Or do you remember which B vitamin it was?
No, it was my wife's grandfather. He was a patient of hers, and he was diagnosed with early onset Alzheimer's at about in his early 70s, and he kept going to her for injections every 3 months, and his Alzheimer's never progressed. But he was fine for about another 12 years until he died. So, sorry, mate. As for which particular B, I'll find out. I'll try and get back to you on it. My mother-in-law would certainly remember, and I'll let you know. But I don't think it was B12.
Okay. Yeah. No, I'd be curious. I'd be curious to know which one it was. But yeah, that's interesting. There's also vitamin B5, where there's actually different forms of it, and some people have like a genetic missing something in their genetic where they can't convert the preformed form of the B5 into the form. Anyways, yeah, and that can often cause different autoimmune conditions or different inflammatory conditions. So that it could be that as well. But yeah, I'd be curious to know.
Yeah. You know what I think's the real tragedy is that there's this medical war that goes on. If only like the Western medicine, homeopaths, naturopaths, chiropractors, if they all actually got together and helped one another for a more holistic approach to their patients' care, my God, we would all be so much better off as a result of it. But instead, that they all sling mud at one another and they call each other quacks and ill-informed and all this sort of thing. When if they just held hands and sung a bit of kumbaya, you and me would be a lot better off.
Yeah, most of the time it's a holistic approach that doesn't provide data, where there is an attempt to obtain data and then learn more. Because as far as the mainstream medical field, that's public data. It's easy to find the data on that. But when a chiropractor claims a thing, they often don't provide any data for verification.
Mostly because it stops working once they double blind it, so there's not a whole lot of good data.
Yeah, I've been to the doctor, and my work provides me a private insurance sort of, so I go to checkups, and they don't give any medicine ever. Just say, yeah, good, stop smoking, and yeah, do your exercise.
What? They
So that
recommend
I,
things and don't prescribe you things? What?
yeah, and even when I had I had an issue with my like a shoulder blade where I couldn't lift my arm. They just put me into like physiotherapy. They didn't give me any medicine.
Yeah, I have knee pain from the military, but they haven't connected it yet. And I asked for some type of pain meds, nothing too crazy, just like base level. And doctor told me no, and then scheduled me for physical therapy instead.
You say you have. Who says I have methane?
I've got a lot of methane.
Fucking hell. I have
Well,
gas problems.
Well, Mailman, I would say that the controlled death matrix of the medical mafia are a little lighter in your country than they are perhaps in the U.S.
Yeah, that's why I gave an example of me with legitimate knee pain, asking for pain meds, but being told no, and then being scheduled for physical therapy.
Oh, sorry, Bio.
They do a shitty job.
Did you say knee pain?
Oh, I thought you were
Yeah.
just shooting the shit. No, yeah, knee, my knees, yeah.
No, it sounded like you said I have methane.
No. I thought you were making a joke, so I just went along with it. Yeah. Knees, yeah.
Imagine if you said I have methane instead of I have gastro problems.
Yeah, like give him a scientific rundown.
Damn.
They would ask for evidence for that gas pressure without a container.
Oh,
Can you get that gas pressure into a container so we can take a better look at it?
It seems like the death cult is doing a bad job because of the average age seems to be going up.
Yeah, that's the easiest one to look at. As the medical field advances, so does the average age of a person. Also, the longer you're able to do a thing, like there are very fit 50 and 60-year-olds today who have no problem, playing basketball, for example. But
well,
take a 50, 60-year-old in the early 20s.
Yeah, but where's our test
much.
group? Like, where's our test group of people that have never gotten vaccines their whole life, have always ate organic food, have always ate robust, healthy, nutritious, wild genetic food, have always had all these like anti-aging herbs and plants.
They're in Africa.
Yeah,
They don't live long enough to participate in the studies.
Yeah, they are in Africa. They are in Africa, and you can check. You can check the average. You can check the average death age in Africa and see how it works.
Right, the undeveloped countries, you can look at those because that's where especially Western medicine won't be a part of it, and then modern medicine more than likely won't be a part of it. You could just look at the most natural civilizations, and they are dying.
I mean, you could covertly take over China easily. All you have to do, because like their ratio of women to men is there's basically not enough women, and all you need to do is like send 100,000 Americans over to China and just take all their women, and all the men will just be like, buggered, literally buggered.
China is doing it to you now, so.
It's so easy to go over there and just pick up 5 on each arm and just take them away. It's just so easy.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to find studies. There are studies. One I'm looking at right now: mortality among the Guarani Indians in southeastern and southern Brazil. It doesn't provide a quantified age, but it does say the infant mortality rate is pretty fucking high. The crude mortality rate is pretty fucking high, but it doesn't give an average lifespan. I'm gonna keep looking around, but there are studies.
Is it due to the weather? Is it the weather that's causing this?
It's a lack of modern medicine. I am skipping over like NBC News and bullshit like that, so I'm sure information's there, but I am trying to skip over, typical media shit.
I heard that people in Hungary have the best health system in the world.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe
a lot of holistic.
Just quickly, Bio, what I would suggest, like your study's going to be a bit skewed if you're looking at, you know, Amazonian Indian tribes, because yes, I do agree with you that Western medicine does help prolong life, but also things like sanitation, predators. I mean, people living that kind of existence in a jungle could cut their foot on a bamboo shoot and die from, you know, some strange disease. They could shit in a hole next to their house and end up with
Oh yeah,
something.
for sure.
So, you know, we've all heard the stories of there's people in Japan who, or little islands off Japan and Korea, where they live to be, you know, a friggin' 100 years old on average or something, because they eat a very healthy, you know, locally grown or fished diet. You could probably find statistics that argue both sides of that if you Google the
I mean,
right area and the right.
did they show all the statistics about how many people died from snake bites and spider bites over there? You know,
Maybe.
Yeah, exactly.
Effie,
That's what
I
I'm
agree
getting
with
at.
you. I agree with you.
Yeah.
I'm only responding to the extreme claim that
Yeah.
modern medicine in the Western world is a death cult, or however Gio described it. I'm only responding to that. So yeah, we can find different studies that will say different things and perhaps support each side to a certain extent. Perhaps we can do that, but I'm only responding to such a blanketed dumb statement. That's all.
I mean, it's in their best commercials, in their best interest to prolong our existence in some state of disease, because the longer we are living in a state of disease, then the longer we need what they're peddling. So, you know, I don't think they're trying to kill us. I think what Gio's getting at is they're managing our death, and I do think there's some truth in that. But that doesn't necessarily mean they're looking for us to have a fast death.
I think to the extent that I'll agree to that, I'll be specific. Perhaps they're managing our deaths, but the way that they're doing that is prolonging that event as long as possible.
Absolutely. I agree.
Right. Yeah. It comes down to the whole thing of the government. I trust the government as far as they want me to be alive as long as possible because they make more money when I'm alive than I'm dead. And that's just the same thing with hospitals where they want people to live as long as possible. Yeah.
Correct.
well,
so
they
the
want
pharmaceutical company wants you to live. They want you to live to be 95, but for the last 30 years of your life, they want you to have arthritis and inflammation and autoimmune problems and headaches and high blood pressure. They want you to actually have all of those things.
When you don't have money,
then you're a wonderful customer.
When you don't have money, though, I would expect these things to exist between 30 and 55 when you have the most money coming in, and then they can solve it after that and say, okay, we'll deal with the bullshit, you know, later on when you have less money. But if I were truly evil and thought about money in that way, like 30 to 55, that's your maximum salary potential.
And I don't think that's sort of correct because those things exist in Finland where we don't pay for our healthcare.
Well, you're just fancy, aren't you?
Well, yeah, we don't pay much for our healthcare, but yeah.
But people are generally living longer as well as longer active lives. So it's not like 100 years ago people lived to 60 and they were decrepit at 55, and then today people are living to 90 but they're decrepit at 60. It's like the 60-year-olds of today were, you know, the 35, 40-year-olds of 100 years ago. You're sustaining an active, healthier life longer. The last 20 years might suck asshole. And maybe you die at 90 with 20 years sucking asshole. But 100 years ago, you die at 60, and the last 10 years sucked asshole. You are. I mean, it's a give and take.
And I don't know how the doctors can cause you to have arthritis or headaches when you're old.
Long-term stuff. I posted a list of average lifespan by country. And if you just take like the top 20, and then you look at the bottom 20, you see a huge fucking disparity. Not only by the numbers, but locations as well.
If there
Somalia
was
was
some type of
interesting.
death cult or desire for death in any way, these numbers wouldn't, be reflected the way they are.
I think the biggest issue is like people eating shit. So, but that's again things that doctors say don't do, like eat your veggies, don't take too much sugar.
I don't think I've ever had a doctor say, "Hey, eat more KFC." Yeah.
Get a Big Mac once a day. Should be good.
Right. We'll just give you the diabetes shot in a year when you develop diabetes on my recommendations of eating McDonald's every day.
Yeah. What you need is more fats and more sugar.
That's the moment I go, all right, listen, I want a second opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah, the average lifespan, United States ranks pretty poorly. 46th, right under 80. And then apparently, yeah, the women age 5 years above men. Unbelievable.
Sexist. I think
We're
Somalia
under
was interesting.
Cuba.
Yep, Somalia was interesting. Like for males 55, women 60.
Yeah, that's crazy.
They don't never think they don't need a pension system there, so everyone dies before that.
Yeah, and then it's crazy that the bottom 5, both genders, under 60, and then you have whatever the fuck Lesotho is, the average lifespan of a male 52. Fuck, man. It's just absolutely insane. Like just to run the chances. Like, all right, I'm gonna live in this country for my whole life. I'm gonna run the odds. 52 on average. Fuck.
Maybe they should like pay for people who are old to go there so they can boost their average age.
Yeah, just send 100,000 people from old folks' homes. Hey, live a natural lifestyle. Curve the numbers. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Hong Kong one is crazy at the top, with women
Yeah.
at Hong Kong and Japan, but 88 average, not just like max
most.
or anything, but average 88. That's insane.
Yeah, but I don't know if that takes into account like non-natural deaths, sort of.
It might be everything. I would expect it to be everything, honestly.
Yeah, because if you check the murder rate in Hong Kong, it's quite low.
Hey Geo, there's a really good video I posted. It's right up your alley.
Yeah, fuck
Alright.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Oh my god.
Got my back. Got my back. Got my back.
Yeah, fuck
Alright.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Oh my god.
All right. Well, yeah, we're live. So yeah, welcome everyone to the first Earth Awakenings live show. So yeah, the plan for this show is to do. It'll be pretty much daily.
From the
there'll
Channel
probably be
Leak
some
project.
days off in between, but more or less it'll be on a daily basis, and probably not on Sundays, but there could be shows on Saturday. So yeah, it'll be kind of Monday
did
through
MacToon
Saturday.
have a flat Earth
And
debate?
with this events feature on Discord,
Some time ago.
pretty cool. It's the first time I've kind of
I
been
have no idea.
experimenting with it, but
Yeah,
it
so I
allows
saw
you
he
to
was live
be able to
debating someone. I was
put
just wondering
events
if
in.
it's a good debate.
Basically at the very top of the Discord, like on the upper left.
That last one he did. I just recently joined his. I don't watch all the time.
Start it.
This was the only one I watched was last week.
Okay, so that's
that was
I guess
such
I didn't
a
know
shit
if I had
show
to
from
manually
both
start it or
sides.
whether it automatically goes at
Reggie
the
one?
time. But it looks like I had to click it. So yeah, it looks
The
like
what?
up at the
What?
top now it says live now.
The one where he debated Reggie?
Yeah, so basically you can
No,
always
the most recent
check
one
up
was
in the events section for
some dude
shows,
I've never
and,
seen before.
I'll
And I
try to do
think
them,
I think
like
they had
20,
connected
at
on
least 24
Facebook,
hours before
and
the
then he
next
brought them
day,
over to
just
Discord,
so
and then
we know that there
there
will be a
was just
show
like seven
on that day.
Globers. They're all
So
just.
yeah, if you just click
I've
on that
never
event
seen so
thing
many
up at the top,
retarded
it'll
people
pull it up,
all
and
at the
then
same time. Like
it'll show
imagine
when
there
the
was
events are
3
planned.
Xanax,
So yeah, this will be a regular
and
show
4
that'll
rumpuses,
be
all
on
at
a
the same
daily
time
basis
trying
at the
to
same
talk to
time.
a flat earther.
And then
Like
the
it's
design of this
such a shit
platform from the
show.
beginning was also to have within the 3 live stream rooms other shows and
The Raichi one
events,
was interesting, but it was in
either
the
debates
SC
or
Tune
presentations.
channel.
And anyone's welcome to
I haven't seen
host
that
an
one.
event or to host a debate
It
or
was
When
all
you're up
about
presentation.
when
You
you're
can
up
just
against so many
let me know. There's
superstar
actually
ballers, it must be really
ticket
difficult.
system. If you scroll down below all the voice channels,
Difficult to
there's
listen to. Like
it
it's
says create a
like
ticket, and you can actually click
it
there,
may be entertaining
submit
to
a
someone
ticket.
who's
So
just
like
like,
if you wanted
yeah,
to,
I picked this
if
side,
you had like an
and
idea
you're
for a
kicking
show,
ass
or if you
because the
wanted
other
to
person can't
moderate,
speak
if you
or
wanted to
whatever.
host and moderate a
But
debate
it's so
yourself
fucking
or
just
a
it's
presentation
so
or anything
shitty
like
because
that,
it
either
should
for
be
this
about the
show, for this
content,
Earth Awakenings
but
live
it
show,
almost
or
never is.
for a different
That's why I
show
don't
with a
like
different
that.
time
The
slot.
chance you listen to Bob
You can
Nodell
just
from
submit a ticket there,
Ghostbusters,
and like I said,
right?
anyone's
And
welcome
you
to do
play
that. And
any
then
of his videos,
when you host your own show,
and you put the speed to
you'll obviously have some
1.25,
moderator
and he
permissions, like being
sounds
able to
exactly like
mute people and
Biodual,
things like that,
like to the
just so you
T.
can be able to manage the
Well,
show.
I am Bob Nodell. I'm just
But
I
in
have
terms of
a
this show,
speed
this will
recorder
be the
live
daily
feed.
show, the Earth Awakenings
What
live
manner of
show
your
at this
talking,
time
your
slot.
content.
It will
It's like
go
you just
for
try it.
about 2
It's so
hours.
funny.
That'll be
You
the
just go,
main
oh
show
my
time,
god,
and
it
then
Fuck,
there'll
is
I'm
be an
gonna
so
have
after
to now.
show. So I'll probably stop the live stream and then
I gotta do that
start
too.
a new one for the
classic.
after show. So we
But
can
yeah, that's
obviously
why I
go
don't.
as long as as we'd like in the after show.
Yeah, 125. But that's why I don't listen
the main
to
show will be for the
FTFE
2
that
hours.
much because it's
And then
boring.
also right now I have Livestream 2 running as well.
Yeah,
So
I'm
in case
gonna mute
people,
myself
if
for
they
1
don't
second
want
because
to be
I've got
involved in the show, the other live stream is available just
typical
as
Bob shit.
Livestream 2
Right
is available as an open channel. And then so just kind of to finish this kind of opening, for this
You're
show,
just gonna go and listen to Bob
there'll
Nodell
basically
spit
be
up to see
5
if it does sound like him.
structures for it, 5 options. So the first one would be like open topic,
That's
open
true. You
discussion.
try
So
it,
that would
you'll
be
just swear that
anyone can bring
sounds
up a
like
topic,
Biodual.
and then we'll focus on staying on that topic, but it'll be more of an open discussion with kind of like a changing, evolving topic. Like we
I
could
might
say
be
set on
biased.
one,
I
but then
don't hear
also
it.
kind of just sort of like swimming
Maybe a little
downstream.
bit faster, 1.75.
That way.
Oh no,
with
just
the
1.5.
topic. So that's the first one. The second one
Yeah, I
is
try
to
to
have
put myself like out of body,
but still an open
I'm
discussion.
sure I'm
so that
biased.
one would be like maybe
I
for the
think
whole
it needs
show,
to go. It needs to bring it
whether
up
it's either
because
for the
sometimes he
first
talks
hour or
even
for the
slower.
second
So
hour
you're gonna
or for both.
bring it up to
a
your speed of
particular
talking,
topic, like
and
you guys were just talking
you'll
about
just go, yeah.
Aristophanes. So if we're gonna do that one, there's a YouTuber. I don't even quite remember his name right now, but people were telling me that he sounds that I sound like him. He sounds like me, and I kind of was like, oh no, probably not. And then one time I was literally I like had ran into a show that he was on, and it really did sound like me. I was like, wow, so that the whole show that's a bit of a doppelganger. So yeah, that's the second one, the set topic. So yeah, I think we all have at least one or two or more. The third one is in terms of that, sort of like short, it's like the creator just pumps us out in like archetypal or patterns, and then there's certain type discussions or debates.
All right, maybe at
so
1.5.
in that style, like let's say at the
not
beginning of the show,
a lot
let's
of
say
what he
2
says,
people
but he
said,
said the
boom,
word
like these 2
obviously,
people wanted to,
and I could
have
hear
a
myself
specific
in
debate
that
or
word,
discussion on a
but I
topic.
couldn't get it for the sentences.
And these, like I said, they would not really be necessarily very scheduled or planned ahead of time. It would just be in the moment, as it were. Like if those 2 wanted to, let's say, or 4 people.
Jay, you're either hot micing or you're
with the other 2
extremely low
on a particular topic. And in that case, everyone else would be muted in the room, other than like the host and the moderators.
Maybe.
What the fuck is he going on about?
I don't know, something about sleeping at
kind of
night.
change as well. Like maybe be 30 minutes with 2 people or something, and then maybe another 2 want to do the next 30 minutes, something like that. So that one can kind of shift as it goes, but it could be so that's the third one.
Where are you going?
Shorter,
Harry?
impromptu type
On a trip?
debates.
High country.
And then the fourth one
Mountain-
is
mountain
more of a structured
conquered
debate. So that one would be when there's like set participants and a set topic.
But we don't get any good mountains
and even
here.
a set structure, for that
Are you
time.
Finland
So
again?
that one would be set
Yeah.
up beforehand, the people involved, and
Midnight
then
Sun. That's quite
in
cool.
the show notes when
Yeah, that's
on
nice.
the events, part on
I mean,
Discord
it's
for the show notes, it
in the
would say,
summertime, it's
who's presenting and
tough to
or
sleep
who's
because I
debating
work
and
in
who's,
shifts. So when I
if
get
there's a
off at
particular
6
host
a.m.,
for
the
that
sun's
debate, like
already,
whether
I
I'm
don't know,
hosting or
maybe
moderating it, or
30
if someone
degrees
else
over the
wants
horizon.
to,
So it'll
like I
just
can always
shine
kind
through my
of
windows. I need to have
be there, but
good
then someone
curtains
else
to
can
sleep
also
after night shift.
if they wanted to
All
just
you
become
need
like the
is
core
Leak
moderator for that
Project,
debate,
Gaia
then they could be the
TV,
core
and
moderator, and then
Geo's channel
and then
on
the rest of us
Discord.
could kind of support them.
Then
So
I'll
so that's
sleep
the
like a
fourth
baby.
one, the structured debate, and then the fifth one would be presentations. And so in a
Put the phone
presentation,
under your pillow,
somebody would be
subliminally
either
controlling your
presenting,
brain
whether
while you
it's
sleep.
data or video or audio, whatever it may be,
And then when I
that they're
wake up, I'm
presenting.
like, oh
They can
shit, it's
share their
flat.
screen, which I can share on the YouTube stream as well. And so those would be the presentations. And in that case, everyone else would be muted while the person's presenting.
That's why Geo put
And
this
then
up,
we
so
can
people
have
can
like
listen it
question
while
and
they're
answer
asleep and
or
then just wake
feedback
up to the flat
afterwards.
reality.
So like
You do have a
if somebody
second
wanted to do,
chat
let's say,
though,
even like a
Mailman.
short
You might pull 'em
presentation,
back
like
to the
20
globe.
minutes, and they offer a particular idea or a particular experiment
You
or
can
test,
never
whatever it
pull
may
someone
be,
back to the
and
globe.
then maybe it's only 20 or 30 minutes long, and then there's what I like about Mailman's Mailman's position when it comes to the shape of the earth either give is feedback that or he's ask very questions confident in or, it, and that continue is the impressive. discussion.
Like
It
never
so,
seems
yeah,
like
so
you're
that's the fifth one.
straining or
For any of these,
forcing
in terms
or
of like, if anyone wants to be involved
coming
in
from
any of these
insecurity
as
when
well,
you share your
you
viewpoints
can
on it. It's
submit
like
a
just
ticket
very
down
just
like I
like
said, below
as
the voice
is, just
channels.
very
There's
matter of fact.
I can
a
only,
place to submit a
I
ticket.
mean,
So
I
if you
don't,
want
I
to do a
use what
particular
I
structured debate
sort of
or
have,
moderate one or had any ideas for those, you
just
can submit them
go
there
there.
to let me know. And then
Hey, sorry to interrupt. Sorry to
yeah, go
interrupt.
ahead.
I didn't know if you knew. I don't think
Depends who I'm
YouTube is
talking to
only
though,
your
because
level
if
on
I'm
YouTube.
talking to a
If you
troll
want
like
to say that in
Chemo,
case somebody wanted to
then I will
present something.
maybe take him through length and length,
Yeah, it
so
looks
he
like
has
it's
to deny
live.
most of the things
There's
that we
actually
know.
3 things live on the channel right now. There's the Earth Awakenings live stream replays. So those are previous replays. I have the live stream 2 room running, in case like if people don't want to be in the show, or if it's like if people are being muted because there's like a 1v1 or something like that, then so I have that one just running. I started that one up, and then the Earth Awakenings live show number 1 is the one that we're live on right now.
Listening, they're like,
Okay, I'm just saying because I didn't get a notification. The only notification I got was
Like
for
denying
live stream
that
2.
freezers have heat
But
in them.
glad to be
That
here.
was a good one.
Oh, okay. It looks like it is live from what I can see.
What is it? The trees. What did you say? The trees have heat.
Yeah. No, it looks like the audio.
No, I was talking with Chemo,
So
and
yeah, so
we were
just the
talking
last
about
part is just I was just gonna
pressure,
mention
and I said that
about
it's just
muting.
kinetic energy, so it's like
There may be
heat. Heat
somewhat
causes
more like temporary
pressure
mutes or
when
mutes that may happen in this particular
particles
show,
have heat and
just
they
because
move and they hit a
in
surface.
terms
That's
of
pressure.
sort of the particular
And then he
keeping
said,
on
"What about a
topic,
freezer?
whether
Is there
there's
pressure in a
a
freezer?"
debate
I
going
said,
on.
"Yeah." Well, give me a
If someone's doing like a
definition
presentation
for
or
heat
something
in
like
a
that, then
freezer.
yeah, like
I was like,
everyone in the
"That's
room may be
absurd,
muted
and
other
that's
than
not a
the person
definition
presenting
thing.
until we open it up
It's just
to
there's heat in a
questions or
freezer because you
feedback,
can always get colder, so there has
responses
to be
in that
heat."
sense.
He was, "Give me a definition. Give me a
But
definition." It's like,
otherwise,
okay,
even if it's more open
we're done.
discussion style, there can be some temporary muting. We'll try to keep the mutes at as temporary as possible. But I think
Also, he
just
was
in terms
asking
of
like, "Where do you get the heat
the
from?" And I
content
said,
and
"The
kind of
sun."
keeping everything
But what about
on track
nighttime?
in that sense,
It's
there
like, well,
may need
heat
to be
doesn't
some temporary
dissipate
mutes.
immediately.
So
Okay, give me a definition
I
for
would
that.
say as much as possible, if it, not to see the temporary mutes as anything personal or anything like that, but just if they have to happen, just so that maybe someone can finish what they were saying, complete their thought, and things like that. And so sometimes just quickly muting, letting the person finish, and then unmuting that person sometimes is easier than if the person interrupted, to then have to interrupt both of them and then say, okay, that person interrupted. Sometimes
I
just
don't know.
quickly being able to mute and
It's
then of
pretty
course
hot
unmute that
weather
person so they can
here.
respond.
We're getting
Little things
forest
like that. So yeah, I
fires.
just wanted to mention that as
Probably
well.
aren't getting
And
much in the northern
yeah, so
hemisphere.
this is the launch show, and
Not
coming
now.
at an
It's staying a
interesting
little warm.
time.
It's staying a little warm here.
It sort of feels
It
like
got
it's
down.
like phase 2
Yeah,
of the launch of
got down
everything.
to
It's like
close to freezing
the
here in
first
Texas,
phase
and
was
then
the
now
initial launch, and then
I think
I had
Dallas
talked
is
a
going
bit
to set
about
a
the live
record
stream
for high
hosting and
temps
some of
for on
some of
Christmas
that,
Day,
but
and then
wasn't really time to
still
fully
going to be warm
implement
here.
that.
I think we're
And
going
go
And
back up
actually,
to
this
like
new events
780.
feature was just added to
Like
this
2 days
server
ago,
only
it
like
was
I think
2,000
2 or 3 weeks
hectares
ago. So
burning
they've
next
been
to my
rolling it
mum's
out
house in the
slowly
north
on
New
servers, and so
Zealand.
now that it's
And that was 2
the
days
events
ago.
feature, it
And
makes
the
it a
day
lot
before
easier
that, it was
to
only
schedule
300
these and then to
hectares.
notify
So it's
people.
moving really
You
quick.
know, when the show is live.
No,
So yeah,
that
it's
sucks.
another kind of
Y'all are
nice
turning into
timing.
California a little bit.
So
Where
yeah, I
you're
think
gonna
that's
have
kind
like
of the end
yearly
of
fires.
the opening, and yeah, welcome everybody. And
You have fires in the summer,
we'll,
but
kind of open the
obviously
floor.
not in winter.
So what is this ticket thing then?
Well,
Is it
apparently
something?
when the
you're allowed
European
to do,
settlers
or
came to New
you've
Zealand,
got to be
the
accepted into.
Maoris, the way that they were catching their prey, you know,
So I
their
just
food
put
from
in
the
the live
forest,
stream one text.
they would
There's a command
one
on the
group
server
of
called
people at
it's
one
just
end and
exclamation
another one
point
at the other
support.
end of a
So I
forest,
just
and
did
they
it. So
just
anyone
burn
can
it down,
type it,
and all the animals
exclamation
would
point
run to
support,
one
and
end,
it basically just
and
it
just
says
be
the
so
Earthquake Group Support
docile,
Center, and then it
and
says
you could just pick
and
them
it
off the
gives a
ground.
link to
You
a
know,
clickable
that's how
little
they used to
link
hunt.
to the Create
You
a
know,
New Ticket
burn the
channel.
forest
So the
down.
Create a New Ticket channel, it's down below. It's just kind of far down. So if you scroll down, it might take you a little while to get below the voice channels, but it's below the
Pretty sad, but true.
well, yeah, it's called the EA Support Center is the title of it, and then that's the category name as they call it, and then the Create a New Ticket. But that little command
Obviously,
I
we
did,
do the
anyone can type that.
we
There's
rake
a
the
way to kind of
forests, like
shortcut to
Trump
it.
said.
So yeah,
But
no,
there's
anyone can create one.
sort of truth
You
to that.
basically
Like
just go to that channel. You'll
when we
see
cut down
what it
forest,
says there, and then you can
we
just
will
click the
take
button that
care
says
of all
Create
the
a New Ticket.
undergrowth.
You
So
click it, and then what it does is it
if
actually
there's a
opens
forest
a
that catches on
private
fire,
text
it
channel
doesn't
for
move
you
on the
and
ground.
then
It just goes from
all of
tree
the
to tree.
moderator staff who can
So it'll be immediate
view
effect.
those and respond to them. So once you create it, it creates your own private channel. It also sends you a direct message that informs you, like, you created a ticket, and it says here's the the link to your channel as well. But you'll see your channel will pop up under the
Plus,
new
we
open
have
tickets
warnings
category,
about
which
forest
is right below
fires
that
over
one.
here, so
You'll
people
see
don't throw their
that pop up,
cigarettes
and
out of the
that
car
channel will be
windows and things.
private only to you and the moderator staff. So no one else on the server will be able to see it other than you and the moderator staff. And then you could basically talk in there, and that's where you would request, like, if you wanted to host a debate,
I
or
was
if you
once,
wanted
when I was
to
a
offer a
teenager,
presentation
I
or
was
anything like that,
hitchhiking and I was
you
having
could
a
just submit a
cigarette on
ticket
the
there, and
side of
then
the road on
and then
an
I'll be able to
intersection in
respond,
the
and then
middle
we
of
can
nowhere,
schedule
and
it,
there was a
get it on
house
the
right
calendar
next to the
and all of
intersection,
that. And
and they had a
then
big
once the
bamboo
ticket's
bush all the way
completed,
around
there's
it.
a closed ticket
And I
button, so you can just
chucked my
click on the closed
cigarette,
ticket
like,
button,
I
or
was
the
trying to get it
moderator
in the
can,
ditch,
and
and it
basically closes
landed
it
in the
out,
bottom of
and
this
then it
really
DMs
super
you,
dry
and it
bamboo
actually
right
gives
next
you
to
a
their house.
downloadable
And the fucking
link
thing
and
caught a
a
light, and it
transcript.
was
There's actually
just
two links. One of them you can
blazing,
download,
so I
one
had
of them
to
you can just
run
view on a
to this.
website, so
I
you don't have to
fucking
download it. But
ran
it
into
basically will
this
give you a
house,
transcript
and I was like,
of
"Man,
the
get out of your
screenshots, essentially,
house!"
of the
And it's
whole
like, and they
ticket.
said, "What happened?" I said, "I saw this car
Yeah.
driving by, and I saw them flick their cigarette into the bushes."
Thank you for answering that.
Like, I wasn't going to say it was me.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Jesus.
designed, for
Fuck, I
anything that's
just missed that ditch by about half a meter.
needed. But in terms of this, like for
Yeah.
scheduling
I think
shows,
one
and then
thing
also
too
for
why
this,
we don't
live
have like
show,
that large, sort of
it's a
large
great
forest fires
way
here
to be
is
able
because
to,
we don't have
submit,
that many leafy
or,
trees. We
offer
have
any
like
ideas or feedback or anything like that.
trees with needles. Luckily, someone picked me up and fucking took me to where I
So
was
yeah, I
going.
think
Hey,
I've kind
when
of
I was
gone through
hitchhiking, it's like,
everything.
fuck, I don't want to deal with this shit,
Yeah,
man.
I'm glad you brought that up.
I was out of there
The ticket
before the
system, which is,
fire engine
kind of
came.
integrated into
Damn.
this show in a sense, because so people can be
I was
able
already
to
in enough. I was in enough trouble as it
to
was. That's why I
interact
was
in that way.
hitchhiking.
And so I think that's pretty much the completion of all
hitchhiked.
the kind of introductory
Oh, it's
stuff.
fun, man.
Like I
It's
said,
so much
these
fun.
shows, pretty much every day, but
And
they'll
I've
probably
never
some
had
days
the
off,
need,
and
but I was
we'll
wondering.
list it up in the
Some time ago, I was
tab
thinking
up
of
at the
a
top, and
making a YouTube channel where I
think for this
hitchhike
one,
across
just since it's sort of the initial launch
Europe
show,
in trucks.
I'll kind of probably just sit back for a little bit,
I
and
think
we
that would
can,
make a good YouTube
if
channel.
anyone has
Just
any,
hitchhike
I think we'll just
around.
do open
I tell you
topic,
how
open
you could make
discussion for right now.
lots of
So
money.
we can
You
just
get exactly what
flow
you
with it.
do,
So,
and
yeah,
if
go
it's
ahead, Brian.
popular on
Have you
YouTube,
heard the little
you
story
just
about
put it on the Chinese
the
TikTok.
three guys with in the
And
hotel?
you make
Like
sure
the little story
you make
pointing
sure
out
you
the
add
flaw
subtitles to it,
and showing how there's
so
flaws in
then
math.
they can translate the
Has
subtitles into
everybody
any
heard that?
language
Y'all
they
want to hear
like,
that?
right? Because it's already in digital. So
That one is interesting.
you're just gonna make
if
millions
you want to
and
bring that one up,
millions.
you mean the one
Like
where
if you
they
only
all
got
pay
like
$10
two
and they
hundred
get
thousand
it?
subscribers on
Yeah, it is
YouTube,
interesting. I actually would. I would
if
like
you
to
just put it
fully,
on the
like, I
Chinese
do
TikTok, it's
understand
called
it, but I
Douyin.
still feel
You
like
put
I'm
it
not
on there,
forcing you to say
and
that. So yeah, if you wanted
you're
to
gonna
bring
triple
it up
your
on
money
here,
Yeah, I'll
overnight,
give my
man.
and
It's
I'll give
just
my read on it. So
crazy.
basically, you got 3 guys,
And it's weird
and
how people make
it's
money
during the
nowadays.
Christmas
Like I've been
holidays,
watching,
and they
because I
are
like Japan, so I've
on
been
a trip,
watching videos of someone
and
just
their
walking
car breaks
for
down,
like 2 hours in Tokyo.
and
And
so
there's like
they walk
thousands and
they
thousands of
find a
views on those
hotel,
videos.
and that says the rooms are
People are
$30.
interested
Surely
in
So
seeing
they're
what
like,
other
okay,
people's
we'll do
cultures are
that. So
like, you know.
they
And
each
when you've got a
pull out
population the
$10.
size of China,
and
they can afford to
they get the room, right?
dish out the
Now,
money. Well, I think that's the
later
place
on, the
to
manager
go.
remembered there was a special, a holiday
I
special.
don't
He didn't give
I
them
don't think that the
a
Indian
special, so he
culture
gave
is
the bellhop
so much is
$5
inclined to
to
be
bring up
interested
to
in
the
other
guys.
cultures.
And so
But
the
the
bellhop
Chinese
gets up
definitely,
there,
man,
and there's
they want to see
he
all the
didn't know how to
European
really
cultures
give
doing
them
what they're
$5,
doing
so he's
because
like,
they
screw
look
it.
up to us.
He gives them all $1 each, and then he keeps $2. And
Chinese
so
tourists too.
each one of them. So then you ask how
That's the thing
much
about
each
China.
one of them then spend.
I don't mean to
Each one of them spent
summary.
$9,
The
and the bellhop
population of
kept
China is
$2.
1.4 billion,
So
and the
my take
population
on
of
that, so
India is 1.4
there's a
billion.
missing
Without anyone
dollar.
looking
So
up,
my take on
what do
that
you think the
is
population of
that the
Africa is?
conversion
The
is
entire
not perfect.
continent?
When you try to convert from
Yes.
just even simple addition
I
and
would
multiplication,
say 800
you
million.
get problems
I
that
would say
you could point out with
1.7 billion.
examples
That's a
like
good guess,
this.
mate.
But so if
That's a really
each one
good
of them
guess.
spent
1.4 billion.
$9, the bellhop
So in the
was given the
population density of
$5
when
to
we're talking
bring up
about, like,
there.
per square
When you
kilometer
give
or
them each
mile
a
or
dollar
whichever,
back, that means
it's a
they
big
all
difference.
spent
And I live in South
$9.
Africa.
That's how you lie. That's how.
The first part of
That's
my
how you.
life, before I left school,
That's how
and
you
then
lie with math, right there. You can
you
tell
would
it
think
any
that
which way you want and make
you
it
would
seem
think that
like
Africa would
this
have a
fucking
shit
mystery
lot more
magical
people.
thing
I'll tell you that.
happening, or
And the
you could
reason
say it the
why they
other way
don't
and it
is
looks like it all works out.
But it does
whatever.
work,
But
Ron. If you do
in the
math
history of
wrong,
things, there should
you'll
have been
come
a
up with
shitload more people in
answers
Africa
wrong.
than there are
But if
per square
you
kilometer, and
There's
it's
other
not.
types of
But yeah,
math though,
India
Jason.
can.
It just
if you
shows you
subtract
India
like
$2 that
with
got
very, very,
kept,
there
then
are
you end up with what,
similarities in the landscape.
$25, which is what they
no.
paid
What
us.
it
I
is
was
that
surprised,
when
but
you
then
mix
again, if you
variables,
add
when
all up,
you
you're only going
mix
to get 8 billion
variables,
across the world. But I was
then
really shocked. Sorry to go off topic.
you're gonna have problems. It's not
Yeah,
perfect.
because the
Math is
Indians have
not
lots of
perfect.
curry to eat,
It's like
and
addition.
there's other parts of
Yeah,
the
it's
world that
perfect.
don't have much
If you
food.
have 2 of something and you add 2 more,
Ask
or
yourself this
Yeah, I
subtraction.
think,
question.
and
But when you start
obviously the
mixing
healthcare
variables,
and
and
people
it's
escape
never
from
exact.
Africa. They don't
It's
do that
never
from
exact
China
in
or
science or
India.
mathematics.
All right, well, ask
When you
yourself
You
mix
know what
this
you
variables.
see?
question.
Like you
Why
watch
would
videos
you
and
be
they go,
adding
"Oh,
$2 that
I'm
they
in
got
the
kept from
I'm in
them?
the barrens of Africa, and these people they can't do anything. There's fucking
See that
bottled
some
water on
people
the
try
side,
and drive
so
themselves
they're
crazy
not
thinking
teaching
they
these
have a
people to
solution to
fucking
it. The whole
fend for
point of the problem
themselves.
is to
The
show
reason why
that
these people
when you mix
they
the
don't
when
populate
you
is because
convert
somehow in
when
the
you're
past
converting
their
trying to
education was
convert
taken
addition
away.
to multiplication and
Everything that
like
they were
subtraction with
is
division
no
and all
longer.
that you're gonna have
They used
flaws.
to be called
It's just a simple little story to point that
North
out. Some
Africans
people will
used to be
kill
called
themselves
barbarians,
and
right? And it was called
think on it.
barbaria.
There's nothing to really
And
think on.
you
It's
also had
just an
Ethiopia.
example of
Ethiopia, if you break
flaws
it down, and
Math,
say
and
math is
mixing
one of those. You
variables.
Ethiopians
can
and the
lie with
people
it, or
that
you can lie
grow
with
opium
math,
and
or you can
poppy,
tell the truth with
and they
math.
supplied the northern
But the
fairies
only lie
into
is
England.
in the way the
There's
story is
a
told.
saying of,
There's no flaw in
northern
mathematics.
monkeys and the
Well,
southern
Coach,
You guys
I
know
fairies,
it.
and then you
The
ask
part that he didn't
people
say at the end
the
of
story
of the
behind it, and
riddle
it's very sort of
was
vague. Something to do with
there's 3
the
guys, and then
northerners,
they each paid $9. It's
sort of shit.
$27.
They
If
knew
you
they were
add the
French,
$2,
and
that's
then
$29.
they sent over a
If you add the
monkey.
$2, then you have to
They
ask
killed the
yourself,
monkey, hung
why
the
am I adding
monkey,
the
and they taught French
$2?
people monkey.
Because that's not
Well, why wouldn't you
Seriously,
add
like
the
this is
what
like
you're
$2?
meant to
500
do. You're not
years
supposed
ago.
to add the $2 he kept.
Is that just a fable?
Subtract
You
it.
But
subtract
the
the
point is
$2,
that they were
leaving
so
you at
scared of
25.
the
Bellhop
aggressiveness of
took
Africans or
5
the
from the
North
beginning,
Africans,
giving you 30.
and there's
Your
no
inability
reason
to
why
do
there
the math
shouldn't be a hell of a
correctly
lot more
is
people in
in proof
Africa.
that
The
math
whole
is
point.
wrong.
The
We
whole
saw we
point,
say
once
about
again, is
landscape, but
converting,
like irrigation and shit like that,
the
it's
mixing the
almost like
variables.
this,
Okay,
like
it
Yeah,
should
a
you have
convert.
to use
change.
them correctly.
Like all
Yes,
of a
you're right.
sudden,
Okay, well,
those
guess
people
what, dude? It should
dispersed from Africa
convert.
and went to
Okay,
everyone
there's no
everywhere else. I mean,
reason
at the best of
why
times,
it shouldn't convert
the
where each guy
indigenous
spent
people of South Africa, which are the
$9 and the
people that
bellhop Tip too. It should be
Right.
able to convert
Because
there.
if you're each person,
Usually it does convert. Usually when you give examples like that, it converts just fine. In
this
this
one does
example,
too, man.
there are others it does not.
It does because if you're the hotel, you receive that $30. The bellhop took $5. Now you only have $25. One goes to each of the 3 people, and the bellhop keeps 2. That's
You just
5 out
converted it
of
back, bro. You just
30 to 25.
converted it back. Pretty much
You did it
explained
because the
one
bellhop
example.
isn't the hotel.
Yeah, the way you said it, Bio, was converting it back. However, that is correct. But what's wild about it is that when you just look at it from the one perspective, if the 3 guys only paid $9, That's what came
Going
out of their pocket.
one time from
You
a
know,
party, I was
so
going home
that's
with a
what they
taxi,
gave
and there
to
was
the
a
other party.
Somalian taxi
Here's
driver
this
who
missing
was an
dollar.
immigrant.
And you're right, like the way you
And I
said was
asked
the
him,
reverse
like,
way, which does
what do you
actually
think
show.
about the
So it does
World
kind of
Food
show how
Program that's
it
sending
almost reminds me
like
of
free
like
food
polarized
to
light, where just the way
Somalia?
you
He said
change it, it's either dark or light.
doing
Just
no
from
good
that
because people are
polarization.
just
For some reason, that just popped in my mind. But
like
yeah,
you
go ahead.
can't have an
If you do
economy
math
where there's free
incorrectly, you're
food
gonna
for
get the
some
wrong
and not
conclusion.
for others.
That's
He
all the
said that
story shows.
if someone
Do
tries
it,
to do
if
something like,
if the process you do
yeah,
is
if you
wrong,
try to do farming,
you're gonna have a wrong answer.
Like,
Yeah, so
all
if
the
you've
story
only
shows.
mapped part of it, see, this is what I think a lot of the heliocentric model is where it's they're applying certain mathematics to
it doesn't work.
part of reality that
Yeah.
we do observe, and then ad hocing that and linking it
that it keeps
into
these slightly
that the Earth is
impoverished
actually a
people
globe,
kind of
a globe or
alive,
whatever.
but
Some of
ensures
those
that their
claims. Like it
children,
reminds me
their
of that, the
children's
way that
will
from one angle
rise
it
of
looks
abject poverty.
like, oh yeah, the guys just gave $9, it's 27. Where the guy kept 2. Where's the
And
extra
still
dollar?
people just
Meaning that
keep
some of these
pushing and
heliocentric
pushing and
things just
pushing
kind
the
of links in
food
my
there,
mind to where,
even though it
oh yeah,
doesn't
it looks like
help. Well,
this
it
links and
keeps
that
them
links and the
alive, but
mathematics links,
without the
but
food, they would have to start farming and
isn't
have
actually
like a
the
economy there,
actual proof
which
or
would
definitive
benefit them.
validation of the original claim or position.
You want to see something cool, man? Let's change the story up slightly.
In
Say that it was
Israel,
$22
there's
that
a
night. It wasn't
suburb
25.
of
And
Muslims
Manny
that
Dick
live
Bellhop
right
$8
there,
to bring back to the
and
Jews.
what they do
And
is
Bellhop
their job
couldn't do the
is
math again,
in
so
their
he said,
whole
okay, I'll just make
town,
it easy.
the
I'll give each of those
existence, the
guys
economy
$1,
is
and I'll
all
keep
based on
5.
going to the
So
Jewish
each guy paid
areas,
$9,
collecting and
27
sorting
plus the
all of
5
their
that Bellhop
rubbish, and
kept
they basically
32.
trade from
So now
the
there's more money.
rubbish. I saw a documentary on this. It was just eye opening how they how they live and eat from the rubbish, and it's because of their religion that they're allowed to live there and they're allowed to have pigs, but their only source of income is sorting through the Jewish rubbish.
He kept $5 and the remainder was 22 divided by 3. Like that in Africa.
Yeah, but they each paid $10 to begin with, and they only got $1 back.
Like, they've got
So they
a
had
healthy
paid
supply of
27
drugs in
total.
these places.
And then for
They're
some
like
reason you're
fucking
adding the
rubbish dumps
$5
where all
to
the
bellhop
plastic
cut,
is.
and
And
then
then
you
you've
have
got these
reward money,
scavengers that
$32.
just fucking go and they paid $10 each, and then the guy afterwards he kept 5. He had 25 left, and you divide that by 3. They had this thing in the 90s. And then if they got $1 back, South Africa. And these, I mean, they're fucking average clothes, man. They're just fucking inside the street, man. And it was fucked. It was proper fucked.
When you add when you're supposed to subtract,
Get a
you're gonna
bottle,
come out
hold
with a
it in
weird
the neck,
answer.
and then
You're
she
right.
goes
If you do it wrong, you're gonna get the wrong
smash
answer.
it,
Yeah.
and then they use it as a pipe. Also the decimal points and numbers over 999, possibly why gold and silver only went as high as 999 in the Paleocene. They, as soon as you get past 999, past 1,000, the multiplication and division comes out with different sort of outcomes and stuff that is different than when you were using numbers under 1,000. Something like 200 billion.
It's
Africa to take whatever resources they can. So if they've got more,
it's been described in
they
the
need
wrong
the
way.
resource,
Add
man.
the
They
amounts
need the
together.
resource. You can have fucking
$9
sex
from
like
guest
dishes
1,
that are doing
$9
things like
from guest
bouncing
2,
in
$9
place.
from
Nobody
guest
even knows
3
there, right?
is
And
28, right?
so the world in general, $100 billion dollars.
Sorry, 27, and that adds up to
Africa,
29.
and they retrieve $740 billion
So
worth.
whether you
That's
add
just
$2
that's
or
not
subtract
just like
$2,
that's
so whether you
first
add
hand. It's
$2
not the
here or
second or
subtract
third hand. So
$2, no matter what, you're
the
not coming up with
value of it as
$30,
they
which is what
find
we
it,
initially
when they
started
get.
with, right?
There's so much
No,
value
you
in
are.
Africa. If you let these guys
If you
progress and take
subtract it,
that
you do
fucking
come up
wealth,
with the right
man,
answer.
they'll take over the
If you
world.
subtract
Man.
$2,
I've got,
$2,
it's
which
not
is
about colour. It's about the fact
5
that
that was withheld from the
it's
dudes to begin with,
the
add that 5 to the 5, and you end up with
living in
30.
South Africa, we have many albinos. You find albino
Just in the
fish,
way
you
that
find
the thing
albino
is
bears,
worded.
you find blah blah blah. Anyway, the point is
It's in
a
the
white man, I believe, cannot.
there's something about the
reproduce and
structure
make
of the
any shade
logic
black.
that allows that
But
to at
but a
first
black man with a black
for
woman,
me in my mind, like
or
at first
whatever it is,
gander, it seems
they
like
can
it
make an
doesn't.
albino.
It's
Be
almost
able
like
to
2
do
plus 2 is 5.
Yeah,
Like
so
at
I
first
don't know
gander,
what
it
the
almost
ratio
seems
is.
like
Maybe
it doesn't
1 in,
actually add up
let's
logically.
say 10,000, right?
But
Maybe
like we're
yeah,
saying,
one
if you actually
10,000,
complete it and
100,000,
see,
whatever you want to
sort of
do.
reminds me of like a
The
bubble
point is
graph or
that
something where you have all
this
these
whole
different
suppression thing,
interrelated isolated components, and the ones on the one side are required to connect the ones on the other. But it can look one way. That's why I was saying it reminds me of polarized light. It can look one way from one kind of angle, but it needs to be completed like kind of like I think of Brian was saying, like the kind of reversal completion of the logic, and then it does all line up. That's how it works. That's how I see it in my
we
mind.
had
Yeah, but earlier someone said 3 times 9. So what is 3 times 9?
you move into an area
The
that
owner,
knocked on the door and they were saying, "Would you
the
like to
owner,
pay?" It was kind of
the owner never took
respectful
$5 in the
to take
first
on
place.
that
Because
thing
physically,
because they could see saw that
so
they had to
it's
respect
something
us.
fine.
He took
No, no,
30.
please don't say
He took 30. He gave
It,
5
so
back.
there's a way in 1920
yeah,
that
it's
most
so
of the
much
rich
simpler than
people
that. Each person didn't pay
people
$9
were walking around.
to
There
the
were black
hotel.
people
Each
walking around,
person
and
together paid 25.
it
What
was
happens
so
is that
dark, but
they
you
each
thought
receive
of the right
$1
person,
back,
but no,
totaling to
they
28.
were
The bellhop
dressed up
kept 2.
in
That's
a
30.
Victorian
Three
Guess
way,
what
people
and
happened
paid
in
they
actuality?
were
From
pretty much the same as
$25.
everybody else in England. They
oh
just all
man,
copied on.
it's so much
So
simpler
the point is
than
that they
Yeah.
took
what's being
200
interpreted. If you're the
in South
perspective of the
Africa, take
hotel,
700 million
just
out.
the hotel, you've
And sorry,
received
sorry.
$30.
Last thing
You've
was
given the bellhop
this
5. Now you're at
demon that we
$25
had called
for the admission
Topoloshi.
of those
So
3 guests.
our
Now that bellhop
mates
gives each
for
of them
them said,
$1.
"Oh,
That's
whoever
3.
went down
He
to the
keeps 2.
beach
That's
to
5.
get a bottle
You were
because
paid
we lived
$25 by the
badly
3
in
people.
Johannesburg,
The bellhop
and if we went down
distributed
to
5
the
from
Durban
you.
or the coast, they
25.
would ask us to
It's
take a
that
bottle,
simple.
2
You
bottles
can
of
change your
Coke,
perspectives
like an
and
empty
do
bottle,
math wrong,
and filled
and
them
it
up with
comes out to 29.
and
But
that
that's
was their
just doing
dignity.
math
The
wrong.
other way is
Dude,
Topoloshi.
you're saying doing math
Topoloshi was
wrong.
known to take people to
Dude,
Vegas.
you didn't
Just go
invent
back
this.
to the
The whole
shop and
point
sit
is to
right,
show the
and shop
the
said 200.
non-perfection of the math
And then when
when converting.
they were trying to
Okay,
get to
there's other
Africa, and
examples.
everyone
Listen,
was
there's
sort of like
other
guarding
examples. The point
the
is
source. So
they
they
all
managed to
spent
sort of like
$9.
they
There's
couldn't
no
they
getting
couldn't
around it,
beat
bro.
South
You
Africa,
convert it
but then
back.
they started
All you're doing is
scaring them
converting
with
it back, bro, and
Topoloshi.
saying that there's an error.
Topoloshi was
Bro, they
basically
spent 9 bucks and the bellhop
a
kept
little
Never
2.
mind.
demon that
Period.
every
That shows
for
you
what
can
turns
convert it.
out
If
is that
there's an error.
Australia in the
Well,
South
ultimately, the way I
Africa
see it
and
is that
the
okay, if
south
the
of
3 guys
Southern
each paid
America
9 in the end, that's
all
true. That's
share the
only
same thing.
27.
And
But
that demon
essentially,
there
the owner
seems to originate
of the
from humans
hotel,
in South
he
America,
actually
the low
paid the
end,
bellhop
the
out of his
hairy
lot.
humans.
Yes.
It was their kid.
He
So
lost
their
It
little
2
kid
actually
would
is.
go and nick
but
He paid out
babies
of the
and scare
money
them.
they paid.
So
Right.
No,
there
he
was a
paid out.
change
Rather
in there
than
where
have
the
the
only way they
money.
could steal these
The
people
owner
was
didn't
to
have any
sell
money at all
them.
to give them.
A seance
Yeah,
ticket,
he.
as in
What do they say? Borrow from Peter to pay
there
Paul.
was then
yeah,
scary
yeah,
why their
he's
babies
out of
would go
pocket by
missing.
2.
But many said they
That's
shouldn't have
No,
the
been.
simple
he had
This is for all the
$0 to
South
begin with. He got paid
tips of the
$30
South
and gave him a
continent.
discount.
So
So
fucking out.
yeah, sorry to take your time.
We
Thank
should
you.
move on, eh?
If you think about this in the most extreme way,
Oh, it's
that the
okay.
discount was actually $2 that night and not 30, and the bellhop was meant to give him $28 and only gave him
Wondering.
30 again. So they each paid $9 and $27, while the bellhop kept 25.
Wondering when
Add
South
those
Africa
together, end up
turns
with
into
52.
a new Zimbabwe.
And you see, it's just the wrong way of doing it.
Listen,
You're
if
not
you
supposed
use
to add the
odd
money together.
numbers, listen,
If they continue with
Kosher, if
the
you use odd
land
numbers,
grabbing
you'll get a flaw
and
every time with that
socializing.
type of conversion. If you use even numbers, look,
Really?
if the room was 60,
Just
listen,
have
if
to
the
say that
room was
once more. Sorry, mate.
$60 and they all
It's just that
pitched in 20,
when they are doing
and
the
the manager remembered there was a
what's it,
$10 Christmas
appropriation in
break,
South
so
Africa
he
by
gives the
the
bellhop
government,
$10 to give them. The bellhop just
that's
gives them
what they did
each
in
$2
Zimbabwe, and it
because
turned
each sport. So
into shit.
18 times
Just wondering if that'll happen to South Africa too.
18
Yeah,
times 3
I
is
think
what
you know,
like
they want
54. So
they
yeah,
want everything
it's
back
always
and stuff,
just
and
a
they
type
don't
of
realise that
conversion,
the
man.
infrastructure was
Is what
put
it
in
is. I don't
by
think it has nothing to do with
the
lotteries and
likes of the
accidents, man.
English and the
Can
Dutch and
anybody
stuff.
No.
I think
You're almost there.
Afrikaans.
You're almost there. You're almost
So
there.
that
You said that
you know,
the bellhop
South
was
Africa
given
gets a
10,
handout of something like
right? And then
$800 million
you
from
gave
America.
$2 to
So I
each
think
person,
for the
6. He
rights
has 4
to
left over.
mine
But if you
diamonds
if
out
you're
of
at
their
3
seas,
it's
Now
54.
I just
Guess
doubled
what the
so
it. Yeah,
bellhop?
just
I
doubled
think
the
there
error.
might be a
Hold on.
financial thing
Now there's
gained
$2
where,
missing.
Hold on,
as long
man.
as
Hold on,
you
man.
know the value of
You
South
said it
Africa
was 18
land
each
is more value
to to each one, making it 54.
I mean, apparently
the bellhops have 4. That's 58, not 60.
it's been going on for years.
Works
But the
no
funny
matter
thing
what
was
type
that
of
going back
number
to
you
this
use,
demon,
because
the
you're
demon
focusing
had a
on
part
the
high
when you're supposed to
wait.
because it
Hold
had a
on, Brian.
high.
Let's try to be really
So
fair. Let's
the
try to
word
let Bio.
where
Go
I
ahead, man.
assumed all my life,
Completely
and
finish. I had to
I'd
mute just
say
for a temporary
everyone
mute.
would assume
It's not that he interrupted.
apartheid
I just
means
want to make sure you can finish.
a party apart,
if he's
or
saying that it's
but if you
happening
break
with
down
odd
the
but not even,
different
in that
syllables, you'll
example, he
get
gave a perfect
a,
example of it
which is
happening with
a
even,
thing,
where
part,
each one
which
pays
is
20, the
partly,
bellhop gets 10,
and
yet
hide,
each 2. So
because
to each person, they think, oh,
it's
we only
kind of
paid
saying that
$14,
our
and then that's
ancestors were the
54.
hairy
But the
people that we
bellhop,
still
because he gave
know
out 6 out of
and
10,
exist
he has
today
4 left over.
in
So
the likes
54
of
plus
Europe,
4
in
is
the
now
likes of South
58. So now
America.
there's 2
It's
missing dollars.
remnants of what we
It
were,
works no matter
all of a
what,
sudden
because you're
our
adding when you're
geological
supposed to
DNA has
subtract. You're
changed,
gonna
that
get
we
the
have
wrong
gone
answer.
bald skinned.
No, but the thing,
Okay.
And
Well, hold on. Okay. If
it's,
you're totally
I
completed,
mean, I
go
think
ahead, Brian.
there's something to do with
Okay, all I did there was double it. That wasn't my
vaccines. I know
example.
you sound, it might
All I
sound
did
fucking
is
crazy, but
double it.
if
So
we were a
basically now
different
there's
type of
$2
form,
missing. You see how that worked out?
you know, in
No,
appearance or
math is.
whatever like that in the 1600s type thing. Because
Yeah, and then go
illustrations
ahead.
are just
Yeah, the
illustrations,
realm. Go
aren't they?
ahead.
You know
Yeah,
what
you
I mean?
wanted to say you wanted to go next.
Re-illustrations,
The
basically.
instructions in
So,
the word
you know,
says that
things
the
like that,
bellhop
like if people
paid
fucking knew,
money,
you
he
know,
received
it's
5,
fucking
and
mad,
he
really. You know?
gave them one
And I
each. So
think you've
the
got the
instruction was that
evolutionists
the
against the
bellhop had to give
non-evolutionists, the
3
creationists,
out.
religious, you know,
As simple as
everyone's got
that.
their
And then in the
story to tell.
doubling, he
Like we're
just
all,
gave
you know,
out his
there's
share,
we all
and
got
he
a story
kept
to tell.
the
We know
rest. So there
something
was no
that
money
someone else
missing.
doesn't know,
The
and that's why we
instruction was
share
that
it.
he received the money, and with that money, he has to pay the people out of his
Yeah,
own money.
in the
There's
old
nothing saying
days,
anything
like
different
people
to that,
that
but by
lived in
saying that
the,
he
even
received the
in the
money,
suburbs, it
and
was
from
more
that
like the
money, he then paid
countryside,
the
and
other
then
people
especially in
from
the
that 5,
countryside, you had to know the
from the 5.
local
It was their money
wise
that
man,
that
or
you're
you had
talking about.
to
It was their
No,
meet the
yeah,
local
people's
hippie
money.
who
I
would,
agree. I agree with how
quite
that. Yeah,
often
I
have
agree with
groups
that.
of people to
That
come around and
the,
sit around a
however,
fire
like
and
one thing
talk.
I was gonna say. I mean, we can
And
continue on
that's
this, but kind of
where,
to shift it a
Yeah,
little
all
let
of
me
bit.
the
give you
best
an example
information
before we
used to
change
come from,
subjects. Let me give you an
because,
example
It's
to
not
you.
going to be a
there were
full
no
change,
other
but a little
ways
bit
to
of a
have
transition because I
discussions,
want to talk
and
about like
you'd always
basically the
end up
concept.
having
You can say something,
like
Brian, but
a
let me just finish
magnetic
this to say
attraction
that
to these people.
uh,
I remember
essentially
back in the
how
old days sitting
mathematics
around with some
indicates
wise
or
old
how
men around the
mathematics is
fire,
claimed
and the
to
kids and the
indicate
wives, and doing all
a
their stuff
particular
that they do. But
cosmology, a particular
just
Earth,
such
how
wonderful
mathematics
conversations that
and
we
what
used
are
to
those
have
claims
back in the
really?
day
Because in terms
before
of
the
like
mobile
you bringing
phone.
this up, Brian, it does make me
Those
think
were the
about how
days.
just logic and mathematics can be
Yeah, true,
used.
true, man,
And I
true,
think
true.
part of what we're
That's how I
discussing
grew
here
up.
is how it
I
can be
grew up in the
used to
'80s,
deceive
and
people. There's something
fucking it
in
was so
this
pure, man.
unfolding like that you
Like
bringing that
racism
up,
and shit like that,
and
man. You know,
that's
to
my thought on that.
people
But yeah, go
under
ahead, Brian.
the
Yeah, let me give my
mature
example
age,
real quick, Gio. So
it wasn't
if the
even.
room
It
wound
was
up
more the
being
fact that like you had
24
one
bucks,
black kid
and he gives
in your
the
year,
bellhop
your year
6
of
bucks to bring
100
everybody,
kids. You
and the
know,
bellhop
so
gives
like
everybody
it was just more
$1
the
and
fact that
keeps
like
3, then
they,
everybody
they,
spent $9.
they
He
didn't
kept
have an
3. That's 30.
infrastructure
Okay,
themselves. They
that's my
wanted to be,
example
you know, we
of the
set a
odds
rule
even.
that
Okay,
you
I
can't
was
live
just showing
within a
earlier
kilometer of a
about
radius of
like
10
doubling it.
kilometers.
You
So
double it, then
the
you got
white guy
$2 missing.
stayed in the
Okay,
10 square
the math
kilometer
is
area, for
consistent. It just
example,
shows
like, you know,
once
keep it
again,
simple and
you know,
square.
you got people
And then they had to stay on
refuse to
the
accept that
outside. If you go
they
to
don't know
Portugal,
everything, like
just near
Bible and shit.
Lisbon,
You know,
it's
no
quite
offense,
prominent that the
but
black
to
people
always
have
try
to
to
stay
rationalize every
different.
single thing
They stay in
when
different
sometimes
area, but then
you know
The money's not
we,
missing though, is it?
you know, in
It's
England,
not that he knows
everybody's got
everything.
their
It's
area
just
type
that
of thing.
if you
So,
do the
like, if
maths correctly, it
one
isn't a
area's got a
problem.
better
Yeah, the
system than
money's
the other,
not
then
missing. I agree,
they
but
prevail.
in my mind, the logic of it when I first heard
Yeah,
it
it's
is
all
that it
about putting
seems
up
like there's a dollar
walls,
missing. So it
economic
seems
walls, like in Brazil.
that's the
You know,
thing. At
they
well,
have
first
if
the
the room is
slums
glance,
and they
24
have these
bucks,
places that
at
you
first
just
if the
glance,
room is
really,
24 bucks,
that's the last
if the room
place
was
you want to
24
go if
bucks,
you
the
live
math
there.
works
You
out
know,
perfect.
because
Everybody
it
spent
just
$9.
brings you
The bellhop
down.
kept
Eh?
3.
It's just
That's
such a
$30.
low
Okay, but if
vibration in
the
some
room
places.
was 25
It
bucks, it
is
doesn't work out.
the
If the room
thing
was
is, money
26
could be
bucks,
invested
it
That's a
works
worldwide,
out.
and we
coincidence, though,
could
So
be,
because the
keep
money
simple
that
you know.
he
But then it becomes
it's a
it's
coincidence though,
like
because the money
people
that
think that
he's just
communism
saying
is a
that he
bad thing.
it's the same amount of
Communism
money
comes
that he
from the
also
word
gave back.
community.
So it's a
So
coincidence.
it's kind of
There was
somewhere
no
along
money
the
to
line,
begin with
somebody
because
wanted
they
more
only
than the
paid
other, you know.
27.
And then
So if they got 3
it's just
back,
fucking
they've only
greed,
got
man,
their
and
3 back
gluttony,
change for
and all
27.
those
Then
things
the
that, you
bellkeeper never
know,
got any
like
money
we
out
were
of it.
told not to fucking do. And
I feel like that you might not
you
be
know,
aware of the
on a simple
underlying
little thing,
contents of this
like
room.
Yeah,
to
yeah.
progress
The
with
bellhop
money,
is
for
definitely
people to
paying
make more money,
$3.
you know, you create
Yeah,
something
as
like a
long
$50.
as
stock
you're
exchange. You
subtracting,
know, you
count the money
create
where it
languages, you create writings, you create narratives that completely break down your population into thousands of different,
Yeah, exactly. But
you
when
know,
you just think about the
Communism is a
guys
shitty
at the
idea, though.
hotel, they all walked away only
what's
paying
that?
27.
Yeah, I mean, you just look at
That's
Western
the
Or you can say it
society,
like,
and
yeah,
you
or
go
you can
over an
say it like
airplane
he
across
proposed it
a
at first
relatively
and make it
well-to-do
seem like
area,
the math
and
wouldn't
all you see is
couldn't
swimming
work or
pools, like
something. It's all
individual
about
fucking swimming
how you
pools, as
say it.
far as you can see,
It's
like
purpose,
over
right?
Beverly Hills or
It's
whatever.
purposely.
And then you go
It's
to
meant to serve
other
purpose. It's
places
like
that are relatively
And that's
happy,
what
and
we've
they've
been
just
doing
got
with the globe
community
map. That's what
pools,
we've
you
been
know,
doing with the globe
one
riddle.
pool for
It's a
all,
trick that we're
you know,
unraveling it
and
day by
it's
day.
kind of like everyone's put themselves in these little
I
barricades of
don't really think
protection,
of the globe as a
and
riddle,
it's because they want to protect their wealth
I think
when
I do.
they
I
could
think
be sharing it.
cosmology can be seen as a riddle for sure, especially in
Yeah,
today's
in South
world. I mean,
Africa, like fucking any person that we know has been held
it's
up.
well,
I've
it's
seen
a lot of
footage
things, but
of
I
your
do
little
think that it
complex
is
townhouses.
ultimately
You've just got a
a
wall around you, and there's like, you know,
it's a
4
riddle
townhouses type of
of
thing in a
deception.
little
Ultimately,
complex
in
with
my
like barrier
viewpoint, in
gates.
terms of the
The
globe.
barrier gates opens, the lady goes
I've got a
through,
quick one.
and then the
I think
fucking
there
van
is a
comes in behind
similarity
it
to it,
like that, and
which is
fucking
that
takes it apart.
if you
And
present
like,
something in a way that
it's that
doesn't add
vicious,
up,
it's
that
that
it
vicious
isn't
thing. I mean,
comprehensible,
to be
then it
honest
will
with
be
you,
easy for
I did
somebody
know
to say
that.
something
Well,
as
my
absurd as
dad's
math
friend
doesn't work,
got killed,
because it's been
you know,
presented
by
to them in a
hijack and
way that
shit like
doesn't
that.
make sense to
And
them,
it's just,
but it doesn't have any
it's
bearing on
just,
whether math
you know
works.
what? You know
In
what
the
saved us?
formal
It was like
languages,
are the fucking financial guy in the 1600s in England.
reality. That's why the
What's his name? Anyway,
practicality in the actual
Williams,
physical
something, maybe,
world
I
is so
think.
important.
And William Gresham. And it was something to do with we have to
Yeah, that
have
reminds me.
everybody
Well, yeah, go
working.
ahead. But it just
If we
reminds me
don't
of
have
like we see
everybody
too
working,
far.
they're
One
just
of
going
them
to
is
fucking
just we
slum
see
around.
too far.
They're going to
That's
commit
the actual
crime. They're going to
reality.
get into
The
bad
other one
habits
is
and shit
no,
like that.
but all
And
these
what South
explanations and
Africa
all these
hasn't
other
got and
things
never
that are
did
based
was
on
enough fucking
theoretical
jobs.
concepts to then
So
account for.
and then
Real
you
quick, I just want to
separate
point
that.
out,
You make the
everyone
separation.
be
People are
aware, some
living
of the
in rental
Glober's new
houses. I mean,
arguments
you're
are,
talking about fucking
in
roof,
certain situations, we see too
heating,
far for a
corrugated,
flat
that
Earth.
sort
So
of
I
thing.
just want
There,
you guys to be
it's
aware of
called
this. That
shanty
is their
town.
new
You know,
argument.
the funny thing is like, oh, what's your address? And he goes toilet number 2. They're fucking things with boxes. And, you know, it's fucking sick.
No,
It's
nobody
fucking sick.
misspoke.
And we
Nobody
see this all around the
misspoke.
world. And
I
we're
was
like,
arguing
oh,
this
the
for a long time with
segregation
them
is
at
the
Gem
fact that the
Bio.
white man has to
pipe
has
up?
to be the prominent one. I'm the fucking the hero and hero. But
quick
no
one.
one fucking
To the
looks
left.
at the black and white photos and really looks at them fucking hard enough. In America as well,
You are
where,
roboting by,
where
by
you're seeing
well,
black
Jeremy,
people.
they've been saying
But
that
it
we don't
makes
see far
the
enough
picture
on a
makes it
flat
out
Earth.
to look
That's
like
one
they're more
that they'll say.
lighter
They're
skin.
saying we
Like
see
you
too
can't
far
tell
from
in a
this
black and
certain
white
position
photo.
of
So
any plane
you know these
30,000
things
feet in the
here,
air. We see too far
deliberate.
for
You
there
know,
to be flat, apparently.
it's so fucking.
How does
But
that work? What is
how are
that
you going to
argument?
get two
We're only
societies
supposed to
at the
see
beginning? Then what you do is you have a
100 and
north and a
look,
south.
Bio.
You have an
You
east
have
and a
the
west.
numbers.
You have this half. I have the other.
But I'm saying, what is it based on? Like, because an extended plane would extend indefinitely.
And
The
death,
geometric components of
pandemics,
it would
man.
just extend indefinitely.
Pandemics. It's fucking. If it's 8 billion today in
Can I just
2020,
say something before I
and
go?
it's
Because I need to go for a
2
piss and I
billion
need
in
to, I'm going to
1920,
be leaving now. I've just
with
got one thing to
pandemics
say,
and
that's right.
with pandemics and all that stuff, and
Yeah,
all the
yeah, go
people
ahead.
that died. Just
Fibonacci sequence.
forget
There's a guy called
pandemics at a rate of
JAIN
divided by 4 for
108
every 100
Academy.
years.
He's got
You
a
wouldn't
channel.
get past.
Fucking amazing stuff, right? And really
You
fucking
would,
simple
I think
to
it was something
understand.
like
And
700
the
AD. There was
Fibonacci
2,000 people on
version
Earth. That
of
was just
pi,
based on
that's
a base of
pi, the
41.
Fibonacci
Then,
pi
if you got the
is
pandemics
different
and
to the
involved
pi
in
that
there,
we
you
have
wouldn't make it past
calculated.
1400.
And it's
And
really,
if we were saying, oh, no, right, they were having more kids.
it's
They were
really
having way
interesting
more
that
kids
there are two
than we've
versions
ever
of
had.
pi.
And the
One
rate
is the
was silly in
one is our
the
version, and
50s
the other
alone.
one is the natural
The
version
50s
that
alone
uses
was
the
the rate
Fibonacci
was silly.
sequence. And Jane
So
108
the death rates and the birth rates and shit like that. So,
Wow,
you know,
that
for
is
me, when you do the
fascinating.
fucking
You might have cut
the
out at the end there,
numbers,
but dude, that is mind blowing. I would love
it
to hear
doesn't
more
really
about
get
that.
past our
I don't know if
fucking
you're going to come
current
back in this
narrative.
show. If you said you were
And
going to
it
head out
just
for a
means
bit,
that
but if you
it's
want to
something
do
climate
like
change
something on that in the
happened.
future, because
I
that
believe that
sounds
the sun
really
was
fascinating. I
stuck.
think I just
The
found that
sun
guy's
rays were
channel.
stuck
I'll
at
post it. Is it
10 or
Jane
20
108
degrees
Academy?
each side of the equator.
Yes, I will stay with you guys
And
because you
that was
guys
all hot. It was fucking hot. You know, average
you're not
temperature a day was 40
deniers, so
degrees.
fucking
You know?
brilliant, man.
And the
You
rest
guys
of
are
the world
awesome,
was
and
frozen.
well, no, you are
So
deniers. But I'm saying is that
the Earth went through a
you've
change, and
welcomed
this
me and
change
not given me any
happens.
shit, and never fucking
This change
said to me,
happened
"Oh, you're not fucking qualified." You know, I've got the other room. They're telling me, "Oh, I've got
or
fucking
2,000 years. It
PhDs." Yeah, but
depends on
it wasn't in your own independent
if there's an
fucking
extra 10
methods and
degrees
thinking,
up
mate.
north.
You just fucking took someone else's and repeated that to the next person.
You know,
And that's
there's
how
a
we
lot of
got
fucking
shit
different
in the
things.
first place.
Did you say a new version of time?
That if
No,
something
pi,
we knew was going to happen,
pi.
and it was going to happen in the next 100 years.
Yeah. So you got the pi that we use, which is 3.14,
then
or you know,
you wouldn't want to be telling everybody,
use a
you know,
20
just
speed
to let you know, right? You know that
and
movie
yeah,
like
he
Terminator,
converts the circle
where
to the
there's fucking
square.
robots
He does
everywhere,
every single
and
thing
it's
that
just
he'll show
fucking
you what the
charcoal
Kepler's
and everything's
triangle
fucked.
is. You'll
Like
start to understand.
that's
There's
going to be
another
like
guy
that in
called
100 years' time.
Harry
So, like to
Lear.
prevent things like
Harry
that, have to
Lear,
do this,
L-E-A-R.
blah, blah, blah.
He
It might
done some
seem
great
crazy,
things,
but if
and you
somebody
can
gives
kind
you
of
a
see a very
50,000 year
geological
narrative,
thing to
and
what
you go,
he's
"Whoa,
doing.
yeah, the evolution shouldn't we? Our dinosaurs,
fucking,
sure.
when you realize
But
that
every
pi is not
2,000,
correct, then
I mean, I'm pretty
the
sure that the
dimensions or
cycle's
anything
like
are
every
the difference of
26,600
to 3.
years. But it all
1
depends if the
what's the normal
Celestials are
fucking thing?
leader
I've forgotten now.
of us.
3.14.
And if it's something else, then it means that actually
But
the
anyway,
intervals of
there's a difference.
when that thing goes
Yeah.
near us,
So,
like something like
and
Halley's
the
Comet,
other
for
one,
example, comes
there's
out
a
every
fucking
76
sequence
years.
to it. I can't remember. It's like the
You know,
square
is it a
root of
connection to
something.
something else? Because Edmund Halley and he himself
Talking about
had a different
0.318.
idea of the model
This
of the Earth.
reminds me of how
Sorry, I'm
the
done.
432 hertz versus 440 hertz in audio. Yeah.
The conversion
Wow.
of anything.
I tried to change pi
I
myself,
guess
man.
you
I tried
manifest
to
your own
use a
reality.
calculator,
So
the
if you
364 day year
if you
with
kind of
13 months. the 28-day
Want to
month.
skip
It works out. So I
the
tried doing
timeline,
that
and
with a
you could
circle
just
and making there
move
be
on to a new
364
timeline, and then
degrees.
none of that's going to
So
happen.
there wasn't an infinite, but I gave
It's
up
so
on
easy.
it.
So
But,
easy
you
to
know,
do it. But if you
right
told
or wrong,
everybody,
there's different types of
it's
math
not
too,
told.
man.
If you
And
look at evidence of what the
there's little
houses
things
were,
like that story I just told.
they're
Like
buildings
Bodul,
in
he's probably breaking up because he's
the
probably got his
sort of
abacus on.
area,
He'll be working on that
between
shit all
Jerusalem
night. He wants to
and
know,
stuff.
and
The
nothing wrong
span
with
of the
that, man.
sun's about
But like I
25,
say, to me, it's
about
a simple
25 degrees, I
explanation
think, or
of
30 degrees
error and
either
conversion
side. So
when you
the
convert from
span would
math.
have
Can we
been
stick
probably
to the
maximum
topic?
30
I kind
degrees
of
on
want
each
to
side.
respond to
But
Jeremy.
the
Yeah, go ahead,
houses
Bob.
never,
I'm
all
just
the
joking with you,
houses
Bob,
in
dude.
those areas there never had curtains.
There's a
They didn't have
there's a
windows. They
specific
didn't have
scenario
anything.
in which we
It was
see
that
too far,
hot.
but that's given parameters.
You know,
The way
it
that
was that
Jeremy
hot. You had
said
to
we
ventilate
see
these
too far on a
buildings, and
flat Earth, that's not in all scenarios.
yeah, man.
What was presented was
I said
being
a
able to see
specific
something.
scenario.
I know, Jeremy.
Hold on, let's let
I
him
know,
finish. Let him
Jeremy, and I'm
finish.
going to
I
explain
guess
the
if you're
specific
going to be
scenario.
reincarnated, that's not the
What was
place you'd want to
presented
go.
with Xanax is a HUD display showing the 3 degrees to the horizon, and it being claimed about
Oh,
200
mate,
miles
I'm
until it
so
gets to
glad
the mainland or some shit.
I think I found a little
But if you do
community
the
that
math for
I can
that
be myself
altitude,
with
for a 3
and
degree,
not be ridiculed.
you're looking down 3
Just
degrees
for having
from eye
thoughts or having
level
an opinion.
on a flat Earth.
So
Using
I
trigonometry,
really
it's only
appreciate
about
being here, guys.
124 miles, and that's we see not far enough argument, or we see too far for a flat Earth, because that 3 degree measurement at that altitude would give you only 124 miles. If we see 200,
Anyone got
yeah,
something
we're seeing
very
too
non
far
sequitur?
in that specific scenario.
Where's Merle?
Oh, I got you. I got you.
It
And
sounds
then
like
that
what you're saying is not we see too far, but we
Coach
see too
Show's
far.
here.
Like
He's
I
from
said,
like
there's a
Texas,
specific scenario in
Austin,
which the Glovers are now saying we see
Yeehaw.
too far.
Houston or something. So
Oh
I
yeah,
heard
yeah, that would
yes,
be the specific
like
scenario. If you have the HUD display
within
at
2
an
days, man.
altitude and then the
The
degrees to the
first
horizon,
person in
you
the
know that
United
distance to the
States of
horizon,
America
and you do the trigonometry for a
that
flat Earth,
has
then yeah, we're seeing
died
too far
from
for that. So it's
the
either the
Omegatron.
instrumentation's not giving good
The
data,
distance to the horizon.
the
I mean,
wavelength
I'm not.
is not
I'm
accurate,
It's
just
the
or
worst. It's
trigonometry
the
it
worst
doesn't work,
ever.
or
It's
you
spreading,
have
and now one person
one of those
But the
possibilities.
has
distance
What's
to
the
the
fell.
horizon is a
horizon?
function of visibility. It's a function
Who's
of
saying it's the
distance.
worst?
Yeah,
So
I'm pretty
however
sure
far we
mainstream
can,
when we
but
says
yeah,
had
it's
I
a
would
better
partially
variant.
agree with the fact that we see too
one
far
person that
someday in some
showed up with
circumstances
the
on a flat
Delta
Earth. If
variant,
you're going to
just
do
one person, and they shut down the
folks,
entire country.
the Rayleigh criterion of like
Don,
where
did you
we
call it the
can't
Megatron?
distinguish one
Oh
thing
man,
from another, the light in that example, but it works out with the other. It ain't
This is
just
straight
light.
up Transformers.
Like
That's what they're going to
just
start
two
doing.
lights
Just name them
joining
after
into one, but
Transformers.
it represents us being able to
Omicron is an anagram of moronic,
when it
believe it
starts
or
getting
not.
compressed.
Yeah, everyone knows.
When it gets
Everyone knows.
My
I'm
plumber, his
I'm
company
with what I
name
thought
is
Elbow was saying
Omicron
as well. Like
Plumbing.
he was saying, like the distance to the horizon. Yeah, bio.
Yeah, in
I mean,
Futurama, there was an
therein
alien
lies
who
the
owned a
flaw, is
planet,
what I think,
Omicron
and I think that's what
Persei.
Elbow was saying. Like the
Pretty
distance
common.
to the horizon is where you're making an assumption, because the horizon on a planar stationary Earth wouldn't be a consistent
Realm, I think your
physical
mic is getting tired of you talking.
but
It's fading
a
out.
constellated position
I think
due
if you
to
look up
the
the word
environment and how far you're able to
Omi
see.
and Cron separate, you'll get a description of what both mean. I think one of them was to do with separating black and white, sort of spaces or something like that. I thought it was quite interesting.
You are.
So no refraction. No
Yes, when you
refraction.
separate English words,
Negligible.
they often have prefixes and
Negligible.
suffixes
Yeah, I know. How do
that have
you know it's
particular
negligible?
meanings. Yes.
Because
And
we
someone
understand
has to
refraction,
come up with
as
that
you gain
name, and they
altitude,
must have
refraction
looked into it
diminishes, and then there's
for a
going to be a
long
level in
time.
which it is
Can I
negligible
ask,
for making
Or they
calculations.
didn't.
This
it's
is
like
no
Let's
direct.
go with Jeremy.
that's what I wanted to ask. It's like I know the
Let's
delta
get
is like
Elbow before he's
alpha,
been trying to
beta,
go ahead, Elbow.
delta.
He said that's
So isn't
It actually skipped two. It skipped new and it skipped Xi or Z or whatever it is.
but is Omicron?
now we're
That's the
presenting
actual
stuff. Okay.
whole
So
word
give me
that
a
is the
minute.
Greek
Give me a
letter,
minute.
right?
Yes, Omicron is a Greek letter. Yes.
Give me a few minutes, and I'll
Yeah, you
present
see, like
you.
I take the
I'll
word
present you
Eratosthenes.
information concerning refraction.
I break it down. I've got era, Ness. Then you swap those words round, and you get
As you gain
south
altitude, you're
sen,
existing
and the
within
send
a
is the east.
thinner
So
medium,
it could
which means
say
the refraction is going to be
R south,
less affecting
the
your
east.
observation.
Okay, Pete.
This is
Even
this is
even
the
even at
way
night,
you're
even at night,
if you're
we
at
can't get
altitude
away
level.
from Pete's bullshit.
Who knows it?
Why do they have to come up with
That's
names
amazing.
like Omicron? I
when
mean,
you're
They
what
looking
didn't.
about
down,
just
It's
calling
a
it
when
like?
Greek
you're looking
letter.
down, you're looking
It's
through a
a
Hang on.
Greek
prism.
letter.
Exactly.
What
It's
about just like
the next to
Bio,
an
you
you
know
know
it
inscription.
depends on the
Hurricane
angles of
Katrina
attack and
or
incidents
fucking
and all that. It's
Cyclone
not just
Erin?
if you're in the
You know,
middle
why
of
do
it,
they
Because
it's
the
come up
people
going
with?
that
straight through
that
the
are
center media.
responsible for naming it
If
Who
have
is
a
it
Omicron
system,
exactly?
and it
That,
seems
that's
like
fine.
they're
That's
using
fine.
the Greek alphabet.
who,
Yeah.
If you were in the
Please let him
position to
finish.
name
Can you
it,
please let him
you,
finish?
you
Let him finish.
probably could name it whatever
It's
you'd like.
obvious not going to happen. It's fine. I'll just
Go
present the
ahead, Bio.
data.
Go ahead, Bio.
I'll just present the data at some point here in the next
Bio,
few
when
minutes.
you
It's fine.
said the stronger
Let's all
variant,
work
we
on trying
might
to let
be
each other
agreeing.
finish. Like, just
Obviously
make sure
saying
people are
what
done,
the
please.
news is
I know it's
saying,
tough. I do it.
where it's a more
And
contagious
for those that
something.
are
Right.
contradicting
More.
what
I
Bio's saying, once
think.
he
I
presents
haven't
his
done much
evidence,
research, but I've heard a few
y'all
people
need to
say
get
it and
your
provided
evidence out too.
some sources to it. But I
so
think
he's
mainstream is
presenting
saying
data,
that
not evidence.
Omicron is more
Well,
infectious
I
but
would like to
less
see
lethal.
what,
I think
what,
that's what
because
is
yeah,
being
what he
presented
has,
as.
and we
Oh,
can go
that's
through it. I mean, that's
okay.
No,
how,
no.
yeah.
I'm
It's
not
data
100%
evidence or
sure,
not?
and I'm sure
Well, we'll see. I mean,
that
essentially, the
information
initial
could
No, no,
change
no.
with
We
more
will see.
information.
Is
But I
data
think that's
evidence?
the indicator.
Well, he's
Yes
going
or
to
no?
I
present
heard
it
a
in
guy
the
on the
form
news
of
was
evidence.
killing
I
it
mean, we
today,
don't.
man.
No,
He
he's going to present it in
he
data.
was talking about a
That's
restroom
not
bill
evidence.
about
Yeah,
just
it is
being nice,
evidence.
spending more
No,
effort
it's
to
not.
just say hi to your
It is.
neighbor
I
or
don't know why
something,
you picking on the
like
words
when you're
like
taking a
this.
restroom break at work.
my
Data
thought
is
is that
not
he's
Walk by
gonna.
their
evidence.
desk and say hi.
My thought
Anyway,
is
he
that
was
he's gonna
killing it, talking about,
present
man, like his
papers and
wife
content that
didn't get the
explains
jab, but
a particular
he
model of
did, and they don't
refraction
think
and
each
then
other are
applies that
idiots
to
for it.
reality.
You know, he's just
A
like, man,
model of
like he's like,
refraction.
I see
Yeah,
like some
That's what I
people
just said. A model
think
of
this herd
refraction.
immunity and we all get the
yep,
thing. Some are
that's what they
thinking
do
it
with
this
it. It's
way, and
Right.
it's just
Okay. So
like
therefore, it's not
he was just touching on
evidence.
how
Then
we should
it's
all
a
be getting along.
model of refraction.
And
Yeah,
then he was
I'm
my
guessing
wife
this.
didn't get
I'm also
the
guessing
first
this.
jab until I think 4 or
We
5
can.
months after me. We had never talked
Yeah,
about it.
you need to
It
put.
was
I'm
a
almost
personal decision.
certain.
So you
To me,
either
it
That this
doesn't
present
really seem that
data
serious.
or a
It's like
model
all
of
the things of like you
refraction.
get it, and
Which one is it?
I could see like wanting it just to feel like you're gonna
Jeremy,
be
I
a
think
little
Is it
bit
evidence?
less
Warren Cliff,
of
just one
getting a
second. I
flu.
don't know if you could hear Jeremy.
But other than that, like it doesn't
Yeah,
seem
I mean,
like
I'm almost
you should
certain
be
if they
like,
come up with any kind of
or
formula,
I
it's
need
going to
to
have
learn where there's the
the
science of like,
presupposed
yo,
Earth curve in it
everybody,
because
like,
you
yo, I
can't.
need to get this,
It
and I'm
doesn't
gonna
make
help
sense
other
if you try
people.
to
Like
use
what?
Snell's
Because
law
I'm
or
not as
something. You can't do
snotty
it
or something. Like, I just really don't
unless you have
understand.
the Earth curve
Because to
formula
achieve
in it.
herd immunity, we need
Oh,
about
Whatever he presents is going to be circular.
95% vaccination
Whatever
rate,
formula he brings forth
which we're never
is
going
either
to
not
reach.
going to work or it's going to be circular.
But
Research.
vaccinating means that everybody just got it and built
Oh
up
yeah,
the
they have a
antibodies.
bunch
So
of
couldn't we just say
yeah,
instead of
like
vaccination rate, we
the
need
Haversign formula.
95%
Are you
infection
aware of
rate?
that one? That one's for sex.
That'd be a lot worse
The
because
it's called the Haversign
it's
formula.
still fucking killing
And
people.
that's
And
one.
you
They have
can
others.
have long-term
Of course,
effects.
7/6R.
If it didn't kill anybody, then sure, it would be recommended to have something like a chickenpox
Exactly.
party,
There it is.
but for
I know.
COVID. You'd have a COVID party.
good
Sure.
point.
I mean, in a perfect world, you could do that, sure. But there are real quantifiable consequences from contracting it. So that's why it's recommended to get the vaccine rather.
How about 60% vaccinated and 40%
I just
infected?
want to
Just
point out
get it
about the
without being
contraction thing.
doesn't that still achieve
I'll
herd
never have an
immunity?
optical corridor
It could,
measured
but
with
we
the
have
temperature,
quantifiable
pressure, and
data to
humidity,
show,
the things you
you know,
would
if
need
40%
all
of the
through,
country
up and above and below
chose
the
that
optical
route,
corridor.
there is
So
a
that
quantifiable
that
amount
light.
of that
How do you need
percentage
this
that
that
will
the
die.
light.
Please let the
That's
Aftershow
you know that's
finish.
what the data shows. So that's why it's better to be vaccinated than to get it outright.
Yeah, you're being too
I mean, I
hardcore.
trust. Look, I trust
I'm on
everything
your
y'all
side.
saying. Y'all know I
telling you.
do.
I was going to ask.
Even though I
I was
challenged,
going to actually
like
say
Andy,
this.
when you
So
the
my
the
general
stat on the
understanding
need
of
and the
the term flat
95%,
is that
is that
means
based on the
like
like
two
just to not
general
have
things.
people die,
And
or
it
is
can
it
mean
like, hey,
multiple
well, we
things. But
could
let's say
do
two general
like
ones.
It's
One of
based on
them is that
spreading
a
the
surface
virus.
has very little
So
deviation.
I'm saying, why
and
does
it's
it have to
flat
be
in that
everyone
way,
getting
meaning
it
like a
through?
glass
Like, why
table
aren't
that is just
you know what I mean? Like, why don't they just let the people die
has very
and
little
get it the other way?
There's another
change within its-
concern in which
within
there's
the planar
studies that are
surface
done and
to
showing
where
that
it
the
relates
likelihood and
undulations,
probability
yeah, to where
of
it's considered,
unvaccinated people
flat
with
in that
COVID,
way. But then there's
it's
another
higher
definition of
probability,
flat,
more
which
likely
is
that it will
it's
mutate
actually
through
a
that group of people
position
than through a
within the
vaccinated group of
XYZ
people.
axis,
So
meaning if you lie
it
down
is a
flat on your
combination of many
bed,
things. One being
you're
your
not literally a
personal
flat board,
seatbelt,
but you're lying down
not a
flat, you're
guarantee,
lying
just to
horizontal.
help
And that's
if it
why the
happens,
definition of
and
flat
then to
being horizontally
also
level. So when
minimize the
people say
chances
flat
and
Earth, they're not
probability
saying that
of
it's
a
flat like a
mutation.
glass tabletop.
It seems like
They're
this
saying that
mutation is
it
beneficial,
is
or at least better
it's
relative to the
horizontally
other
positioned.
variants,
It's
but
horizontally
it's
level. essentially.
it is
I mean,
possible
that's
to
one of the main,
mutate
like the
into
definition of flat is
low infection
horizontally level.
but
It's the first
high
definition of it.
highly dead or
So,
death
so in that sense, it's more of a
high mortality
positional.
rate.
It's actually a
So
positional.
it's one of those
within
like
the XYZ
if we're good with
axis
this
system,
variant, let's
horizontal.
minimize the
The
chances
other
of
one is an actual
another
flat thing
mutation
that has
to
very
risk
little
it.
deviation, and you
It
can have,
would be
a
really
flat
good. I was
painting
just
on the
thinking,
wall
like, to
or
have
a flat
someone
painting
do
on the floor. It's still
a
flat. But
documentary
then if you're going
on
to put it on the
companies like
floor
Pfizer, for
horizontally level,
example,
that's the other
and just
definition. If
get
you're
in there
putting
with the
it in that
cameras and
position,
get in there and just
if
do
the
like
Earth is
total
an XYZ
transparency,
axis, a planar
like how
surface,
they do
sky
it, how
above,
they manage it, how they
horizontally
research it,
level, then that's where
all their data,
when people
just like
are
the
saying flat Earth,
works,
that's the
and just
my
show the
understanding of
world,
the
and just say, look,
more what
this
it's
is how,
referring to
and
is
then
that
we can
position
all
rather
make
than
up
because we
our own
know there's
minds, you know.
topographical undulations
Because
all over.
Yeah, I'm on third position.
you could do that. That's
You've got
fine.
the
If
XY
the
axis,
integrity
but also
of
you've
a
got the Z
company
axis
means
because
more than the data of the
you've got
vaccine,
changes in
that's your
elevation.
decision.
So it's a
I'll even put it this
flat
this way.
plane
If the
with
people
changes in
that run
elevation.
Pfizer are the shadiest
At ground
motherfuckers
level.
I'm
that
not a flat
do
earther.
the most evil
I.e.
things,
flat
but
earther.
all of the data for the
XY,
vaccine is
XY
positive,
has to do
I
with
could give two fucks where it's
XY.
coming from. The data for the
XY is
vaccine
the
is
one
safe.
with
I'm
the
good with that
elevation,
data.
and
Right.
Z
It's a
is
separate
just
issue if
a
they're
depth
hoarding money or
perception.
something like that. Andy
I don't.
was, I think, about to say something and maybe got
It
cut off.
depends. It depends on
I
how you
don't know.
define the,
All right. Well, I do
what you call it,
appreciate
the
that
dimensions. But I mean, you
that
can have Y,
little
Z. It can even be X. Then
factoid
why are
there.
we even
But
arguing
like
that? It doesn't
that's
matter. Whatever.
information that's
I'm not a
valuable
flat
to me
earther.
because
Don't
I
take that as an
You're just
exact
afraid of
number.
the
I
word.
don't know what the exact
Yeah,
number
he's
is.
I got
Okay,
you.
universal gentleman. There we go. Anyway,
It was more
don't
like
play
just a
nerd.
philosophy of like, hey, why does it have to come? Why does
Play nerd.
exposure
Okay,
have to
I'll
come
put
through
it.
vaccine?
For
And
myself, I don't call
Because it's
myself a
safer,
flat
that's
earther.
why.
I actually
That's
never
it.
have.
okay, I
My whole
appreciate.
life,
Well,
I've
because
never,
it's kind of
called
phrased with we
myself that or
need,
identified with it. However, I've used the
vaccine.
term, a lot
Anyway,
more
I don't.
person.
We
Obviously, been
need
involved for
a
so many years to where
95%
it's such a common term.
rate of
I don't
non-exposure
personally.
immunity
Hold on,
rate.
let me just finish what I was
Not
saying.
necessarily
So I just
vaccination rate,
I
but
don't
a
refer to
95%
myself as
immunity
a
rate.
flat earther,
I got you.
but
So we
I've
Why do we
part of the
need
reason I
like
don't is
private
because I
corporations
think flat is
making all
not
of these,
descriptive enough to even
all of
start to
these
describe
drugs?
what
Where
the Earth is or
at
how
They're
it
the
the
end of
ones
the
runs.
day,
doing
It's
it.
just such a simplistic,
it's just
like a
costing
horizontal
way
level.
more
Okay, but
than if
that's
the
like
governments
it
just,
just isn't
did all this
for me
research
like detailed
themselves.
enough
possibly that's a
to
side issue.
actually
They're
describe
funding
what the
it.
Earth is. And in general, I don't
But
really have
I
any
would like to
reason to
really
identify
say
with
real quick.
the
I'm
term
more likely
as
to
a
not
thing
care
for
about
myself.
myself and
So I'm
to
just saying
get it.
that not everybody prefers to use that term, and I think there's a whole
I
bunch of
want to
other
get it
questions
to help the
around that
other people. Like,
word. I mean, it's
you know what I
actually
mean?
part
Like,
of.
if it
Sorry, I
really
know
can
I said
help
a lot
other
here, but
people,
I'll pass the mic. But I was
then
just
I want to be
finish what I
motivated
was
to
saying.
get it.
It's kind of part of the whole system because
You know?
when we're told the Earth is a
I mean,
globe,
do your
The
thing.
also
research
told
for
that
the vaccine was
ancient
done on a worldwide scale. Everybody around the world was doing it. And then these individual companies that had the capability to actually develop the vaccine were the ones that made it, right? That's what happened. The government didn't have the capability to do it. Could they have acquired those companies and just done it that way? Probably not. I don't think they have that ability.
That's infrastructure, man. I mean, business is
Yeah, they
business.
also need the scientists and the researchers and the people that actually know what they're doing.
Yeah, I don't know how many virologists are directly on the government payroll. I would venture to say not many.
And that's why I'm gonna be sensitive. But like Bio said, dude, we could see these motherfuckers corrupt all day. It still is going to be about, does Kool-Aid give you whatever carbohydrates? You know what I mean? Like,
I'll put it this way, because I think you're into football, so maybe it might hit home or be effective. But no matter what your position is, as far as Kaepernick being blackballed, or perhaps people kneeling and you're fucking mad about that, or the old Redskins, their emails aren't being released because I'm sure there's a whole bunch of bullshit in it, but Gruden gets punished. All these things, all this bullshit that happens behind closed doors. I'm still going to watch football, and I'm going to enjoy the fuck out of football itself. The drama behind closed doors doesn't change what happens on the field. You know what I mean?
yeah, I mean, to an extent, yes. Now, yeah, you know what? It does. That's, you know what? You're right though, because we could even extend it to wrestling. It doesn't matter if it's
yeah, there you go.
It kind of doesn't matter.
No,
At the end of the day, there's 338. What is it? 338 million Americans, right? And that pocket of culture in the world is pretty much concentrated on by only those people. people, and everybody else is looking from the outside in. and it's kind of like this echo chamber. And that's not a negative thing. I'm not saying that in a bad way. I'm just saying that American culture itself is inside itself.
Oh yeah, very
Whereas,
self-centered. Yeah.
no, not self-centered. Just it's isolated because there's a lot of cultures. Just one, for example, like China, such a big place. Of course, there is some influence, but at the end of the day, what they're really concentrating and looking on is everything but, you know.
I'm not really sure what you meant by that.
What I'm meaning is, like, for an example, and a really far out example is like this phenomenon called the Mandela effect. That's English speaking American culture. All of the stuff that's coming out of that that theory or that research.
Is it Carlos? Roboting, or is it me?
Yeah, he's
okay. Yeah, Carlos, you're roboting real bad.
Am I right now?
Seemingly better so far.
Well, you can't find a single Mandela effect in China, for example.
Really?
There's none. It doesn't exist. It's just not something that exists. It's only
that effect may not be part of their culture.
Well, yeah. So I mean, what's going on? There's this real concentration at the moment in the world, and it's all centered on America, and it's true.
Well, we're the best.
All-
Don't be jelly.
It's all roads lead to Rome, and there's something special about America. Really, there is. It's deeper than this surface level of chatter. It's way deeper, and the history is.
That's incredibly egotistical, or not maybe egotistical, but like short-sighted. I think we hear about America a lot because there's a lot of Americans and that they have a very loud voice, but I don't think that's a good measure of what's going on in other countries.
Yeah, Australia is kind of leading the way for this pandemic.
I really don't. I don't think that the American culture reflects 500 years of history at all. Of course, where all of the Americans came from, they're bringing their culture there, but it was a fresh new beginning with Little Prairie on the Range or whatever it was. You know, there's Lassie or, you know, the Wild West. It was a barren place with, like, you know, natives, and the history doesn't stand for
You're roboting again. Yeah, I'm not really sure what you're getting at. Like, I agree with like half of the things you said, just generally, but I don't understand what the context is, to be honest.
Kosho ran right when he heard me say Texas. There, the set of boys. JFK, Omicron, all goes down in Texas, man. Hey, but I'm just kidding. But Bio,
JFK Jr. is gonna show up in Dallas apparently any day now.
Uh-oh. But yo, I'm about to go try to watch some comedy or something, man. But I'll talk to you guys.
Yep. Enjoy yourself. I think I'm gonna swap over to Gems and talk some shit for a little bit.
Quit and Mackie were over there freaking talking about politics.
So gross. And I see that Mackey's there without a. He's not muted, so it's possible it's still going.
Yeah, it probably is.
All right. Well, I'm gonna venture in there if that's happening. Then I'm gonna play 2K, I think. But y'all have a good night.
So the heliocentric model claims that the water is bending at a certain rate, and then the concave earthers say the same thing, but it's opposite. At the end of the day, is it flat or is it bendy? Come on.
Can it be flat and wavy? A little bit of a wavy flatness.
You know that's the AC/DC lead singer's haircut. That's a mullet. It's flat on the top and wavy on the back.
Where's Riding? Is he not here? He jumped.
He put in some hours today. He was going strong. So
I was going to call him out, actually. Thought it was pretty sly what he actually did on his screen.
yeah, that was an intense moment. That was a.
It's just the way he tried to make Brian look like a fool to the audience, right? Like, it's just, yeah, a tactic. It's just a tactic. And a sly, underhanded tactic at that.
Yeah, well, he didn't seem to want to actually follow what Brian was saying fully, like, kind of slowly and methodically, and then he was just frustrated that he wasn't doing it the way he wanted, so then he kind of was starting to just kind of
He just wanted to make Brian look like a fool, Gio, really.
Yeah.
That was his intention. He's getting right into the old sextant these days. Thinks he's purchased one on eBay. He thinks he's the sextant expert.
Yeah, it's interesting how people on the I mean, I don't really like to see it as sides, but just to say it for the moment, in terms of flat Earth, globe Earth type thing, where it just seems like on the flat Earth folks are the ones that are like sort of like leading the conversation in terms of the arguments or the discussions, like even with sextants, it seemed like if flat Earth folks had never started looking into sextants, it probably wouldn't have ever even been a thing, like at least a topic as big as it is, but now that it is, like they have to, it's like, all hands on deck.
I think you should be all over those tactics, though, Gio. Like, this is going to grow and grow and grow. This platform, right? This room was just jam packed, right? I think at one stage, you had 10 or 12 people watching YouTube, which is, 1,000% more than what it usually is. Actually, they're getting people tuned in, so people are going to tune in, and you're going to have people like Riding, putting in running commentary next to the equations and stuff. So I don't think that's acceptable, really, myself.
Yeah, there would have to be someone who kind of steps in, because at that point he was just kind of clowning on Brian. Meanwhile, Brian was trying to kind of get through the mathematics, and I think it's best if he has something that is complicated. It's best to go through it slowly so that everyone can be able to hash it out, rather than kind of have all the chaos and the kind of clowning and that kind of stuff, which kind of just detracts from.
And Brian's an interesting cat to talk to. He knows a lot of things about a lot of things. He's got some stuff to offer.
Yeah, I mean, that calculation was really interesting. It was basically creating a triangulation with Polaris, and then how that links into the latitude and how that links into the 3959. So that was interesting.
Did Space Pope not show up, Babs, today? Or was that scheduled for another day?
Yeah, I don't think that one's been scheduled yet, but yeah, I was waiting to hear
Okay.
back. But I think actually, yeah, I guess, yeah, I'm not really sure what the status is on it. I think he had sent me a message, but I have to go back and look at it.
But you know, the show was pumping today. It was in and out all day actually, and it was jam packed. Well done.
Yeah,
Build
that was a
build
good.
it, and they will come, Geo. Build it, and they will come.
Yeah, yeah, it seemed like this was just the good timing of it, and yeah, just to start doing this, daily show like this. And yeah, I mean, the platform is designed for this from the beginning, but I think there was just a lot at the beginning, kind of getting everything ironed out. And but yeah, it's exciting to start to get into actually doing shows that are, a little bit more structured and be able to get into things, so yeah, it's exciting. And I think that this events feature thing on Discord is pretty cool, because that was kind of the first time that I'd experimented with that. So yeah, it's cool that it puts like a notification up at the top, and then
Is it a new feature? Is it a new feature they just added?
yeah, I think it's fairly new. I mean, it may have been around for a couple months, but they only were slowly rolling it out on servers, so they didn't really have
Right.
it on every server at the beginning. And this one actually didn't have it for a while, until I think maybe a couple weeks ago I saw it on there.
Yeah.
So yeah, but then just kind of the last day or two, I've kind of figured out how to use it. It's cool because it creates a link too for the event.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
yeah. So then when you put that,
click join, it takes you straight to the room, and you're part of the action.
yeah, it's cool. It's a nice feature.
Happy days.
Happy day. It's like just getting on the slide and just letting go and just sliding down.
Exactly right.
Just directs you right there. Well, I think people like when it is there's something about, I mean, I know I do too. There's something about the show that feels different than just the open discussions. I mean, the open discussions can be great too, but yeah, they're great in their own way. But there's just a way in which sometimes, you could be listening for 2 hours and you might get 10 minutes of a certain conversation, and then it might, meander to something else. Whereas like when it's a set show like that, sort of feels like everybody, in a sense, is sort of on stage, and it's, there's sort of activity in the topic, and so yeah, it has kind of more of an exciting kind of in the moment feel to it.
I noticed you coloured the gems numbers. I flicked over to his room to see, and lately he's been having 40 or 50 people in the rooms, and that got smashed down to about 30, 25 or 30. They're all crazy. There's about 30 in the room here at one stage, I think.
Yeah, I think so. Which is, in terms of, yeah, that's more than we've had in a while. So I think like that first month or two of this server was like, yeah, there was like 20, 30 all the time. And then it seems like the last couple of weeks, it's been somewhat less. And then, yeah, kind of seeing those numbers again today was cool.
Mm-hmm, for sure. You're going to have to get Whites to do a presentation on his little experiment he's planning to do this winter.
Yeah, it's interesting to bring that up. I don't know if I see Whites is in the room, but I don't know if he's able to unmute or not. But I actually was going to ask him about that, because, yeah, I was thinking that'd be great if he because when we had some of those conversations, I mean, I know that he's had his test for quite a while. That he's but I'm going to say maybe 2 weeks ago there was only a fairly small group of us, 5 or 10 of us, on here and we just had these like brainstorming sessions that were just like very deep, and a lot came out of those in terms of like White's test and then several other tests. So yeah, I was thinking on the show, like possibly for tomorrow, do maybe part of it where we could look into. Well, yeah, if White's Word wanted to present his, that would be awesome, and then be able to kind of give feedback and hear people's perspectives on it, and but kind of like the idea of having like a definitive Earth measurement test session, where we're really focusing on getting things that will be definitive and concrete and iron out, what to do, how to do them, the challenges, the pitfalls, and kind of focus on that as like a kind of like a project.
Definitely. Yeah, I think what he's planning to do has got a lot of merit, and people should get behind it 100%. I was in another server about a week and a half ago, and all they would do was just a bunch of Globers, and they were just bagging his test out like no end. And anyway, I had the urge, and I just jumped on. It was Terry actually. He was in here the other day, and I jumped on. And I said, "Hey guys, like all you do is complain that flat earthers don't do anything." I said, "The least you could do is like get behind him. If nothing else, get behind him and praise him for actually trying to do something." Like, it's a bit pathetic. All you're doing is just carrying on the way you guys are carrying on, really. Because that's what we want. We want experiments. We want people to get out there and do stuff, that's positive. Even if nothing comes of it, you still got to get behind it because you just don't know.
Yeah, we were kind of joking because we had those, like I said, these very deep brainstorming sessions about White's test and getting to these discussions of really getting something definitive. And we were kind of joking because there was like, and this is not meant to be critical in any way, but there was like kind of 3 different like phases, or I don't know what we were calling them. Was it phase? Oh, categories maybe. 3 categories of response from a lot of the Globe Earth folks, which was like category 1 was that, yeah, they were actually interested in it. Yes, they agreed it could be definitive. We're very interested in seeing it done. Even considered that if it was done and if it was definitive, it may actually, cause them to question their, worldview and all of that. And then there was sort of a second category where there's a little bit more kind of just saying things like White's Word, like, no, he'll never do it, or it won't work for this reason or that, or, it's impossible to do practically. So kind of just like a lot of like naysaying and just sort of trying to put it down in that way. And then there was like the category 3, which was just the full blown emotional volcano.
Oh, there you go. Eh?
Just yelling and screaming and just like complete chaos. Yeah. So
I think you should keep that video I sent to the text wall back for the Geo. It's right up your alley. I'm sure you'll enjoy it. The one by Leak Project.
Yeah, I saw that one. I think I opened it. I still have it. Yeah, but I haven't watched it yet.
It's just really down to earth, like especially the first 5 minutes.
What's it about, Basil?
It's about basically how the governments are controlling the world, and it leads into genetic engineering and talks about what's currently going on in the world.
Can you link it in the text chat?
Yeah, I did, but I'll do it again right now.
Cheers, mate. Thank you. Appreciate it. Jump on board and.
Yeah, but I think it'd be good. I was just gonna say what we were talking about before. I was just with Bandsaw. I was gonna say, yeah, I guess I just think that discussion of definitive tests is just one that just like infinitely fascinates me, because it's interesting to talk about all the philosophical and all the different, kind of data points that we're getting from, in different ways. But starting to get to tests that are definitive, like that is just, that's where it's at in my mind in terms of.
Is there anything else coming up on the horizon that you know of? Any other tests that are coming up on the horizon?
Well, it's a good question. You mean someone who's planning to do one? Well, I guess Rumpus is still planning his.
Yeah. But that's more that's more optical than anything. What definitive is going to come of that, really? And
yeah, I think a lot of it is there's always like a limitation with funding to one degree. Although, yeah, I mean, White's already has the materials for his, so he'll be able to do
well,
that.
I like White's one because it's practical. Like you see, you can get some sort of measurement. Like you don't have to worry about refraction or miraging or fucking any of these bits and pieces. It's an actual measurement that possibly can be taken.
It's 100% tangible, and there's no side trickery or magic.
No, that's right, Basil. That's right, and he's completely open and honest with exactly what he's doing, and I really do think it's got a lot of merit because if he can pull it tight enough over the distance that he's talking about, which is I think it's about 8 kilometres. I think between 5 and 8 kilometres, which is a fair old whack, really. And that's 3.5 mile, 3.5 mile, 4 mile. If he can get some downward pressure on those middle scales, or nothing, or a lighter, there can definitely be some sort of definitive aspect to it. Definitely.
What I would like to see is, for example, the starting point of that line, starting on a pole which is maybe 20 meters tall, and just gradually bringing that line and keeping it taut the whole way, and just keep going and keeping it taut until you get to the maximum distance. And then when you get to the maximum distance, lower that start point down to ground level, or down to the same level as the other end. And that way you're going to absolutely minimize all friction.
Friction, yeah. That was one of my points that I brought up with Whites a few months ago.
So you need a jeep and the beach and a pole and some rope. And then you need the devices to check the downward pressure or the upward pressure. You don't need to know the upward pressure because it'll be off the fucking ground.
Exactly right. Unless it's concave.
Oh Jesus! Yeah, imagine that upward pressure, and then yeah, exactly.
Well, apparently, according to that rectilinear experiment they did, they proved concavity. Apparently,
yeah, with the tunnels in the ground, that one.
Oh no, the set squares on the ground, and they had.
They did one where they did like 2 holes in the ground, and then horizontal at the bottom, so the tunnels would join each other. And they put ropes down, and it actually proved that plumb bobs went the opposite way to what the heliocentric model is displaying.
Yeah, no. This rectilinear experiment is basically a bunch of set squares on frames, and they did it alongside a beach, right? And they joined all these set squares together. It was done in 1898 or something, and it took 5 or 6 months to actually complete the project. And apparently it was fairly definitive, but instead of there being 8 inches per square mile drop, there was 8 inches per square mile in the upward direction, and it was apparently fairly definitive.
I suppose it's just because the the preciseness of these squares needed to be exact.
Yeah, well, apparently the squares that were built, and they, they were built out of oak, right? And they had brass fittings and whatnot. So, but apparently each square was checked over 120 times for precise squareness, and had marks put on these brass fittings that could only be read with the microscope and all that sort of stuff. But this thing, mind you, Basil, was left in the sun for over 5 months. So who knows what sort of warping and twisting we carried out in that time.
Yeah, because I notice if I have a stack of timber on my yard, if it's left in the sun, it's going to curl upwards.
Yes. Yeah. Most definitely. Yeah.
Yeah, towards the sun.
Yeah. Yeah. It's all, because the timber's drying out, all the friction being released in it and whatnot. And that's what'll happen. It gets tighter on the top and pulls
Yeah, so
itself up.
instead of Whiteswood dragging that rope along the beach or whatever the line that he's using, the fishing line, he could just start at a pole and just slowly keeping it taut for 8 kilometers.
Yeah.
And then bring it down, and then we'll find out. It's like lowering the flag on the globe.
Slowly but surely.
You could put a
Exactly.
flag on the end of it and lower and put the
You should.
lower the globe
Actually,
flag.
that's what you should do on the scale. As it reads pressure on the scale, and it triggers something as
Globe's getting
as the globe flag comes crashing down.
Oh my
But
god!
yeah,
Yeah.
but I'm actually looking forward to it because he's where I am in South Australia. So when it comes time to do it, I'll go over and give him a chop out and be part of it all. So I'm looking forward to that.
I noticed something about Australians and New Zealanders and a lot of other nationalities. We, just speaking for myself in conversations, it seems as that the content of our topics and our talks sort of don't really include a lot of celebrity notations or references to movies. We kind of steer in the way of the topic itself, but I've noticed from other, from the major players in chat, they kind of they always have some reference to these actors. And it's kind of a really different concept and a different paradigm, because like not everyone grew up with the same memories.
No, it's true though. It is quite a different discussion when you get the Aussies and New Zealanders together. That is for sure. I think we seem to be more practical too in a lot of aspects. We just like to get down to the nitty gritty of it.
Yeah, it doesn't mean we're better.
No, it's just different. It's just different, Basil. That's all. Just different.
Yeah, because I enjoy listening to Americans talking. It's like watching a movie. It's so fantastical because there's all this stuff that I didn't know, and it's the wealth of information of that 6 hours of television that the average American watches every day. Well, used to be before the internet came along. I mean, there's a lot of insight there, and it's just a culture that is so foreign. Yet it's available.
There's a wealth of knowledge that you learn on these channels. There really, really is. It's unbelievable. Like, oh God, man, I can't remember the last time I listened to radio or mainstream TV or whatever. These sort of places are my kind of go to. If I'm working or
all you
whatever.
need really is to have your favorite channels, and I would subscribe to Gaia TV. Leak Project, that channel called Leak. That's the video I just posted. Is from Leak Project. Interviews a lot of really interesting people. He's interviewed flat earthers as well, and yeah, he's awesome channel, and that's pretty much all you need. And there's probably a few other select channels for your own personal growth, and you don't need the mainstream anything.
No, well, you're
You
not going
can
to get anything from mainstream apart from brainwashing, really. They only want you to know what they want you to know. So that's the trouble with mainstream. It's framed very particular ways. I get. Obviously, everyone has their biases. Like, it doesn't matter what you listen to. There's biases in every medium. But mainstream. Well, for me, there's no trust there in the mainstream. Really, just absolutely zero trust. So why would you look to them?
Yeah, like it's like sport, people that are into sport, they watch sport like crazy, and some of them are into one over the other or just all sport, But at the end of the day, it's kind of like smoking. It's like it's an escapism. It's somewhere where they can go to feel like they're part of the same herd,
Yes.
and
Yeah,
they have
definitely.
to pick sides. It's all about picking sides.
Pick a side, yeah. Pick your poison. At the end of the day, pick your poison and run with it.
Well, are you in South Australia?
Yeah, mate. Yeah, down in Cape Jervis, beautiful part of the world, just opposite Kangaroo Island. Absolutely beautiful.
Do you have any fires there at the moment? Is it
No,
hot
not
enough?
here. No, not at the moment. No, thank goodness. We had, there's a bad fire on Kangaroo Island 3.5 years ago that burnt 90% of Kangaroo Island to a crisp. Absolutely devastated it. And prior to that, there was a pretty bad fire about 5 years ago that didn't quite get to Cape Jervis. Thank goodness, didn't come down the hill down to where we are. But you get some fairly bad ones. But like anything, mate, you've got to live within your environment and take the proper precautions and stuff like that. So, which is what you do.
Yeah, I think there's not enough infrastructure to protect the forests. I really think that they either need to have bigger fire breaks, and inside those fire breaks, they need to have like reservoirs which would, allow to, just stop the fire in its tracks, but they don't.
Yeah, but also too, back in the day too, fires are part of regeneration too. I remember, Aborigines used to go around and create fires and burn everything, to create regeneration of everything. So it's all part of the cycle. But
Well, I don't know about cycle. I mean, of course, it's a cycle with the weather, but regenerating, of course, it has to regenerate. But it would be good to prevent that from happening because it's for a lot of people in the world, they don't get to go into the pristine forests and sort of earth themselves and at one with nature because it's just either concrete. It's concrete or it's a desert, and the lucky ones in the world, like us in New Zealand in a temperate climate, we can go into the forest, into the bush any time of the year, and we don't have any poisonous anything, nothing to worry about, and you don't have to worry about anything pretty much. There's no
wander
poisonous
around.
spiders.
Yeah.
You just go into the forest, and it's so cooling and energizing and ionizing, and it's really, and everyone has that at their doorstep, and a lot of places in the world don't have that, and it's a shame.
Oh no, exactly right. It's all about grounding yourself, mate. I spend 90% of my time in bare feet. There's nothing better than being grounded and attached to the earth. That is for sure.
It's a really different experience when you're going through the native bush, and it's so much cooler inside the bush or in the forest, and you've got the rivers and the streams, which are all part of the same eco, just the nature that it's all encompassing, and it's just so we're just so fortunate. There are many places like this in the world, but it's a shame that yeah. I'd
I
invite
wanted
everyone to come to New Zealand because we need more fucking people.
My partner is a Kiwi, mate.
Oh, good on you. Yeah.
Yeah, good woman actually. I'm blessed. I'm absolutely blessed.
Sorry to hear that.
Oh, sorry to hear that. Good on you.
Does she have a tattoo on her chin?
No, no. Yeah, no, she's not Maori, that's for sure. Yeah.
Nowadays, it's not just the Maoris, but it's a lot of the lesbians as well. They're doing it, and it's not just the traditional muka on the chin. It's actually just a tattoo of whatever the fuck they like.
You're
And
joking.
you spot it a mile away, of course, because it's right there on their chin.
What a good
And
look, eh?
they've got the spiky hair, and it's been bleach blonded, and they've got like filler under their skin because they want to look 10 years younger, and they've got a tattoo of a hand doing the fingers on their shoulder.
Oh, classic. What a classic. Oh,
What we used to call them dykes.
Yeah, yeah.
Dykes. We have
Not now.
a famous couple musician. They're actually sisters. They're called the Thompson twins, the Top Twins, and lesbian. Yeah, they were sisters. And they were both lesbians. Yeah.
Oh, there
The
you
Top
go.
Twins. Yeah. It's a stereotypical type of a woman. A real woman.
A real woman, huh? A real woman with a tattoo on her chin. God, oh.
Damn.
Oh, I gotta go cook some dinner. It's been good chatting with you, man.
Bye bye. Have fun.
All right. Yeah, you too, man.
Same.
Catch you next time.
Yeah. It's like talking to my brother from another mother. Like my daughter, she's 15 and she's got 5 other friends that are going to a place called Whangamata. And it's like, it's not that far, but it's coastal. From Auckland, it's going to take 4.5 hours just to get to one spot by bus, and then they're going to have to take a local taxi service from there, or they could do a ferry. There's like quite a various different few ways they could do it, but like the top money ranges between 150 one way each, unless they're sharing the taxi ride, which would make it a bit cheaper, about $300 one way. So I called up. I thought, well, try and save some money, because I saw a helicopter ad, and 20 minutes to Whangamata from Auckland, it was going to be $3,600 for 20 minutes of flying in a helicopter. It's like, how much gas does it need for 20 minutes, man? Come on. And I heard from a friend that I could just get a small Cessna private charter plane for $500. So I'm sending them on a charter plane for New Year's Eve. 6 teenage girls going to a remote, like, batch, you know. Why do helicopters have to charge fucking so much, man? Does it cost a lot of money to take a helicopter in the States?
Yeah.
That's good money, man. I tell you, if you can invest in a chartered helicopter company, do it. Because there's a lot of rich people out there that wouldn't even care about how much it costs. They'll just pay it because they want to go. I took a helicopter in around 2008. I took a helicopter with a couple of friends, and they were only charging $600 an hour to fly around wherever we wanted to go. And now it's 20 minutes ride for $3,600. And I don't think petrol's gone up that much. It was about $2 a litre back then for regular. I mean, of course, that's not what helicopters take, but just in general, it's gone up from $2 to $2.60 since 2008. Why are they charging so much?
That's a good question, man. It's a goddamn good question.
It's called, what's the word for it? It's not inflation, it's squeezeflation.
Squeezeflation, yeah. That's right. Squeezeflation.
You still pay the same money, but you get half as much shit.
Yeah. Actually, I think that's called inflation.
It's called squeezeflation.
I like squeezeflation better, but yeah.
It's like they used to sell the chocolate bar 150 grams for $5, and now they sell the same thing for $5, but it's only 100 grams.
Right, yeah. Same with the cocaine. You used to get 150 grams for $5. Now it's like 5,000.
Are you sure it was cocaine, man?
I don't know. This is a true story, but I probably shouldn't tell you. I still have cocaine on my desk. Somebody gave me cocaine a couple weeks ago. I don't really do that much cocaine, but I was out, I'll take a bump of this cocaine this person gave me, but it was just really bad, so I just sit on my desk still. I don't know what to do with it. Just throw it away or something.
Maybe sprinkle it on your grandma's breakfast cereal.
Oh yeah.
For Christmas. Yeah,
for Frosted
for Christmas.
Flakes. Yeah.
Yeah, man. She'll just be like, she'll be doing cartwheels.
Yeah, she will. That's a good point, man. That's not a bad idea.
Just a little bit, like.
Well, it's so horrible. I don't even know. I mean, I hope it's actually cocaine because it's like it burned in my nose. I was like, what the hell? So I just didn't even touch it after that. Where am I? Yeah, it's a good idea though. Appreciate that. What were you guys talking about? Petrol and $2, $2.60.
We were having an Australian conversation that he's gone now. So we're back to reality.
I saw some crazy shit. There's like a mansion and there's like an all-seeing eye on the mansion. I want to go back to that mansion, dude. See what's up. Austin's a crazy place, man.
So it's a Masonic lodge.
You know what's crazy? There's a well, I don't think the Masonic lodges are cheaper looking than that, but there was a place in San Marcos where I went to school. It's called San Marcos, and the area code or the zip code is 78666. And there's this one mansion there. And I was like, this is fucking, it's all gated up and everything. And then I looked at it on Google Maps, and then the fucking, there's like a bush, like a fountain with bushes around it, and it was shaped like a pentagram. I was like, what the fuck? And then I went and looked at it again closely, and I'm like, it's got all these weird designs. So I did research on it, and that it used to be like an insane asylum back in the I don't know, 60s or something like that. And then in the 1800s, it was a fucking Civil War hospital or something. So a lot of weird shit. And then now it's like a mansion.
What's the building? What's the building made of?
Bricks, looks like.
Does it have mud flood windows at the basement?
I've never been to the basement, man.
No, I mean, when you're looking at the ground level, does it have windows that are pretty much halfway buried in the ground?
Oh, well, I mean, I've never been like that close because it's gated. It's like gated up. So like I've investigated it a whole bunch, but I've never been inside the gates.
Just about all of these insane asylums have got mud flooded windows, especially if they're red brick.
Mud flooded. Is that like so like windows that are halfway in the ground?
Yep.
Okay. And yeah, you know, the thing is, Texas, like it's hill country, central Texas, and so I remember that house. It's like halfway on a hill, so I'm sure that part of it is like built into the ground a little bit, where it's like there's probably windows on there like that somewhere, just because of the way it's built. It's like built on a hill. Yeah, I'll have to show you on Google Maps sometime because it's crazy. It's got like pentagram shaped fucking hedges. I'm like, what the fuck is going on with this place? And it just looks, you just get that eerie feeling when you look at it. I was convinced that place was kind of like an occultic place back in the day, just because of that zip code. Like, who would choose? Like, don't you think that's one of the zip codes that you would just like omit from, you know, people having it? Like, just skip 666. So nobody.
It's kind of superstitious. Like when I was in Taiwan back in 1999, and they didn't have any fourth floor.
Oh yeah.
They don't have fourth floors. They just goes ground 1, 2, 3, 5.
Usually they skip the 13th floor, but I don't know about the 4th floor.
Yeah, Taiwanese skip the 4th floor.
Oh, okay, in Taiwan, okay.
Well, in Chinese, the number 4, you say si. Like you count in Chinese as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So si means 4, but if you say si, that means death. So
what?
It sounds like death. That's why they'd skip it.
Oh, I get it. Because like it sounds a little bit like death. I'm about to pick some fool up.
A jester.
A jester, yeah, that's right. Court jester. Well, I'd be happy if it was a woman, but it's the name says Son, S-O-N. It's almost guaranteed to be a dude.
Yeah, it's only one syllable. Too bad it's not Sunny. It might have been a little Filipino
Sonny,
girl.
yeah. That's exactly. Well, maybe it might be. Son,
Oh,
though.
yeah.
Son sounds like a Korean dude. So we'll see what's up.
Smell the kimchi.
I'll tell you what. If you promise to be quiet, I'll keep you. I'll let you listen when I pick him up. Picking him up right now.
We'll all mute ourselves. We promise.
All right. I'm picking him up right now.
If he's Chinese, hang on. If he's Chinese, let me talk to him.
Don't say anything about Chinese, Indian. Don't say anything, man.
No, let me talk to him if he's Chinese. Ask him if he's Chinese.
All right. I'm not gonna ask him. Jesus Christ.
I'll ask him.
Hold on. Looks like it's 2 dudes.
Here, I'll ask him.
I can have a full conversation with them on Discord.
Yeah.
In Chinese.
Okay.
你好吗？
Oh, he's gone. He hung up.
Yeah, he pushed out.
What a witsy. I was going to say, 你好,你们去哪啊?吃了没有啊?
Yeah, I was gonna say something very similar to that.
I thought so.
Are there a lot of Chinese-speaking Australians?
It was funny. The first time I got my scholarship to go to China, and I ended up in this building with foreigners, and it was a big hotel for foreigners in the middle of a university, and we got fucking thousands of foreigners all talking to each other in Chinese. It's a weird feeling, man. Like, because the rule was in the school, no, you're not allowed to speak any other language except for Chinese. So that's how we learned so quickly, obviously. But it's strange, like talking to it's like I don't know German, and that German guy doesn't know English, but we had this language we could talk to each other in Chinese. So I could talk to people from all over the world. None of them knew each other's languages. It was great.
How long have you been studying?
Since 1998.
Okay. So you speak Chinese.
Yeah, Mandarin. Yeah.
Do you go to like Chinese restaurants and speak Chinese to them and stuff?
All the time. I just go in and they like just like they do to every other customer. But then I just fuck this, man. I just want to get straight to the point, exactly what I want. Don't show me the menu. I'll just tell you what I want. And then we just get talking in Chinese, and they're like, yeah, we got some extra special stuff in the fridge. It's just for the chef. It's good.
How many times have you been to China?
I lived there for 7 years.
Wow.
Yeah. That's mainland China, yeah. Shenzhen was an eye-opener. Shenzhen was good. I had a pizza restaurant in Shenzhen called Kiwi Pizza. And, man, the wealth is just oozing with wealth.
Are Chinese people pretty cool to foreigners? Well, I guess you weren't really a foreigner after 7 years, but in the beginning?
What do you mean?
I don't know. I've never been to China, so I can tell you I've been to South America and I've been to Southeast Asia, and I was treated okay. You know, like
Yeah, I mean, if you have some understanding of the local language, that's a good start. I mean, I could have done the same thing with Spanish. Instead of going to China, I could have learned Spanish and gone to Spain or Mexico or wherever they speak Spanish. I could have a totally different life because it, you, the decisions you make earlier on in your life, that's gonna, because you slow down when you get older and you don't have the ability to pick up all of your interests, mainly because your responsibilities have gone up. So that that's why child's education is just so important, and not education as in mainstream, just the choices that you make for your children. Location, location, location. That's what it's about, man.
location. What? I think I cut out.
Like the three rules in real estate is location, location, location. That's the main thing. That's what it's about, and it doesn't have to be limited to your local area. If you want your children to have a good life, you need to be able to prepare them for their future by making decisions for them. Not just not be so whimsical in their choices. Once they have a connection with one of the choices that you help them towards, they will follow it.
You got any plans to go back to China?
Never.
Why's that?
Because I'm not getting that fucking vaccination, man.
I see.
Yeah. It's a shame. I'd love to go back there tomorrow.
Yeah, I know how you feel. I am also not participating. I am not participatory in the bullshit.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for it to wear off. It'll just fade away, just like Donald Trump said. It'll fade away.
Ooh, yeah, I disagree. I think this is the...
You're not participating in the great prick ritual?
No, I'm not participatory.
You don't want to be pricked all the time? Oh, come on.
It's a giant phallic. It's like a bad dream of a giant phallic.
I equate it to like doing cocaine or something. You know, it's probably not going to kill you. You could have some very adverse effects, but at the end of the day, it's pretty much just some really gay peer pressure.
Well, I think the casino always wins. You know, the house always wins. And if you're going to be taking that type of a gamble, you know, you've got a lot at stake, and it's not just the immediate future. It's way more than that.
See, I'm of the opinion now that they're probably going to actually release a real virus at some point in the future to vindicate all the people that have been pricked.
I don't think they'll ever do that because they're all going to die too.
I hope not.
That's why they won't do it. You know, they can't control it from getting to them either.
Exactly, mate. Good call. If there is such a thing.
Yeah, I was going to say I'm not convinced that this zombie virus is real. It doesn't feel real.
Oh no, it's definitely not real. Yeah, it's a PCR pandemic. That's all it is.
I was selling a table. I've got like a few tables for sale on the internet, and this guy came along to have a look at them, and he didn't make a time. I was just sitting in my car listening to Discord. Jeremy was spewing some shit, and then he turned up, and we're supposed to have social distancing and masks and all that shit. And I saw him walking in my driveway, and I've got my tables there under the veranda ready for him to see. But he just turned up, and I was like, oh, fuck, okay. So I got out of the car, and I saw he was wearing like a carving around his neck. It was like a greenstone carving. Straight away, he wasn't wearing a mask. So straight away, I thought, bro. And we shook hands, and he was like standing in my comfort zone. And, it's just like it didn't exist. And I could see straight away what this guy was about, just purely his persona and everything about him was like he doesn't agree with the system. Good on you, mate. It was such a joy to meet some, because I hardly ever meet anyone like that. Where I am staying, it's so sterile, man.
Right.
And we had an
situation.
amazing conversation, because the tables I'm selling have concrete tops which are molded, and the tops have like this like Chinese dragon embossed into them, and the coating, it makes them look like they're made of metal. And he's an architect. I'm a chef and a builder and a carpenter and a designer, and we just had this awesome conversation. And without masks, this is like weeks and weeks and weeks. It's the first time I've had a conversation up close with someone with no mask. I'm not even like making it up. It's just unreal.
Awesome.
What was your similar situation?
Oh, just that literally everyone around me is fully,
dive it up with the face covering, and I just get around without it, and everyone looks at me like I'm a freak. You know, but I just get around. No one asks me. Every now and then I might have someone say, "Oh, do you have a mask?" I say, "I've got an exemption, thanks." That's it. So
I was shopping in a place called the Warehouse here in Auckland. It's like a imported junk shop from China department store, like Costco's or something like that, like Walmart. And this woman customer came up to me. She had a designer mask on, right? And I had my mask on just below my nose. And she came up to me from fucking half of the shop away and said, "Excuse me, do you know that you need to make sure that you cover your nose with your mask?" And I just said, "Stupid, silly bitch. You fucking picked the wrong person to bring this topic up with." And she fucking ran. Fucking ran.
Classic.
It's like, what a mask Nazi, you know? It's like, if you look around the shop, half of the people working in the shop were doing the same thing with their masks under their nose so they could fucking breathe, you know? And she picked me. It's like, oh, don't fucking talk to me about that shit. Yeah, it gets pretty tense sometimes, but you know, you got to keep your cool. You got to realize that they just haven't woken up yet. You know, I was like that one day, a long time ago. I wasn't actually. I was never fucking like that. But some people used to be like that, you know, and then they woke up.
You know, it turns out they were Chinese.
Oh, why did you? Ah, man.
But yeah, well, I don't know if they were Chinese to be honest, but they look Chinese and they were from Arizona, and one of them was going to be a doctor. I ended up talking to them about the flat earthers on here and the people that believe that that germs aren't even real and stuff like that. I told them
Were
about
they wearing?
say what?
Did they have designer masks on?
No, they did have masks on though, and I don't
You
know,
can tell
man.
the ones that are really into the masks, you know, like they've really fallen for it. You know, the ones that have got the designer masks, the really expensive Louis Vuitton ones. You know.
Sure, dude. I mean, I haven't fallen for anything, and I have a pretty nice mask, man. I mean, I'm always proud of my mask. I don't wear a fucking shitty mask, dude.
I refuse
I
to
wear a
to,
shit
to
mask.
pay. I've never paid for a mask. I've never bought a mask, but I wear one all the time when I have to go into a shop or a restaurant or whatever. And yeah, I mean that's just a symbol of I've fallen for it, you know. So I just get the free ones and then I chuck them away. And some of them say, "Where's your mask?" I say, "I'm not paying for it. You give me one."
Yeah, but I mean, like wearing a mask is like having a breath mint or something like that. It's not really it's not like you falling for it because you're trying to protect yourself. It's like you're just at least trying to be courteous to the people around you. So it's like a breath mint, you know what I mean? Like it's not like I need my breath to like I don't even like the way breath like mints taste. You know what I mean? I hate the way it tastes.
Yeah.
Actually,
This is my
yeah,
daughter.
but
I'm going to go away. I'm going to go away for 1 second. She's got something to say.
no worries. Should we also not drive a vehicle when we really need to and just walk out of courtesy because we might have a car accident?
Maybe you can make me some noodles.
Say one more time.
Nice, you make the noodles, champ. Yum yum.
sounds Chinese. I don't understand what she said.
Yum yum. I heard the
What were
word
you saying?
noodles.
Oh, I'm picking up someone called Stacy now. That's what's up.
Hey Stacy, what's up? How you doing?
Fuck. My hands are kind of. Oh well. I wish I had some cologne in here, but I don't. Oh fuck! You know what? Give me a second.
Hey, if a mask's like a breath mint, can't it just be like cologne? Just whack the mask on.
That's good. Says she's 1,000 feet away. That's not good. She could probably see
1,000
me right
feet?
now.
What's she doing up there? Crazy.
1,000 feet away. And up. Either way. I just put on some deodorant, so hopefully she should see me do that. Where she's at. Would be kind of awkward. Alright. I'll be back in about 10 or less minutes.
Roger. Motherfucker. Fuck off. Don't. Oh, what? Yeah, don't worry. Yeah, it's all about you, pal. Yeah. Fuck. Huh? Don't you love it? Fucking people indicate left and turn right. Jesus Christ. Waste of fucking space.